LLB है.
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA Master of Apparent.
Please explain to us then LLB.
LLB लोकल लफड़ाबाजी.
I was expecting that, or
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का फर्म भी है.
which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA corruption agency.
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है.
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं नहीं यार, IIM Indian Institute of Murder. हटा.
Murder. Okay. I can see that you are highly qualified. Highly overqualified, in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है. इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले हैं.
But what Andolan?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए. रिजर्वेशन.
Reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC कैटेगरी.
OBC, other backward caste.
नो, अदर बैकवर्ड कैंडिडेट्स. OBC. ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा, ये निर्दलीय है. मारो इसे.
Look, calling me names? You are backward. You yourself are backward. Mummy daddy bhi mat jana. Don't blame them. We are what we are. Genetic potential is all that they give you. Then it's up to you and the government to help you, which will happen one day. All right, let's move on. Let's go and talk about the Bengal CM and the TMC boss, Mamata Banerjee, because she turned up in Lucknow apparently to support Akhilesh Yadav, also because she has some property she had to sell. No. Just to support Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi party in the UP elections. To find out what she was doing in Lucknow, joining us from Lucknow is alleged spokesperson for Mamata Banerjee. And this is an amazing person.
उड़ी बाबा, कैसा है तुम साइरस बाबू? बहुत दिन के बाद मिला है.
Well, I was going to introduce you by name, but unfortunately there's no name on the script. So I'm going to go with Sir. Sir, good to see you.
Good to see you also. Ask. What you want to know? क्या पूछना है?
Well, I wanted to ask you first and foremost, where in Bengal are you from? But I see that that's possibly going to get a non-authentic answer. What was Mamata Banerjee doing in Lucknow?
Udi Baba, he was here to support her.
Those of you who are late to our show, generally when you do Bengal politics of any kind, the male-female gender gets mixed up. So who was where to support who?
Udi Baba, Mamata was here to support her, the Akhilesh.
Okay, and how come Akhilesh called Mamata for help?
You see, Akhilesh called saying, emergency, please rush.
So Mamata came running to UP?
Yes, it is very simple. See, rush runs in the veins of all Bengali. You hear the word rush and very sweet something happens, you see.
Okay, you obviously mean Rosh as in Roshgulas.
Is there any other kind of rush?
The Russians go to Goa. But TMC is not contesting from any seat in UP.
Why we have to contest? हम सिर्फ मोरल सपोर्ट करता है. तुम लांबा जानता है? लांबा
Raman Lamba, the model.
लांबा यानी पीछे से लांबा सपोर्ट यानी पीछे से सपोर्ट करता है.
For a second I was checking. It's a little confusing with that. It is also lumbar support here. This is a very well written skit after a long time. So Akhilesh called and Mamata responded is your point.
Of course. हमको योगी जी के साथ लड़ाई करने का है. We have to fight him.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the him-her thing, you figure it out. Why?
Because he has converted whole of Uttar Pradesh into symphony orchestra.
Now, this I don't understand. Symphony orchestra?
Uri Baba, bhai, your acting nirbhodha hai. Like in symphony orchestra, Uttar Pradesh also has lots of violins. Violins here, violins there, everywhere violins.
Every Bengali reference has violence, ladies and gentlemen. We can't stop this for some reason. It always comes back to violence. Okay, what else?
और इधर यूपी में ये लोग बहुत कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स करता है. बंगाल जैसा नहीं.
Okay, so what you're saying is there are no caste politics in Bengal.
Never. In Bengal, there is only one and only one caste.
Only one caste.
Of course, only one caste. Trinamool. All other are outcast.
That's not just Bengal, huh? Go around the country. Simple formula, most places. Except Maharashtra, we have 3 castes and 1 or 2 outcasts. Okay, so Mamta wants to strengthen Akhilesh against Yogi.
Of course, of course. She is Hitler, she is Mussolini, and she is Stalin.
Who? What are you saying, Mamta?
No, Yogi, I'm talking about her.
I'm going to say this from your side, and please, people understand this is not my thoughts. You think Yogi is Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. So what is Mamta then?
Mamata, Uri Baba, Mamata is only a dictator.
Huh?
Mind you, great dictator.
This was also Charlie Chaplin. It was also a spoof on Hitler in a sense, even though it was shot before Hitler's actual rise. The Crystal Nacht hadn't happened, if I remember correctly. Going back in history, I want to tell you about it because you guys are young. People watching this show are all under 75 as far as I know. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll come back. Lots more to look forward to, and as usual, it's not going to happen here.
ये एक पर्सनालिटी और ह्यूमन पर्सन टू पर्सन डिपेंड करता है.
So, we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. Aapki movie Gully Boy mein, that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are, challenging the popular norms. And you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये डायलॉग भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी नहीं है, I mean it, every moment of it. क्योंकि it's as a woman, even though I come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ. And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक perspective है जो आप कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करोगे कि बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे, आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को है कि कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है. I don't believe in male bashing and all of that. I just believe in equality, जो हर किसी को believe करना चाहिए. Even men believe in equality. So many men that are a part of my life, they all believe in equality. पर कभी कभार क्या होता है, औरतें ही equality में believe नहीं करते.
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और डायलॉग है गंगूबाई का, जब वो बोलती है, औरतों को बोल रही है कि शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि, सद्बुद्धि तीनों ही औरतें हैं, उनका स्त्रीलिंग है.
तो आदमी को किस बात का जरूरत?
हाँ, तो वो उनको
As we speak, I think the auctions are starting, so I might be distracted. I'm hoping Rajasthan Royals picks me up this year. Cheerleader? Come on, guys. All-rounder cheerleader. That means front, back, everything's superb. Anyway, the Board of Control for Cricket in India, BCCI, has announced cash rewards for our Under-19 World Cup winning lads. Hold for claps. Well done, boys. They're getting a cash prize of, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, rupees 40 lakh each without GST. Teach them tax layering. You can't just expect it that easy. The support staff are getting 25 lakhs each. That's a massage guy, a guy who's a physiotherapist, a guy who carries your bags, 25 lakhs because they won. So please, stop saying there's no money in sports in India. Just say there's no money in other sports in India. Am I the only one who's noticed this, folks? Our cops are out in full force for VIP funerals and VIP movements. Last Sunday in Mumbai, after the passing of the legendary Nightingale, they were all over the city harassing motorists and not letting us stop the car. Yeah, we couldn't stop the car anywhere. Yet when I was stuck for 1 hour in Malad, which is somewhere next to Marwe, where no VIPs ever gather, not a cop was in sight. Not a cop. Not one. Something wrong with the system, folks. Something wrong with the system. But there's a moral. There's a moral in this story. You want the police to support you, you have to become famous, become a VIP. Oh, and stay away from Malad. Don't go to Malad. They don't go. No VIPs go there. They just don't go there. Nobody wants to go there, inaugurate anything. They only come to South Bombay and hassle me. It's always after me. Anyway, let's move on. The Statue of Equality, the mega 216-foot structure in Telangana, was inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi Saturday and was actually made in China. For 135 crores, we paid. So, what's with this statues and India? TikTok, Chinese goods, Chinese trade, no. But say the word statue, all is forgotten. Aja, build it. Statue of Equality. Now that's a statue forged with irony, ladies and gentlemen, not iron. Dekha, kaisa kya? In Hindi it would have sounded better if only I could speak good Hindi. As a shairi it would have been fantastic. The irony in iron. I'm going to practice that and do it again next year. Cristiano Ronaldo, he became the first person to have 400 million followers on Insta. To put it in perspective, he has over 400 million. I have less than 40,000. There's no need to show my picture because I'm here. So there is a picture in a sense. Of course, if Xi Jinping was on Insta, he'd have 1.6 billion. Oh, minus a few who've just been executed. I'm not in charge of the country. Video of the week. To make you happy again, take a look at this. And the good news is, if you buy the piano, you get the dog free. So go ahead. All right, it's been a week since our under-19 champion side returned home, and I think they haven't got enough love from us, enough affection, enough publicity. So let's meet Mathosh Singh Jadeja. Now, he's an all-rounder for Saurashtra who tragically was controversially dropped just 1 hour before the flight took off to the West Indies about 3-4 weeks ago. And so he didn't make the cut for the under-19, and so he's obviously very upset. He's a very talented cricketer. Let's see how he's feeling, because they won the cup and he didn't make the cut. I want you to suffer like I suffer when we see this guy. That's why I held back there. Listen to his beautiful, mellifluous sounds of his crying. So sad, Mathosh, so sad. It must be very, very painful for you.
Very painful.
And equally painful for us who are with you in the studio and those listening and watching. Now, see people, the passion there amongst the boys who played for India or want to play for India. Mathosh missed the cut. This is why India is so good at cricket. But the passion is unbelievable. He missed the cut and feel the pain. We can actually feel it.
No.
No. What do you mean, no?
I banged my head on the camera.
Oh. Arey, Prakash, just move the camera a little bit, yaar. Sham, thoda pagal hai. He's not able to understand perspective. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. Okay, listen to me, Mathosh ji. Tell me, as painful as it is, why were you dropped from the side last second before the plane left for West Indies? Okay. Apparently you have COVID, is that it? Is it because you had COVID they dropped you?
Now I have a COVID, not then.
Oh, you just got COVID. Okay, so then what was the reason? Why were you dropped? Why did they not pick you in the end?
I was in Udupi.
And?
I saw my friend.
And?
To confirm, I said,
Yes, what? What did you say?
take off your hijab.
No. Not on my show. No controversy on my show. Ours is vegetarian. Jain vegetarian. We don't even have onions. No onions, no garlic, nothing. Kuch nahi. All right, it's time, folks, to go into the most important news of the day. And believe me, bigger than this hijab controversy or this IPL nonsense that's going on in the background or the election that isn't, is Valentine's Day. Arguably top 5 great days of the year. My birthday, my anniversary, my kids' birthdays, and Valentine's Day. Oh, and Jai Hind, India as well. Okay, let's meet India's greatest lover, Valentino Verma, VV.
Love you. Love you. Talking to me? Actually, I have won the greatest lovers Southeast Asia for the last 3 years.
I'm sorry, give me a second. Such a good-looking man never appears normally on the program, so it's a huge honor for us. Please go on.
And I am in training for the Love Olympics.
Love Olympics. Wow, that's great. The Love Olympics.
Yes, to be held in
Venice, Paris, London.
Navi Mumbai.
Navi Mumbai.
Yes, due to lack of sponsors. It's a long story. Would you like to sponsor? Just, I'm getting a call, sorry. Hello, I'm in interview. Okay, I'll call you later, love. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Sorry about some interference sitting here. Anyway, I'll just allow that to pass. Now, Vivi, let's discuss Valentine's Day, if you don't mind. Valentine's Day in India, because initially it was a little controversial to celebrate it in India.
Yes, mostly from the Ram Sena in Bengaluru and my mother-in-law.
Did you say mother-in-law?
Yes, it's one and the same.
One and the same, your mother-in-law and the Ram Sene. What does that mean?
No, no. She is the General Secretary, Youth, Cultural Affairs and Progressive Thinking of the Ram Sene.
The Ram Sene has a progressive thinking wing. Okay. So has Valentine's Day fitted finally then into Indian culture?
Well, the Shiv Sene and MNS who used to vandalize card shops have now stopped doing that.
So they have evolved into more civil, more, dignified parties.
No, 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 no. Many of their members now own the card shops.
Oh, really? I see.
Hey, you want a Valentine's cake? I'll get you a good discount from my MLA. Send your address.
No.
Strawberry, chocolate with mango ice cream?
No.
I get it. Too much calorie for you?
No, I'm diabetic. I'll show you the patch, but I've got all these clothes on. Tell me, forget about the cake, Just tell me, how else have we Indians accepted Valentine's Day today, 2022?
Let's talk politics. In Punjab, for Valentine's Day, Channi offered Sidhu as a gift to Amrinder.
Okay, what? Okay, and?
Amrinder accepted the wishes but returned the gift.
I see. And maybe UP?
UP. Akhilesh sent his sister-in-law to BJP.
Yes, of course. And?
BJP accepted the gift but returned the greetings.
Okay, and Goa?
Goa. Kejriwal offered himself to Goa.
Goa declined.
Obviously. Would you want bring Delhi to Goa? Come on.
Not on the weekend, for sure. Okay, anything else?
Finally, Valentine's Day to be fully accepted needs one more thing. One more hurdle to be cleared.
What is that? What would be this hurdle?
For a day to be properly honored in India's calendar, you need one more thing.
One more thing. What could it be? What is it? Please say.
Valentine's Day must get dry day status.
Right.
Then, only then, it is accepted as an important day in Indian culture. It's a tyohar. It's a tyohar of love. Hey, Monica. Wait, I'm coming. Anand Mekla. Ratna. Supriya. Ramesh.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I applaud you and I join you. If you're doing a petition for the government of India, I will be part of that 100%. I can't sign because of pain in my thumb, but I will definitely give my imprint from the fourth finger to the fifth finger, whichever one is acceptable by government of India. Because I think if Valentine's Day is given a dry day status, it will be in the right position. By the way, I also think that my own birthday, 7th of August, you can send things. That should also be given dry day status. Not because I personally don't drink that much anymore, but more importantly because without the dry day status, the day has no meaning in our culture. In our parampara, in our Sanskriti, I want you to understand that dry day comes with greatness. Without dry day, there's no greatness. It's correlated. And by the way, please, VIP presence in South Mumbai can be moved to Navi Mumbai. I'm willing to pay. You're very good, beta. जो किया तूने पता नहीं what it is, but मेरे पीठ पे हाथ लगाया ऐसा टक टक करके और साउंड अच्छा हो गया.
I'm ready. चलो ले देखते.
ओरी बाबा कैसा है तुम
हेलो.
हाँ राहुल
देख रहा ब्यूटी देख रहा ये सुंदरता.
Somebody's head. Here also you are, challenging the popular norms. And you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये dialogue भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी
It was liberating.
I mean it, every moment of it. क्योंकि it's as a woman, even though come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ. And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक perspective है जो आप कभी question नहीं करोगे कि बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे, आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को है कि कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है. I don't believe in male bashing and all of that. I just believe in equality, जो हर किसी को believe करना चाहिए. Even men believe in equality. So many men that are a part of my life, they all believe in equality. पर कभी कभार क्या होता है औरतें ही इक्वालिटी में बिलीव नहीं करते.
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और डायलॉग है गंगूबाई का, जब वो बोलती है, औरतों को बोल रही है कि शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि तीनों ही औरतें हैं, उनका स्त्रीलिंग है.
और तो आदमी को किस बात का गुरूर?
हाँ, तो वो उनको मतलब उनके अंदर वो एक कॉन्फिडेंस जगा रही है. So I really believe in all those things.
Yeah, some really powerful dialogues.
Yeah.
Just tell the
And it's written by a male dialogue writer, let me tell you.
who's
Prakash
that?
Bhai
Nice.
and Sir, of course, together. But Prakash Bhai is a man, and he's written these lines.
That's true.
So that's what I'm saying. The equality is in the brain. It's not in the gender.
It's not in the gender. And you know, your director, Sanjay Leela Bhansali, is also known to be making films where the woman is allowed to have a space. She's allowed to have the stage to herself. How is it working with him? What's the
Fantastic.
Yeah, the
That's
difference
what
in
I mean.
your...
He's not somebody who उनको personality में ज़्यादा interest है. Like if you see even Vijay Raj is playing a transgender.
Yeah.
Now it's not like there is any less weight given to Vijay Raj just because there is a takkar. He believes in equality even for every character.
एक लड़का सत्ता में बैठ करके लखनऊ से दंगा करवा रहा था, तो दूसरा लड़का दिल्ली से दंगों का तमाशा देख रहा था.
चुनाव को अपना चुनाव समझ करके एक एक वोट साइकिल पे डालने का काम करना.
हम आज गोवा के लोगों को ये यकीन दिलाना चाहते हैं कि हमारे लिए गोवा के लोग प्रियोरिटी हैं.
उत्तराखंड में जल्द से जल्द यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करने से राज्य के सभी नागरिकों को समान अधिकारों को बल मिलेगा.
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us on CNN News 18, your election nerve center. It's phase 2 of the battle for the states with focus once again on Uttar Pradesh. A total of 55 seats across 9 districts are in the poll fray. And today is when the Bahubali criminal mafia Dawn factor will also come into focus. Intense rivalries, even some royalty to watch out for today. But it's also D-Day for the BJP in both Uttarakhand and Goa states they are defending. Our reporters will be joining us from all the prominent seats across the 3 states, getting you the big voices as many come out to vote, not just from the electorate but also the candidates themselves. There are several big faces in contest and we will break down all the factors that matter. I'm Shivani Gupta and I'm joined by my colleagues Maha Siddiqui and Anusha Soni, who are also with me to break down the big numbers on the magic wall and more. So Maha, exciting phase 2 up in Uttar Pradesh.
Absolutely. We are going to see Rohilkhand voting today. But apart from that, of course, Goa and Uttarakhand and our magic wall will break down all those numbers.
In the first half, Anusha, we will focus on Uttar Pradesh, but there's so much to talk about in Uttarakhand and Goa too.
Absolutely. And if you keep the tumultuous political history of these 2 states in mind, the BJP has a lot to defend in the next few days. But let's begin and give our viewers a broad overview of what today's fight is really going to look like. As Shivani pointed out, 165 seats, of course, in the state of Uttar Pradesh. You have about 55 seats across 9 districts will be spread. But what does the big fight really look like? These are the numbers that we are presenting to you. 165 seats in these 3 states, spread across 3 states. You have about 2.95 crore voters who are going to cast their ballots. What is interesting is that BJP is defending its power in all these 3 states. Will they be able to clean sweep this time? That's the key question to watch out for. Yes, you also have the factor of Yogi Adityanath, Akhilesh Yadav, and when you're talking about Uttar Pradesh, how can you not talk about these 2 key leaders? Well, if you look at the scorecard that was there in 2017 and phase 2 roughly that you talk about 38 and 50, that is how the scorecard really looked like in the last elections. And 46 out of the 55 seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh are Muslim dominated seats. So clearly this is going to be an important contest to watch out for. Akhilesh Yadav clearly trying to get that MY plus equation has a lot at stake. Let's now move on to other states, Uttarakhand and Goa. The two states which have seen subsequent change of governments, state like Goa and Uttarakhand both, where they are seeing new entrants like the Aam Aadmi Party also trying to make some kind of mark. There is a tight fight across 40 seats in the state of Goa, a state which has seen a lot of political uncertainty since the last elections. Defections from one party to another, regional parties playing a spoilsport, a lot of other key factors. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, even last time had a lot of hope, but they lost deposit, in fact, in a lot of seats. This time, will they be able to make a dent in the vote bank? They talk about corruption, Tirth Yatra and much more in the state of Goa and Uttarakhand. Let's see what they'll be able to do. And will Uttarakhand once again swing again? Interesting history of Uttarakhand is also the fact that no chief minister other than ND Tiwari has been able to complete his term. Will that be a possibility this time? Which means that will BJP be able to form the government once again in the state? It hasn't really happened if you look at the history of the state for a party to return to power. It has always won. Some more breaking news which is coming in. Let's go to that. And the latest news that we are getting for you at this point in time is that voting is underway in the 3 states. The time of the voting has started, and here at CNN News 18, we encourage you to step out of your homes, have your chai nashta, and then go and cast the vote. Prime Minister also, of course, has repeated on various occasions that this is the festival of democracy and all of us must come forward and cast our ballot. And of course, in 3 states, especially in Goa and Uttarakhand, it's going to be a very, very decisive fight to watch out for. And as we talk about this, Shivani, interesting to watch out would be, according to me, the phase 2 of UP elections, very interesting. As you said, a lot of royalty, some Bahubali netas. Interesting contest to watch out for.
Yes, also where we've talked so much, Anusha and Maha, about the Muslim factor in Western Uttar Pradesh. Of course, this is still Western Uttar Pradesh, but in phase 2, there are several districts, several seats where the Muslim factor is as high as 40%. So those are going to be the key things to watch out for. Let me first also go across to my colleagues joining us. Pranshu, my colleague and UP Bureau Chief, is joining us from Lucknow. Siddhant Mishra is joining us from Saharanpur. Also, my colleague Akash is with us. Let me first go across for the big picture to Pranshu. Pranshu, lots to watch out for, but break down the big faces whose fate is going to be sealed today.
Yes, Shivani, you know, it's a very crucial phase. And if you remember last time, 2017, when there was a saffron tsunami in Uttar Pradesh, even in that period, you know, the Samajwadi Party was able to, you know, hold on 15 seats out of these 55 which are going to polls. 2 seats have gone to the Congress. So 38 seats were won by the BJP in this region. Also when, you know, there was all this saffron tsunami going on, and the big reason for that was the huge presence of the minority vote bank. So if you look the distribution of these 2 districts, barring the 3 districts of Bareilly, Shahjahanpur and Budaun, you will find it in all other districts there is a significant presence of minority vote bank, which ranges from more than 30% to in fact 44% in certain constituencies. So constituencies in Rampur, in Sambhal, in Moradabad, you know, all these constituencies, the minority vote decides a lot of mood, and that's the reason why in 6 constituencies of Moradabad, every candidate is from the Muslim community as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned. The fact that in phase 1, many analysts now say that the minority vote bank has remained intact, it hasn't seen a split between BSP and the Samajwadi Party. That makes Samajwadi Party, you know, much more excited as far as the prospects of the phase 2 is concerned. For BJP, I think the larger story will, you know, revolve around districts like Shahjahanpur and Bareilly, where there is less of Muslim population and also a high percentage of OBC vote, which is not the Jat and neither it is the Yadav. So it is the Kurmi factor which can work well for the BJP as far as Shahjahanpur and Bareilly region is concerned. And you talked about the key contest. I think the biggest contest, of course, is Rampur, where jailed Azam Khan is a Samajwadi Party candidate. Then again in Swar, you have, you know,
on that note, Pranshu, why don't I go across to my colleague Arunima? who's actually in Rampur, because this is where there are old rivalries in flair, also a little bit of a touch of royalty, Arunima. Just break down what the mood has been like in Rampur, even as the polling booths open.
So, you know, in Rampur, the election is happening not just focusing on this constituency, but its ramifications or its echoes can be heard across Uttar Pradesh. Every time you hear the Bharatiya Janata Party attack the previous Samajwadi Party government on law and order issue, Azam Khan's name definitely appears. What they have made this into, and this is what Yogi Adityanath has said time and again, is that Azam Khan was the de facto chief minister of Uttar Pradesh. In the Muzaffarnagar riots also, he has been accused of ensuring that the DM and the SP are moved out, they are transferred out, so that, you know, the riot situation could not be controlled, and people responsible for killing of the two Jat boys were also given some kind of protection. So all kinds of allegations have been thrown at Azam Khan. He has been in jail for close to 2 years now. More than 100 cases against him. You know, to quote Union Minister Amit Shah, at one of the rallies he said कि जब हमने आजम खान साहब के खिलाफ केसेस लगाने शुरू किए तो IPC CRPC की धाराएं कम पड़ने लगी. That's the kind of politics that has happened on him or against him rather. But now from Rampur, the main city seat, Azam Khan, even though he is in jail, he's fighting for the seat from Suar, which is another constituency in Rampur. His son is taking on, and both the father and son are being challenged by the royalty of Rampur, the Nawab's family, father-son duo there also. Rampur is also interesting because this is the only seat where the NDA has fielded a Muslim candidate. Apna Dal's, you know, Anupriya Patel's party has fielded a Muslim candidate here from Suar to take on Azam Khan's son. So it will be very interesting to note how Rampur votes, and not just how Rampur votes to secure its own future, but what repercussions it has on the future of rest of Uttar Pradesh.
Let me now go across to Anshul, who's joining us with the very latest from Budaun. Anshul, many of the seats in phase 2 are considered very sensitive seats security-wise as well. What are the kind of preparations you're seeing around yourself today?
So, first of all, very good morning to you, Maha. And as you can see in the visuals behind me, I'm standing in Budaun, and this is an all-women pink polling booth that has been made in Budaun. Budaun is one of the most crucial seats of the BJP, because remember, last time out of the 6 assembly seats over here in Budaun, BJP was able to win 5 seats. This time around, it is said to be a crucial fight between the Samajwadi Party and the BJP. Remember, Swami Prasad Maurya had a huge role to play over here in Budaun, because of which BJP was able to win the 5 seats over here. So yes, today as polling begins in the next few minutes, people will start trickling in. Today is a very cold and foggy morning in Budaun, and it is expected that over the next few minutes the women will start trickling in, although a few women have already come in here to cast their votes. And obviously Swami Prasad Maurya moving to BJP is definitely going to impact the voters over here in Budaun. It remains to be seen how much does it impact the voters over in Budaun. But yes, this becomes a really very crucial seat for the BJP, because during the 2017 and even the 2019 election, BJP was able to sweep all the seats over here in Budaun. Although the BJP is confident over here that they will win 6 out of 6 seats over here, but if you speak to the locals over here, that seems not to be the case, and it seems like the BJP and the Samajwadi Party have a very close fight over here in Budaun, and over the next few hours we will be able to find out as we speak to people in which direction the wind is blowing, Maha.
All right. Clearly, this is, as Shivani was pointing out, part of Western Uttar Pradesh itself. This is northwestern Uttar Pradesh, to be specific. Rohilkhand is where phase 2 is voting today in Uttar Pradesh. So let's go across to the magic wall and quickly give you a sense of what we had seen in the past few elections in phase 2. And clearly in 2017, it was a sweep for the BJP. You can clearly see over here, 38 seats went to the BJP as far as Rohilkhand is concerned, out of which their vote share was also pretty good, 38.31%, pretty much matching what we had seen in phase 1, reaching up to 40%. So, do they have reasons to worry? Yes, in some sense, because of the manner in which they were able to get so many seats, can they retain it? That will be the big question. But if we quickly take a look at what the scenario was, say in 2012, which was just 5 years before that, you could see that the BJP was down to number 3 as far as Rohilkhand was concerned, and their vote share was 16.90, which was less than half of what they had managed in 2017. So clearly in 2017 there was a big jump in the vote share for the BJP, and they will want to hold on to that. Now let's take a look at 2019 to give you a sense of whether after the 2017 issues that the SP faced, that the BSP faced, were they able to make any inroads back into this Rohilkhand region. Yes, to some extent they were able to, and that again, let's quickly point out why and what was the reason for this these two parties being able to make some inroads back into this region, although this was, remember, also a Lok Sabha election. This was because these two parties were fighting together. That is, the Samajwadi Party plus the BSP were fighting together, and therefore that is the reason that they were able to get at least together 28 seats. However, just look at the vote share of the BJP. That pretty much remained intact. Rather, it went up 46.39%. So this really is the catch as far as Rohilkhand is concerned. Shivani, clearly what we are seeing right now is that the BJP has managed to keep its vote share. And Anusha, in that sense, the BJP might not have that much to worry about, but the number of seats counts.
The number of seats definitely counts, and that's the detailed equation that Maha was talking about. Let me quickly cut across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra as well from Saharanpur, who's getting us all the details on that very important story. Siddhant, coming to you, interesting contest to watch out for in Saharanpur. You have the sitting MLA Sanjay Garg from SPRLD who's defending his seat.
Well, that's correct. But if we talk about Saharanpur Nagar constituency, then it's a fight between Samajwadi Party RLD candidate and Bharatiya Janata Party candidate. But if you talk about the overall district, that there are 7 assembly constituency seats where the polling will take place. And from last couple of years or almost a decade, Saharanpur has been an epicenter of Dalit and Ambedkarite politics. Also, there is a sizable Muslim population along with the communities like Jatavs, Tyagis and other communities are dominant here. So the fight is a two-corner fight, but the fight on 7 seats, if we talk about all the 7 seats, then there are different communities playing different role in each and every community. If you talk about faces in Saharanpur, then Imran Masood, especially the Masood family, is an influential family, and this time Imran Masood has joined hands with Samajwadi Party, and he's supporting all 7 candidates of Samajwadi Party on all the seats, and he's making sure, he has been campaigning for them, and he's making sure those candidates win. So Imran Masood is throwing his weight behind Samajwadi Party's candidate. At the same time, Prime Minister Modi was also in Saharanpur, and he made this appeal to the Muslim population, especially Muslim women, that how his government is concerned about the development and about the well-being of the Muslim women. So because Darul Uloom seminar falls in Saharanpur district, because of the sizable population of Muslim community in Saharanpur district, all political parties in a way have been trying to woo the Muslim population, and Samajwadi Party this time has given ticket to a non-Muslim, so that Hindu voters should not Hindu votes should not consolidate and go to Bharatiya Janata Party. So it's a very tough fight here on all the 7 seats in Saharanpur, and we will be getting the ground reports from Saharanpur today.
We'll keep coming back to you, Siddhant, and take more details on that very important story. Interesting contest to watch out for in Saharanpur, and not just in Saharanpur. Let's take you through some key contests in Uttar Pradesh which are there to watch out for. And most important one, to begin with, of course, is the constituency of Rampur. You have none other than Azam Khan, who is defending himself from here. Has hundreds of cases against him, lodged in a jail, has not got bail so far. On the other side, you have Kazim Ali. And if you talk about Nawab Kazim Ali, he is Congress descendant of Nawab of Rampur. This is the royal contest we've been talking about. Interesting one to watch out for. A lot at stake, especially for Azam Khan and his family. And not just Azam Khan. Let's go on to other contests. From Rampur, there is also the constituency of Suatanda, where Abdullah Azam, his son, is defending his seat. He would want to make sure that he gets the seat for this entire family, which has enjoyed some kind of patronage in this area. They are defending their turf. On the other side is Haider Ali Khan, you have who has been fielded from an alliance with the BJP with Apnadal, and they are also watching out this contest very, very carefully. This is, of course, one of the key Muslim-dominated seats that we've been talking about. Shahjahanpur, and from here you have Suresh Khanna of the BJP. He's also the UP Finance Minister, seeking a record 9th time victory if that happens at all. And on the other side you have Tanveer Khan. He's the party district president, of course, a very important phase that has been fielded by the Samajwadi Party. Let's go to another important constituency of Amroha. Even here, it's an interesting contest to watch out for. You have Mehboob Ali of the Samajwadi Party. He's a sitting MLA since 2002, and he is going to be defending his seat here. You also have Ram Singh Saini of the BJP. He won this seat last in 1991. He would want to repeat that story once again. Let's see if that happens or not in Amroha. In Nagpur, you have Dharam Singh Saini of the Samajwadi Party, who's there. He's the former minister in the Yogi cabinet, of course, somebody who defected from the party, versus Mukesh Chaudhary of the BJP. He was in Congress till 2019. So defectors here who are at play. Let's see what happens in the constituency of Nagpur. Now, if you talk about these key contests, of course, you have candidates with a criminal past record who are present in the list. You also have certain contests which are about holding on to the bastion, especially talking about Rampur and Suatanda. Maha Siddiqui continues to get us a deep dive about what these seats really look like. And Maha, if you talk about these seats, is it merely about the Muslim vote consolidation? Or is it also about SPRLD trying to make sure that Hindu vote doesn't consolidate? Something that Siddhant was also talking about.
Yes, something that they are trying in Deoband. But as far as the seats here are concerned, and the districts rather, Anusha, 9 districts, out of which there are at least 6 where the population of Muslims is very high.
Sure.
And that's where the SP and the RLD, Shivani, are really banking on that perhaps it's going to take them forward.
And they've so far done well. I mean, in the sense, this is not the kind of sweep region for the BJP as we've been showing, as is the rest of the Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, absolutely. So let's break down this Muslim factor here on the magic ball very quickly. We'll go to our filters of Muslim factor first of all to just give you a sense of the number of seats in Uttar Pradesh where the Muslim factor counts, and that is 115 out of the 403 seats. But now we are going to concentrate only on phase 2, that is Rohilkhand, which is in northwest Uttar Pradesh. So we'll quickly go to our other filter, which is a phase 2 filter, which will give you exact number of seats that will be influenced by this community in this region. This is the Rohilkhand region, and we are seeing about 46 seats that are going to be influenced by the Muslim factor. That's because, as I pointed out of the 9 districts that are going to the polls today, there are 6 districts that have a very high Muslim population. And out of the 6 districts, there are at least 3 districts, which includes Rampur, Bareilly and Deoband, which has about 40% Muslim population. That's where the SP and RLD are banking on. But as you can see, the results of 2017 Vidhan Sabha elections, the BJP had managed 30 seats, the SP had 14 seats, the Congress was at number 3 with just about 2 seats. And if we quickly then take a look at the results in 2012, we'll get a sense of where the BJP was. BJP was down to number 3 in the previous elections, that is the 2012 elections, with only 7 seats. And by the way, the number of vote share for the BJP also went up in the year 2017 in this very belt. But the SP believes that it still has a fair chance over here now with an alliance with the RLD as well. So this is the kind of the demographics that really is giving a sense to the RLD and the SP, Shivani, that they can do well.
Yes, and let's not forget the BSP. I just want to quickly point out, from the 2012 to this 2017, the one party that suffered the most in terms of the number of seats was actually the BSP. If the BJP was able to go up from 8 to 38 in this region, most of it came at the cost of the BSP. So where exactly is the BSP voter going? OBC, the Dalit voter going, plus the Muslim factor, all of that actually will be settled after this phase as well, because we've been curious to see exactly what happens to the Mayawati voter. Let me go across to Akash Sharma, who's joining us live from Deoband, one of the seats and the areas that are being very keenly watched out for. Just give me a sense here, because the BSP has won here in the past. And the BJP sitting candidate also beat the BSP candidate, who was second last time around. What is the BSP factor, if at all, in this area? And where you are, just show us what's happening.
All right, Shivani, let me tell you that Deoband is important because Muslims are in majority, and also the famous, world-famous seminary Darul Uloom is here.
Yeah.
But before talking to SP and BSP factor, let me talk to a voter who has just voted. आपका नाम क्या है और क्या कुछ मुद्दे हैं, किन मुद्दों पे वोट हो रहा है यहाँ पर?
मेरा नाम परवेज है और
हाँ।
मैं यहाँ पे ये विकास को लेके हो रहा हूँ।
विकास के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, यहाँ बोला जाता है कि जब बात देवबंद की होती है तो कास्ट इक्वेशन बड़ा मैटर करती है। आपको लगता है कास्ट इक्वेशन एक बड़ा कहें कि डिसाइड कर सकती है, या फिर एक मुद्दे हैं जिन पर वोट करेंगे?
नहीं, एक मुद्दों पे वोट होता है, कास्ट इक्वेशन पे
मुद्दों पे वोट होता है। लोकल इश्यूज है, क्या कुछ इश्यूज हैं यहाँ पर?
लोकल का तो ये ऐसा है, लोकल का तो यहाँ से हिंदू मुस्लिम एकता बहुत अच्छी है और ऐसी बात नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है यहाँ पर। सो शिवानी, लेट मी टेल यू, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है यहाँ पर, एंड लोकल इश्यूज आर आल्सो देयर। ठीक है, थैंक यू। At this point of time, let me tell you that I am standing here in Islamia Degree College, and this is the model polling booth. This is the selfie point, and let me tell you that Election Commission is trying their level best. The officers are trying their level best to get the maximum people out of their homes to, cast their vote. And at this point of time, if we talk about the current scenario of politics here, in 2017, BJP candidate Brijesh won the seat, and this time BJP want to retain the seat. But interesting factor is that even SP has fielded a Hindu candidate. That means that in case you are with an opinion that you just don't want to vote for BJP, and if you are going for that caste equation as well, then also people will be choosing SP, and those who are with an opinion that they want to choose BJP, they are ignoring the fact that local candidate and local issues are also there, because they just are focusing on the state leadership and the national leadership. Shivani.
Yeah. You know, Anusha, what is very interesting is that the SP-RLD combined, and we've been showing this, has been doing a lot of work to ensure that they don't end up polarizing the Hindu vote. Yeah. So they've been very, very careful. If you look at the speeches by Akhilesh Yadav, if you look at the pitch, the political pitch that they've made, they've tried to keep away from any minority appeasement type of pitch, because at least this time, because that, as far as Yogi Adityanath is concerned and his image is concerned, the BJP is concerned, doesn't work. It helps the BJP. I think Anshul, my colleague, is also with us from Budaun, where also the Muslim factor will be at play. And just one more time, emphasizing on the BSP vote share, it still continues to be around 20%, especially when we talk about this region, phase 2. It came down, they were wiped out in number of seats, but their vote share stays intact. What is the kind of fight that will happen? Because this time around, there are no alliances really taking place, at least with the major UP parties. It is, yes, SP, RLD, but the RLD factor is mainly in the amongst the agrarian society, not so much at large, but the Muslim factor at play here. My colleague Anshul is with us. Anshul, in Budaun, can you give us a sense of what's really happening? It's been about just about 20 minutes since the polling booths have opened. What is the sense amongst the electorate? Are they excited to come out like last time around?
So yes, Shivani, the polling has started, and the polling booth and which I am standing is an all-women polling booth that has been made by the Election Commission. So women have already started trickling in this polling booth. Remember, in Badayu, it is a crucial fight between the BJP and Samajwadi Party this time around. It is said Swami Prasad Maurya had a huge impact in this seat over the last election, be it the 2019 election or the 2017 elections. BJP was able to sweep 5 out of the 6 seats over here, but this time around it is being said that since Swami Prasad Maurya, who has been a local of this area, has moved to Samajwadi Party, it could impact the vote share of the BJP. However, talking to locals over here, the sense that I have been able to pick up, that the voters who are going to vote for the BJP are voting for the bigger picture, be it national security or the improved law and order in the state. However, few people over here are voting for the local factors and the local MLA. So over the next few minutes, as people start trickling in, remember today is a very cold and chilly morning here in Badayu, and it is expected that over the next few minutes, people will start. More people will start coming in. As of now, very few people have been able to get inside the voting stations. But yes, this is a very crucial seat for the BJP, because the last time the BJP wave that we saw, Badayu was one of the more crucial seats, and BJP won 5 out of the 6 seats.
Yes.
But this time around, it seems to be a two-way fight between the Samajwadi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Shivani.
Yes, as you very rightly said, 5 out of 6 in Badayu went to the BJP. They swept Bareilly. But this is still the region where the SP will hope to make the most, possibly the BSP as well. And we'll have to wait and see what is the outcome of the so-called M card, the Muslim card, because this is the area where then some seats are as high as 50%. So the campaign by the Samajwadi Party didn't exactly just go all out for the Muslim vote. Will that work for them? Will that actually benefit them? We'll have to wait and see. On the other side of a very short break, we'll also get you the latest that we're tracking as far as the other 2 states are concerned, Uttarakhand and Goa. So stay with us. Live reports coming up in just a bit.
With the Aam Aadmi, the normal people.
Grassroots? मतलब grassroots?
मतलब have you worked on the ground in UP, जमीन पे, नीचे, road?
भैया ये UP है. On the ground छोड़ दीजिए. हम तो 5 साल के लिए underground भी थे.
It's a very strange conversation. I'm wondering, one of us is heavily medicated, one isn't. What other qualification do you have, sir?
बहुत सारे qualification है. हम MA, LLB है.
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA, Master of Apparent.
Please explain to us then LLB.
LLB, local लफड़ाबाजी.
I was expecting that, or?
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का firm भी है.
Which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA, corruption agency.
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है.
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं यार, IIM, Indian Institute of Murder.
Murder. Okay, I can see that you are highly qualified, highly overqualified in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है, इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले.
But what आंदोलन?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है, उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए. रिजर्वेशन.
Ah, reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC category.
OBC, other backward caste?
No, other backward candidates. OBC. ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा ये निर्दलीय है.
The woman in the film says कि अगर एक बड़ा उनका मशहूर ये कहना था कि अगर सेक्स वर्कर्स ना हों तो आम लड़कियों का सड़कों पर चलना मुश्किल हो जाए. Just do you agree with it? Because you know we live in Mumbai and कोई कुछ भी कह ले, इस शहर की सड़कों पर वाकई चलते हुए एक सेफ्टी का एहसास होता है. What do you have to say about it?
I don't think मैं as आलिया इस पे ऑथेंटिकली कमेंट कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने ये किरदार फिल्म में निभाया है. मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव गंगूबाई के पर्सपेक्टिव से ही होगा. तो जो गंगूबाई कह रही है उसको मैं मानती हूँ, उसको समझती हूँ, और वो आपको फिल्म में भी देखने का मौका मिलेगा. जिस तरह जिस कन्विक्शन से वो आज़ाद मैदान में भाषण देती है और वो बात करती है औरतों के हक के बारे में, इवन बच्चों के हक के बारे में, आप ऐसे कभी नहीं कह सकोगे कि वो जो कह रही है गलत कह रही है.
सही बात है.
There's 2 sides to a coin. तो आपका पर्सपेक्टिव एक होगा, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव सही नहीं.
And we're going to talk about Goa now. It may be one of the smaller states going to elections this season in 2022, battle for the states. But this is a fascinating contest this time around. It's no longer just about the BJP and the Congress. Goa, in fact, is the test cauldron of non-Congress opposition politics in India, because this is where the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC both have been vociferously fighting to usurp what the Congress would say is their space, because they've said the Congress is not working as the opposition to the BJP. Move aside and let us do that job. But what are going to be the equations given the numbers after D-Day? Verdict day remains to be seen. I'm Shivani Gupta. My colleagues Maha and Anusha continue to be with us. And before we go across to our reporters on ground to look at some of the fascinating contests in Goa, I want to go across to my colleague Anusha to break down the big picture.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Shivani rightly pointed out that as far as the state of Goa is concerned, other than political troubles that any state may have, defection perhaps is a tradition in Goan politics, which is a very unfortunate trend which has been witnessed over the years. Let's take you through some key issues that continue to dominate the politics of Goa. In about last 5 years, 67% MLAs defected from their party. What does it tell us? That people choose them from a political party for various reasons and they defect to another. This, many would argue, is not a good idea for a democratic nation and eventually a democratic state. That's a report by the ADR that tells us about these. Other than defection, what is the other key issue? Mining. A state which is very rich in minerals. There is a mining ban that was earlier imposed by the Supreme Court. Massive litigation that went on. It affects the local economy. It affects the local jobs. About 1.5 lakh Goans are directly affected because of the mining ban. It affects the centre exchequer, the state exchequer, and yes, they would want this to go away as soon as possible. Like any other state, there is also the Catholic vote, which is very important. Religious speeches are being made by the likes of the Aam Aadmi Party. 40% Christian are, that's a tough nut for the BJP to really crack. But would they vote on issues or on religious lines? It's never a simple answer. Let's move on and talk about another important factor, and which is a multi-cornered contest. Like my colleague Shivani was pointing out, the Aam Aadmi Party, this time you also have the TMC, which is making its pitch, wants to enter the state. But the Aam Aadmi Party couldn't really make a mark last time. Let's look at the numbers of 2017. If we play that out, in 2017, the trend was not so encouraging for the Aam Aadmi Party. They lost about 38 out of the 39 seats. They had to lose their deposits. That's embarrassing. I hope this time, and I'm sure Aam Aadmi Party hopes that this time it's going to be better for them, at least not lose their deposits. Let's go to my colleague Maha Siddiqui as well, and Maha is going to tell us about how the last Vidhan Sabha elections have been really like. What are the trends which have emerged? Have people voted on caste issues, religion issues, or the regional issues? Maha, what continues to dominate? What is it that the magic wall tells us about the last few elections?
What the magic wall clearly tells us is that despite the number of seats that the BJP got may have increased or decreased, but their vote share definitely remained high in some of the elections that we are going to see now.
Sure.
And how is that possible? Let's take a look now. First at the results of the elections in 2017. So out of the 40 seats, it was actually the Congress party that managed to get a sizable number. They managed to get 17 seats. This was after Manohar Parrikar was the chief minister for a whole term from 2012 to 2017, in fact. But as I was pointing out, the vote share of the BJP was pretty high, despite the fact that the number of seats that they got were less than the Congress party. But what happened after that? A lot of movement of the independent MLAs or those from the smaller parties, and ultimately what happened was that the BJP managed to form the government once again. This was in 2017, despite having lesser number of seats. So that was a grudge that the Congress party, of course, holds and will go into the elections this time around. But let's take a look at 2012. And this was interesting. And why? Because there was a strategy that was devised by the former chief minister, now no more, Manohar Parrikar. What he had done in 2012 was that this belt, which is the Catholic dominated belt, instead of pitching their candidates alone over here, what he did was come into alliance, or rather back some of the independents. And these people ultimately backed the BJP. The BJP had itself 21 seats, which was well above the halfway mark, which is 20. Exactly 21 was what they required. But they had a pretty stable government with this strategy that Manohar Parrikar had devised to get people in the Catholic belt, not the BJP candidates there, but others to contest and then ultimately vote for the BJP. So these were the results of the 2012 Goa elections. Let me quickly also take you through the details of the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, which will give us a sense of where the BJP stands currently. Perhaps although people vote on different issues during the assembly elections and the national elections, that is the parliamentary elections. But the BJP's vote share clearly going up further, 51.89%. So really, this is the big aspect that the BJP will be confident about, that their vote share has only been increasing, even though the number of seats could have gone here and there.
Yeah, and in this, of course, as the 2019 Lok Sabha results show us, Maha, possibly because they're Lok Sabha too, but the contest is fairly bipolar.
Yes.
This time around, the big question is of how bipolar it will remain. Let me go across to my colleague Harman Gomes, who's joining us from Panjim, one of the big seats to watch out for because they're big names in contest. But Harman, you know, the Goa elections, it's been difficult to track exactly who is with whom. I'm wondering if the public today is going to be confused too. How was it for you tracking Goa elections this time around? It was madness.
Total madness, I would say, Shivani. In fact, it's 7:45 and, you know, there are not much very voters that are coming here. Now, the significance of the booth where I'm right now standing is the booth number 9 in the Panjim constituency. This is where Utpal Parrikar, the son of the former defense minister Manohar Parrikar, is expected to be coming here and speak to the media too. Now he is contesting as an independent. Now his father is considered to be the architect for the growth of and the rise of the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as Goa is concerned. But he himself has been denied the ticket as it has gone to Babush Monserrat, the sitting BJP MLA, who had switched over from the Congress. And you know, there are barely just only 40 MLAs as far as Goa is concerned. But to predict as to what could be the outcome is definitely an astrologer's nightmare, something that is always said about Goa's politics. But yes, the BJP is banking on the development plank, but this is also the first time that you have the absence of late Manohar Parrikar. Now the Congress has hit out as far as the rise in fuel prices and essential commodities is concerned, as well as the rate of unemployment. Now it remains to be seen through the day as to what could be exactly, you know, the sort of trends that could be coming in. But as far as Panjim is concerned, this is to be considered to be the bastion of late Manohar Parrikar of the BJP. But then it was wrestled by Babush Monserrat of the Congress, only later on to have gone and joined the BJP themselves. So it remains to be seen through the day. As of now, very few people, in fact, no one as of now here at booth number 9 in Panjim constituency, but we are expected that Utpal Parrikar, the son of Manohar Parrikar, is expected to come here in some time and also speak to the media. Back to you, Shivani.
Yeah, you know, Harman, before we also listen it to the incumbent Pramod Sawant, who would be hoping that after his leadership, the BJP can do what it hopes to do in the state. I just want to quickly talk about the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC factor. Now, you've been, of course, tracking the Goan, you know, the build-up to the elections very, very closely. Did the people want options as far as this bipolar contest so far is concerned? Has that created a little bit of energy on the ground with many options now available? We don't know exactly which way things will go, and there have been talks of coming together for the Congress and the TMC for the longest of times. The AAP is also in the mix. We keep hearing statements. But forgetting all of that, on the ground, what does the public feel about having more options?
Well, Shivani, as far as Goan politics is concerned, as you're rightly pointing out, it has definitely been bipolar. That is between the, you know, between the Congress as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. And now you have new entrants such as the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC. As far as Goan politics is concerned, it really doesn't matter who's contesting. As far as the political party is concerned, it's essentially more about personality-driven, I would say, at this point in time. Yes, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, in the last election, they definitely did contest, and therefore they do have a certain sort of cadre, that is a certain sort of following as far as workers are concerned. Now, as far as the TMC is seen, yes, definitely it is looked at, with certain sort of hesitancy, because you have that certain sort of outsider tag that both the BJP as well as the Congress has been hitting out, saying that they do not need these sort of outsider parties. Something that they've also used against the Aam Aadmi Party. But as far as the trends have been pointing out, what we are told is that the Aam Aadmi Party could be making certain inroads and could possibly even be opening their accounts this time around. But as far as the TMC is concerned, it initially began with 10 founding members. Only later, some of them who were denied tickets, who went on back to their parent parties, which was either the NGP or the Congress. That is something that has taken place and transpired in the last few days. A lot of madness, I would say, because you had a certain sort of candidates who jumped over from the Congress and then they joined the TMC, only to have joined back the Congress once again. And that is something that has transpired in the last few days. Now, the TMC has definitely made an outreach towards the Congress, saying that in case if the magic figure of 21 does not come together, they would like to join hands, as they call themselves, as secular-minded parties that are against the BJP. But the Congress so far has denied.
Well, the Congress on its part, Harman says, you keep attacking us, you keep making statements against us, you even break away our people. So why are we going to come to you? But after D-Day, after verdict day, who knows what happens? Goa has been a particular pain point for the Congress party, because as my colleague Maha was showing you earlier, they actually had the greater number of seats, more than the BJP, but weren't able to form the government. And that's what went against the Congress party, amongst other opposition parties as well. But first, also listen in to what the incumbent Chief Minister Pramod Sawant is saying today.
गोवा के लोग, गोवा के मतदार, मेरे पूरे सभी भाई बहन तैयार हैं और इस जो डेफिनेटली कॉन्फिडेंट है कि 100% लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार और कमल को फिर से एक बार वोट दे देंगे। आज सुबह सुबह ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सुबह सुबह फ़ोन करके मुझे बेस्ट विशेस दी, हमारे संगठन को बेस्ट विशेस दी, गोवा के लोगों को बेस्ट विशेस दी। इससे डबल इंजन की सरकार यानी फिर से आने के लिए माननीय पंतप्रधान मोदी जी की विशेष हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थी। मुझे पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है 22 में 22 प्लस सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आ जाएंगे।
सर, कैसे देख रहे हैं कि 10 साल का बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट गोवा में था, क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट कितना ये लोगों के लिए मिला हुआ है सर?
10 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट यहाँ पे किया है, जो ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट यहाँ पे किया है, और इस कोविड कार्यकाल में भी माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन आत्मनिर्भर भारत जो
Well, defection is a technical term, but if you want to understand defections and how they have happened in the state of Goa, the graph that we are about to put out for you will explain the situation to you. It's the Goan Hera Fairy that has happened, quite literally. Let's track the numbers, and this is about 2017. That's how the BJP formed the government. Well, BJP formed the government with about 13 seats on their sides. You also had others with just 10, and Congress standing with about 17 seats. Congress had the numbers with them, but BJP formed the government combining the 13 and 10 together. That's what happened in 2017. Let's come to 2019. This will tell you how the defections were really working in Goan politics. And here you had BJP at 27, the others shrunk to just about 8, and you also had Congress reduced to a number of just 5 seats. That was there, a very small percentage. And imagine what they had earlier. They had the highest number, about 30, shrunk to 5. The defections happened. BJP had simple majority as 10 Congress MLAs jumped the ship. This is the story of defection 2019, the peak for BJP. Cut to Feb 2022, closer to elections. Now you have BJP reduced to 19, still a high from 2017, but a significant reduction that happened from the earlier position where they had roughly about 27. That was the number where they stood in 2019. And Congress cut to 2 and others to 3. 16 seats vacant. Now, how do you understand this vacant number? Elections are closers. MLAs who had defected want to join the other party or the older party now. They once again go back. This only points out how the party loyalty in the state has been very, very low. And it's only about perhaps trying to get the power. Well, as we track Goan politics and we talk about what are the possible scenarios, there's also the key state of Uttarakhand. And me and my colleagues will continue tracking this story with you. We'll also talk about the state of Uttarakhand, what's happening in UP, our reporters on the ground right now, stepping into a very short break.
Like if you see even Vijay Raj is playing a transgender.
Yeah.
Now it's not like there's any less weight given to Vijay Raj just because there is a takkar. He believes in equality even for every character. That's the way Sanjay sir is. He likes to flesh out every character with importance and that much weight and that much understanding. It's been a dream working with him, genuinely.
You know, we've grown up watching movies like Mandi, which was in the realistic cinema
My mom
space.
was in Mandi.
Oh, your mummy, of course, she was there.
मैंने Mandi भी देखी actually. I just saw it for fun and just to see how the body language is, the way they stand.
Yeah. And Mausam, Sharmila ji played a sex worker in the film. And then we have another world, which is a little glossy world, where women are shown, like Umrao Jan, I said. Umrao Jan को देखकर हम कभी भी नहीं सोच सकते थे कि मंडी जैसी दुनिया भी exist करती होगी. You almost wanted to be like Umrao Jan. You wanted to be in that space, but reality is not like that. And in Mandi and in the real world, the physicality of a woman is also much more liberated. She's much more open, out there.
क्योंकि उसके बाद after you hit rock bottom, अब जब आपकी इज्जत ही मतलब the main thing is आपकी इज्जत. जब आपको एक sex worker बनना होता है, then that's taken away from you. तो वो है ही नहीं. तो इससे नीचे कितना गिरोगे इन योर ब्रेन, इससे नीचे कितना आपको महसूस होगा. तो देन यू आर ओनली फाइटिंग विथ योर सेल्फ टू फील. सो वो अपनी दुनिया में इफ यू सी दिस कलर, द वे द गर्ल्स आर, दे लाव, दे आर फ्री, आपको इतना देखने को मिलेगा कि हमने वो लेयर्स पे एक सबटेक्स्ट और ह्यूमरस तरीके से टच अपॉन है, बट एक्चुअली इट्स वेरी डीप. पर ऐसे नहीं कि वो लोग ऐसे मरोस बैठते हैं और वो नहीं होता है, क्योंकि जिंदगी होती है. दे टेक देयर स्ट्रगल एंड दे turn it into strength.
That's true.
जो गंगूबाई ने किया.
Okay, it's election time in UP. For those of you who don't know, UP is a state in somewhere above Maharashtra. I'm not sure exactly. It's a total of 403 assembly constituencies in UP that go to the polls this week in the first phase of the UP state assembly elections. We were very excited about it, and the hijab controversy happened. And then IPL auctions, and so we are not so excited as we were before. So bear that in mind. In this tough fight for the first phase are 58 candidates each from the BJP, the BSP, the SP and the RLD. They all sound like car numbers. Congress and other parties, including independents, are also in the fray. And joining us now is candidate from the Junagadh constituency, Bablu Singh Yadav. And he's a beautiful man. Bablu Singh Yadav.
मत बुलाओ हमें बबलू सिंह यादव. तिरस्कार हुआ है हमारे नाम का.
It is not tiraskar, it is
लड़का सत्ता में बैठ करके लखनऊ से दंगा करवा रहा था, कि दूसरा लड़का दिल्ली से दंगों का तमाशा देख रहा था.
चुनाव को अपना चुनाव समझ करके एक एक वोट साइकिल पे डालने का काम करना.
हम आज गोवा के लोगों को ये यकीन दिलाना चाहते हैं कि हमारे लिए गोवा के लोग भी हैं.
उत्तराखंड में जल्द से जल्द यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करने से राज्य के सभी नागरिकों को समान अधिकारों को बल मिलेगा.
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी.
Welcome back to CNN News 18, your election news nerve center. They're focusing on 3 states that are witnessing polling today. single phase elections in Goa and also Uttarakhand that we will be focusing on. Of course, phase 2 elections in Uttar Pradesh, and our reporters are joining us from across all of these 3 states to get you the pulse on voting day. But let's talk about Uttarakhand right now. This is also a big prestige battle for the BJP, wanting desperately to buck the trend and come back to power as far as the state is concerned. Here too, there is an Aam Aadmi Party factor. It's not just about the Congress. And we'll go across onto the field, onto the ground to get some ground sense. Voting is supposed to begin at 8 a.m. here. But first up, let me also go across to my colleague Anusha, who will just break down the big picture for our viewers when it comes to Uttarakhand.
Absolutely. And to tell our viewers the story of Uttarakhand, you have to understand that this has been largely a bipolar contest. Uttarakhand is the state where it's BJP versus the Congress. And if you want to understand how each party has successively formed the government, the difference in the vote share will tell you how close a neck-to-neck fight it has been between the two. Let's talk about 2007. Let's begin with 2007. BJP won here with a margin of just about 2%, a very small margin. That is the Vidhan Sabha elections. We're going to track the Vidhan Sabha elections. Now, cut to 2012. Congress won by just 1%. That's what their victory margin really was. And if you come to one of the other elections, which was the 2017 Vidhan Sabha election, there was a victory margin for the BJP for roughly about 13 to 14%. That's the largest we have seen if you track roughly about 2 decades in the state of Uttarakhand. The story of Lok Sabha elections can be simply understood by the Modi factor which was at play. A subsequent rise of 43, 56 and eventually 61% vote share that was consolidated in the favor of BJP as far as Uttarakhand elections are concerned. And look at that rise that BJP has got as far as Lok Sabha elections are concerned. Can they repeat that consolidation? Will they be able to get a victory margin which is as convincing as the last Vidhan Sabha election, or it's going to be a neck-to-neck fight? Perhaps Maha has the answers on the magic word.
Well, as you pointed out, Uttarakhand has largely been about a bipolar contest between the Congress and the BJP. And this time around, after we have seen again something like Goa, defections and people going to the BJP coming back to the Congress believes that in at least one of the bigger regions, in Garhwal, they could have a solid chance. Now, let's take a look at the broad regions first of all in Uttarakhand. This is the Dev Bhumi as it's called, and we have divided this into broadly 3 regions, which is Garhwal, Kumaon and Maidan. Now, let's take a look quickly at Garhwal region first of all, and how many number of seats that fall in Garhwal. What was the performance of the BJP in 2017? So Garhwal has about 22 seats. It's actually the area which has the largest number if you include the seats of Maidan along with the region of Garhwal. This chunk of Uttarakhand has the larger share of seats. But speaking only about Garhwal, it has 22 seats and the BJP won 18 seats. Their vote share was above 45%. The Congress could manage only 3 seats. And as I was pointing out, there were certain reasons. There were people from the party who had left, Harish Singh Rawat being one of them. This time he's back in the folds. Is it going to change the things on the ground for the Congress? At least that's what they are hoping for. Let's now take a look at the other region. We are talking about Kumaon, and Kumaon has about 20 seats that we are talking about over here. On these 20 seats again, the BJP was ahead with 15 seats. Their vote share again here was above 45%. But if you take a look at the vote share of the Congress party with 4 seats, 36.22% wasn't really a bad performance for them in Kumaon. Let's take a look now at our final selection of the region, and this is Maidan that we are talking about. In the Maidan region, we have slotted about 28 seats in the Maidan region. However, this region, if you club it together with the other regions, that is the region of Garhwal and the region of Kumaon, then this will be slotted only in 2 regions. But as you can see, 28 seats in Maidan. Again, the BJP was here with 24 seats forward here ahead of the other party, that is the Congress party. But as far as the vote share is concerned, again, you can see the difference is not much. And let me quickly take you through one very important aspect of Uttarakhand. and that aspect is of the number of rural seats. See, the number of total seats is 70, and if we break them down to the rural seats, you'll see how they are more than half the seats of the state. So the rural seats are certainly very important. More than half, 45 rural seats in Uttarakhand, out of which the BJP had managed to get 35 seats. BJP, which is was rather largely seen as an urban party, clearly this trend is breaking here in Uttarakhand. The rural seats and a large chunk managed here, Shivani, by the BJP, and we are only talking right now about 2017.
Yeah. Interesting contest this time around, of course, because the Congress is also feeling the pressure here as far as being the principal opposition to the BJP is concerned. We will go across to Khatima, the constituency of the sitting incumbent Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami, who's been the MLA from that seat 2 times over. But let's also listen in first up to what he has said earlier.
What are those issues on which you are going to public or you're expecting to come back in power? क्या issues हैं जिसको लेकर आप उम्मीद करेंगे वापस आएंगे?
नहीं, हमने यहाँ पर काम किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उत्तराखंड राज्य के लिए बहुत काम किए हैं, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुए, उन कामों को किया है। चाहे हम आज सड़कों की बात करें, सड़कों के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व रूप से काम हुआ है, रेलवे के क्षेत्र में काम हो रहा है, ऋषिकेश कर्णप्रयाग रेल लाइन चल रही है, टनकपुर बागेश्वर रेल लाइन महत्वपूर्ण योजना पर जो है ब्रॉडगेज सर्वे के लिए पैसा जारी हो गया है।
बीजेपी हमेशा पोलराइज करने वाली बात करती है, अगर उन्होंने काम किया है तो ये सब यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड या बाकी सब बातें करने की क्या जरूरत है?
देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और उत्तराखंड की जो धरोहर है उसको बचाए रखने के लिए भी, और एक चूंकि पूरे देश को, पूरे दुनिया को हमारा हिमालय एक तरह से हर चीज देने का काम करता है, तो उत्तराखंड से ये बात जरूर देश के अंदर जानी चाहिए कि हमने सभी के लिए एक समान कानून लाए हैं, हम यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाए हैं।
सुना था वो राजनाथ जी ने ऐसा कहा था?
हाँ जी, उन्होंने कहा था कि पुष्प मत समझना, ये हमारा पुष्कर जो है फायर भी है।
पुष्प पिक्चर देखी आपने?
मैं बहुत ज़्यादा तो इतना समय नहीं मिलता था मुझे ज़्यादा जो है पिक्चर वगैरह देखने का, और बाकी मैं ये कह सकती हूँ कि हमारे केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने धामी जी को जो है बार बार उनका मनोबल बढ़ाने का काम किया है। धामी जी ने अच्छा काम भी किया है और पार्टी के सभी हमारे केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने, उनके वरिष्ठ ने, सभी ने उनका मनोबल भी बढ़ाया है, और उन्हें भी विश्वास है, पूरी जनता को विश्वास है, पूरे प्रदेश को विश्वास है कि हमारे धामी जी उत्तराखंड को आगे लेकर के जाएंगे।
एक आखिरी सवाल, जो ये आज वेशभूषा है, ये आज ही है होती है, नॉर्मली भी आप इसी तरह से टोपी
मैं पहनती रहती हूँ, हमारी उत्तराखंडी टोपी है ये, और बीच बीच में मैं पहनती रहती हूँ ऐसे, और मुझे अच्छा लगता है, हमारा कल्चर है और हमारी वेशभूषा, पहनावा, हमारा रहन सहन, खान पान, हम लोग सब अपने तौर तरीके से जो है जीवन जीते हैं जो है यहाँ पे।
थैंक यू
धन्यवाद बहुत बहुत।
That was the wife of Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, Mrs. Geeta Dhami, with camera person Sumit Jagori, Arun Dhanta for CNN News 18.
Well, that was the wife of Chief Minister saying that BJP is very confident this time around. Let's get in a sense from the ground and get more details on that story. My colleague Nikhil is joining us from Haldwani this morning. Good morning, Nikhil. Tell us about what the sense is on the ground, what kind of voting patterns, what is the enthusiasm that has been seen so far, and what does the contest in the constituency really look like?
So Anusha, all the 70 seats of Uttarakhand Assembly are going to polls for today, and starting from 8 a.m. because of the COVID guidelines and the winters in Uttarakhand region. This is the reason why the polling in the Uttarakhand state is going to start from 8 a.m. and currently we are in the Lal Kuan seat, which falls in the Nainital Lok Sabha constituency. And Lal Kuan is the particular seat where Harish Rawat, former Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, is contesting for the first time. For the first time he has been contesting from this seat. This is the reason why it has come out as a hot seat. He has been previous Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, and now he is contesting against Mohan Singh Bisht of Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember, Harish Singh Rawat, who is a Congress candidate from Lal Kuan seat, was given this ticket earlier from the Ramnagar constituency, but after some of the deliberations he was finally fielded from Lal Kuan seat. This is the reason why Chief Minister Amit Shah also made a statement
that वो ना आप घर के रहे हैं ना घाट के रहे हैं, and there were many of the controversies as well.
Sure.
But you see the now because Harish Rawat had lost 2 to 3 elections in the previous election, this is the reason why this is considered as his last election, and his age is also more than 70. But if Congress party comes to power in the Uttarakhand state, he is the front runner-up for the chief minister candidate. But this time the fight in the Uttarakhand region, as you have mentioned earlier.
और 2 फेज में हम घुस रहे हैं या घुस चुके हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि बीजेपी की क्या संभावना है?
धन्यवाद। मैं ये एनआईए का स्वागत करता हूं। हमारी संभावनाएं हमारे कार्यों के माध्यम से बहुत स्पष्ट हो जाता है। आजादी के बाद पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता को डबल इंजन की सरकार के कार्य पद्धति और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो कहा था सो करके दिखाया, इस संकल्प की पूर्ति होते हुए भी दिख रहा है। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि प्रथम चरण के चुनाव के बाद सिनेरियो बहुत स्पष्ट होती जा रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बनाएगी। अब कोई संदेह इसमें नहीं होना चाहिए।
अखिलेश जी कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग ठंडे पड़ गए हैं इस फेज के बाद।
जनता ने पहले चरण में उन्हीं लोगों को ठंडा कर दिया है। हम लोग तो जो पहले थे वही आज भी हैं। जनता के बीच में जा रहे हैं अपने मुद्दों को लेकर के। अपनी बात को जब काम और सोच ईमानदार है तो काम भी दमदार तरीके से हुए हैं और उसी दमदार तरीके से बोल भी रहे हैं।
तो विपक्ष कहता है कि आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं हैं, रोजगार पे आप बात नहीं करते, डेवलपमेंट पे आप बात नहीं करते।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने चुनाव के लिए अपना लोक कल्याण संकल्प पत्र जारी कर दिया है। लोक कल्याण संकल्प पत्र राष्ट्रवाद को लेकर, प्रदेश के समग्र विकास को लेकर, गरीब कल्याण को लेकर के पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ लागू हुआ है, लागू होगा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश के अंदर भारत की राजनीति के एजेंडे को बदला है। पहले जाति, मत, मजहब, परिवार के इर्द गिर्द बनी भारत की राजनीतिक व्यवस्था आज विकास पर, सुशासन पर, गांवों के लिए, गरीब के लिए, किसान के लिए, नौजवान के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, इन सभी मुद्दों पर चर्चा का विषय बना हुआ है। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विजन के अनुरूप उत्तर प्रदेश में कार्य भी हुआ है। और अगले टेन्योर के लिए जो संकल्प पत्र हमने जारी किया है, संकल्प का विकल्प नहीं होता। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जनता के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपने संकल्प पत्र को विकास से जुड़ा हुआ, आस्था के सम्मान से जुड़ा हुआ, गरीब कल्याण से जोड़ करके वह भी जारी किया है। हमने किया है और हम कर रहे हैं।
सर, तो फिर ये मुद्दे कहां से आते हैं कि अली के साथ हैं, बजरंग बली के साथ हैं, 80 के वर्सेस 20?
ये क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति, भाई मैंने तो 80-20 की बात की थी। मैंने कहा 80% बीजेपी के साथ होगा, 20% हमेशा विरोध करता है, विरोध करेगा। हमने जाति, मत, मजहब की बात नहीं की थी। हमने तो 80 बनाम 20 की बात की थी। 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के सुरक्षा के एजेंडे से खुश हैं। 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के लोक कल्याणकारी और गरीब कल्याणकारी कार्यों से खुश हैं, जिन्हें विकास पसंद है, जिन्हें राज्य सरकार के द्वारा पारदर्शी तरीके से ईमानदार भर्ती की प्रक्रिया के माध्यम से अपने कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। उन लोगों को, जिन लोगों के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन लाने का काम हुआ है और जो लोग प्रदेश सरकार के हर अच्छे कार्य को हमेशा समर्थन करते हैं, 80% वे लोग होंगे। 20% वे लोग जिनको हमेशा विरोध करना है, वे पहले भी विरोध करते थे, आज भी विरोध करेंगे। नकारात्मक सोच है, वे पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के समर्थक हैं, वही रहेंगे। तो चुनाव तो 80 बनाम 20 का है, लेकिन मैं कह सकता हूं कि पहले चरण के मतदान के बाद स्पष्ट हो चुका है कि वास्तव में चुनाव 80 बनाम 20 का ही है। 80% से अधिक समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्राप्त हुआ है और 20% जिसको विरोध करना था, जो वैक्सीन का विरोध करता है, अपराधियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई का विरोध करता है, महिला सुरक्षा का विरोध करता है, गरीबों को दी जाने वाली अन्य योजना का विरोध करता है, हर एक जनपद एक उत्पाद की योजना का विरोध करता है, एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज का विरोध करता है, एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज का विरोध करता है। वे हमेशा विरोध करते थे, विरोध करेंगे।
सर, आपका आज एक ट्वीट मैंने देखा अभी आने से पहले, एक गजवाए हिंद का सपना देखने वाले तालिबानी सोच के मजहबी उन्मादी की गांठ लें कि वो भारत में शरिया नहीं चलेगा, संविधान चलेगा। ये आज ट्वीट करने का मतलब और इसका
मतलब नहीं है ये, इसका मतलब है जो लोग सपना देख रहे हैं गजवाई हिंद का, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, ये नया भारत है। ये दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का भारत है। इस नए भारत में विकास सबका, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण किसी का नहीं। सबका साथ, सबके विकास की भावना के साथ सरकार कार्य कर रही है। सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास को लेकर के सरकार चल रही है। ये नया भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। और मैं इस बात को भी स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
सर, हमने देखा एक हिजाब को लेके कंट्रोवर्सी चल रही है, उस पर आपका कोई व्यू है कि हिजाब?
देखिए, मेरा तो बहुत स्पष्ट मानना है, भारत की व्यवस्था संविधान के अनुरूप चलनी चाहिए। हमारी व्यक्तिगत आस्था, हमारे व्यक्तिगत स्वयं के अधिकार या हमारी स्वयं की पसंद नापसंद हम देश के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते, संस्थाओं के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते। ये नहीं लागू कर सकते हैं। क्या मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सभी कर्मचारियों को या सभी लोगों को ये बोल सकता हूं कि आप भी भगवा धारण करें? ये उनका विषय है, जो उनको धारण करना करें, लेकिन ड्रेस कोड स्कूलों में लागू होना चाहिए। स्कूल का विषय है, स्कूल के अनुशासन का विषय है। आर्मी में कोई ये कहेगा कि हम लोग जो है अपने अनुसार चलेंगे, फोर्स में कोई इस प्रकार की बात करेगा? कहां अनुशासन रह पाएगा? व्यक्तिगत आस्था आपकी अपनी जगह होगी, लेकिन जब संस्थाओं की बात होगी तो संस्था के नियम कानून को हमें मानना होगा। देश की व्यवस्था होगी, देश के संविधान को मानना होगा।
लेकिन ओवैसी साहब जो यहाँ पे बड़ी जोर शोर से कैंपेन कर रहे हैं, वो तो यहाँ पे वो कह रहे हैं कि जो हिजाब है फंडामेंटल राइट है और एक दिन एक बेटी जरूर प्रधानमंत्री बनेगी जो हिजाब पहने होगी।
देखिए, उसी बेटी को तो स्वतंत्र कराने के लिए, उसी बेटी को तो अधिकार देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 3 तलाक की कुप्रथा को हमेशा के लिए रोका है। उसी बेटी को न्याय दिलाने के लिए, सम्मान दिलाने के लिए और स्वावलंबन के मार्ग पर अग्रसर करने के लिए ये फैसले लिए जा रहे हैं। और उसी बेटी के सम्मान को लेकर के हम लोग इस बात को कहते हैं कि शरीयत के अनुसार व्यवस्था नहीं चलेगी, संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगी। जब संविधान के अनुरूप व्यवस्था चलेगी, हर बेटी को सुरक्षा, हर बेटी का सम्मान और हर बेटी के स्वावलंबन का कार्य होगा।
सर, आपने कहा कि आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी के समर्थन में बहुत लोग आ रहे हैं, आपको लगता है महिलाएं भी बीजेपी का खुल के समर्थन कर रही हैं? आपने वुमेन सेफ्टी को भी एक इशू बनाया है।
पहले चरण में बनाया नहीं, हमने करके दिखाया है। देखिए, बहुत फर्क साफ है, फर्क साफ है। समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार आई थी 2012 में, पहला काम क्या किया था? उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री ने पहला कार्य किया था, अयोध्या में राम जन्मभूमि पर आतंकी हमला करने वाले, गोरखपुर में सीरियल ब्लास्ट करने वाले, सीआरपीएफ कैंप पर रामपुर में हमला करने वाले, कचहरियों पर, वाराणसी, अयोध्या और लखनऊ की कचहरियों पर हमला करने वाले उन आतंकियों के मुकदमों को वापस लेने की उन्होंने शरारत की थी। हम धन्यवाद देंगे उस समय की उच्च न्यायालय इलाहाबाद ने उसको रोका था, रोक लगाई थी। और हमारी सरकार जब आई 2017 में, हमने एक दिन 3 फैसले किए। पहला, बेटियों की सुरक्षा के लिए एंटी रोमियो स्क्वाड का हर थाने में गठन होना। हमारी सरकार का उसी के साथ फैसला था 86 लाख किसानों का 36,000 करोड़ रुपए के कर्ज माफी का कार्यक्रम। हमारी सरकार का तीसरा फैसला था अवैध बूचड़खानों को बंद करना। ये 3 कार्य हमने एक दिन में निर्णय लेकर के पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर लागू किए थे। समाजवादी पार्टी की सोच क्या थी? तो ये फर्क साफ है। हम बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर के एंटी रोमियो स्क्वाड से लेकर के आज मिशन शक्ति के 3rd फेज तक, यूपी पुलिस में 1947 से 2017 तक जितने महिला पुलिस कार्मिक थे, इन 5 वर्षों में उससे 3 गुना ज्यादा आज के दिन पे कार्यरत हैं। आज हम लोग प्रदेश के सभी 58,000 ग्राम पंचायतों में महिला बीट पुलिस अधिकारी की तैनाती कर चुके हैं। वे वहां पे सुरक्षा पे चर्चा करती है, गांव की महिलाओं को केंद्र और राज्य सरकार से जुड़ी हुई महिला कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के साथ जोड़ने का काम भी करती है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से महिला सुरक्षा, महिलाओं का सम्मान और उनका स्वावलंबन अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। सभी 58,000 ग्राम पंचायतों में बैंकिंग सुविधा हमारी सरकार ने दिया है, बैंकिंग कॉरेस्पोंडेंट सखी के माध्यम से। 1 करोड़ महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह से जुड़ी हुई बहनों को प्रदेश के अंदर महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह के माध्यम से जोड़ करके, कन्वर्जेंस के माध्यम से उनको कार्य पे लगा करके, रिवॉल्विंग फंड उन्हें उपलब्ध करवा करके उन्हें आर्थिक स्वावलंबन की ओर अग्रसर किया गया है। महिला सुरक्षा महत्वपूर्ण है और स्वाभाविक रूप से प्रथम फेज में जाति, मत, मजहब की सीमाओं को तोड़ करके माताओं, बहनों ने, बेटियों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुरक्षा के इस एजेंडे को मुक्त कंठ से स्वीकारा है, उसकी प्रशंसा की है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में अपना समर्थन और आशीर्वाद दिया है।
सर, आपने सुरक्षा की बात करी तो मैं सुरक्षा पे बात करता हूँ। विपक्ष कहता है कि आपने ठोको राज बना दिया है। एक तरफ आप कहते हैं आपने गुंडा राज खत्म किया है, तो वो कहते हैं यहाँ पे कानून का कोई राज नहीं है, जिसका मन करता है उसको पकड़ के अंदर डाल देते हैं।
देखिए, कानून का भय हर उस व्यक्ति के मन में होना चाहिए जो सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। यही फर्क है। 2017 के पहले हर 3-4 दिन के अंदर एक बड़ा दंगा यूपी में होता था। महीनों तक प्रदेश में कर्फ्यू रहता था, अराजकता चरम पर थी, गुंडागिर्दी होती थी। आज तो प्रदेश में 5 साल में कोई दंगा नहीं हुआ, कर्फ्यू नहीं लगा। आज प्रदेश के अंदर कर्फ्यू नहीं लगता है, व्यापारी और महिलाओं पर बमबाजी नहीं होती। आज तो प्रदेश में कावड़ यात्रा शानदार तरीके से निकलती है और हर हर बम बम का नारा लगा करके कावड़ यात्री जब निकलते हैं तो उसका दूसरा ही नजारा होता है। ये आस्था का भी सम्मान है और लोगों को प्रदेश के अंदर सुरक्षा का एहसास भी कराता है।
सर, अखिलेश यादव कहते हैं कि छोटे से गुनाह के लिए आजम खान को तो अंदर किया हुआ है, लेकिन जो टेनी है उनके बेटे, उनको जमानत मिल गई, जिन पर आरोप है कि उन्होंने फार्मर्स को मारा।
देखिए, आजम खान बाहर आए ये तो अखिलेश जी भी नहीं चाहते।
ऐसा क्यों?
क्योंकि अखिलेश जी की कुर्सी खतरे में पड़ जाएगी। वे स्वयं ही नहीं चाहते, उनसे पूछो ना ईमानदारी से क्या है। दूसरा, अखिलेश जी से पूछा जाना चाहिए कि ये जो मामले हैं, आजम खान के मामले हों या अन्य लोगों के मामले हैं, ये सब न्यायालय से जुड़े हुए मामले हैं। इनका राज्य सरकार से आज के दिन पे कोई लेना देना नहीं। जमानत देने का काम माननीय न्यायालय का होता है, राज्य सरकार का नहीं होता है। राज्य सरकार से पूछा जाता है, राज्य सरकार उसका सही जवाब उनको दे देता है, जो सही तथ्य होते हैं उनके सामने अवगत कराता है। इसलिए उसको राज्य सरकार के साथ जोड़ना गलत है। तथ्यों को तोड़ मरोड़ करके प्रस्तुत करने वाली स्थिति है।
सर, आप उनका ये भी कहना है विपक्ष का कि आपने सिर्फ आके फीता काटे हैं उन्हीं के प्रोजेक्ट्स पर।
ये तो हर व्यक्ति जानता है कि जनता ने उनको इस लायक छोड़ा ही नहीं कि वे फीता काट सके। जनता जनार्दन की अपार कृपा उन पर थी कि उनको जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी का संदेश भी दिया है। लेकिन हाँ, कुछ तथ्य मैं जरूर रखना चाहता हूं। एक तथ्य सर्वविदित है, 1947 से लेकर के 2017 तक 70 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश में 12 गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज बन पाए थे। 70 वर्षों में 12 और 5 वर्ष में हम इस समय 33 नए मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहे हैं यूपी में, जिसमें 17 क्रियाशील हो चुके हैं, से 16 पर वर्तमान में कार्य चल रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की ओर तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। 70 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 1.5 एक्सप्रेसवे बना था। 5 वर्ष में हम 7 नए एक्सप्रेसवे पे काम कर रहे हैं। अखिलेश जी के कार्यकाल में गरीबों को मिलने वाली आवास योजना में एक भी गरीब को नहीं मिला, लेकिन 18,000 लोगों को उन्होंने सैंक्शन जरूर किए थे। 25 करोड़ की आबादी में, उस समय 22 करोड़ की आबादी रही होगी, 18,000 को सैंक्शन हुए थे, मिला एक को भी नहीं। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विजन को आगे बढ़ाते हुए 43,50,000 से अधिक गरीबों को एक एक आवास दिया जा चुका है। नेम्ड है, पूरी सूची है। उन गरीबों के घर में, उन गरीबों को सिर ढकने के लिए एक एक छत मिला है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जिसके लिए कहते हैं कि यह गरीब जिसके पास अपना मकान नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था, या झोपड़ी थी, या टूटी फूटी खबड़ेल की छत थी, आज उनके पास पक्का मकान बन गया है। 43,50,000 से अधिक गरीब आज लखपति हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री स्वामित्व योजना के माध्यम से प्रदेश के अंदर लगभग 25 लाख उन ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में लोगों को जिनके पास ग्राम सभा की जमीन पर जिन्होंने मकान बनाए थे, उन्हें उनका हक, मालिकाना हक प्राप्त हुआ है। 2,61,00,000 गरीबों को निजी शौचालय मिले। ये शौचालय स्वच्छता का प्रतीक तो था ही, नारी सुरक्षा और गरिमा के प्रतीक भी थे। 1,43,00,000 गरीबों को फ्री में विद्युत के कनेक्शन मिले। इसके लिए 1,21,000 से अधिक गांव और मजरों में विद्युतीकरण कराना पड़ा था। प्रधानमंत्री सौभाग्य योजना के कारण संभव हो पाया। 1,56,00,000 गरीबों को फ्री में प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना में रसोई गैस के कनेक्शन मिले। धुएं से उन्हें निजात मिली, ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कारण। 9 करोड़ लोगों को हर वर्ष 5 लाख रुपए की सालाना स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर मिल रहा है। और कोरोना कालखंड में आपने देखा होगा, यूपी में इतनी बड़ी आबादी का प्रदेश, कब थर्ड वेव आई, कब चली गई, कोई पता ही नहीं लगने दिया। फ्री में टेस्ट, सर्वाधिक टेस्ट यूपी ने कराए हैं, देश के अंदर नंबर 1 है। फ्री में उपचार, फ्री में वैक्सीन, पहली डोज 100% लोगों ने ले ली है, सेकंड डोज 75% लोगों ने ले ली है। मैं जहां जाता हूं पूछता हूं वैक्सीन ली, लोग हाथ खड़ा करके बोलते हैं हमने ली। लोग आभार व्यक्त करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का कि मोदी जी के कारण जान बची है। और मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, जो लोग वैक्सीन का विरोध करते थे, दुष्प्रचार करते थे, जनता ने वैक्सीन लेकर के मोदी जी के प्रति अपने समर्थन की अभिव्यक्ति इसी के माध्यम से कर दी है। और मैं कह सकता हूं कि 15 करोड़ लोगों को उत्तर प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार है तो डबल डोज राशन की भी दिया जा रहा है। ये पैसा पहले कहां जाता था? अखिलेश जी को संभवतः ये आंकड़ों की जानकारी होगी भी नहीं, वो रखना भी नहीं चाहते होंगे, क्योंकि इतनी फुर्सत ही कहां। मित्र मंडली से फुर्सत हो, सोने से फुर्सत हो, सपना देखने से फुर्सत हो, तो इन सब के बारे में सोचे भी। इसलिए उनको इन सब चीजों की जानकारी नहीं होगी। इनके जानकारी के लिए उनके लिए फिर एक अलग से कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति रखना पड़ेगा जिनको पहले आंकड़े रटवाने पड़ेंगे, फिर वह उनको रटवाए तो उनको जानकारी होगी। इसलिए बड़े बाप के पुत्र हैं, आराम से 12 घंटे सोते हैं, 6 घंटे अपने मित्र मंडली के साथ व्यतीत करते हैं। बाकी जो फुर्सत मिलती है उसके लिए अपना और भी उनकी व्यस्तता होगी। इसलिए उनको इन सब आंकड़ों से कोई जानकारी भी नहीं होगी, ना उनको इनकी जानकारी रखने की आवश्यकता ही है।
सर, डबल इंजन जब आप बोलते हैं तो एक इल्ज़ाम ये लगता है कि जब भी चुनाव आते हैं, जैसे इस बार, तो सेंट्रल एजेंसीज विपक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ दी जाती हैं, रेड्स होती हैं, ईडी का इस्तेमाल होता है, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल होता है। तो इस पर आपका क्या कहना है? और अभी हमने देखा कई रेड्स हुई भी, और ऐसा माना जा रहा है वो सब लोग समर्थक थे एक पार्टी के पर्टिकुलर।
हमें एक बात बताइए कि अखिलेश जी के खानदान के खिलाफ आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मामला है, क्या ये बीजेपी की सरकार के समय हुआ था? ये तो 2013 में तो बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट भी नहीं थी, न सेंट्रल में न स्टेट में। इनके खिलाफ बहुत सारे मामले और भी हैं, क्या ये बीजेपी के कारण हुआ है? इसका एक पक्ष तो ये है। दूसरा पक्ष, हमने 5 वर्ष के दौरान 33 मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहे हैं, एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं। 70 वर्षों में क्यों नहीं बन पाए ये मेडिकल कॉलेज? हम 7 एक्सप्रेसवे बना रहे हैं। हमने सभी 54 इंटरस्टेट कनेक्टिविटी को 4 लेन के साथ जोड़ दिया है। हर जिला मुख्यालय को 4 लेन के साथ हम जोड़ चुके हैं। हर तहसील और विकासखंड मुख्यालय को 2 लेन और 4 लेन के साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। हर गांव में बिजली दे रहे हैं, सबको बिजली, पर्याप्त बिजली, निर्बाध बिजली। प्रदेश के सभी 1 लाख राजस्व गांवों में, सभी 734 नगर निकायों में अनवरत बिजली है। 1 करोड़ युवाओं को हम लोग टैबलेट और स्मार्टफोन दे रहे हैं। 2 लाख कन्याओं का हम लोगों ने मुख्यमंत्री सामूहिक विवाह योजना के अंदर शादी करवा दिया है। 1 करोड़ गरीबों को वृद्धावस्था पेंशन, विधवा पेंशन और दिव्यांगजन पेंशन दे रहे हैं। ये कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर की है। प्रदेश के रेवेन्यू को बढ़ाया गया है। ये पैसा पहले कहां जाता था? क्या ये सच नहीं है कि यही गरीबों का पैसा, यही विकास का पैसा इनके इत्र वाले मित्र के पास चला जाता था? और आज जब जांच एजेंसियों ने इस बात की जांच करके पूरी पुख्ता व्यवस्था कर दी कि इत्र वाला मित्र तो प्रदेश में दीमक की तरह पूरा सोच रहा था, गरीब बेचारा भूखों मर रहा था, किसान बेचारा आत्महत्या कर रहा था, और इनके इत्र वाले मित्र मालो माल करके उत्तर प्रदेश की कमाई को विदेशों में ठिकाना लगा रहे थे। तो एजेंसियों का काम क्या है? यही तो काम है कि इस अवैध और अनैतिक कमाई को फिर से सरकार के खजाने में जमा करें और उस पर कार्रवाई करें।
चुनाव से ठीक पहले?
चुनाव के पहले नहीं, पहले भी होते रहे हैं, ये लगातार चल रहे हैं, एक लंबी प्रक्रिया है।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है, जैसे आप पे इल्ज़ाम लगता है कि मेजॉरिटी इज़म हो रहा है यहाँ पर और माइनॉरिटीज सेफ नहीं है, आप इस पर क्या कहते हैं?
5 साल में कोई दंगा हुआ? 5 साल में किसी पर्व और त्योहार में कोई व्यवधान डाला गया? अगर हिंदुओं के पर्व और त्योहार शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से मनाए गए हैं तो मुसलमानों के भी पर्व त्योहार शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुए हैं। हिंदू शांति से है तो वे भी शांति से हैं, हिंदू सुरक्षित हैं तो मुस्लिम भी सुरक्षित हैं। हमने तो कहा सुरक्षा सबको, समृद्धि भी सबको, सम्मान सबको, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण किसी का नहीं। लोकतंत्र में कोई भी सरकार अगर जन भावनाओं को निरादर करती है, चेहरा देख करके योजनाओं का बंदरबांट करती है, जाति मत और मजहब के आधार पर भेदभाव करती है, तो इससे बड़ा लोकतंत्र का उपहास दूसरा हो ही नहीं सकता। हमने तो योजनाओं का लाभ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के इस मंत्र के अनुरूप दिया, सबका साथ सबके विकास की भावना के अनुरूप विकास कराया है, कोई भेद किसी के साथ नहीं किया।
सर एक और बात कही जाती है कि फियर साइकोसिस एक क्रिएट किया जा रहा है कि अगर आप इनको वोट देंगे तो यहाँ बंगाल बन जाएगा, यहाँ कश्मीर बन जाएगा, आपका एक बयान भी आया, उसको कैसे आप इस तरह से कर सकते हैं?
मुझे एक बात बताइए, उत्तर प्रदेश में चुनाव चल रहे हैं, फर्स्ट फेज का चुनाव संपन्न हुआ ना, शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुआ है ना, कहीं हिंसा हुई? नहीं तो यहां दंगे होते थे, अराजकता फैलती थी, गुंडागर्दी चरम पर चलती थी, ये होता था ना। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या बंगाल में इतने शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से चुनाव होते हैं? अभी बंगाल में विधानसभा के चुनाव थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं पर कितना बर्बर अत्याचार हो रहा था, वहां पे बूथ कैप्चर किए जा रहे थे, अराजकता चरम पर थी, सैकड़ों लोग मारे गए थे। और केरल में भी ऐसे ही हुआ था। हिंसा, राजनीतिक हत्याएं जितना इन दोनों राज्यों में हुई हैं, कहां हुआ है? यूपी में शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से चुनाव चल रहे हैं, और ये लोग जो बंगाल से आकर के यहां फिर अराजकता फैलाने की बात कर रहे हैं, इसके प्रति जनता को अलर्ट करने के लिए आवश्यक था कि सावधान, जो सुरक्षा मिली है, जो सम्मान मिल रहा है, इसमें सेंध लगाने के लिए लोग आ गए हैं, यूपी को फिर से उस तर्ज पर आग लगाने के लिए, और ये कतई मत होने देना, ये मेरा दायित्व था, हमने अलर्ट कर दिया।
सर राजनीतिक मुद्दे पे वापस आता हूँ, आपने पीछे बोला कि राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी पे कुछ बयान दिया, आज उन्होंने बोला मैं तो अपने भाई के लिए जान दे सकती हूँ और हमारे बीच में कोई मतभेद नहीं है, तो इस तरह की बातें आप उनको इतना टारगेट क्यों करते हैं? अगर
हमने टारगेट कहाँ किया?
अगर वो इतने पॉपुलर है ही नहीं आपको जैसा आप बोलते हैं।
हमने टारगेट कहाँ किया? हमने तो कभी टारगेट नहीं किया। यूपी में तो कभी नाम उनका लिया नहीं, कांग्रेस है ही नहीं तो नाम ही क्या लेना। मैं उत्तराखंड में गया था, उत्तराखंड में मैंने एक बात कही थी, मैंने कहा भी देखिए, उत्तराखंड सीमांत राज्य है और उत्तर प्रदेश से भी जुड़ी हुई सीमा है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उत्तराखंड का अपना महत्व है। उत्तराखंड का जब गंगा यमुना का पानी आता है, उत्तराखंड से वहां का जवान जब सीमाओं पे रक्षा के लिए खड़ा होता है, देश की रक्षा भी होती है, और उत्तराखंड से आने वाले पानी से हमारे खेतों में सोना उगलने का काम भी होता है। तो उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड तो आपस में जुड़े हुए हैं, कहां हम एक दूसरे से मतभेद है, लेकिन सुरक्षा महत्वपूर्ण है। और कांग्रेस को डुबोने के लिए किसी और की आवश्यकता नहीं, भाई बहन पर्याप्त हैं डुबोने के लिए। वहां आप लोग काहे बेकार कांग्रेस को सपोर्ट करके कांग्रेस को अनावश्यक उत्तराखंड के लिए एक बोझा बनाना चाहते हैं? मैंने ये अपील की थी वहां की जनता से।
सर एक और अनयूजुअल चीज दिख रही है पिछले चुनाव में बीएसपी आप पे हमला करती थी, आप लोग बीएसपी पे हमला करते थे, और अभी हमने देखा नहीं कि बीएसपी
ऐसा नहीं हमने बोला है।
लेकिन अभी बहन जी कुछ नहीं बोल रही हैं भाजपा के खिलाफ, क्या कुछ
बहन जी भी रोज बोलते हैं। बहन जी तो मेरे मठ पे उंगली उठा चुकी है। बहन जी ने तो कहा, मैंने भी इसी बात को, मैं तो इसी बात को कहता हूं, बार बार कहता हूं कि आज जो गरीबों को डबल डोज राशन का मिल रहा है ना, या तो सपा के गुंडे खा जाते थे, और दूसरा बहन जी का हाथी का पेट तो इतना बड़ा है कि उसके लिए सब कम पड़ जाता है, इसलिए ये बात भी हमने कहा है।
तो अब मैं आपसे आखिरी सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, अब आपने जैसा हमने पूरा आंकलन दिया कि अच्छा कर रही है, महिलाएं सपोर्ट कर रही हैं, सुरक्षा है, कितने नंबर देते हैं आप अपने?
मैंने कहा देखिए,
कैमरे पे बोल रहे हैं आप।
मैं कैमरे में बोल रहा हूं, 10 मार्च के बाद फिर आपको इंटरव्यू दूंगा, और मैं फिर कह सकता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी। 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है। सपा बसपा कांग्रेस हताशा और निराशा पहले ही चरण में उनके मन में छा चुका है। उनके लिए जनता जनार्दन के सामने अब कोई स्पेस, जनता जनार्दन के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है।
आपने नंबर नहीं बताया अभी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो एक लक्ष्य दिया है कि फिर एक बार 300 पार, तो हम 300 पार के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया सर बात करने का। आपसे 10 मार्च के बाद दोबारा एक इंटरव्यू करेंगे।
धन्यवाद जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, स्वागत आपका।
औरतों को ऐसे बिहेव करते नहीं देखते हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हक के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है, या लोगों के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है। ये हमने सोसाइटी एज ए सोसाइटी एक बॉक्स बनाया और रूल्स बनाए हैं। तो मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि मैं प्रेमचंद जी से डिसएग्री या अग्री करती हूँ। दैट वुड नॉट बी माई स्टैंड और दैट वुड नॉट बी माई प्लेस टू से, बट मैं ये डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि ये रूल सिर्फ सोसाइटी से बनाए गए हैं। इज्जत कमाना और मांगना सबका हक होता है, और लोगों के लिए लड़ना, खुद के लिए लड़ना सबका हक होता है। ये एक पर्सनालिटी और ह्यूमन पर्सन टू पर्सन डिपेंड करता है।
So we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. आपकी movie Gully Boy में that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are challenging the popular norms, and you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये डायलॉग भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी नहीं है, I mean it, every moment of it, क्योंकि it's as a woman, even though I come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ. And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक perspective है जो आप कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करोगे कि बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे, आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को है कि कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है. I don't believe in male bashing and all of that. I just believe in equality, जो हर किसी को believe करना चाहिए. Even men believe in equality. So many men that are a part of my life, they all believe in equality. पर कभी कभार क्या होता है, औरतें ही equality में believe नहीं करते.
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और डायलॉग है गंगूबाई का, जब वो
लड़का सत्ता में बैठ करके लखनऊ से दंगा करवा रहा था, कि दूसरा लड़का दिल्ली से दंगों का तमाशा देख रहा था.
चुनाव को अपना चुनाव समझ करके एक एक वोट साइकिल पे डालने का काम करना.
हम आज गोवा के लोगों को ये यकीन दिलाना चाहते हैं कि हमारे लिए गोवा के लोग भी हैं।
उत्तराखंड में जल्द से जल्द यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करने से राज्य के सभी नागरिकों को समान अधिकारों को बल मिलेगा।
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. It's phase 2 of the Battle of the States with focus once again on Uttar Pradesh. I'm Shivani Gupta. The UP Chief Minister has spoken just a short while ago. We will break down the big headlines that are coming from his ANI interview. But once again, the focus is on law and order plus the push to Vikas. That seems to be the theme for the BJP. Our reporters, my colleagues are joining us from across the 55 seats across 9 districts that are in poll fray today in UP alone. Remember, we will also break down the big factors for both Uttarakhand and Goa, witnessing single-phase elections today. But today it is the Bahubali criminal Dawn factor that comes into focus. Some big names of the Samajwadi Party that are going into poll fray. But today is also when the Muslim factor becomes most prominent. In some seats, as many as 40 to 50% of the electorate. But let's not forget the OBC, Dalits, non-Yadav Dalits especially, that will also form a major chunk of the electorate today. My colleagues Anusha Soni and Maha Siddiqui are with us on the Alexa and the Magic Wall respectively to break down both the big and the minute factors. First up, going across to Anusha to look at the key contests. Some big names in poll fray today, Anusha.
The Dawn, UP and the Mafia factor at play, as Shivani pointed out. Let's take you through some key contests that we are all set to witness. As Shivani was pointing out the broad factors, here are some key contests that we can look at. Let's begin with Rampur, the much talked about constituency. You have Mr. Azam Khan, who's there, who's defending the seat from Rampur. Right now an MP, lodged in jail, lodged in hundreds of cases that have been filed against him. And on the other side, you have Kazim Ali. He is the descendant of the Nawab of Rampur. Another interesting battle to watch out for. The families also have a history of some royal, battles that have existed between the two families. His son, Abdullah Azam in Suatanda, yet another important constituency to watch out for. And from this constituency is also Apna Dal, or the NDA's only Muslim candidate, at least in this phase of elections, who is going to fight from this area. So you have Abdullah Azam from the Samajwadi Party. He's Azam Khan's son, as we just pointed out. And you also have Haider Ali Khan, Apna Dal's and NDA's only Muslim candidate in Uttar Pradesh. Let's go to Shahjahanpur, yet another important constituency to watch out for. In this constituency, if you look at the contest, it exists between Suresh Khanna. He is the BJP UP minister in the cabinet of the Yogi government. He is going to defend his seat. You also have Tanveer Khan. He is the party district president who is putting up a good fight in Shahjahanpur. An important contest to watch out for. Of course, the minority votes in this area as well play a very, very important role. Let's cut across to another important constituency, which is the constituency of Amroha. In this area, there are various local issues that continue to dominate the politics. What are the factors on which people are going to vote? A wait and watch. But you have Mehboob Ali from the Samajwadi Party. He's a sitting MLA in this area since 2002. So a very strong local leader. On the other side, you have Ram Singh Saini. He is the BJP last won this seat back in 1991. So he has something that he would want to reclaim for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the last contest to look out for is Nakur. Well, in this area, you have Dharam Singh Saini of the Samajwadi Party. He was a former minister in the Yogi cabinet. Once again, a defector. Against him is another defector, but from the Congress party is Mukesh Chaudhary of the BJP, who is going to fight in this area as we talk about the key contests that I've put out for you. But these are not the only contests. There are multiple interesting fights, Maha, which are there in this region. And as you were pointing out, Rohil Khan. Tell us about this region. What are the issues that dominate in this region? Is it about the minority versus the majority vote consolidation, or the regional factors also play a key role?
Yes, of course. Through all of that in a bit, but before that, I think Shivani has some details coming through.
No, I just want to quickly go across to, Rampur. My colleague Arunima is joining us from there. 5 seats in Rampur, Arunima, but the big focus is, of course, on Azam Khan and family.
Yes, the two important seats here, Rampur city and also Suar. From Rampur city, Azam Khan is contesting even though he is in jail. His son Abdullah Azam is contesting from the Suar seat as well. And their challengers are from the family of the Nawab of Rampur. So it's a very interesting fight here. And like we have been saying, that this fight is not just about Rampur. It perhaps could have its impact on the entire state of Uttar Pradesh. Bharatiya Janata Party has been targeting the law and order situation under the Samajwadi Party regime by repeatedly highlighting the role that Azam Khan played. His name, his role in the Muzaffarnagar riots have been underlined, accusations made that he did not allow the administration to work and control the situation there. The accusation being made that he interfered and gave really protection to all those who indulged in anti law and order activities. Joining me, some residents here of Rampur. आपने वोट दे दिया?
जी हाँ जाएंगे हम
अभी जाएंगे, अभी आपके बूथ पे बहुत भीड़ है
सर भीड़ अभी जाएंगे हम
जब जाएंगे वोट देने के लिए क्या सोचकर बटन दबाएंगे, क्या मुद्दे पे बटन दबाएंगे आप?
मुद्दे पे सर समझेगा तो मोदी जी को दिया जाएगा वोट।
क्यों अच्छे लगते हैं आपको?
हाँ सही है, मतलब संसार में अच्छा लगा हमें।
अच्छा, आपको अच्छे लगे?
हाँ जी।
Okay, so you can see there are some voters here who are impressed with the situation here, the law and order situation specifically, but the majority vote here is perhaps on lines of religion. 60% minority vote here, but that is something that Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, who's also a voter from Rampur, who's just in the queue to cast his vote, he contradicted that. In fact, when I spoke to him just a few minutes back, he said that the MY, the Muslim Yadav factor of elections, have been replaced by another MY, which is the Modi Yogi factor. Listen in. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi ji, once there was a time when Rampur's identity was associated with Azam Khan. कहा जाता था politically जब भी रामपुर की बात हो, आजम खान की बात हो, आज आप वोट देने जा रहे हैं, क्या आइडेंटिटी?
रामपुर की आइडेंटिटी राम के बाद भगवान राम के साथ जुड़ी हुई है। आप राम पहले कह रही हैं, पूर्व बाद में कह रही हैं, तो कहाँ से जो है वो किसी और नाम से जुड़ जाएगी? ये तो जो है वो रामपुर की हिस्ट्री भी यही है, तो इसलिए जो है वो पहली बात। दूसरी चीज़ ये कि आज की तारीख में जो उत्तर प्रदेश में माहौल है, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों के अंदर जो माहौल है वो सुरक्षा का माहौल है, समृद्धि का माहौल है और सुशासन का माहौल है। और आज उत्तर प्रदेश में एक ही फैक्टर काम कर रहा है, वो MY फैक्टर। कभी जो MY फैक्टर जो है वो सांप्रदायिकता और संकीर्णता का प्रतीक होता था,
मुस्लिम यादव फैक्टर जो कहा जाता था,
पहले कहा जाता। आज की तारीख में मोदी योगी फैक्टर है, और ये मोदी योगी फैक्टर जो है वो लोगों की सुरक्षा का फैक्टर है, लोगों के लिए समृद्धि का फैक्टर है और सुशासन का फैक्टर है।
You know, the BJP is never short of turning some of the acronyms in their favor, from the Prime Minister talking about UP plus Yogi bahut upayogi to the MY Muslim Yadav factor now becoming the Modi Yogi factor. They're quite brilliant at this. But Maha, you know, from phase 1 to phase 2, the equations and the dynamics change here in Uttar Pradesh. While we're still in, Western Uttar Pradesh, it's no longer about the agrarian class as was in phase 1. So break down what you think this region is particularly going to throw up for us.
Absolutely. This is not about the agrarian issues fight now. This is more about looking at the community factor as well. And phase 2 is largely split into two. So we have a bit of Saharanpur over here plus Rohilkhand. So Rohilkhand is technically in West UP, but it's Northwest UP, so to speak. So let's take a look at the Rohilkhand area first of all, and that will give you a sense of the number of seats that are in the fray today and already have a BJP influence because of the last election. So out of the 55 seats that are in the fray today, 30 seats fall specifically in the Rohilkhand area. Now this area is actually the Rampur, Bareilly and Moradabad belt. So there are 3 of the critical factors here plus Moradabad. Now if you take a look at what happened in 2017 Vidhan Sabha elections, the BJP managed 25 seats. Their vote share was also fairly good, 41.23%. Samajwadi Party managed only 5 seats in this area and their vote share was also not that great, 25.86%, because if you compare it with the BSP without managing any seats had a vote share of 19.26%. This is also now because of certain areas here having Dalit population which is high, but Dalit population is largely high in Saharanpur, which is also going to the polls in the second phase. What is also interesting about Rohilkhand and this Rampur, Bareilly, Moradabad belt is that in some of the pockets here, in phase 2 entirely, out of the 9 districts, 6 have a very high Muslim population, almost going up to 40% in some cases. So all this is going to be influencing the elections and the voting today. So as Shivani was pointing out, certainly Shivani here, there are other factors that are playing out, not the farmers issue.
Yeah, not the farmers issue, but caste equations plus communal equations or religion equations actually are the dominant ones here. I want to quickly go across to my colleague Anshul, who's joining us from Budaun. Anshul, this is also the seat of Mahesh Chandra Gupta, who's been the sitting MLA from Budaun, from the BJP. He's been, of course, a minister as well as far as the Yogi government is concerned. Just give us a sense of what the candidates have been saying and what you witness around you as voting has been on for nearly 1 hour 45 minutes now.
So yes, the same excitement that we saw last time around in the first phase, people have already, it's all 8 AM and a lot of people have already queued up to cast their votes, and especially in Budaun, BJP is the dominating party. Last time around, BJP won around 5 seats out of the 6 seats. Currently, I am being joined by a few voters who have casted their votes. Sir, वोट देकर आ गए हैं आप, क्या मुद्दे हैं इस बार? बदायूं की जनता किन मुद्दों पे वोट कर रही है?
बदायूं की जनता जो विशेष मुद्दे हैं उसके देश के विकास के लिए, भयमुक्त वातावरण के लिए और जो प्रदेश की जन कल्याणकारी योजना चल रही है उनके मुद्दे पर वोट कर रहा है यहाँ का मतदाता।
अच्छा, अखिलेश जी कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ यूपी में विकास नहीं हुआ है, क्या देखते हैं, कैसा समझ में आता है, क्या फर्क पड़ा है यहाँ पे?
विकास हुआ।
किन मुद्दों पे वोट करेंगे इस बार?
वोट का विकास पे भी करेंगे,
विकास पे ही वोट करेंगे।
विकास पे भी करेंगे, मुद्दों पे भी करेंगे, सब पे करते हैं। ये तो मतदाता का मत है, सबकी सोच अलग है, जो जहाँ है वो उसे देता है, और जो है जो अच्छा है, अच्छा हो रहा है, अच्छा होगा, जो भी है अच्छा है।
आप भी वोट करके आ गए हैं सर, क्या मुद्दे हैं और किन मुद्दों पे इस बार वोट पड़ा है बदायूं की जनता का?
ओनली फॉर विकास के और अपनी सुरक्षा की, और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था इस सरकार में भी बढ़िया थी, इसलिए जो
So as you heard, the kind of sense that we have been picking up, that development is one of the key issues, and law and order situation that has improved over the last 5 years in UP is one of the key issues on which the voters of Badaयूं are voting. But yes, it remains to be seen as to in which direction the wind blows, because remember, BJP won 5 out of the 6 seats, but this time around it is said to be a tough fight between the Samajwadi Party and the BJP, as Swami Prasad Maurya, who had a lot of say in this area, has shifted to Samajwadi Party. So yes, the kind of sense that we are picking up from here, that it is a two-way fight. But yes, the main issues that on which our people of Badaयूं are voting till now is development and security and improvement in law and order, Shivani.
Yeah. Just want to break down the Muslim factor once again. It is believed that in the last elections, nearly 55% of them voted for the Samajwadi Party. So the rest of the Muslim vote will also be crucial. Remember, Samajwadi Party won 15 of the 55 seats in this phase. But even though the BSP didn't win any, Maha, they'd still have a considerable vote share, isn't it? That could come into play. So what more can we break down of the Muslim factor here?
That's right, Shivani, and as I had just shown, about 20% of the vote share in this region was with the BSP, and specifically in Rohilkhand, where they won no seats.
Yeah.
However, the Muslim factor, as you were pointing out, becomes important over here, because out of the 9 districts in phase 2, 6 are where the Muslim population is huge. Out of the 2 crore voters today, in fact, 35% are Muslim voters, about 70 lakhs. So that is why in this phase 2, the Muslim factor becomes important. So first, let's take a quick look at the Muslim factor across the state. Where are the seats where this factor is dominant? This is about 115 out of the 403 seats where the Muslim factor is important. The BJP had won 85 of those seats at 38.88, almost 39% was their vote share. But if we specifically now break it down, this is last Vidhan Sabha elections. Now we further break it down to only phase 2 to take a look at how the voting pattern was in this belt of Rohilkhand and Saharanpur. Now we clearly see that even here in 2017. The BJP managed to keep its vote share in this area pretty much around 40%, with 30 seats out of the 46 seats influenced by the Muslim factor with the BJP. The Samajwadi Party managed 14 seats, but their vote share was about 25%. Now, if we take a look quickly at 2012, and just to give you a sense very quickly, then the Samajwadi Party definitely had more seats. But Shivani, that was the year where, of course, they formed the government.
They formed the government.
Yes.
Of course, they were the flavor in that election. Not so much in 2017 anymore. So, you know, this phase is also going to throw up possibly newer equations, how we read UP elections a little bit more, because if the Samajwadi Party really tends to do very, very well in this, better than the last election, for example, then there is something to write home about and something to delve deep into. But before we do that, and before we look at all of those factors affecting Western Uttar Pradesh and Phase 2, here are some voices coming in from the ground.
हर बार जब भी वोटिंग होती है आप इसी तरह वोट डालने आते हैं सुबह सुबह?
इसी तरह आते हैं।
कितनी बार अभी तक आप वोट कर चुके हैं? आपकी उम्र 85 साल है।
तो
17 हाँ
17
कितनी बार वोट किया आपने?
17 साल
17 बार वोट कर चुके हैं।
इंटरेस्ट लेती हैं कि देश को अब कौन संभाल रहा है, टीवी भी देखते हैं तो उससे इंस्पायर होकर कि किसने कैसा काम किया है देश के लिए, कौन बच्चों के लिए कैसे भविष्य के उनके लिए कामना कर रहा है और क्या उनके लिए सुविधाएं, उनकी शिक्षा के लिए, चिकित्सा के लिए कैसे कर रहा है। तो हर चीज में ये टीवी को देख के बड़ा अच्छा हमारे से गुफ्तगू भी करती हैं, बातचीत करती हैं और अपनी राय भी हमें देती हैं।
कितनी बार वोट डाल चुके माता जी?
समझिए ये जब से पाकिस्तान से आए और ये राजनीतिक प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई है, लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई है, तो बढ़ चढ़ के उसमें।
आपका परिवार पाकिस्तान से है?
जी, हम पाकिस्तान से माइग्रेट किए हुए हैं। सन 47 के बंटवारे में ही हम यहाँ आए।
तब से माता जी वोट कर रहे हैं?
तब से माता जी अपना हक अदा कर रही हैं।
हमारे साथ में बरेली से सांसद संतोष कुमार गंगवार जी हैं। संतोष जी, इस बार का माहौल क्या लग रहा है वैसे?
वास्तव में मैं जो महसूस कर रहा हूँ, उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाता योगी जी और मोदी जी पर विश्वास व्यक्त कर रहे हैं और लगता यह है कि पहली बार जो समर्थन उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिया था, निश्चित रूप से उसमें बढ़ोतरी होगी और लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर मतदाता विश्वास कर रहा है।
Stay with us as we continue to get you more of those voices from on-ground Phase 2 Western Uttar Pradesh, but also from Goa and Uttarakhand, single-phase elections taking place there as well, where the BJP is again the defendant. So we'll continue to get you all of those voices and what is the voting trend on ground from these three states. That also will come into focus now. Stay with us, our continuous coverage continues.
LLB है।
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA Master of Apparent.
Please explain to us then LLB.
LLB local लफड़ाबाजी।
I was expecting that, or?
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का फर्म भी है।
Which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA corruption agency।
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है। हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है।
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं नहीं यार, IIM Indian Institute of Murder।
Murder. Okay, I can see that you are highly qualified, highly overqualified in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है, इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले हैं।
But what आंदोलन?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है, उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए। रिजर्वेशन।
Ah, reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC category.
OBC, other backward caste?
No, other backward candidates. OBC. ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा, ये निर्दलीय है।
The woman in the film says कि अगर एक बड़ा उनका मशहूर ये कहना था कि अगर सेक्स वर्कर्स ना हों थोड़ा सा नरम दिल, थोड़ा सा अच्छे स्वभाव का, अच्छी जुबान। लेकिन जब एक औरत में आदमी की, पुरुष की क्वालिटीज आ जाती हैं तो वो उल्टा बन जाती हैं। डू यू एग्री विद प्रेमचंद?
हमारे अंदर दो कॉन्ट्रडिक्टिंग क्वालिटीज हमेशा होते हैं। इट्स आई कैन बी अ फीमेल फेमिनिन वुमन, पर मेरे अंदर अल्फा क्वालिटीज काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो सकते हैं। एंड सिमिलरली फॉर मेन इन अ वर्ल्ड, जब गंगूबाई की दुनिया है, आप ये मान सकते हो कि एक आदमी की तरह कमांड करती है, आदमी की तरह। आप ये क्यों बोल रहे हो? क्योंकि हम ज़्यादातर औरतों को ऐसे बिहेव करते नहीं देखते हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हक के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है या लोगों के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है। ये हमने एज ए सोसाइटी एक बॉक्स बनाया और रूल्स बनाए हैं। तो मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि मैं प्रेमचंद जी से डिसएग्री या अग्री करती हूँ। दैट वुड नॉट बी माई स्टैंड और दैट वुड नॉट बी माई प्लेस टू से। बट मैं ये डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि ये रूल सिर्फ सोसाइटी से बनाए गए हैं। इज्जत कमाना और मांगना सबका हक होता है, और लोगों के लिए लड़ना, खुद के लिए लड़ना सबका हक होता है। ये एक पर्सनालिटी और ह्यूमन person to person depend करता है।
So we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. आपकी movie Gully Boy में that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are challenging the popular norms, and you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये डायलॉग भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी नहीं है, I mean it, every moment of it, क्योंकि it's as a woman, even though I come from a
सत्ता में बैठ करके लखनऊ से दंगा करवा रहा था, तो दूसरा लड़का दिल्ली से दंगों का तमाशा देख रहा था।
चुनाव को अपना चुनाव समझ करके एक एक वोट साइकिल पे डालने का काम करना।
हम आज गोवा के लोगों को ये यकीन दिलाना चाहते हैं कि हमारे लिए गोवा के लोग भी हैं।
उत्तराखंड में जल्द से जल्द यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करने से राज्य के सभी नागरिकों को समान अधिकारों को बल मिलेगा।
यूपी प्लस योगी बहुत है उपयोगी।
So when we talk about Uttar Pradesh as far as phase 2 is concerned, differs from the factors from phase 1. There the RLD was actually the prominent partner of the SP-RLD alliance with more to gain, and possibly the alliance was banking more on them. Here in phase 2, with the Muslim factor, the Yadav factor, also of course the OBCs, Dalits, the main prominence is for the Samajwadi Party. They've actually managed to give the BJP a good fight even in 2017 when there was a saffron wave in this region. And here they have to come good if they have to really challenge the BJP. I'm Shivani Gupta. My colleagues are joining us from not just across the 9 districts going to polls today in Uttar Pradesh, but also remember from across Goa and Uttarakhand, which we will continue to talk about. But first up, once again, my colleagues Anusha and Maha will break down some of the big pictures and also how UP voted last time around. First up to Anusha for just setting up the phase 2 for us.
Absolutely. Let's tell you what this contest really looks like. What are the key seats to watch out for? We'll break down that for you. But 165 seats today. About 2.95 crore people all set to cast their ballot. And the interesting bit is that BJP is defending itself in 3 out of the 3 states. Will they be able to have a clean sweep this time as well? Well, as they always say, to defend yourself is a little bit more difficult than the attacking front. Let's now also talk about some 260 crorepati UP candidates in the fray. While the pandemic has hit us all economically speaking, the crorepati netas perhaps there's no dearth of them as far as UP's politics is concerned. But these are the two factors to watch out for. You talk about the 2017 report card of the BJP. How did it really look like? The scorecard to talk about. And if you also look at the key seats, which are dominated by the Muslim factor, 46 out of the 55 are Muslim-dominated seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And look at the scorecard of 2017. 38 for Yogi Adityanath, 15 for Akhilesh Yadav. That's how the phase 2 division really looked. Other than UP, here on CNN News 18, on this special coverage, we will also talk about the state of Goa and Uttarakhand. What is the interesting bit about Goa? Not just defections, which makes the politics interesting and unfortunate at the same time, but also the fact that the likes of TMC are making their debut, hoping to gain big. There's also the factor of the Aam Aadmi Party, and it's a tough fight across 40 seats in the state of Goa. You also talk about the state of Uttarakhand, once again a state where the governments have been formed with a very thin margin. Even by 1%, Congress formed a government. And will it swing again? That's what it does each time. So what will the factors be? This time we are focusing about the state of Uttar Pradesh to begin with, phase 2 polling which is happening in key states. There are some very interesting constituencies like Rampur, Swatanda to look out for. Much at stake for the Samajwadi Party, and Maha will tell us more on the magic wall about this.
Yes, and as we were discussing during the break, the Dalit factor also seems extremely important, especially because last time the BSP, which is a party largely associated with the Dalits, did not manage any seats in this region, but their vote share was intact. How is that going to influence the election, especially in phase 2? So let's take a look at the results of phase 2, the past results. Of course, 2017 is where we are starting from. This is the entire state of Uttar Pradesh. We'll go quickly to phase 2 results, and you'll clearly see what happened in this election was the BJP, of course, managing to get a high number of seats, 38 seats. Their vote share increased by leaps and bounds in the year 2017 as compared to 2012. And how did that vote share as well increase? We'll take a look at that by comparing it to the 2012 results. What do we have here? The BSP, in fact, at 21.06% vote share, though they did not get any seat at all. Did this come at the expense of the Samajwadi Party? That is, did these votes of the BSP, some of them, did they go to the BJP this year or to the Samajwadi Party? Let's take a look at 2012 to get a clearer picture now. So what do we see in 2012? As I was pointing out, the Samajwadi Party clearly had 28.30% vote share, which went down in 2017, and the BJP had over 35% vote share. In 2017, they had only 16.9% in the year 2012. So their vote share went up in 2017. The BSP, as you can see, their vote share pretty much remaining intact, just a little bit here and there. And that, of course, got split. But the large beneficiary of that clearly in phase 2 was the BJP, Shivani. And that really is one factor that we need to watch out for while we are all talking about the Muslim factor.
Sure. Yes, and it's quite interesting to see that even though this is so Muslim dominated, the BJP was still the the party that won the most here. And possibly that is why the Samajwadi Party does not want to harp on the Muslim factor, which we saw this time around in their election campaign strategy. They don't really want counter polarization by talking too much about the minority. So they've actually tried to do away with some of the more high-pitched minority appeasement pitch, but they have faces from here that may play for the BJP's advantage. And talking of those faces, let me first go across to my colleague Arunima, who's joining us from Rampur. Arunima, this is where the Samajwadi Party's high-stakes faces are. Some of the criminality angle that comes into focus, and the results, especially from Rampur, are going to be very keenly watched by both sides.
Oh, absolutely. And here in Rampur, city, where Azam Khan is being challenged by both the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress, one of the few seats where the Congress believes it is a serious challenger to the incumbent. In fact, inside the booth. Ravinder is just showing you, this is the Zilla Panchayat booth where Nawab Qasim Ali Khan, who is the Congress candidate, he has just voted and come out. And also, Begum Noor Bano on the other side addressing the media here. She's also spoken to us. We'll just play out that interview shortly. She's represented Rampur in Lok Sabha twice. Begum Noor Bano spoke to us, and of course the question here, because Rampur has a very sizable portion, section of the voters here are from the Muslim community. The obvious question to all these leaders is to be about the hijab controversy that is going on, and the impact, if any, if it is having on the Uttar Pradesh election. Both these leaders say that it is meaningless to talk about a controversy here at this stage. Begum Noor Bano said she was never asked to wear the hijab. Neither did she choose to do it. So progressive voices coming from the Nawab family, both of them accusing Azam Khan of bringing Rampur a bad name, something that the Bharatiya Janata Party has said as well, that Azam Khan is synonymous with law and order problems, with encouraging and harboring criminal elements. So Azam Khan, who is the incumbent, who has repeatedly won elections from Rampur, facing a challenge as he is in jail. He has been denied bail to come out and campaign. Taking forward his legacy is his son, Abdullah Azam, taking care of the Rampur city constituency and also his own electoral fight from Suar, where Nawab family's son, Haider Ali, is challenging him. So very interesting contest here in Rampur.
Indeed, a very interesting contest in Rampur to watch out for. And just about 30 minutes ago, you had UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He spoke to a news agency. And there was a much controversial statement that had earlier come. The political opponents had also taken pot shots about Assi Banam Bees. He says, I never mentioned about any kind of caste or religion. It was about people who are talking about development versus the others who are playing the politics of caste and religion. Listen in to what UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said minutes ago.
ये क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति, भाई मैंने तो 80-20 की बात की थी, मैंने कहा 80% बीजेपी के साथ होगा, 20% हमेशा विरोध करता है, विरोध करेगा। हमने जाति मौत मजहब की बात नहीं की थी, हमने तो 80 बनाम 20 की बात की थी। 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के सुरक्षा के एजेंडे से खुश हैं, 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के लोक कल्याणकारी और गरीब कल्याणकारी कार्यों से खुश हैं, जिन्हें विकास पसंद है, जिन्हें राज्य सरकार के द्वारा पारदर्शी तरीके से ईमानदार भर्ती की प्रक्रिया के माध्यम से अपने कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है, उन लोगों को, जिन लोगों के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन लाने का काम हुआ है और जो लोग प्रदेश सरकार के हर अच्छे कार्य को हमेशा समर्थन करते हैं, 80% वे लोग होंगे। 20% वे लोग जिनको हमेशा विरोध करना है, वे पहले भी विरोध करते थे, आज भी विरोध करेंगे, नकारात्मक सोच है, वे पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के समर्थक हैं, वही रहेंगे। तो चुनाव तो 80 बनाम 20 का है, लेकिन मैं कह सकता हूं कि पहले चरण के मतदान।
All right, Yogi Adityanath there speaking earlier to the news agency ANI, reiterating his 80 versus 20 comment that he made first here on Network 18. That has really now dominated the discourse till, of course, till today when, elections are already upon us. Phase 1 is done, phase 2 is happening. Let me also go across to the guests who are joining us. Anuja Kapoor of the BJP is with us. Ajit K. Jha, political expert, election expert. Shantanu Gupta, author, political analyst. And let me go across to Shantanu first up. It's not just that 80-20 comment. Even as phase 2 polling is going on today, Yogi Adityanath has talked about the hijab row too. Many people accused that the BJP is fueling this hijab row in Karnataka to gain in Uttar Pradesh. Several other politicians are also talking about it. Do you think it is a factor in Uttar Pradesh at all?
See, while we come toward election, various issues will come. But again, Uttar Pradesh election is being fought on development, development, and development. And that's what I documented in my book also, Shivani. But again, if I see the seats that are going to poll today, like someone like Moradabad, Rampur, Sambhal, what are the messages Samajwadi Party gave from Sambhal? Shafiqur Rahman Barg, and we debated multiple times, he said on camera in so much clarity, and he almost welcomed Taliban in Afghanistan. And Akhilesh Yadav did not say a word because he never wanted to lose the Muslim vote, which may like Taliban, which is very very discomforting for me that Muslims of Uttar Pradesh are standing with Taliban. We have someone like Azam Khan who's fighting from jail, and that's what Samajwadi Party is representing. And Azam Khan is not like randomly in jail. There are 80 cases of land grabbing on him, and Samajwadi Party has put battery of lawyers, senior lawyers, expensive lawyers. They were not able to secure bail for him for even a day. Abdullah Azam, who declared his age wrong and his election was disqualified last year, last term, he's fighting. So these are the criminal elements, false elements are fighting on Samajwadi Party ticket. So I think this phase represents what Samajwadi Party represents. Someone like Sambhal seat, where they're welcoming Taliban. Someone like Azam Khan, who's a bhoo mafia. We realize there's a bhoo mafia who ruled like a second chief minister during Akhilesh Yadav term. He's fighting from jail. So I think that's what is in contest today.
But the Samajwadi Party questions that if the issue that the BJP wants to put on the forefront, that of development, why the constant reiteration of 80:20? Because the Samajwadi Party has very clearly said that this is dog whistle politics. Let me go across to our Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief, Pranshu Mishra, who's joining us with more details. Pranshu, I want to ask you specifically about the preparation for the polls today, because many of the seats in phase 2 are considered sensitive or hypersensitive. What is the kind of security arrangement then, keeping that in mind?
Well, yes, they are sensitive in the sense because, see, the demographic profile is such that many of these seats are clearly, the minority-dominated seats, and it has also been a phase which, despite the saffron tsunami in 2017, has worked well for the Samajwadi Party, with the party, bagging around 15 odd seats. And if you see the Lok Sabha tally also, the 9 districts going to poll, out of that 6 were won by the alliance. So 3 were by the BSP, 3 by the Samajwadi Party. And in that sense, this area remains of a major challenge for Bharatiya Janata Party. For Samajwadi Party, it's a challenge that can it actually, up its tally here, keeping the fact in mind that this phase was also good for them in 2017. So security preparation is high, and we have seen that, even the last phase, the phase 1, which was considered very sensitive, it has passed off without, much any big cases of violence or any big cases of rigging being reported. So in that sense, Election Commission has put all the preparations on the ground, and, the administration is hopeful that things will pass off peacefully. But keeping the sensitivity in mind, see, from Saharanpur, which is in West UP, and then the entire region of Rohilkhand, it gives you a very interesting picture. So it's not only about the minority voting pattern in districts like, say, Shahjahanpur, Bareilly and Budaun. It will also be about a lot about how the OBC's factor is actually working out. In Saharanpur, we will also probably see a certain level of Jat factor also in play, because around 10% voters is the Jat among all those constituencies in Saharanpur. In Budaun, we'll have to see how the Yadav factor is working on. And in Shahjahanpur and Bareilly, we'll of course have this non-Yadav and non-Jat factor, that is, the Kurmi vote, which is in prominent condition. So I think BJP will also be banking a lot as far as Shahjahanpur and Bareilly region is concerned, where you have a sizable presence of non-Yadav and the non-Jat OBC presence.
Non-Yadav and the non-Jat votes, how exactly do they go? Dalit factor, of course, is a crucial factor to watch out for. We'll talk about all of this with our guests as well, who are with us on the broadcast right now. A reaction coming in from Jitin Prasada, who says that BJP will win more than 300 seats. Listen in.
के साथ कह सकता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 300 पार करके पुनर्वापसी होने वाली है। प्रथम चरण के रुझान तो आए ही हैं, जहां एक तरफा मतदान भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में हुआ है। आज दूसरा चरण है। आप देख सकते हैं रोहिलखंड वो इलाका है जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रभाव रहा है। चाहे यहां काम की बात हो तो एक्सप्रेसवे, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस, एयरपोर्ट्स, तमाम काम हुए हैं। उसके आधार पर आप देखिएगा जनता का आशीर्वाद पुनः भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा और 300 पार आंकड़ा फिर से होगा।
सर आपके भाई ये कह के गए हैं कि आप भी भाजपा में शामिल हो रहे हैं।
क्या स्थिति आप देख रहे हैं शाहजहांपुर की?
शाहजहांपुर में पिछली बार 6 में से 5 सीटें आई थी। इस बार मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं 6 की 6 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी की झोली में शाहजहांपुर जनता देगी। धन्यवाद।
आपके भाई ये कह रहे हैं कि समाजवादी
Well, one of the recent entrants, I mean, not recent because there have been more, but one of the entrants formerly from the Congress party, big face in Uttar Pradesh, who moved to the BJP, saying that BJP, reiterating the BJP, pre-election pitch of more than 300 seats once again in Uttar Pradesh. Let me go across to Radhika Khera of the Congress party also joining us. Radhika, what hopes does the Congress have from phase 2? I'm not talking about all of Uttar Pradesh, but from phase 2, today Yogi Adityanath spoke to ANI. He said, I don't even want to talk about the Congress party too much because they're not a factor in Uttar Pradesh.
Irony dies 1,000 deaths. When the Chief Minister goes on to say today that I don't want to talk about the Congress party, he has gone and spoken about Priyanka ji, Rahul ji. If Congress is not such a big factor, why are they continuously only talking about the Congress?
But he
why
said
are they
so in
going and
Uttarakhand.
badmouthing the Congress?
He was asked precisely that. He said, talked about them in Uttarakhand.
Whether he goes and talks in Uttarakhand or he goes and talks in Goa or Tamil Nadu, Yogi Adityanath is the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Whatever he says, whether it is inside the state or outside the state, shows how scared he is of the Congress party and how scared he is of Priyanka Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji. We saw when the Hathras rape incident happened. We saw many times. Each time Priyanka ji went to meet anyone in Uttar Pradesh, the way the Uttar Pradesh police, the police which comes directly under the Chief Minister, reports to the Chief Minister, has always stopped Priyanka ji or Rahul ji or our leaders from going and meeting the victims. Why? What is he so scared of? And we've seen whether it is Himanta Biswas or even the Prime Minister, the way he was talking in Parliament, it clearly shows how baffled and scared they are. They are absolutely scared the Congress is going to come back and Congress is going to win seats, and that is clearly visible and everyone can hear it in the kind of language that
well,
they are using.
Janta Janardhan is going to decide that. Let's see what the mandate really comes in. There was an interesting comment today by Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi when he said that MY no more is about the Muslim Yadav factor. It's about the Modi Yogi factor. Well, will that be a reality in UP? First, let's listen in to Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi.
Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi ji, once there was a time when Rampur's identity was associated with Azam Khan. कहा जाता था politically जब भी रामपुर की बात हो, आजम खान की बात हो. आज आप वोट देने जा रहे हैं, क्या identity?
रामपुर की आइडेंटिटी राम के बाद भगवान राम के साथ जुड़ी हुई है. आप राम पहले कह रही हैं, पूर्व बाद में कह रही हैं, तो कहाँ से जो है वो किसी और नाम से जुड़ जाएगी? ये तो जो है वो रामपुर की हिस्ट्री भी यही है. तो इसलिए जो है वो पहली बात. दूसरी चीज़ ये कि आज की तारीख में जो उत्तर प्रदेश में माहौल है, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों के अंदर जो माहौल है वो सुरक्षा का माहौल है, समृद्धि का माहौल है और सुशासन का माहौल है. और आज उत्तर प्रदेश में एक ही फैक्टर काम कर रहा है, वो MY फैक्टर. कभी जो MY फैक्टर जो है वो सांप्रदायिकता और संकीर्णता का प्रतीक होता था,
मुस्लिम यादव फैक्टर जो कहा जाता था,
पहले कहा जाता था. आज की तारीख में मोदी योगी फैक्टर है. और ये मोदी योगी फैक्टर जो है वो लोगों की सुरक्षा का फैक्टर है, लोगों के लिए समृद्धि का फैक्टर है और सुशासन का फैक्टर है.
All right, so critical questions being asked there by Arunima of Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi. He seems to be giving it a completely different look, MY factor as a Modi Yogi factor now in Uttar Pradesh. But one factor that is certainly important during this phase, that is phase 2 of Rohilkhand and Saharanpur, is the Muslim factor. So let's break that down and give you a sense of where the seats went in 2017. So we are taking a look at the Muslim factor first of all. They influence about 115 seats out of the 403 seats in Uttar Pradesh. But now from the entire state, we will come down and break it down very specifically to the second phase, that is phase 2, which is, as I was pointing out, spread across Rohilkhand and Saharanpur. So what do we have here? In 2017, the BJP's vote share was very close to 40%, 38.88% was their vote share. A sizable number of seats in Rohilkhand is what the BJP managed, 30 seats in all in phase 2. The Samajwadi Party managing only 14 seats. Congress, of course, at number 3 with only 2 seats. The vote share of the Samajwadi Party was about 25.13%. This is specifically in phase 2 in the Muslim-dominated belts, which we are talking about over here. Let's now talk about the 2012 Vidhan Sabha elections and what did we have there when we look at the Muslim factor. So 46 seats is what we are talking about, dominated by the Muslims. Samajwadi Party had 23. Their vote share was pretty much similar to what it was in 2017. Why is this belt important and why is it considered specifically important as far as the Muslim factor is concerned? This is because this area which we are talking about, Ruhelkhand, is the Moradabad, Bareilly, as well as the Rampur belt. In some of these districts, 6 out of the 9 districts which are going to the polls today, there is a sizable Muslim population, almost about 40%. And there are about, out of the 2 crore voters today, 35% are Muslim voters, almost amounting to 70 lakh Muslim voters. That's why this factor becomes quite critical during this time.
Absolutely, Maha. And in fact, the Muslim factor, the Dalit factor, the 2 key factors to talk about. And my colleagues continue to be on the ground. We have Siddhant Mishra, who's tracking all the developments from Saharanpur. Let me quickly cut across to him as well and get more details. Siddhant, as we were pointing out, an interesting contest to watch out for in Saharanpur. Tell us about how the voting pattern has been like, what kind of enthusiasm you can see on the ground.
Well, I can see enthusiasm in Saharanpur. I have been visiting booths, especially in Saharanpur main and Saharanpur Dehat. But what I've been experiencing after speaking to voters, that voters are silent here in Saharanpur. They're not vocal about the issues. They're not vocal about the parties, and this is what I have been witnessing since morning. But we'll try to speak to some of the voters. Sir, ये बताइए सहारनपुर के की मुद्दे क्या हैं, मेजर मुद्दे क्या हैं सहारनपुर के जिनके नाम पे वोट पड़ेगा आज? पीछे बता दो, आप बताइए।
जिसके नाम पे वोट पड़ेगा? हाँ,
मेन मुद्दे क्या हैं?
सर हमारा तो ये है कि बेरोजगारी और जो महंगाई सबसे मेन है सर।
महंगाई और बेरोजगारी मेन है। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर,
सॉरी,
कानून व्यवस्था?
कानून व्यवस्था बिल्कुल ओके, एकदम
बिल्कुल ओके है। तो मेन जो मुद्दा है वो बेरोजगारी और महंगाई
सबसे मेन
मुद्दा है। भाई साहब आप बताइए, सुबह सुबह आज आप वोट करने आए हैं, किन मुद्दों के आधार पे वोट करेंगे? पार्टी मत बताइए, मुद्दे क्या रहेंगे? अच्छा, आप भाई साहब क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे?
सर क्या मुद्दे, बस वोट डालना है और क्या है?
बस वोट डालना है। आप बता सकते हैं भाई साहब किन मुद्दों के आधार पे सहारनपुर वोट करेगा?
मेरे कहते क्या हो तो सरकार को कहना पड़ेगा।
नहीं, मुद्दे क्या रहेंगे?
मुद्दे,
हाँ,
मुद्दे तो बेरोजगारी है,
हाँ, और
महंगाई है बहुत ज्यादा,
हाँ,
कानून व्यवस्था तो मायावती के राज में थी और नहीं तो साला
इस राज में भी कानून व्यवस्था
कुछ नहीं है।
अच्छा, तो बेरोजगारी और महंगाई, सो unemployment and inflation are the 2 key issues which people are talking about here. But as I was telling you, that the voter here is silent. They are not vocal about the issues. They don't speak much. This is what I've been experiencing since morning.
Right.
But yes, I could see the lines outside the polling booth since morning. There is an enthusiasm, and since it's a 2-corner fight, and this entire area, has always voted in a very polarized manner in the past also. But BJP managed to bag 4 seats in last Vidhan Sabha elections. This time, situation could become tough for BJP after Imran Masood, especially backing Samajwadi Party and throwing his weight behind all the 7 candidates of Samajwadi Party in Saharanpur district. So, this could get a better results for Samajwadi Party. But for today, I can say that voter turnout can increase in all 7 constituencies of Saharanpur. Back to you.
ओके अब तो जब वोट का बटन दबेगा तभी पता चलेगा। सहारनपुर से तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई बताना नहीं चाह रहा है कि किस मुद्दे पे या किसको कर रहे हैं, but we'll wait and see. It is of course a secret ballot that India follows. I request all of my colleagues to continue to be with us. Remember, there is Uttarakhand and Goa also to talk about, which we will do as we go along. Stay with us. Time for a very short break.
Sharmila ji played a sex worker in the film. And then we have another world, which is a little glossy world, where women are shown, like Umrao Jahan, I said. उमराव जान को देखकर हम कभी भी नहीं सोच सकते थे कि मंडी जैसी दुनिया भी एग्जिस्ट करती होगी. You almost wanted to be like Umrao Jan. You wanted to be in that space, but reality is not like that. And in Mandi and in the real world, the physicality of a woman is also much more liberated. She is much more open out there.
क्योंकि उसके बाद after you hit rock bottom, अब जब आपकी इज्जत ही मतलब the main thing is आपकी इज्जत. जब आपको एक सेक्स वर्कर बनना होता है, then that's taken away from you. तो वो है ही नहीं. तो इससे नीचे कितना गिरोगे इन योर ब्रेन, इससे नीचे कितना आपको महसूस होगा. तो देन यू आर ओनली फाइटिंग विथ योर सेल्फ टू फील. सो वो अपनी दुनिया में इफ यू सी दिस कलर, द वे द गर्ल्स आर, दे लाव, दे आर फ्री, आपको इतना देखने को मिलेगा कि हमने वो लेयर्स पे एक सबटेक्स्ट और ह्यूमरस तरीके से टच अपॉन है, बट एक्चुअली इट्स वेरी डीप. पर ऐसे नहीं कि वो लोग ऐसे मरोस बैठते हैं और वो नहीं होता है, क्योंकि जिंदगी होती है. दे टेक द स्ट्रगल एंड दे turn it into strength. That's true. जो गंगूबाई ने किया.
Okay, it's election time in UP. For those of you who don't know, UP is a state in somewhere above Maharashtra. I'm not sure exactly. It's a total of 403 assembly constituencies in UP that go to the polls this week. In the first phase of the UP state assembly elections, we were very excited about it, and the hijab controversy happened. And then IPL auctions, and so we are not so excited as we were before. So bear that in mind. In this tough fight for the first phase are 58 candidates each from the BJP, the BSP, the SP and the RLD. They all sound like car numbers. Congress and other parties, including independents, are also in the fray. And joining us now is candidate from the Junagadh constituency, Bablu Singh Yadav. And he's a beautiful man. Bablu Singh Yadav.
मत बुलाओ हमें बबलू सिंह यादव. तिरस्कार हुआ है हमारे नाम का.
It is not Tiraskar, it is Siriskar. That's what I'm called in Maharashtra. But why? What happened?
अरे हम वो कुत्ते हैं जो ना घर के रहे ना घाट के. हमें किसी भी पार्टी ने टिकट नहीं दिया है. धिक्कार है हमारे नाम पे. धिक्कार है बबलू सिंह यादव, तुम्हारे नाम पे धिक्कार है.
ऐसे मैं वो कुत्ता हूँ जो घर पे बैठ के काम नहीं करता. I'm very different from you. But what's that got to do with your name, Bablu Singh Yadav?
बबलू सिंह यादव क्या होता है? क्या होता है बबलू सिंह यादव? BSY, ये क्या नाम है? BSY क्या मतलब होता है इसका? अगर हमारा नाम बबलू सिंह प्रसाद होता तो BSP का टिकट हमें मिलता. बबलू सिंह प्रसाद, BSP.
Can I just request you not to ask me so many questions? Well, I'm supposed to ask you questions. I'm forgetting my train of thought. Anyway, I don't think that's a criteria. I'll be honest.
अगर हमारा नाम बबलू जयप्रकाश होता तो बीजेपी हमें सीट देती. बबलू जयप्रकाश, बीजेपी.
बबलू जयप्रकाश नाम तो सुना है. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
हमने समाजवादी पार्टी से भी टिकट मांगी थी, लेकिन लगता है उन्हें भी बबलू सिंह यादव नाम अच्छा ही नहीं लगा.
This is not making sense. Why would the SP not like this name?
क्योंकि आजकल उनको सिर्फ बैनर्जी, चैटर्जी ये नाम अच्छे लगते हैं. अब मैं अपना नाम बैनर्जी सिंह यादव तो नहीं रख सकता.
Okay, what about O'Brien Singh Yadav? No. And Congress? Did you try the Congress?
कांग्रेस को हमारे नाम से कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस का खुद का कोई नामो निशान है? आप बताओ. है
Point to note that apathy and apathy, English, Hindi, two different meanings. But as I was saying, I don't think that your name can be a criteria. I think you're just making fun of all this. Do you have any qualifications to be a candidate in the UP election? Seriously?
क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? हमारे जितना क्वालिफिकेशन और किसी के पास नहीं है.
What do you mean? Like what? What great qualifications? Have you stood for elections before?
नहीं, लेकिन हम 10 साल से पूरा प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे.
10 साल से? What kind of preparations?
हम वही प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे जो हमारे सभी बड़े-बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने किए थे.
What preparation could that be?
अरे 10 साल से हम जेल में थे. जेल में?
जेल में?
हाँ, 3 मर्डर, 5-6 हाफ मर्डर, 7-8 एक्सटॉर्शन, 10-12 दंगों के केस और एक नो पार्किंग भी है. और क्या क्वालिफिकेशन चाहिए?
to your election news nerve center, CNN News 18. Now it's 3 states that are going to polls today. We've spoken a lot about Uttar Pradesh, but as far as the entire battle for states in 2022 is concerned, 5 states going to polls this season. 4 of them, the BJP is the incumbent, and in 2 of them going to polls today, Uttarakhand and Goa, the challenge is the greatest for them, not just because of the politics in these states, but also because, you know, there's a lot of that has been happening in the run-up to these elections. In Uttarakhand, for example, they've had to change multiple chief ministers. They've had to make a very late on the eve of the end of the campaigning announcement on UCC. How will all of that impact? Because Uttarakhand also is witnessing an Aam Aadmi Party factor, possibly not a bipolar contest anymore. But let's break down the Uttarakhand contest, even as our reporters continue to join us from UP, Uttarakhand and Goa. First up, the big faces that will be in contest today. 70 seats, assembly seats going to polls, and a lot at stake for all sides. My colleague Anusha is going to break down the key contest, Anusha?
Yes, but before that, should we also listen in to the key reactions coming in from Harish, Rawat, and of course the key faces have spoken. Let's listen in to the key reactions coming in.
What are those issues on which you are going to public or you're expecting to come back in power? क्या issues हैं जिसको लेकर आप उम्मीद कर रहे हैं वापस आएंगे?
नहीं, हमने यहाँ पर काम किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उत्तराखंड राज्य के लिए बहुत काम किए हैं, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुए। उन कामों को किया है। चाहे हम आज सड़कों की बात करें, सड़कों के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व रूप से काम हुआ है। रेलवे के क्षेत्र में काम हो रहा है। ऋषिकेश कर्णप्रयाग रेल लाइन चल रही है। टनकपुर बागेश्वर रेल लाइन महत्वपूर्ण योजना पर जो है ब्रॉडगेज सर्वे के लिए पैसा जारी हो गया है।
बीजेपी हमेशा पोलराइज करने वाली बात करती है। अगर उन्होंने काम किया है तो ये सब यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड या बाकी सब बातें करने की क्या जरूरत है?
देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और उत्तराखंड की जो धरोहर है उसको बचाए रखने के लिए भी, और एक चूंकि पूरे देश को, पूरे दुनिया को हमारा हिमालय एक तरह से हर चीज देने का काम करता है, तो उत्तराखंड से बात जरूर देश के अंदर जानी चाहिए कि हमने सभी के लिए एक समान कानून लाए हैं। हम यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाए हैं।
सर, इम्तिहान बहुत बड़ा होने वाला है। आपको पता है बीते 2-3 इलेक्शन थोड़ा सा हार का आपको सामना करना पड़ा। इस बार आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं, क्योंकि ये माना जा रहा है ये आपका आखिरी इलेक्शन हो सकता है?
नहीं, क्यों आखिरी? अभी इन बाजू में काफी दम है। मैं तो चुनौती देकर के इनसे कहा कि जो तुम्हारे सबसे युवा है मुझसे दौड़ लगा करके देख लें, और ऐसा कहीं कुछ नहीं है। मगर एक बात जरूर है, आज मतदान के लिए लोगों में उत्साह है, उसको देख करके मैं बहुत उत्साहित महसूस कर रहा हूँ। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे उत्तराखंड प्रतीक्षा कर रहा है किस समय ये दिन आए, वोट डालें, और मेरा मानना है कि ये उत्साह लोगों को भाजपा को सत्ता से बाहर करने के लिए है। इस समय का चुनाव जो है भाजपा बनाम उत्तराखंड की जनता हो चुका है। लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराना चाहते हैं।
Well, that is what Harish Rawat had to say. With us on the broadcast, our guests continue to be with us. Anuja Kapoor, the spokesperson of the BJP, Ajit K. Jha, the election expert, is also with us on the broadcast. Mr. Jha, I'm coming to you and taking in a view from you. The politics of Uttarakhand has been dominated largely by the 2 regions there. Interestingly, you also had a senior Congress leader talking about the Dalit factor in the state. This is also a state which has decided which government will be formed on the basis of a slim margin of a vote share, about just 1%. That was Congress during the last term. Tell us more about the key issues which will continue to dominate as we look at the swinging politics of the state of Uttarakhand, where one party comes after another.
Well, you know, development always continues to stay the most important factor in all states in the country, but especially in a state like Uttarakhand, which is on an average development becomes a bigger issue here, precisely because it's a more developed state compared to, say, some of the other hill states. In fact, it's almost comparable to Himachal in many ways, and the average is much higher than Uttar Pradesh, which it was a part of. Now, one of the bigger problems is that there's a massive migration in the state. A lot of the people have not got jobs, not only in the last 5 years. This has been a problem in the longer period. A lot of villages, for example, people have moved away, to Delhi and other urban centers. So creation of jobs becomes very important. Not only the visible notion of development, which is typically creation of roads and airports and hospitals and things of that sort, but the creation of employment, that I think has been one of the major issues in this election as well. And in the past, one has seen this as a very important factor, migration being such an important. The other problem is environmental degradation, which has not quite been reflected in the elections this time so much, but is there in the back of the mind because of the so-called, massive tourist coming from outside. The hill areas have seen a kind of denudation in terms of environment. So that will be in the back of the mind as well, other than development. Uttarakhand is a more difficult state to kind of predict because it's a typical bipolar state. Unlike, for example, let's say Punjab or Uttar Pradesh or even Goa. Basically, it's a BJP versus Congress that you see, and it works out like Rajasthan.
So you're saying the Aam Aadmi Party is not a factor, Mr. Jha?
Sorry?
Are you saying the Aam Aadmi Party won't be a factor?
I didn't get your question. Could you repeat that,
Will the Aam Aadmi Party not be a factor then? Is that what you're saying?
I still think in Uttarakhand, it's largely a Congress versus BJP.
Okay.
I don't think AAP has the same kind of presence in Uttarakhand that AAP has in Punjab, for example.
All right, fair enough.
Let me go across, as you pointed out.
Let me go across to my colleague Nikhil, who's joining us from Haldwani. Now, this is obviously a seat of a prominent Congress leader who passed away last year. She was not just a minister, but had at one time staked claim to be the chief minister. And actually who's the face for the Congress party? Nikhil, do you think that could be one of the Achilles' heel for the Congress party? Because they've seen internal fights, unsure about their face, even not so happy with Harish Rawat and vice versa. So the Congress build-up hasn't been ideal.
Well, obviously, let's first discuss about the Haldwani seat in particular. You have mentioned that Indira ji was a big leader yesterday, and day before yesterday, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was here for the campaigning. She said that Indira Gandhi, she was a big factor in the development of the country, and Indira ji, Indira Hridesh of Haldwani district was the big factor in the development of Haldwani district, and she passed away last year, but her son Sumit Hridesh has been fielded by the Congress party, and he is going to contest against the former mayor who has been fielded by Bharatiya Janata Party. This is about the Haldwani seat, but currently we are in the Lal Kuan seat. Now Lal Kuan has become the hottest seat in the Uttarakhand state because former Chief Minister Harish Rawat is fielded here from Congress party, and this time the stakes are very high because last 2-3 elections, he lost last 2-3 elections. In fact, in 2017 assembly polls, he fought from 2 seats and he lost from both the seats. So stakes are high this time, and he's desperately wanting to win this particular election as well because he is the front runner face of CM candidate from the Congress party, despite the fact that there are many of the internal disputes as well in the Congress party. But apart from it, Bharatiya Janata Party has fielded Mohan Singh Bisht. Now Mohan Singh Bisht, who is the candidate from BJP, is known as the funeral friend because in the 2019 elections when he was fighting the Zilla Panchayat polls, he came up with this strategy that he will be through thick and thin of the people who, even if someone dies in the constituency, this is the reason why the contest is going to be very much bipolar. And our guests are also, they were speaking that Aam Aadmi Party is not a major factor yet in the Uttarakhand state. We have spoken to many of the people as well since morning. They are saying that they are surely going to dent the image, dent the voters of both the parties, but the contest is basically between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress in particular.
Bipolar contest, that's what it has always been, Shivani, as we've been talking about as far as the state of Uttarakhand is concerned, and a very slim margin which has always decided which way the state really is going to really swing. Let's also move on and take you through some key developments as far as the state of Uttarakhand is concerned. What do the key contests really look like? As Nikhil was talking about that one constituency from where Harish Rawat would want to defend himself. Yes, there is a certain assessment which says that Harish Rawat could be one of the key faces for the Congress party, though he himself spoke about a Dalit face that the party can push. Let's begin with Khatima. This is one constituency where the Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami, is going to be defending his seat. Last time he won this seat, he was not the Chief Minister. This time he is. So perhaps this time the winning margin is going to be much, much better. The candidate against him, Kapri, lost by a very slim margin last time. What does this contest will tell us? It will also tell us a little bit more about the popularity of the Chief Minister. The other key constituency to watch out for is the constituency of Lal Kuan. Now, in this constituency, as my colleague Nikhil was reporting, this is a very tight fight. Harish Rawat of the Congress party, he's the former Chief Minister of the state. You also have Mohan Singh Bisht of the BJP. He has recently joined the party. And yes, Harish Rawat has a lot to defend for himself. This is about his own political future along with the Congress party. Gangotri, yet another very important region, also a region where the Char Dham project has a direct implication. Infrastructure development in this area is a key issue, and you have Colonel Ajay Kotyal of the Aam Aadmi Party. He's the Chief Minister face for the Aam Aadmi Party, which may or may not have a huge political future in the state. The experts are clearly divided. And you also have Vijay Pal Singh Sajwan of the Congress party. Vijay Pal is a former MLA, of course. He is one of the key leaders of the party. Let's go to another constituency. Another constituency of Nainital. Even this constituency throws up an interesting fight. Now you have Sarita Arya of the BJP. She's the former Congress Women Wing Chief. She has jumped the ship. She's joined the BJP. On the other side is Sanjeev Arya. He's a BJP rebel who joined Congress with Father Yashpal. So this is another interesting contest in Nainital to watch out for. The key constituencies we are talking about. And yes, Uttarakhand, as the experts were talking, is about the region and also about the key infrastructure development, ecological issues. And interestingly, Maha, you were talking about how Kumaon and Garhwal have always dominated Uttarakhand. Will Kumaon have the edge this time?
Both the parties, that is the BJP and the Congress, since we are, pretty much decided it's a bipolar contest, both of them are, pinning their hopes largely on Kumaon and how to make their inroads there, because the contest in Garhwal seems to be evenly placed for both, and let me explain why. So here on our magic wall, we have of course divided this into three regions, that is the state of Uttarakhand into Garhwal, Kumaon and Maidan. But if we subsume Maidan largely in these two broad regions which are defining Uttarakhand, that is Garhwal and Kumaon, let's take a look at how that is going to play out during these elections. So first let me talk about Garhwal. Garhwal is the larger region in Uttarakhand. As you can see, it has 22 seats here, and the districts, number of districts that we have in Garhwal is roughly 7 out of the 13 districts in Uttarakhand. So let's talk about Garhwal first and why the parties seem to believe that they are evenly placed here. This is because in 2012, there was defection from the Congress of some of their important leaders, especially Harish Singh Rawat and Vijay Bahuguna. Now, as far as Harish Singh Rawat is concerned, he's back. And as far as Vijay Bahuguna is concerned and Satpal, they are pretty much sidelined now. So the Congress believes that here, even though the number of seats are large as for grabs, but they are in a comfortable position, at least that's their assessment. So that's why the focus on Kumaon. And why, I'll quickly take you through that. And as Anusha has already pointed out, what we have seen in Kumaon at the moment is that largely both the big faces of the BJP and the Congress, that is Pushkar Singh Dhami and Harish Rawat, are contesting from the Kumaon region. And one of the reasons that the BJP decided to have Pushkar Singh Dhami, as far as analysts are concerned, in the region of Kumaon is because they felt that they needed to give Kumaon, this region with about 6 districts rather out of the 13, more focus. So the focus largely this time is going to be for both the parties on Kumaon Shivani, and both Harish Rawat and Pushkar Singh Dhami, Lal Kuan and the other seat of Fatima fall in this region.
Yeah. As my colleague, I think Nikhil was breaking it down from Lal Kuan. This is a make or break election for Harish Rawat, certainly. He has, of course, a great political legacy, but what happens from here on will be decided by these elections, also by the performance of the Congress party. But I want to go across quickly to Anuja Kapoor. Anuja, thanks a lot for your patience, the representative of the BJP joining us. Let me just ask you about the contest in Uttarakhand. It's not really been the most stable, quote-unquote, government for you. There have been lots of issues that have been thrown up in the face of the BJP government over the last 5 years. In that respect, it is a tough contest for you to get the faith of the public back, Anuja.
I don't think so that we should be bothered about that, because when you're talking about Harish Rawat, he himself did not got the seat where he wanted to stand from the Congress. And they're talking about, the developments they want to show with the university, and they're talking about the Char Dham and talking about things. Look, what I see as a whole, you should not see only Uttarakhand, you see BJP as a whole. And we're talking about BJP as a whole, the budget they have got, the things they have been doing in so many years, and this double engine thing which we're talking about. As I know and understand, Uttarakhand is a place of tourism. We have also been talking about connectivity. That is the problem. The Palyan is happening. Okay. So, but we're talking about the connectivity. We are bringing more connectivity. Look, everything changes. Everything more is coming up when you get a lot of feedbacks. A lot of things are coming up. What we need to look is the development infrastructure related to the health. Yes. We should never forget about the COVID times. Okay. Who is the government who's been standing with you? Who brought vaccine? 100% we're talking about. The first doses have been done. The second doses are been 70-80% is already been done. So we should never forget. We should talk about ration. Who's giving you? Who's talking about the medical health service? Look, we should never polarize something.
No, we've not talked about very polarizing as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. We have just talked about whether this will stay a bipolar contest or will there be a third party factor at all. But I do have to thank...
Aam Aadmi Party does not... I am from Delhi, believe me I can give you the long list of the things which Aam Aadmi Party is a failure or in this government.
But I'm not going to go into that. As far as Delhi is concerned, I do thank all of our guests for joining us. We'll continue to have you more as the day builds up. Of course, it's been just about under 3 hours, 2 hours of polling. As far as 2 of these states are concerned, in Goa, it started a little bit later. But let's talk about Goa now, because, this is where the battle gets even more interesting. If Aam Aadmi Party is trying to get into Uttarakhand, here too the Aam Aadmi Party is a factor. Here TMC is also a factor. There's been friction between all opposition parties. They've been attacking not just the BJP but also each other. Lots of big names in contest. Lots of political careers that could be made or broken. And there's a lot of deflections when we talk about Goa. In Goa specifically, if I go across to my colleague Anusha, it's not just deflections anymore, it's total hera-feri going on.
It's total hera-feri. 67% of the MLAs in the last few years have changed their parties. And if that is the political tradition you're talking about, it's indeed a very worrying trend. But before I show those numbers to our viewers, I also want to quickly cut across to Herman Gomes, who's tracking all the developments from the ground. Herman, taking in a word from you. Elections have been the order of the day, especially if you look from 2017 to up till now. Even before elections, there was a lot of hera-feri, as we are calling it, that happens. But tell us, what are the key issues on which Goa votes? Whether it's about the pandemic, the Catholic votes which are being spoken about, or the ailing economy because of poor tourism and the mining areas, or the ban that the state faces in the mining sector.
Well, Anusha, yes, definitely unemployment is a serious issue as far as Goa elections are concerned. But and also at the same time anti-incumbency against the BJP government too. But the BJP has been relying on the development plank, stating that they have been receiving massive funds from the center, which is why they've managed to build massive sort of roads, highways, bridges, etc. But what the Congress has been stating is that those are not really the priorities. The basic needs, in fact, are not met. The opposition, which is the principal opposition, which is the Congress, has definitely hit out at the Bharatiya Janata Party, particularly about during the time of the handling of the pandemic situation here in Goa, because we had seen, the sort of numbers, particularly in the second wave, how people were sort of dying as far as Goa Medical College is concerned. Now, as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, the last time they had contested elections, they had not won a single seat. This time you have a new entrant such as the TMC, both of them trying to occupy the space of the Congress. Now the Congress so far has not, the TMC, I beg your pardon, has been trying to reach out to the Congress, stating that in case if the numbers, the magic figure of 21 they do not manage to get 21 seats on their own, then they should look at a post-poll alliance. But the Congress has hit out and said nothing doing, for the simple reason because they had been the TMC had been attacking the Congress here in Goa as well as poaching their own leaders, Anusha.
Absolutely, and as we have seen, Pramod Sawant had big shoes to fill in. after Manohar Parrikar. Will he be the person that the voters will be choosing to vote for? Will it be the party or person-specific voting? That is also something that is going to be interesting to watch out for in Goa. Here's Pramod Sawant now speaking while the polling continues in Goa.
गोवा के लोग, गोवा के मतदार, मेरे पूरे सभी भाई बहन तैयार हैं और इस जो डेफिनेटली कॉन्फिडेंट है कि 100% लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार और कमल को फिर से एक बार वोट दे देंगे। आज सुबह सुबह ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सुबह सुबह फ़ोन करके मुझे बेस्ट विशेस दी, हमारे संगठन को बेस्ट विशेस दी, गोवा के लोगों को बेस्ट विशेस दी। इससे यानी डबल इंजन की सरकार यानी फिर से आने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की विशेष हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थी। मुझे पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है 22 में 22+ सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आ जाएंगे।
You have just voted, you're saying, what is the sort of message you want to give out to the people of Punjab?
Everyone should come out and vote. I just did. Voting is the day for us to celebrate democracy and practice it in reality.
Yeah.
So आज सब लोगों ने, everyone should come out, vote. Punjab, Goa, and wherever there are elections today.
Yeah, and as you know, as far as the voters that we are speaking in, they've been telling us about how definitely this is the first elections where the presence of your father is also being missed. Do you see some sort of that message also reciprocating in the way in your interaction with voters?
So as I said, it's a voting day. It's a chance for voters to talk today.
Okay.
I have done enough talking.
Yeah.
So let people of Panji talk and people of Goa talk and people of everywhere else where there is voting, they will talk today. So I should not talk other than appeal that everyone should come out and vote.
Any sort of message you want to give out to the people of Goa at large and as far as Punjab is concerned?
See, Goa at large, Goa deserves a change. I think it's been too long and total misgovernance of the BJP. So Goa deserves a change and therefore people have decided to go for a change. As far as the Punjab voter is concerned, my only request to them is come out and vote in large numbers for this change to become very effective. And I think Punjab deserves the best.
And any sort of issues that you think the reason why people would vote in favor of the Congress as well as you versus say Babush Monserrat?
Obviously, see, there is nothing called governance. You know, that concept of governance. Forget good governance, but basic concept of governance is absent. So we want to bring the presence of governance and good governance.
मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि ये ऐतिहासिक ऐसा टाइम है कि हमको गोवा को बर्बाद करने के लिए बीजेपी को वोट करना है या गोवा को बचाने के लिए कांग्रेस को वोट करना है। ये आज मतदान है। आई एम रिलैक्स्ड as far as my voters are concerned. My constituency people have faith on me. I have completed my term and I resign. मैं और एक बार बोल रहा हूँ कि मैंने मेरा टर्म कंप्लीट करके रिजाइन हुआ। मैं किसी को डिच नहीं किया है। I have not gone against the wishes of the people.
On that note, it is time for Anusha, Maha and me to take your leave, and I have to go across to my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who's joining us. Anand, how's the weather where you are? Where are you going to be flying today?
Well, the Alexa quadcopter has got us to where the action is. Phase 2 of Uttar Pradesh. We'll also be covering Uttarakhand and Goa, but a lot more to share with you when we are back. You see there, down there, there, wahi pe. That's where all the action is going to be. The fight for that place. Lucknow, the capital of Uttar Pradesh. See you after the break.
What other qualification do you have, sir?
बहुत सारे क्वालिफिकेशन है। हम MA LLB है।
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA Master of Apparent.
Please explain to us then LLB.
LLB लोकल लफड़ाबाजी।
I was expecting that, or?
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का फर्म भी है।
Which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA corruption agency.
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है। हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है।
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं नहीं यार, आई एम इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मर्डर।
Murder. Okay, I can see that you are highly qualified, highly overqualified in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है, इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले हैं।
But what आंदोलन?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है, उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए, रिजर्वेशन।
Reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC category.
OBC, other backward caste?
No, other backward candidates, OBC. ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा, ये निर्दलीय है।
The woman in the film says कि अगर एक बड़ा उनका मशहूर ये कहना था कि अगर सेक्स वर्कर्स ना हों तो आम लड़कियों का सड़कों पर चलना मुश्किल हो जाए। Just do you agree with it? Because you know we live in Mumbai and कोई कुछ भी कह ले, इस शहर की सड़कों पर वाकई चलते हुए एक सेफ्टी का एहसास होता है। What do you have to say about it?
I don't think मैं एज आलिया इस पे ऑथेंटिकली कमेंट कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने ये किरदार फिल्म में निभाया है। मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव गंगूबाई के पर्सपेक्टिव से ही होगा। तो जो गंगूबाई कह रही है उसको मैं मानती हूँ, उसको समझती हूँ, और वो आपको फिल्म में भी देखने का मौका मिलेगा। जिस तरह जिस कन्विक्शन से वो आज़ाद मैदान में भाषण देती है और वो बात करती है औरतों के हक के बारे में, इवन बच्चों के हक के बारे में, आप ऐसे कभी नहीं कह सकोगे कि वो जो कह रही है गलत कह रही है।
सही बात है।
There's two sides to a coin. तो आपका पर्सपेक्टिव एक होगा, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव सही नहीं है।
You know, प्रेमचंद वेरी फेमसली सेड आलिया कि जब आदमी में, पुरुष में औरत की क्वालिटीज आ जाती हैं तो वो देवता बन जाता है। You know, थोड़ा सा नरम दिल, थोड़ा सा अच्छे स्वभाव का, अच्छी जुबान। लेकिन जब एक औरत में आदमी की, पुरुष की क्वालिटीज आ जाती हैं तो वो उल्टा बन जाती हैं। डू यू एग्री विद प्रेमचंद?
हमारे अंदर दो कॉन्ट्रडिक्टिंग क्वालिटीज हमेशा होते हैं। आई कैन बी अ फीमेल फेमिनिन वुमन, पर मेरे अंदर अल्फा क्वालिटीज काफी ज्यादा हो सकते हैं। एंड सिमिलरली फॉर मेन। इन अ वर्ल्ड जब गंगूबाई की दुनिया है, आप ये मान सकते हो कि एक आदमी की तरह कमांड करती है, आदमी की तरह। आप ये क्यों बोल रहे हो? क्योंकि हम ज्यादातर औरतों को ऐसे बिहेव करते नहीं देखते हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हक के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है, या लोगों के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है। ये हमने एज ए सोसाइटी एक बॉक्स बनाया और रूल्स बनाए हैं। तो मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि मैं प्रेमचंद जी से डिसएग्री या अग्री करती हूँ। दैट वुड नॉट बी माई स्टैंड और दैट वुड नॉट बी माई प्लेस टू से। बट मैं ये डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि ये रूल सिर्फ सोसाइटी से बनाए गए हैं। इज्जत कमाना और मांगना सबका हक होता है, और लोगों के लिए लड़ना, खुद के लिए लड़ना सबका हक होता है। ये एक पर्सनालिटी और ह्यूमन person to person डिपेंड करता है।
So you know, we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. You know, आपकी movie Gully Boy में that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are, you know, challenging the popular norms, and you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये डायलॉग भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी नहीं है, I mean it, every moment of it, क्योंकि it's as a woman, even though I come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ। And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक पर्सपेक्टिव है जो आप कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करोगे। बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे, आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है। आई डोंट बिलीव इन मेल बैशिंग एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट। आई जस्ट बिलीव इन इक्वालिटी, जो हर किसी को बिलीव करना चाहिए। इवन मेन बिलीव इन इक्वालिटी। सो मेनी मेन दैट आर अ पार्ट ऑफ माई लाइफ, दे ऑल बिलीव इन इक्वालिटी। पर कभी कभार क्या होता है, औरतें ही इक्वालिटी में बिलीव नहीं करते।
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और डायलॉग है गंगूबाई का, जब वो बोलती है, औरतों को बोल रही है,
Darwaza, the gateway to Lucknow, the capital city of Uttar Pradesh. Good morning to all our viewers as we are queuing up phase 2 of the Uttar Pradesh elections. Of course, Uttarakhand and Goa also go to the ballot today, but the focus is here. Beautiful, the traffic picking up as things are slowly opening up. Everybody is getting back into a life after COVID-19, hoping there is no other wave as we welcome you to the election news headquarters, that is CNN News 18. And as we circle around and you see the Tilewali Masjid and the beautiful Gomti River and that lovely landscape. One thing is, Lucknow is a beautiful city, ladies and gentlemen. There is the Imambara, but this is what the fight is going to be. 55 seats, 38 went to the BJP, and comparatively this is a weaker performance for the BJP compared to phase 1 in 2017 and the other latter phases. It is the Samajwadi Party that had 15 and it would look to make gains. This is crucial, and 2 seats for the Congress Party. One of the richest set of candidates with the one candidate from Rampur declaring more than 296 crore. But more about that in just a bit. I'm going to head back to the studio. Zaka Jacob, ready.
All right, thank you very much as we await Anand Narasimhan to touch down here in our studios, the CNN News 18 newsroom. Let's bring you up to speed with what is at stake in this phase 2 as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Anand is right, 55 seats up for grabs. Relatively, the BJP's performance, even though it swept 38 out of 55 seats last time around, relatively compared to phase 1 and the subsequent phases, this is a phase where the Samajwadi Party did reasonably well. Remember, they got 15 MLAs in the last time. Out of the 47 in total that they got, 15 were from here. So a third of the SP's MLAs last time around were from these 55 odd seats. So what is the big factor at play? The big factor is the M factor, which is the Muslim factor. Remember, out of 9 districts that are going to polls today, 6 districts have Muslim population in excess of 40%. Now that could work in favor of Samajwadi Party, could also work against Samajwadi Party because of polarization. Take a look at this number. This is the BSP and how much vote share the BSP had last time around. The big question is going to be, will this vote stay? Both Jatav Dalits as well as Muslims who voted for the BSP, will this vote stay or will this vote erode? And if it does, will the Dalits back the BJP and will the Muslims back the Samajwadi Party? How will that cookie crumble? I think that is going to determine this phase 2 as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Let me also bring in why the Muslim factor is so important as far as this phase 2 is concerned. Like I said, there are 6 out of the 9 districts that are voting this time around. There is a dominant Muslim population of over 40%. 46 out of the 55 seats, that's almost 90% of the seats. 3 out of 5 seats here are dominated by Muslims. And here is where it gets very, very interesting. Even though the BJP swept 30 out of those 46 seats at 38% vote share. Remember, the BJP overall in the state had about 41% in 2017. But take a look again at these two. You add up 21% of the BSP and almost 8% of the Congress. That's almost 30% of the vote. Will this 30% remain intact with the BSP and the Congress, or will some of this vote go to the Samajwadi Party? That is the critical question as far as phase 2 is concerned. Let's go back to Anand Narasimhan. Let me, he's now overlooking where? Which state are you overlooking now?
Well,
Anand?
before we touch down, Zaka, we thought let's just come down and say Har Har Mahadev, because they are looking at Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand, and they just Alexa quadcopter zipping me right through here. It's a little chill. There's a bit of a nip in the air as we see. There you see Ma Ganga right in the middle of the Ganga river there, and right behind Shiva, that beautiful Shiva statue further ahead. Right down below me, I see all the ghats lined up right across. There you go, Har Ki Pauri, and further down, and all the ghats, and one by one the pilgrims are coming through. But this is the big fight for Uttarakhand, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a shift. Is the pattern which was a big shift in 2017, and Zaka will talk about it in just a bit in terms of vote share, etc. But the BJP is playing defense on almost on 57 of the 70 seats. They just ran through the opposition the last time around, only 11 seats to the Congress Party. How much of a gain can the Congress make, and can the BJP repeat a 50+ kind of performance? That's what is their stated objective. That's the big question. And will this entire twist in the tail with the common civil code or the uniform civil code make a big difference? What Devbhoomi Uttarakhand decides, we'll have to see. But for the moment, Saka, it is Har Har Mahadev, but the BJP, will they get the numbers? We'll have to see. Back to you.
Oh, absolutely. They've had 3 chief ministers in the space of the last year. Let's see how this breaks as far as the Congress and the BJP are concerned. Like Anand said, huge sweep that the BJP did in 2017. 57 out of the 70 seats. That's a 3/4 majority as far as BJP is concerned. Almost 50% vote share last time around. 46.5%. The Congress had only 30% vote share. Also, watch out for this. The Aam Aadmi Party and the others. Remember, Uttarakhand has always had a third vote, about a third, between 20 to 30% since the formation of the state. But essentially, I suspect it's going to be a battle between these two parties, the Congress and the BJP. What is going to be critical here? Both the Chief Minister and the former Chief Minister, both hailing from what is called the Kumaon region, which is close to Nainital and the districts around Nainital. This is where it is. Remember, the Chief Minister, the young Pushkar Singh Dhami, is fighting from Khatima seat. It's the last constituency out of the 70 constituencies in the state of Uttarakhand. He's fighting from Khatima. Last time, he won by a very narrow margin, 2,700 votes. And the man who's hoping to displace him, that is Harish Rawat, the former 2-term Chief Minister, he's also fighting from Lal Kuan. This is a new seat. And remember, there was a lot of drama around this seat. Harish Rawat did not want to fight from this seat. He wanted to fight from one of the Nainital seats, one of the Nainital district seats. But unfortunately for him, there was revolt there by one of his closest associates. He had to give up that seat, and he's now fighting from Lal Kuan, a seat which the BJP won by 27,000 vote margin. Remember, the Chief Minister's constituency, he won only by 2,700 votes. This constituency where Harish Rawat is fighting from, the Congress lost by 27,000 votes in 2017. So can he make a difference there? But I tell you, this Kumaon region, remember Uttarakhand is divided between the Garhwal region, that's the Dehradun, Haridwar side, and then there is the Nainital side, which is the Kumaon region. And the Kumaon is really where almost all of the chief ministers, right from Narayan Dutt Tiwari, the first chief minister, down to Mr. Dhami now, the youngest chief minister of the state, almost all of them have hailed from this particular region. And I suspect this region will hold the key as well. Because if you go back and check in 2012, even though the Congress won, but it was not a sweep, this is where it's sort of evenly split in the sense of the vote share. Look at the difference. It's so minimal between the BJP and the Congress. There's only a less than 2% vote share difference between the BJP and the Congress. So this region will definitely hold the key as far as the respective two parties and their chances are concerned. Like I said, watch out for this. Others as well. There is a 30% outstanding vote. Will that break in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party, or will they be less of a threat in Uttarakhand compared to, let's say, in a Punjab or even a Punjab for that matter? But let me go back to Uttar Pradesh, because that's where the critical second phase is going, and this is a make or break phase as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned. And no more so is it evident than in the constituency of Rampur, in the district of Rampur. Arunima is joining us there live from Rampur. So just give us a bird's eye view of both these seats, the Rampur main seat and of course the neighboring constituency of Suwar. It's really a sort of fight between the Nawab and the Aam Aadmi, as some would have you believe.
Yes, the Nawab who has been, fighting for the Congress party this time around. He's taking on Azam Khan, who's in jail. Since morning, it was very cold and foggy. Now the temperature has started rising so far, and with that, you can see steady stream of voters. This polling booth that I'm in, it's the Raza Postgraduate College of Rampur. This is where Abdullah Azam, son of Azam Khan, is expected to come and vote. Steady, constant stream of voters who are coming and casting their votes here. Let me see if I can get in a word from sir. आपने वोट दे दिया? कोई दिक्कत अंदर?
कुछ नहीं,
आराम से दे दिया वोट। किस मुद्दे पर वोट दे रहा है रामपुर?
मुद्दे पे साहब उन्हीं को दे रहे जो हम तो उन्हीं को देते चले आए पहले से।
जिनको पहले से देते हैं उन्हीं को देते आए हमेशा। आप जा रहे हैं वोट देने के लिए? किस मुद्दे पर आपने दे दिया है वोट?
जी मैंने वोट दे दिया है।
क्या मुद्दा है रामपुर का?
रामपुर का मुद्दा है भारत को कैसे विश्व गुरु बनाए, एंड फॉर दैट आई एम फ्रॉम मुस्लिम समाज, बट वी हैव सीन दैट कि किसी के पास कोई आइडियोलॉजी नहीं है, बट मोदी इज द ओनली पर्सन विच हैज गॉट सम आइडियोलॉजी टू lead India at the top.
Okay.
So my vote is for BJP.
Right,
हाँ.
right.
And moreover, one more thing I would like to say through your camera, कि social media tell that कि Muslim और BJP ये verses दिखाते हैं, but Muslim and BJP verses is the wrong thing. हाँ. People.
Right. Thank you so much. So I got you two voices there, Zaka. One which saying that we want to vote for continuity, continuity in the sense of the incumbent who has been elected from Rampur in the past. Another one saying that we want Badlao, we are voting for the country. But interesting thing is that, Abdullah Azam so far has not been seen on the ground. We just came back from his house. It looks like a fortress. It's been 3 hours since polling began. Abdullah Azam is supposed to take care of his own constituency in Swar. He's also supposed to take care of Azam Khan's constituency in Rampur because Azam Khan is in jail. But I think he has some sense of where the voters are going. Perhaps that explains why he's still locked up in his residence and not stepping out like his competitors are.
All right, we'll see how the battle for Rampur plays out. Arunima, keep an eye out for developments in that district as well as, of course, the other 55 seats that are going to polls today. But Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, spoke to the news agency ANI bright and early this morning, and he has pitted this as a fight between the criminal elements, the Dangawadis who used to rule Uttar Pradesh 5 years ago, and the politics of reform and the politics of law and order. Let's listen in to what Yogi Adityanath had to say.
क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है. अगर कोई व्यक्ति, भाई मैंने तो 80-20 की बात की थी. मैंने कहा 80% बीजेपी के साथ होगा, 20% हमेशा विरोध करता है, विरोध करेगा. हमने जाति, मौत, मजहब की बात नहीं की थी. हमने तो 80 बनाम 20 की बात की थी. 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के सुरक्षा के एजेंडे से खुश हैं. 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के लोक कल्याणकारी और गरीब कल्याणकारी कार्यों से खुश हैं, जिन्हें विकास पसंद है, जिन्हें राज्य सरकार के द्वारा पारदर्शी तरीके से ईमानदार भर्ती की प्रक्रिया के माध्यम से अपने कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है. उन लोगों को, जिन लोगों के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन लाने का काम हुआ है और जो लोग प्रदेश सरकार के हर अच्छे कार्य को हमेशा समर्थन करते हैं, 80% वे लोग होंगे. 20% वे लोग जिनको हमेशा विरोध करना है, वे पहले भी विरोध करते थे, आज भी विरोध करेंगे. नकारात्मक सोच है, वे पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के समर्थक हैं, वही रहेंगे. तो चुनाव तो 80 बनाम 20 का है. लेकिन मैं कह सकता हूं कि पहले चरण के मतदान के बाद स्पष्ट हो चुका है कि वास्तव में चुनाव 80 बनाम 20 का ही है. 80% से अधिक समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्राप्त हुआ है और 20% जिसको विरोध करना था, जो वैक्सीन का विरोध करता है, अपराधियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई का विरोध करता है, महिला सुरक्षा का विरोध करता है, गरीबों को दी जाने वाली अन्य योजना का विरोध करता है, हर एक जनपद एक उत्पाद की योजना का विरोध करता है, एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज का विरोध करता है, एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज का विरोध करता है. वे हमेशा विरोध करते थे, विरोध करेंगे.
So the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath once again reiterating his 80-20 charge against the Samajwadi Party. As we look up to the skies to welcome our Anand Narasimhan back from 35,000 feet above. Let's bring our quadcopters down, please.
Absolutely, absolutely, Zaka. I can hear you, and it's quite engaging. But what's fantastic is this data dome that's been created this time around. The Alexa going a step further. You know, those robotic arms will also come into play. But right now, you set me down. Bhai, pura utaro yaar. There you go. I can't jump out of the quadcopter. I'm going to lose my controls and step out. Abhi, I'm getting out. Okay, don't jump. Okay, there you go. I'm out.
All right, safe landing.
Yeah, absolutely safe landing
safe
for
landing
me.
Indeed.
For me, absolutely back into the
so
studio.
Welcome back. How does it feel to come off from
Feels very good.
feet?
But before we talk, bhai.
All right, let's go back.
Out. Aapka ho gaya.
Okay.
Out.
As the quadcopter goes back.
Out.
All right, there we go. The
there you
quadcopter is gone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
So there you go. Gone. So it's been fantastic, and you've been talking about a lot of issues, Zaka. For you, this phase, Uttar Pradesh, before we go across to our reporters and guests, we saw what's happening in Rampur, right?
Correct,
there are mixed thought processes on ground. That Kazim Ali Khan from Congress is the richest candidate in this phase.
Absolutely.
He has a declared wealth of 296 crores. 260 crore-patis out of 586 candidates. It's a lot of aspects. But do you think the Samajwadi Party can make the kind of gains, especially with the Muslim factor coming into play here?
See, this is a make or break phase as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned, because like I said, if you were to go back to 2017, even in 2017, out of the 47 MLAs that they had, 14 of them, that's almost a third, came from this particular region. And if you were to check the 2019 results, and remember both Samajwadi and BSP were in alliance in the 2019 elections, out of the 9 seats here, 6 seats were won by the BSP and SP combined. In fact, the SP won 3 and the BSP won 3 and the BJP won 3. So this would be the toughest phase as far as the BJP is concerned. But one critical aspect, and I think one of the voters there who Arunima spoke to, I think he's captured it very well. We have this very, easy narrative of Muslims don't vote for the BJP. That may not quite be the case. Remember, even without the Muslims, they got 45% vote share last time around. This is, of course, in the Lok Sabha election. But the critical question is this: how will the BSP's 20-21% vote? Remember, this is a combination of both the Jatav Dalits and, of course, some section of Muslims as well. Remember, the BSP won 3 Lok Sabha seats in the 2019 Lok Sabha election here. This 20%, how much of it will go to the Samajwadi Party, and how much of that Dalit vote, particularly the non-Jatav Dalit, how much will that go to the BJP? And I think therein lies the criticality. Other than the Muslim factor, this is also the Ganna belt. This is where Yogi Adityanath talked about Ganna Banam Jinnah. So we'll be interested to see how the sugarcane belt votes this time around.
Yes, and despite that 45% that you talk about, Zaka, overall in 2019, Uttar Pradesh was 50% plus vote share for BJP.
Correct.
So it's about a good 5, 6, 7% lower.
Yes.
And the same thing in 2017, where they had about 42% vote share. Here it is about 38%.
Yeah,
so about 3 to 4% lower. So that also sets up, ladies and gentlemen, our key contests. What are going to be the big contests that we should watch for? Let's try and line them up here. Alexa, come on now. I told you these robotic arms on both sides are going to get active. There you go. And right in front of us, they set it forward. And it just is, first one is Rampur, the battle of the Nawabs this time around. Like we said, it is Azam Khan back in jail. Surprising that the Samajwadi Party still continues to back him. And they say this election would have been different had he been out. And it's against Kazim Ali, who's on a Congress ticket. So it's a Congress versus SP fight that we are seeing here. And Zaka was mentioning about Swar, which is a neighboring, where Abdullah Azam is up against, once again, a Nawab who's now going to fight from the Apna Dal. So he's made that shift. The other fight, there you go, right one. We're talking about Swar, and there you go. This is Abdullah Azam, and he's against Haider Ali Khan. So Abdullah Azam and Haider Ali Khan, this is the other fight. So this is where the NDA comes into the picture against Abdullah Azam. And Haider Ali has actually made the switch. He had a ticket from the Congress party. He said, I don't want it. And then he said, I'm going to go and join the Apna Dal. That was what the advisory was. Not joining the BJP, but joining the Apna Dal, a partner with the BJP here in Uttar Pradesh. The other contest that comes in is Shahjahanpur. Now, this has also been in the news. Once again, it is Suresh Khanna, who's going to be the state minister, who's currently seeking a ninth term, a ninth win. Ninth win is what Suresh Khanna is taking, and he's up against the Samajwadi Party's district president, Tanveer Khan. So this is going to be another interesting fight. A sitting minister and a ninth term is what that he is going to seek for. Suresh Khanna seem to be very, very strong. The other one, as they come through, this is Amroha. This Amroha battle also perhaps will be one that will be keenly watched between the two aspects. There is Mehboob Ali and up against Ram Singh Saini. The BJP last won this seat in 1991. So this is something which is seen as a gud, where this is the sitting MLA, Mehboob Ali, since 2002. So is that going to swing away this time around? We'll have to see. One more of the key contests that comes in this out of the 9 districts that are going to the ballot today, and that is Nakur. And in Nakur, you have Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh Chaudhary was in the Congress till 2019. He is now part of the BJP. He's up against SP's Dharam Singh Saini. He is the one who moved out of the BJP after the Model Code of Conduct kicked in, along with Swami Prasad Maurya, and he was a former minister in the Yogi government. So this is whether or not he can do it, we'll have to wait and watch. We'll set up and look at these contests and how they voted in the past with Zaka in just a bit. We also have Anshu joining us live from Badayu, Akash from Deoband. Anshul, Badayu is an interesting story because Swami Prasad Maurya's daughter is active in that region. Whether it's they're campaigning for the BJP, what's the situation on ground?
So that's right, Anand. Badayu is one of the key constituencies this time around. Last time around, from Badayu, BJP won 5 out of the 6 seats over here from Badayu, and this time around I got a chance to speak to Sanghamitra Maurya, and she said that they are aiming to win all the 6 seats, but she's also very skeptical about the fact that her father has left from the BJP, and that is definitely going to be a big issue in this election. So yes, Badayu, one of the key constituencies, and it remains to be seen how does Badayu vote. But since morning, I have been getting a chance to speak to all the voters who have been coming here. The key issues over here in Badayu is still the improved law and order and the improved security of women. These are the key issues on which voters have been voting in Badayu. So yes, over the next few hours, the excitement in the voters can be seen since it has been 2 hours. Until 9 a.m., more than 9.14% of votes have been polled here in Badayu. So yes, BJP is really very confident that the narrative of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas is going to be the key factor over here, whereas Akhilesh Yadav or the Samajwadi Party is confident that the transfer of Swami Prasad Maurya from the BJP to the Samajwadi Party is going to affect them. But here on ground, people are really very confident. The BJP is really very confident that they are going to gain more, and in fact this time around they are aiming to win all the 6 seats from here in Badayu.
Whether or not they will, because the daughter's been put in a fix. She says she doesn't want to quit the BJP, but she says but she can't even speak too much against her father who's defected. Akash is joining us from Deoband, where it's a different story altogether. The commando training unit is going to be set up in Deoband, and Deoband is making the news because it's going to be part somewhere as part of the defense corridor too. But it's not about Darul Uloom that's being spoken about. So what's the situation on ground? Are people coming out to vote?
Well, Anand, let me tell you that Deoband is one of the most important constituencies this time. It is generally because of the caste politics and also because Muslims are in majority. But before going into that, I'll try to talk to one special voter who is with me. And क्या नाम है आपका? आपने वोट कर दिया है? क्या नाम है आपका?
आपका नफीस नचेश।
वोट करके आए हैं आप? तो किन मुद्दों पे आपको भी पता है कि क्या मुद्दे चल रहे हैं यहाँ पर? Okay, he's not able to
but he's come out to vote.
Anand,
that's what's important.
This seat is important.
People all around you, have they all voted? Akash, जरा एक बार जल्दी पूछ के देखो सबने वोट डाला है कि नहीं?
Right. Just be in line. आप बताएं, वोट करके आए क्या? वोट करके आए आप?
वोट ही नहीं निकली हमारी।
वोट ही नहीं है। आपका वोट करके आए सर?
वोट करने जा रहे हैं जी।
वोट करने जा रहे हैं। क्या मुद्दे हैं अब की बार यहाँ के?
विकास पे।
विकास मुद्दा है
जी। एक तो बसों का किराया, सिलेंडर पे पैसे बढ़ रहे हैं और महंगाई बहुत ज्यादा हो रही है।
ये सब मुद्दे हैं, इन पे आप लोग सुनने वाले हैं अब की बार। कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स की बात यहाँ पर बड़ी होती है, क्या वो भी एक मुद्दा है कि कास्ट के हिसाब से लोग वोट करें?
नहीं, कास्ट की कोई बात नहीं।
कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स
नहीं, आप बस ये पूछो सबसे सबकी उंगलियां दिखा दो। आकाश, सबने वोट किया है कि नहीं? जिन्होंने वोट किया है उंगलियां दिखा दे, कहें सब जाके वोट करें।
गरीब आदमी पे हिसाब नहीं बढ़ना बिल्कुल।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
सिलेंडर में बहुत पैसे बढ़ा दिए। 1000 रुपया सिलेंडर का रखा हुआ, तो गरीब आदमी कहाँ से लाएगा इतने पैसे?
So Anand, they are going to vote. They haven't voted yet. They are going to vote. Okay, and at this point of time, while we talk about the figures, 11% turnout is there till 9 a.m. and people are enthusiastic. And let me tell you that this fight is going to be interesting because we had a word with people who are contesting from SP and BJP, and both of the candidates are saying that they are going to win with a majority, thumping majority. So the fight here in Deoband is going to be very interesting.
They will always talk up. They will always talk up their individual chances, but the challenge for the BJP, Zaka, as we are also waiting for our guests to join us, Ajit Jha, Shantanu Gupta, Anumacharya and Kaushal K. Mishra should be joining us. The fact is that what are the factors that are going to influence their vote? You may have said the BJP may claim that we've got cylinders. Now they are saying by at 1,000 rupees, how do I afford a cylinder?
Correct. No, also we were talking about how this is the sugarcane belt. I just want to run that graphic as well for our viewers. Phase 2 and the sugarcane belt. I think about half of the seats, 55 going to polls today, 27 of those seats, almost half those seats are in what's called the Ganna belt. And Anand was talking about the finance minister, Mr. Suresh Khanna. He hails from this particular region. And remember, the Ganna Kisan have a sort of a pike against the government because they haven't, I think about 10,000 crores or thereabouts has not been released yet. Yet, the Yogi Adityanath government claims they have given 1.5 lakh crores as Ganna dues to these kisan. Remember, Uttar Pradesh has become the Ganna Pradesh. It used to be Maharashtra 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but UP is now producing more Ganna than the next 3-4 states put together. And here again, I think one very interesting thing is, yes, it was a more even division, 14 seats to the BJP, 11 seats to the Samajwadi Party, but the vote difference, the vote share difference was quite significant. It was more than 10%, 24% vote share for the Samajwadi Party and 35% vote share for the BJP. Again, I say the critical thing is going to be this third block. 22% vote share to BSP and 10% to Congress. That's a good 32%. That's a third of the electorate. Where will this vote go? How much of this vote will go to the SP? How much of this vote will go to the BJP? Remember, the BSP's vote is a combination of Dalits plus some section of Muslims as well. Which of these vote banks, will some of the Dalits, particularly the non-Jatav Dalits, will they go to the BJP? And the Muslims, of course, how much of them will go to the Samajwadi Party? Because remember, 35% of her candidates this time. Mayawati has given 35% candidates as Muslim candidates. So will the Muslim voter in this particular belt be influenced more by the candidate or by the party that is best placed to defeat the BJP as it were?
And that's where the trick is, Ajit Jhaji. The fact that the Prime Minister suddenly talks up and lampoons the Congress, the hijab row comes in, and suddenly the Congress, which was not among the talking points at all, somewhere in the fray, it was seen as a two-way contest between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, and the BSP doing its work on ground. Is there going to be a diffusion in that critical vote base which everybody is looking at? The Muslim vote. Ajit Jha.
The Muslim vote has always been portrayed as a, strategic voter, that they always vote to defeat the BJP. The trouble with the strategic voting is that because the constituencies where Dalits dominate and the constituencies where Yadavs dominate, or let's say Jats dominate, are not in the same area. Therefore, the Muslim vote gets divided. And in many places, as you pointed out, what tends to happen is that the BSP puts up a Muslim candidate, and so does the Samajwadi Party. So again, it gets divided. Harry Blair, a famous election anthropologist, once had a very famous thesis about how the Muslim vote divides. He would argue that if it's a majority Muslim area, then the Muslim tends to vote for the Muslim candidate. Whereas if it is a less than 30% kind of Muslim-dominated constituency, then they vote for what he claimed, the Muslim party. But now again, between the SP and BSP, with, as you pointed out, 35% of the tickets BSP has given to Muslims, it is going to be difficult to distinguish for the community which way to vote. Now, obviously, in this division, in this important region where Muslims dominate, the gainer is the BJP. We saw that in 2017. We saw that in 2019. Will that happen this time is the big question. That the division between the SP and BSP for the Muslim constituency, will that lead to benefit for the BJP or not?
Right.
And I have a feeling a lot of theories have been sort of pushed by people who argue that Muslims are not only a strategic voter, they are going to vote, the whole community will vote for the SP. That, I think, is unlikely to happen, as I argue, because the way the seats are distributed, like in the first time we had talked about how in the southern part, like for example, let's say Agra or Mathura, the BSP dominated because of the Dalit concentration. It is going to be a similar picture this time as well.
You're talking up the BJP, BSP quite a bit, Ajit. They've been quietly, but they've been very active on ground. Whenever we've gone, we've seen a lot of work by the BSP quietly on ground. They're not there on the mass media, and they're not in the but this is also an opportunity for Anuma Acharya for the Congress party. Why? Because this is the time when the Prime Minister has openly picked out the Congress. The Congress is suddenly taking a position on hijab. The Congress has got key candidates even against the Samajwadi Party, like in Rampur and some of the other places. You had Congress also in important areas where the Samajwadi Party is not there in the first phase. Will you agree that the first two phases will also perhaps decide how well or how poorly the Congress does?
See, first of all, Congress does not indulge in hate politics. We do not indulge in religion or caste-based politics. Here, the decisive factor will be Yogi Adityanath's hate speeches, in which he talked about 80-20, he talked about Garmi utar dunga, Charbi utar dunga.
Yeah.
This kind of language. Democracy can accept everything, but cannot accept arrogance. And BJP is going to lose out on that. If you're talking about Congress, Congress has mainly we are focusing on our women voters.
Yeah,
we have gone with this.
Anumaji, okay, it's the BJP which is going to be, which you are saying is the polarizer. But you know your challenge. Your challenge is that you have to be the preferred option among the parties which are opposing or challenging the BJP. How is it that your party is going to score above a Samajwadi party which seems to have a clear leg up against you, and also the BSP which has been historically stronger than the Congress? Your challenge is there.
Anand, I understand the challenge, but here the case is, here the issue is that we are focusing on whatever our initiative is,
right,
which is Ladki Hu, Lad Sakti Hu. We are not into hate politics, and I'm surprised today Yogi Adityanath is talking through ANI. There is Election Commission of India. They are campaigning till the last breath. I can see some planted people as public whom we are taking some opinion, but we have seen majority of people are going to talk about common points.
If you're trying to say that we are the people we are speaking to are planted, then I would like to take you up on that, because everything is happening live and it is happening off the cuff and across constituencies. So
I understand.
So for you to cast aspersions is unfair. Be it Rampur, be it Devband, wherever, there were people on the road who were just randomly picked, and they gave multiple points of view, even against the BJP. Shantanu Gupta and Kaushal Mishra, just one quick comment. I'll come back to you, ma'am. I have paucity of time. Quick comment from everybody before we have to take a break here. Shantanu Gupta, so even if somebody turns around and says कि विकास पे वोट दिया है, that doesn't mean it's to the BJP. We saw that in Devband. कि सिलेंडर दे रहे हैं, बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन 1000 रुपए में सिलेंडर कौन खरीदेगा? बस की टिकटें. These are the aspects. Local development is also an issue, and that necessarily does not mean vote for the BJP.
I think one thing I just realized that a lot of people are trying to shoot the messenger. If you are showing both the sides of the opinion, the other panelists are saying you are rigging it. I think that's point one. So I think when someone is saying Vikas ke liye vote denge, I'm saying it's clearly, I'm sure महंगाई and inflation is your issue. Yeah. But I think they will also see if inflation is your issue, can Akhilesh Yadav or Mayawati solve it? Do they have any solution for it? Akhilesh Yadav attendance in 17th Lok Sabha is 37%. He doesn't go to his constituency. Half of the time he's in London. Can he solve inflation of UP? Or someone like Yogi Adityanath, who gets up at 4 o'clock, sleeps at 12 o'clock in the evening, works 365 days in a year, can he solve the problems of UP? And they have seen how their lives have improved in the last 5 years. Be it the payment for Ganna, be it toilets, be it houses, be it expressways. I think people have seen how their lives have improved.
Is that going to work on ground? Because support will be for everybody. But who gets the majority of the support? And the BJP has to cash in or consolidate on this 42% plus vote share the last time around if he wants to repeat last night's performance. I'm just going to check if Dr. Mishra is there with us. If he isn't, we'll take a... He's back. Dr. Mishra, quick comment, sir. This is your weakest phase or toughest phase?
No, this is not a weakest phase. You have seen we are working, and everybody knows what the development has been done. But unfortunately, the voting is not going to be on the development or anything else. But it is going to be on the reverse polarization, because our expert has already told that all the Muslim candidate is going against the BJP. It causes the reverse polarization, and that is how probably our performance in this area will be much better, because it's not about the development right now. It is about nationality. It's about
but there are many across communities who are turning around and saying we will vote for the party which is working, irrespective of what the narrative is. There were people in Rampur who came out and said they will vote for the BJP and say कि हम Muslim हैं, Muslim versus BJP मत करिए. Yeah. So then you should also
our development agenda is working.
Correct. So if it is working, then you should reject any talk which says that Muslims won't vote for the BJP. However, we'll take this forward. We've got to take a very short break. We got to take a very short break. Plenty of ground to cover here on this broadcast. The voting continues. It's steady. Go out and vote if it's your vote today. That's all we're going to say. Your vote matters. Stay with us.
मतलब ये नहीं है कि हक के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है या लोगों के लिए लड़ना औरत का काम नहीं है. ये हमने सोसाइटी एज ए सोसाइटी एक बॉक्स बनाया और रूल्स बनाए हैं. तो मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि मैं प्रेमचंद जी से डिसएग्री या अग्री करती हूँ. दैट वुड नॉट बी माई स्टैंड और दैट वुड नॉट बी माई प्लेस टू से. बट मैं ये डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि ये रूल सिर्फ सोसाइटी से बनाए गए हैं. इज्जत कमाना और मांगना सबका हक होता है और लोगों के लिए लड़ना, खुद के लिए लड़ना सबका हक होता है. ये एक पर्सनालिटी और ह्यूमन person to person depend करता है.
So we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. आपकी movie Gully Boy में that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are challenging the popular norms, and you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये डायलॉग भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी
liberating.
I mean it, every moment of it, क्योंकि it's as a woman, even though I come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ. And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक perspective है जो आप कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करोगे कि बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे. आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को है कि कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है. I don't believe in male bashing and all of that. I just believe in equality, जो हर किसी को believe करना चाहिए. Even men believe in equality. So many men that are a part of my life, they all believe in equality. पर कभी कभार क्या होता है, औरतें ही equality में believe नहीं करते.
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और
And big news coming through. The government of India will ban 54 Chinese apps that pose a threat to India's security. This is what sources are telling CNN News 18. And these include apps like Selfie Camera Equalizer and Bass Booster. There is a Beauty Camera. There is a Sweet Selfie HD. Arunima joining us with more details. Arunima, is this similar? We'll try and go across to Arunima in just a bit. Viva Video Editor, Tencent Driver, Onmyoji Chess, Onmyoji Arena, App Lock, Dual Space Life. These are some of the apps. Now, this list looks different or in addition to the apps that were under the radar or under scrutiny the last time around. Arunima joining us. Let's try and understand the details with her. Arunima, is this a fresh set of apps that have now been identified, or do some of the apps overlap with the previous list?
Most of them appear to be fresh apps, more than 200 now, close to 250, 275 apps already on the radar of agencies. Some of them were banned earlier too, but you're right, even after that ban, they found some means of continuing to operate here in India. So those are also constantly being updated. But these are 54 new apps. Some of them are selfie enhancing apps, camera apps which help you put more filters when you click a selfie. Others are video editing apps as well. There are some gaming apps on that list. All of these have been considered a threat to national security. Essentially, what intelligence agencies have flagged off, that these apps collect data from users, data which is then sent to servers in China. And we don't really know how that data is going to be used against Indian interests. That's the primary red flag which agencies have raised, and based on that, Government of India have decided to ban these 54 Chinese apps.
Right. Now, what kind of a ban is this? Immediate ban, like, is it similar? What will be the contours? Because there are a lot of these apps, Arunima, who are actually operating via backdoor. So despite the government saying we've banned them, they were still available on mobile phones for people to use, using mirrors or backdoors.
Right, and the agencies are constantly reviewing those apps as well, who are defying the ban that has been imposed. Some of them have approached the Ministry of Information and Technology and the Ministry of Home Affairs as well, putting in their perspective, trying to convince the Indian agencies as to what steps they are taking to ensure that data of Indian users is not stored on Chinese servers or it is not misused. If they have come in with such applications, they are being considered. But
right.
More or less, most of these apps are fresh set of apps. Like I said, agencies are skeptical about the data use and data storage by these apps, and that's the primary reason why these 54 are now on the list of banned Chinese apps.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Arunima. To the other top story that we are tracking, the hijab showdown in Karnataka. Amid tight security, schools have finally reopened again in the state 1 week since the protest erupted. However, Section 144 will remain in Udupi until the 19th of February. The Karnataka High Court will be resuming hearing on the entire matter in front of the larger bench by this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, meanwhile, batting for a uniform dress code in schools on grounds that personal beliefs cannot be imposed. The BJP has labelled the protests an intentional conspiracy to disrupt peace in the state. And as schools reopen in Karnataka amid the entire controversy over hijab, a fresh row has erupted in Udupi, where school students wearing hijab were allowed to enter the school campus but asked to remove it while entering the class. Swastika now joining us live on more on this. Swastika, because this is in confirmation with what the CDC rules were, that you cannot wear a head cover or any religious symbol inside the classroom. The rule had said it's limited to inside the classroom. So it's also to show that it is coming with reasonable restrictions. You can come into the campus but not into the classroom.
Well, that's right, and that essentially has been the rules that have been specified by the government PU college. It's important to note that today classes 8, 9, 10th have started. The college opening will happen after the decision is taken by the Karnataka state government following the Karnataka High Court order. But today there is strict vigilance on the ground. As you can see, this is the entire school campus that has now been cordoned off. Nobody is being allowed to enter the school premise without any valid ID card. In fact, it's only the staff members who are being allowed. Exams are currently underway. So this morning when I arrived here, a couple of school students wearing hijab and burqa, I saw them entering the campus, and then I saw them changing it at a designated ladies' room and attend their classes without wearing any kind of religious attire as specified by the college dress code. And that is exactly the rules that have been put forth not just in this college, this school and college, but in other educational institutions as well, in connection with the Karnataka High Court's interim order.
Well, thanks for your inputs. Meanwhile, this is what Yogi Adityanath had to say as he spoke with ANI early this morning.
हमारी व्यक्तिगत आस्था, हमारे व्यक्तिगत स्वयं के अधिकार या हमारी स्वयं की पसंद नापसंद हम देश के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते, संस्थाओं के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सभी कर्मचारियों को या सभी लोगों को ये बोल सकता हूं कि आप भी भगवा धारण करें, ये उनका विषय है, जो उनको धारण करना करें, लेकिन ड्रेस कोड स्कूलों में लागू होना चाहिए। जब संस्थाओं की बात होगी तो संस्था के नियम कानून को हमें मानना होगा। बेटी को तो स्वतंत्र कराने के लिए, उसी बेटी को तो अधिकार देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 3 तलाक की कुप्रथा को हमेशा के लिए रोका है। उसी बेटी को न्याय दिलाने के लिए, सम्मान दिलाने के लिए और स्वावलंबन के मार्ग पर अग्रसर करने के लिए ये फैसले ले जा रहे हैं। हम लोग इस बात को कहते हैं कि शरीयत के अनुसार व्यवस्था नहीं चलेगी, संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगी।
इमरान साहब, एक सवाल ये है, सुबह सुबह मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्वीट किया और एक बयान दिया कि देश में गजवाए हिंद की जो विचारधारा है उसको रोकने के लिए आज मतदान करें।
मुख्यमंत्री जी को सबसे पहले तो ये जो बयान देते हैं उससे पहले उनको अध्ययन करना चाहिए और अध्ययन कर करके बोलना चाहिए। वो क्या बोल रहे हैं क्या नहीं बोल रहे हैं, पहले उनको अध्ययन करना चाहिए। और जहाँ तक वो जिस तरह के ट्वीट कर रहे हैं और जिस तरह वो बोल रहे हैं, देश संविधान से ही चलेगा। देश शरिया से नहीं चलेगा। पहले ये स्पष्ट करें कि क्या भारतीय संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना सही है या गलत है। जिस संस्कृति की दुहाई आप देते हो उस संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना सही है या गलत है, पहले ये बताएं।
When the hijab controversy is dominating, हर कोई कोशिश कर रहा है कि इस मैटर को तूल ना दिया जाए, बट पॉलिटिकली आप कैसे देखते हैं इस मैटर को, आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी को अफेक्ट करते?
ये जो एक हिजाबी हंगामा और हुड़दंग है, ये बहुत सुनियोजित साजिश का हिस्सा है। ये क्या पिछले चुनाव में मुस्लिम महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट किया मोदी जी के कारण। आज उन्होंने बीचों बीच चुनाव में हिजाबी हंगामा शुरू कर दिया, हुड़दंग शुरू कर दिया।
ऑपोजिशन ने,
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सबसे पहले, कांग्रेस के नेता ने एक बयान दिया, उन्होंने जो है यूनिफॉर्म पर इन्फॉर्म करने की कोशिश की, नंबर 1। उसके बाद जो है वो उनके बयान पे सुर में सुर मिलाते हुए उनकी बहन जी मैं लड़की हूँ, लड़की बिकनी और हिजाब उजाब कह डाला क्या। उसके बाद जो है वो पाकिस्तान का पाखंडी प्रोपेगेंडा शुरू हो जाता है और फिर सड़क पे हारा हंगामा।
Harish Upadhyay now joins us. Harish, whereabouts are you? What's the situation on ground and what can be expected in court today?
Well, the court will resume hearing this matter. 2 writ petitions that have been clubbed, but unlikely that there will be any significant order coming out from the court, because now the focus will shift towards focusing on some of the constitutional aspects on whether hijab is an essential part of Islamic practice, whether the government can decide a dress code for schools, and whether it should be the CDC or the government which should really decide for all colleges in the state. So all these aspects will get debated and discussed over the next few days. In the meanwhile, as we speak, in a short while from now, the Karnataka joint legislature session will start. This is where this particular issue is likely to echo, and the government is likely to be cornered. And let's remember, the schools have started today, and possibly by the end of this evening, we might see the government taking a decision on reopening of PU colleges and degree colleges in the state. That might happen in the second half of this week, is what we understand.
Is Bengaluru largely peaceful? Any issues with the colleges and schools in Bengaluru?
Well, absolutely no issue in Bengaluru. Thankfully, even in the last week when that protest happened last Tuesday, we did not see any protest or violent events in Bengaluru. And post those scenes in Bagalkote and Shimoga, the police had increased security around schools. Even in Bengaluru, you have Section 144 and prohibitory orders, especially around schools, that will be in place for the next few days. And possibly we will see now the government moving towards reopening of college, and the police also to focusing on increasing security around colleges, because let's remember, PU colleges and degree colleges are 2 places where we saw violence last week, and the government always thought it was much easier to reopen schools. The kids are not expected to join in a ruckus or a protest. PU and degree college are the real challenge for the government. That litmus test most likely to happen sometime in the second half of this week. At the same time, the government saying that with the High Court not issuing a stay on our interim order, on our order on the dress code, it's a huge boost for us, and we will go ahead and ensure that the academic calendar gets back to the track.
Right, Harish, stay on with us. We'll also try and connect with Swastika once again. In the meantime, some more reactions have come.
ये फैसला करती है कि अब्बा अम्मी मैं हिजाब पहनूंगी, तो अब्बा अम्मी पहने बोलेंगे बेटा पहन, तुझे कौन रोकता, हम देखेंगे इंशाअल्लाह। हिजाब निकाब पहनेंगे, कॉलेज को जाएंगे, डॉक्टर भी बनेंगे, कलेक्टर भी बनेंगे, एसडीएम भी बनेंगे, बिजनेसमैन भी बनेंगे। और एक दिन याद रखना तुम कांड की जनता, शायद मैं जिंदा नहीं रहूंगा, तुम देखना एक दिन इस देश की प्रधानमंत्री एक बच्ची हिजाब पहन के प्रधानमंत्री बनेगी।
एसडीपीआई के साथ एफिलिएटेड कैंपस फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया का नाम सामने आ रहा है। कहा जा रहा है इवन फ्रॉम द इन्वेस्टिगेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू दैट दे मे हैव बीन बिहाइंड दीज प्रोटेस्ट, इंस्टिगेट कर रहे होंगे।
कैंपस फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया वो एक स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, तो स्टूडेंट लोग का कुछ इश्यू हुआ था। वो स्टार्टिंग में मेरे ख्याल से और भी कॉलेज का दूसरा ये स्टूडेंट विंग का आदमी लोग भी थे उसमें, मगर पता नहीं ये इसको उठा के खींच रहे। हम सोच रहे वो बच्चे लोग भी गलत नहीं किए, क्यों उन लोग का साथ देके कुछ ऐसा, यानी उन लोग को जहाँ हक मिलना है वो हक का हिसाब में जिधर जाना था उधर गए, मगर वो गलत नहीं है। मगर उसके बाद में जो एक्स्ट्रा फिटिंग कर रहे हैं, तो जो बाहर वाले उनके ऊपर जो एक्स्ट्रा फिटिंग कर रहे हैं वो गलत है।
If the High Court permanently says that you cannot wear any religious outfit or any kind of other instrument to the institutions or colleges, would you support it? Would you still ask the students not to go to college or pursue education? What would your
देखो,
counseling be?
अगर हाई कोर्ट में हमारा मतलब ये हिजाब का फेवर में नहीं आया, तो इसका ऊपर भी कोर्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, तो उस पर जाने का।
Now, another development. Meanwhile, students have decided to put education first. Girls of the PUC College in Udupi have come to submit a memorandum to the principal asking for resumption of classes. They say girls in hijab are instigated by the CFI or the Campus Front of India, and they never wore hijab earlier.
Shilpa came here and एक representation दिया है college authorities को. क्या है उस representation में?
ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಇವರು 6 ಜನಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು 900 ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಹ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬೇಗ ಬರಲಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಿಸೆಂಬರಿಂದ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರುವಾದದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಸಹ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ರೂಲ್ಸಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಇವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ, ಎಂತ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಹ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸುಮಾರು ಉಂಟು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಇವರು.
Well, going back to Swastika, so they are saying that these people are acting up because they are being instigated. They never were insistent on or wore hijab in classrooms earlier. Now, Swastika, also important is the college is allowing girls to come in a burqa or a hijab into the campus. It's only in the classroom that they are being restricted. So, are people following the orders and the rules now? Students?
Well, yes, they are, and that is exactly what the college authorities have been stressing upon. That this has been the norm, not just today, not just in December, but since the time the college was established, and ever since the College Development Committee was formed in 2004. Now, what the students, I just spoke to a student who happens to be in the second PUC, which is class 12, and she's also the classmate of one of the 6 petitioners, and she tells me that all these whiles we've been here studying from high school, now in class 12, I've never seen anybody violate the rules, because the rules have been in place since these many years, that you're allowed to wear hijab up to a certain point inside the college, and after that inside the classroom nobody wears hijab. But what she told me in that conversation was that since the month of December she has been seeing that couple of girls, mainly these 6 petitioners, she's alleging that they started wearing hijab possibly after coming under the influence of outsiders, indicating at the Campus Front of India.
Right.
She also said that these girls went from class to class trying to mobilize the other Muslim students to stage a protest against the college authorities, forcing them to allow them to wear hijab inside the classroom. So allegations have been flying thick and fast from petitioners' side, and these students have come here. Their college is shut, but they came here to submit a memorandum only requesting the principal that it's time that we kind of end the entire situation and focus on education, and that is exactly what the other students studying at this college really want at this point in time.
Right, Swastika, thank you for your inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very, very short break. It's back to the election news headquarters and our election coverage. One state that's going to the ballot today, 40 seats. What's going to happen? It's all very tight because there are a lot of tight fights. I'm going to get back on the quadcopter. See you after the break.
That's a criteria, I'll be honest.
अगर हमारा नाम बबलू जयप्रकाश होता तो बीजेपी हमें सीट देती. बबलू जयप्रकाश, बीजेपी.
बबलू जयप्रकाश नाम तो सुना है. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
हमने समाजवादी पार्टी से भी टिकट मांगी थी, लेकिन लगता है उन्हें भी बबलू सिंह यादव नाम अच्छा ही नहीं लगा.
This is not making sense. Why would the SP not like this name?
क्योंकि आजकल उनको सिर्फ बैनर्जी, चैटर्जी ये नाम अच्छे लगते हैं. अब मैं अपना नाम बैनर्जी सिंह यादव तो नहीं रख सकता.
Okay, what about O'Brien Singh Yadav? No. And Congress? Did you try the Congress?
कांग्रेस? कांग्रेस को हमारे नाम से कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस का खुद का कोई नामो निशान है? आप बताओ है?
Point to note that apathy and apathy, English, Hindi, two different meanings. But as I was saying, I don't think that your name can be a criteria. I think you're just making fun of all this. Do you have any qualifications to be a candidate in the UP election? Seriously?
क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? हमारे जितना क्वालिफिकेशन और किसी के पास नहीं है।
What do you mean? Like what? What great qualifications? Have you stood for elections before?
नहीं, लेकिन हम 10 साल से पूरा प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे।
10 साल से? What kind of preparations?
हम वही प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे जो हमारे सभी बड़े-बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने किए थे।
What preparations could that be?
अरे 10 साल से हम जेल में थे, जेल में।
जेल में?
हाँ, 3 मर्डर, 5-6 हाफ मर्डर, 7-8 एक्सटॉर्शन, 10-12 दंगों के केस और एक नो पार्किंग भी है। और क्या क्वालिफिकेशन चाहिए?
When you said no parking, you had me. You absolutely had me. Now we are together, brother. We are together. So these are no qualifications. This is back to the script. Have you worked amongst the people? Have you at all in your life worked in the grassroots with the Aam Aadmi, the normal people?
Grassroots? मतलब grassroots?
मतलब have you worked on the ground in UP? जमीन पे, नीचे, road.
भैया ये यूपी है। On the ground छोड़ दीजिए, हम तो 5 साल के लिए अंडरग्राउंड भी थे।
It's a very strange conversation. I'm wondering one of us is heavily medicated and one isn't. What other qualification do you have, sir?
बहुत सारे क्वालिफिकेशन है। हम MA LLB है।
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA Master of अपहरण।
Please explain to us then LLB?
LLB लोकल लफड़ाबाजी।
I was expecting that or?
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का फर्म भी है।
Which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA, corruption agency.
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है.
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं यार, IIM, Indian Institute of Murder.
Murder. Okay, I can see that you are highly qualified, highly overqualified, in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है, इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले हैं।
But what आंदोलन?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है, उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए, रिजर्वेशन।
Ah, reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC category.
OBC, other backward caste?
No, other backward candidates, OBC. ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा ये निर्दलीय है।
The woman in the film says कि अगर एक बड़ा उनका मशहूर ये
It's the beautiful Mandvi River and we are overseeing Panjim. It just looks so beautiful as I welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the mouth of the Mandvi River, and further down there you see that it just curves into the Arabian Sea and the port city, beautiful city of Panjim. That's what we are overlooking at Panjim, of course, you know where I am. We are in Goa and it's sunny, quite sunny, but is the sun going to shine on one single party this time around? That's the big question. The last time around, the BJP didn't have the numbers, but it still formed the government. This time around, it's a multi-party face-off, not just the local parties being active, but some parties who have national ambitions and want to supersede the Congress party. They are also getting into the fray. So let's quickly look at how Goa is carved out. 40 seats. The Congress at 17. Closest to the poll, single largest party still in opposition, similar to how the BJP is in Maharashtra. Why? Because they were caught napping by the BJP, which had 13, but it got the MGP, the GFP and the others just ahead of the elections, post the elections, and they formed the government there. But this time around, there are new combinations. The Aam Aadmi Party has moved in. It's got a tie-up in there. The Congress has got a tie-up in there. The Trinamool Congress is also looking at tie-ups. The BJP is fighting all alone. Let's go across and understand the dynamics of Goa from the man who's been watching it very, very closely. He's breaking it down on the wall. Zaka Jacob, over to you.
Oh, absolutely. What a beautiful sight. What you're not saying is there are a bunch of casinos down there as well on the boats. It's a beautiful city, sunshine state as it were, Goa, but also a state of Aya Lobo, Gaya Lobo. Because remember last time around, Congress, as Anand said, had 17 seats. They were in numero uno position. What the BJP managed to do is to break the Congress party. Out of these 17, 10 of them flipped over to the BJP and won on BJP tickets. So the Congress majority from 17 came down to about 7. And the remaining last 2, which were Luisino Filero, the former chief minister, and Reginaldo Lorenzo, both of them quitting to join the TMC. But look at the map of Goa. A bulk of these seats, which the Congress candidates won, are in the southern part. This is the Christian-dominated part. This is Margao and south of Margao, whereas the north, it was entirely won by the BJP. A bulk of these seats, and mind you, a lot of these people, not just independents, but also Congress candidates, like I said, out of 17, 10 of them quit after winning on a Congress ticket and joined the BJP, including, of course, a gentleman named Babush Monserrat, Anastasio Monserrat, who's fighting in Panaji, and that's going to be the fight of this particular election, as it were. It's because Babush Monserrat, now on a BJP ticket, is taking on Utpal Parikar, who is the son of the late Chief Minister Manohar Parikar, arguably the biggest BJP name and face in the state of Goa, who's now taking on Elvis Gomes, who is the former Aam Aadmi Party chief ministerial face. He was the municipal commissioner of the Panjim Municipal Corporation. Elvis Gomes is now with the Congress. So it's a three-way fight between Anastasio Monserrat of the BJP, Utpal Parikar fighting as an independent, and of course Elvis Gomes of the Congress party. That's the fight for the capital. That's the fight for Panjim, and that encapsulates the fight for Goa. Anand, it's back to you.
Well, thank you, guys. Zaka, I'm just quickly enjoying the view. Like you said, I did spot the casinos that you were talking about. They're just there further down in that corner. But the bigger fight, is this tight fight. The tight fight, ladies and gentlemen, is because less than 1,000 votes, there are 6 seats. 1,000 to 5,000 votes, there are 15 seats. So, 21 seats out of the 40 will have tight fights. That's the reason. कि कौन कहाँ जाएगा? Everybody is getting everybody to sign affidavits कि भाई जीत गए, हार गए, तुम छोड़ के नहीं जाओगे, धोखा नहीं देना. These are the things which are being said. Now let's try and understand which are the tight fights as it coming up right on top of the Mandvi River. And there you go, the Goa tight fight seats. There are 3 seats between the Congress and the BJP where the margin of victory is less than 1,000 votes. And then 1,000 to 5,000 votes, if you look at it, there are 8 seats with the Congress, 7 seats with the BJP. Overall 21 seats, which may swing anywhere or everywhere. Everybody is trying to cut the other. But Zaka Jacob, who's going to emerge unscathed? That's the big question.
All right. This round, though, like Anand was saying, Congress making their candidates sign affidavits, take pledges in front of temples and churches. Let me go across to Herman Gomes, who's joining us live from Panjim, and he's spoken to both Utpal Parikar as well as Elvis Gomes. So Panjim, in a sense, this time around, Herman, encapsulating the fight in Goa. It's not just Congress versus BJP. Ultimately, like it was decided last time, many of these independents, powerful candidates from some of these constituencies could also hold the key.
Well, yes, Zaka. In fact, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, this is also the first time that without, for the first time that without...
Go ahead, Herman, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you, yes.
Yeah. Zaka, this is in fact for the first time as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, where the absence of late Manohar Parikar is felt, because he is considered to be the architect for the growth of the BJP here in Goa. His son, he was denied the ticket here in Panjim. We do know that, and there's also a certain sort of anger among Karyakartas who feel that, you know, with the import of the Congress MLAs, the original workers, the Karyakartas, the former MLAs of the BJP, they were sort of neglected, which is why you have them contesting as independent. Even former BJP Chief Minister Lakshmikant Parsekar, for example, is contesting again on an independent ticket. This time onwards, you also have 2 new entrants, the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the TMC, which is trying to occupy the Congress's space. As you're rightly pointing out, the Congress on its part has signed affidavits, has made its candidates sign affidavits. Now, to some of the legal lawyers that we've been speaking here in Goa, they've been saying it's not really admissible in court. But then what really happens on 10th March, one really does not know. Just 40 seats, but to predict who exactly would be winning is in fact a fortune teller's worst nightmare, I would say, Zaka, as far as Goa politics is concerned.
All right, one interesting thing, Herman, before we welcome Anand back, as his quadcopter is now circling above the film city area, not quite picturesque over the Mandovi, as it were. But one interesting thing, and I want to get Herman's thoughts also on this. I think, like I showed the last time around, South Goa, where the Catholics and the Christians, they dominate, I think there is a feeling of sort of consolidation against the BJP, not least because last time around too, they voted for Congress candidates. 10 out of those 17 shifted and joined the BJP. One other critical factor, and the Aam Aadmi Party has been stressing, remember the Bhandari Samaj, they're an OBC community. Amit Palekar, the Aam Aadmi Party's chief ministerial face, is from the Bhandari Samaj. So half of the Hindu population in Goa comes from the Bhandari Samaj, and the Aam Aadmi Party is hoping that projecting Amit Palekar as the face of their party, also remember he was a famous anti-mining activist, projecting him would reap dividends. And I want to ask Herman's thoughts on that. Before that, let's welcome our Anand Narasimhan back, as I can hear the rotor blades of the
Absolutely, and I've been hearing
rolling down.
Now this is the data dome which is integrated, so I can hear the conversations while we also showcase all the arms. Everybody talks to each other. Now set me down properly. I'm going to leave the controls here, ladies and gentlemen, and step out. There you go. There you go. Out of the quadcopter. Thank you very, very much. It's been fantastic, Zaka.
Absolutely. So as Anand makes his way back into the studio, let's go back to ask him, about this gamble that the Aam Aadmi Party seems to have played in Goa with the Bhandari Samaj and with Amit Palekar.
Well, yes, Zaka. In fact, the Bhandari Samaj had categorically come on record and stated that they would support any political party that declares its chief ministerial candidate from the Bhandari Samaj. And to capitalize on that same sentiment is when the announcement came in from the Aam Aadmi Party, stating that Amit Palekar is the CM face. Furthermore, as you were rightly saying, in South Goa, for example, the Aam Aadmi Party is definitely trying to gain into the Catholic votes, which is why they've also stated that in case if they do come to power, the deputy chief minister will be from the Catholic community. Now, these are the two significant communities. As far as South Goa is concerned, you have the TMC too that is trying to occupy the opposition space that is currently occupied by the Congress. But then again, it remains to be seen. As of now, the Bhandari Samaj has pledged its support the members of the Bhandari Samaj have promised their support, extended their support to the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has yet to declare its deputy chief minister face from the Catholic community, but they have stated that in case, as and when they do come to power, that will definitely be a Christian face, which is going to be the post of the deputy CM.
Well, it's very sunny there, Herman, and I hope you're not covering something very, very interesting right behind you. It's the land where everybody likes to be happy and remain happy very, very soon, early in the day. But it's a work day, weekday. It's not going to be easy. Neeti Jain is going to be joining us in just a bit. Shuchi Vishwas of the Congress, Radhika Ramaseshan and Shantanu Gupta will be joining us. But quickly on that number, that 33% vote share which has gone to the others, if you look at it. BJP is saying they will win 22. Is it possible for them to even look at that number, especially now it's far more diffused? You've got two other parties being very aggressive.
I think you're right. This 33%, if there is, the Aam Aadmi Party and, of course, the Trinamool Congress, ultimately they'll have to eat into either this 33% or, of course, the 28% of the Congress vote, because the BJP's voter tends to be a committed voter. Also, this Bhandari Samaj sort of gamble that the Aam Aadmi Party is playing could also come in from this 33%. So this 33%, if it breaks away to the AAP or to the TMC for that matter, and I want to add that the TMC's campaign hasn't really taken off. If you go to Goa, for example, all the posters there, and I was there just a month ago, all the posters there are that of Mamata Banerjee, but she's had trouble with the candidates, from Luisina Filero refusing to contest in Fatorda. You had Reginaldo Lorenzo, who joined the TMC, then quit. He's now fighting as an independent in one of the South Goa constituencies. So I think the TMC's campaign has floundered a bit. Aam Aadmi Party, a little better. Remember, they are not fighting this election for the first time. Last time they got about 6% of the vote on the promise of change. And this time too, and Herman would sort of vouch for this, I think the slogan that they are using is, this time, one chance for Kejriwal. Will they give them one chance for Kejriwal and for the Aam Aadmi Party, or will it go to the Congress? And I want to keep coming back to the number of people, the independents, as well as the number of Congress candidates who switched over to the other side, including big names like Deepak Pushkar, for example. He was an independent, switched over to the BJP, was the PWD minister in the previous government under Pramod Sawant. Now he's fighting as an independent because, again, the BJP has denied him a ticket. And, of course, Herman was talking about Laxmikant Parsekar from Mandrem. Again, former chief minister, BJP candidate, denied a ticket this time around, fighting as an independent. So a lot of these independents, Anand, will also play a very, very big role. And also, let's not forget these two smaller parties, the MGP, the Maharashtra Gomantuwad Party, which is allied with the TMC, and of course the Goa Forward Party of Vijay Sardesai, allied with the Congress. These two parties will also play an important role.
Well, they will, but how big a role? That's the big question. 22 seats will be the critical aspect in Goa. But if an Aam Aadmi Party do well, or a Trinamool Congress do well, suddenly does the national narrative of a national party, does that then swing the Aam Aadmi Party's way? Neeti Jain is with us. Good morning. Shantanu Gupta stays on. Radhika Ramseshan with us. Suchi Vishwas is also with us. Is the Congress prepared this time around, Suchi ji?
Of course, we are prepared and we are doing so well, whether in terms of UP or Punjab or Goa, because we worked on the ground level and our grassroots leaders are working very hard. And when it comes to ideological fight, Congress is the only party fighting from the Bharatiya Janata Party. I was just listening, you are giving a number, BJP spokesperson or BJP people are giving a number. So I don't want to sound very overconfident, but just because we are working for the people and we are getting good faith and good response from the people, and especially the charismatic impressions of Srimati Priyanka Gandhi ji. So the way and the kind of response we are getting from the people, so we are absolutely sure we are going to get a good response in upcoming these 5 state elections, whether UP or Goa.
Well, last time you had 17, you couldn't get 20, you came down to 7. This time around, those who were at 13, they went up to 23. Now where will they be left with? Neeti Jain, especially with the AAP making such a big push, and they're also trying to split the overall vote combinations based on caste, community, region, etc.
That is what AAP can do, but I really don't want to burst the bubble of the Congress spokesperson because there is a saying, when your enemy is making a mistake, don't interrupt them. So let them live in their blissful ignorance. I don't want to go there. But that apart, I think Aam Aadmi Party has been repeating the same promises that they did in Delhi, and they have nothing to show for what they did in Delhi as well. They talk about schools, they talk about hospitals and all of those things. And the BJP has actually developed all of that infrastructure in Goa as well. So all BJP is talking about is the work that has been done in the 5 years, and the manifesto is also very closely linked to what we have done and what we intend to do in the next 5 years. And that is what we're talking about. We are not talking about the caste, or we're not talking about the religion, and the divisive politics is not the BJP kind of a definition, but the work that has been done, and that is what we're going ahead with.
But the fact is, there is this hera fairy. Now, he tried to, Zaka explained it to you there. Let's try and understand. कोई किसी का सगा नहीं है यहाँ पर, और हर किसी ने हर किसी को ठगा हुआ है. That's the reality. But let's try and understand this. Now, I'm going to ask my arms. चलो भाई, लग जाओ काम पे. We're going to have a look at how these seats are, and let's look at the numbers first up. When in 2017 the results came out, and this was the entire arch, the BJP had 13, the Congress had 17, the BJP had 13, and then you had the others who had about 10 seats out of the 40. So this is where this entire grouping came through, and the BJP formed the government. March 2017, the BJP formed the government. The Congress was caught napping, the BJP getting the big of the share of the pie. Congress party, Digvijay Singh, remember at that time there was a lot of controversy and of course a lot of backlash with Digvijay Singh saying, what were you doing when the BJP stole the march from you? Then what happened? July 2019, the BJP had simple majority as the 10 Congress MLAs jumped across. So when we see the BJP with 27, Congress reduced to 5 and 8, so 2 others, which Zaka said, also moving out of the party. So this was the situation in July 2019 with the BJP having simple majority. Then Feb 2022, the BJP is now, you can see, the situation's changed. From 23, they come down to 19, 16 slots are vacant, 3 and 2. So this is how the whole Goan Hera Fairy has worked. And like I said, यहाँ कोई किसी का सगा नहीं. What are the viewers and what are the voters going to say? The voter turnout, the percentage of voter turnout. If you are in Goa, you're watching this broadcast, go out and cast your ballot. No matter which party you vote for, but make sure it's a clear mandate and nobody has to renege on their promises of an affidavit or have to play this politics of opportunism. Radhika Rama says, why is it that Goa as a state like that always has this issue with mandates?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the smaller the state, the messier it seems to get. I mean, you just have to take a look at some of the northeastern states. And, you know, after an election verdict, then begins the fun and games, so to speak. So Goa is not really an exception. Now, you talked about the committed BJP voters. Yes, the BJP has its committed voters, no doubt. But the late Manohar Parrikar had to stitch up an alliance and reassure the Christians that the party is theirs, you know, and, you know, it's a pro-Christian, pro-minority party. And after that, I think in one election, the BJP was able to get a majority. Now, I don't know if the BJP has done any kind of strategizing to win over the minorities, but it needn't, you know. Now, I think things are at such a stage that even if there is no single, if there is a single largest party and if no, it's a hung assembly, you know, I think the single largest party will get a majority. And if it is a party which is patronized by the center, very importantly, like in the northeastern states, it has an advantage, though the numbers may be lower than that of another party. So the situation to me seems quite mixed this time. The entry of Aam Aadmi Party is interesting. The fact that Arvind Kejriwal has addressed a particular Hindu caste, that is interesting. TMC, of course, I don't think their electioneering has really taken off. I mean, they outsourced it to a political consultancy and, you know, from then on, the sort of downslide began. If at all, it was on a slight up kind of thing to start with. So, and then you have all the regional parties which have aligned with one or the other except the BJP. Now, in case of a hung verdict, I do not think the BJP will have a problem in breaking away some of the smaller parties from their
are we really going to expect a hung verdict? See, like you talked about Trinamool Congress, their standoff with IPAC, Mamata Banerjee trying to show, you know, within her own ranks and with her own nephew, the kind of fight we're seeing in Bengal, a lot of it has come through. But Aam Aadmi Party has been steady. Shantanu, are you watching the AAP very carefully? 8 BJP and 2 Congress MLAs, 10 of them break away in February 2022 or in the last 3 months, let's say. So by Feb 2022, you got 10 MLAs out of 40 who are out there, who have joined ranks or left the BJP. Is Pramod Sawant under pressure? If BJP is not able to defend Goa, will that matter hugely? A former defense minister is from the state. Under Manohar Parrikar, the BJP consolidated itself. He's gone, it looking diffused and in disarray. Even as Pramod Sawant has cast his ballot. Yes, Shantanu.
See, as Radhika ji said, whenever the state is small, in most of the smaller states like Northeast, and we have seen in Jharkhand also, because the number of seats are so small, I think hung assembly that we are seeing from last couple of years. You're right, BJP has faced some defection problems, but the defection that happened in the last month or during the polling times, I think they have more of news value rather than electoral value. BJP has done phenomenally well infrastructure-wise in setting the Goa state right, the governance right in the last couple of years under previously under Manohar Parrikar ji and then with the new chief minister. So I think they should sail through. But and also the Aam Aadmi Party angle, I think normally they may get closer to a caste, a Hindu caste, but largely Aam Aadmi Party represent typically Congress kind of thought. So whenever Aam Aadmi Party or TMC comes, they will largely eat away to Congress vote. So that should be, to my mind, advantage BJP only.
So diffusion of the votes or breaking up between AAP Congress and the the Trinamool Congress should help the BJP. But do you think that's what's going to happen?
No, so I think one of the things that Radhika Ramseshan referred to was, of course, how Manohar Parrikar, had a more inclusive image, so he was more appealing to the Catholics, to the Christians in the dominant sort of southern belt. It's called the Salset belt. This is seats around Margao, south of Margao, so Nuvem, Nuvelim, Kurturim. The Catholics hail from this part. Now, what is interesting is, in 2017, it was either the Congress that won this belt or it was independence. Now, Manohar Parrikar had a very interesting sort of theory and a very interesting political tactic. It was called Operation Salset. This is about 8 to 10 seats here. What he did was he would back very strong independent Catholic candidates here. The BJP would, give them tacit support. And then once the story changed, once you got the full state picture, then many of those candidates would flip over to the other side. Either they would back the BJP from the outside as independents, or in this case, in the 2017 case, a large number of them flipped over to the other side and joined the BJP. This was something that Manohar Parrikar did very, very well, not just in 2017, but if you go back and check in 2012 as well, a large number of independents and Congress candidates winning here, many of them flipped over to the BJP. This is 2017. This time around, what is different is the BJP has said, we are going to go all in for all the 40 constituencies. So they have, the BJP has fielded candidates or supported candidates in the entire state, including fielding 12 Catholics. 12 Catholics. It's the first time that the BJP has given as many tickets to Christian candidates in Goa, in the hope that some of them will be able to change this area, this sea of blue, into saffron. Whether that strategy will work or not, because remember, Parrikar is viewed very, very differently even today in Goa. If you go to Goa and you see the BJP posters, the biggest picture, of course, is Prime Minister Modi. The second biggest is that of Manohar Parrikar, the second biggest photograph. So they are playing on Parrikar's legacy, but I think one place where the BJP got hit is because of Utpal now deciding to contest in Panjim, and that too he's made corruption the issue.
The issue. See, a lot of people in Goa said law and order, the involvement of mafia, these were all issues which came to the fore, saying that Goa was very peaceful, very quiet, and there were these issues which said this is not Goa. And did they vote for that? And when they see that they vote for a candidate and that candidate switches ranks, what does it go in the mind of the voter? What happens to them? Well, some of the reactions of those who've cast their ballot. That doesn't mean you don't vote. Go ahead and vote. Listen in.
गोवा के लोग, गोवा के मतदार, मेरे पूरे सभी भाई बहन तैयार हैं और इस जो डेफिनेटली कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि 100% लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार और कमल को फिर से एक बार वोट दे देंगे। आज सुबह सुबह ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सुबह सुबह फ़ोन करके मुझे बेस्ट विशेस दी, हमारे संगठन को बेस्ट विशेस दी, गोवा के लोगों को बेस्ट विशेस दी। इससे यानी डबल इंजन की सरकार यानी फिर से आने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की विशेष हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थी। मुझे पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है 22 में 22 प्लस सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आ जाएंगे।
You have just voted, you're saying, what is the sort of message you want to give out to the people of Canada?
Everyone should come out and vote. I just did. Voting is the day for us to celebrate democracy and practice it in reality.
Yeah.
So आज सब लोगों ने, everyone should come out, vote. Panjim, Goa, and wherever there are elections today.
Yeah, and as you know, as far as the voters that we are speaking in, they've been telling us about how definitely this is the first elections where the presence of your father is also being missed. Do you see some sort of that message also reciprocating in the way in your interaction with voters?
So as I said, it's a voting day. It's a chance for voters to talk today.
Okay.
I have done enough talking.
Yeah.
So let people of Panji talk and people of Goa talk and people of everywhere else where there is voting, they will talk today. So I should not talk other than appeal that everyone should come out and vote.
Any sort of message you want to give out to the people of Goa at large and as far as Panjim is concerned?
See, Goa at large, Goa deserves a change. I think it's been too long and total misgovernance of the BJP. So Goa deserves a change and therefore people have decided to go for a change. As far as the Panjim voter is concerned, my only request to them is come out and vote and vote in large numbers for this change to become very effective. And I think Panjim deserves the best.
And any sort of issues that you think the reason why people would vote in favor of the Congress as well as you versus say Babush Monserrat?
Obviously, see, there is nothing called governance. You know, that concept of governance. Forget good governance, but basic concept of governance is absent. So we want to bring the presence of governance and good governance.
मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि ये ऐतिहासिक ऐसा टाइम है कि हमको गोवा को बर्बाद करने के लिए बीजेपी को वोट करना है या गोवा को बचाने के लिए कांग्रेस को वोट करना है। ये आज मतदान है। आई एम रिलैक्स्ड as far as my voters are concerned. My constituency people have faith on me. I have completed my term and I resigned. मैं और एक बार बोल रहा हूँ कि मैंने मेरा टर्म कंप्लीट करके रिजाइन हुआ, मैं किसी को डिच नहीं किया है. I have not gone against the wishes of the people.
Once the model code of conduct kicks in and then you resign, is that ditching or not ditching? We leave it for the voters to decide. But the rise of the BJP has also been a closer, heading towards a hung house in the history of Goa. Look at the numbers from the past. अगर आप इतिहास को देखें, so there was a time when the Congress ruled the roost in 1999, 94, 99. If you look at these numbers, the Congress ruled the roost. It was clear majority and the BJP was nowhere in the fray. But with the rise of the BJP, we have seen these numbers starting to diffuse. 2002, that was a 17-16 combination, 21 and 10, and then 2002, 17-16 issue. Then further down, if you look at it, 2007, 16-14. Then further down, it was the 2012 where the BJP had clear numbers. But then further, once again, the BJP, once it slipped down, and it was just 21. So you see, always hanging right out there. Otherwise, not being able to measure, muster up the kind of numbers. Even historically, the Congress party also has never had an overwhelming mandate. No party has actually got, single party has got 25, 26 seats in a clear Vidhan Sabha election. What the BJP won was thereafter when the by-polls happened, Zakir. So that's also an interesting aspect as we set up Goa. We've got to take a break, but quick word.
No, so I think it will be a sort of neck-and-neck fight, and more so because there are two new players in AAP and TMC, and certainly they will hurt the Congress more than they will hurt the BJP. But yes, it's a two-term government, a two-term BJP there. How much anti-incumbency is there? I think that is going to be the critical factor.
By par is what Pramod Sawant has said. Will Goa actually elect a party which gets more than 22, 23 seats in a Vidhan Sabha election? It's not happened in a long time. You saw the numbers there. Stay with us.
And it's written by a male dialogue writer, let me tell you.
Who's
Prakash
that?
Bhai.
Nice.
And Sir, of course, together. But Prakash Bhai is a man. And he's written these lines.
That's true.
So that's what I'm saying. The equality is in the brain. It's not in the gender.
It's not in the gender. And your director, Sanjay Leela Bhansali, is also known to be making films where the woman is allowed to have a space. She's allowed to have the stage to herself. How is it working with him? What's the
fantastic?
Yeah, the difference.
That's why he's not somebody who उनको personality में ज़्यादा interest है. Like if you see even Vijay Raj is playing a transgender.
Yeah.
Now it's not like there's any less weight given to Vijay Raj just because there is a takkar. He believes in equality even for every character. That's the way Sanjay sir is. He likes to flesh out every character with importance and that much weight and that much understanding. It's been a dream working with him, genuinely.
You know, we've grown up watching movies like Mandi, which was in the realistic cinema.
No, my mom
space.
was in Mandi.
Oh, your mummy, of course, she was there.
मैंने Mandi भी देखी actually. I just saw it for fun and just to see how the body language is where they stand.
Yeah. And Mausam, Sharmila ji played a sex worker in the film. And then we have another world, which is a little glossy world, where women are shown, like Umrao Jan, I said. Umrao Jan को देखकर हम कभी भी नहीं सोच सकते थे कि मंडी जैसी दुनिया भी exist करती होगी. You almost wanted to be like Umrao Jan. You wanted to be in that space, but reality is not like that. And in Mandi and in the real world, the physicality of a woman is also much more liberated. She is much more open out there.
क्योंकि उसके बाद after you hit rock bottom, अब जब आपकी इज्जत ही मतलब the main thing is आपकी इज्जत. जब आपको एक sex worker बनना होता है, then that's taken away from you. तो वो है ही नहीं. तो इससे नीचे कितना गिरोगे in your brain, इससे नीचे कितना आपको महसूस होगा. तो then you're only fighting with yourself to feel. So वो अपनी दुनिया में if you see this color, the way the girls are, they laugh, they're free. आपको इतना देखने को मिलेगा कि हमने वो layers पे एक subtext और humorous तरीके से touched upon है, but actually it's very deep. पर ऐसे नहीं कि वो लोग ऐसे मरोस बैठते हैं और वो नहीं होता है. क्योंकि जिंदगी होती है. They take their struggle and they turn it into strength.
That's true.
जो गंगूबाई ने किया.
Okay, it's election time in UP. For those of you who don't know, UP is a state in somewhere above Maharashtra. I'm not sure exactly. It's a total of 403 assembly constituencies in UP that go to the polls this week in the first phase of the UP state assembly elections. We were very excited about it, and the hijab controversy happened.
Welcome back. It's phase 2 of polling in Uttar Pradesh, but it's also the day when Uttarakhand and Goa will cast their ballot. Uttarakhand in 70 seats, Goa in 40, Uttar Pradesh in 55, 165 seats in all. As we signpost this occasion, all we are going to tell our viewers is, if your vote falls today, jao, vote karo, go ahead and cast your ballot. It's important. Voting in 165 seats is important. It is, of course, it's a spread, action is spread across 3 states, UP, Uttarakhand and of course Goa. 2.95 crore voters are going to cast their ballot in this phase. Let's hope that it's a majority of them who turn around, not 50, 60, 65, 75, 80, 85%. That should be the turnaround. The BJP is playing defense in all 3 states. That's the big challenge for it. Can it hold on? And the weakest phase in Uttar Pradesh is this one for the BJP, 38 out of the 55 seats that they won in 2017. So 46 of the 55 seats are Muslim dominated, so it's going to be critical. And we'll have Zaka taking us through the details on the magic wall in just a bit. But this is the number. Phase 2 scenario, it was the weakest for the BJP in terms of performance and also in terms of vote share. And we'll see that on the magic wall in just a bit. But this is also the phase where the Aam Aadmi Party is in action in all 3 states. Now, within the opposition, there is a narrative. Can we show ourselves to be the leader of the opposition ahead of the Congress? That and a national presence. AAP will claim a national presence if they do well in Punjab, come to power, or even in Goa. Trinamool Congress from Bengal all the way across to Goa, they have come in. Is it going to work for them? That's the big question. Divi making her debut in Goa is critical. Tight fight across Goa's 40 seats. That's the actual aspect. And will it swing again? That's what's important. We've seen in many places it is touch and go. Pushkar Dhami himself in Uttarakhand also has won last time around with just 2,700 votes. If you're watching the broadcast, you'll know Zaka gave us that information just a short while ago. But as I make my way back and we get a sense of the numbers, Zaka Jacob, these 55 seats are going to make or break, not just for the BJP, but the momentum for the opposition in Uttar Pradesh.
In fact, I think it's greater for the Samajwadi Party in this phase than for the BJP, because BJP's stronger phases are yet to come. It's from phase 4, 5, 6 and 7. Of course, 6 and 7 when Gorakhpur and Banaras vote. But this particular phase, 55 seats as far as up for grabs today, all the way from Saharanpur in the northwestern part of the state. You come down Bareilly, Budaun, and then, of course, all the way down to Moradabad and Rampur. And why this phase is critical is because, remember, in 2017, Samajwadi Party got wiped out. But out of the 47 MLAs that they got, 15 of them, so almost a third of the MLAs were in this particular phase. They got more than a quarter of the votes. The BJP did do significantly well. 38 out of the 55 seats they won and 38% of the vote share. Slightly lower than the state average. State average was about 41%. But I think the critical factor in this phase is going to be A, the BSP, 21% vote. I don't think the BSP will end up with 21% vote this time around, and the Congress also almost 8%. So essentially you're looking at, between these two parties, a 30% sort of other vote that is still outstanding. How much of that will break in favor of the BJP? Remember, a significant chunk of Dalits could go to the BJP. And how much of that will go to the Samajwadi Party? Just to quickly run you through, just how this phase stacks up in terms of the M factor. Remember, the Muslim factor is critical. Anand said 46 out of 55 seats are dependent on the Muslims. In fact, out of the 9 districts, 6 districts have a population of over 40% Muslim. So if you were to look at how it broke the last time around, out of these 46 seats, remember, Samajwadi Party had 15 MLAs here. 14 of those 15 MLAs are from these 46 seats. The BJP, 30 out of the 38 seats that they won are in this 46. So clearly, it is an important one. If you go back to Lok Sabha 2019 also, and remember, again, it was BSP and SP in alliance. It was 3-3-3. So the BJP won 3, the SP won 3, and the BSP won 3. And you can see how you have 1, 2, 3 seats that the BSP won. The SP also won 3 seats in this particular belt, and the BJP, of course, won 3. This, of course, in a Lok Sabha election, of course, Mr. Modi was on the ticket, but this is how it would have split into assembly segments had this been an assembly election.
But importantly, what we see there also is that the Congress vote share is slipping. If the Congress wants to make a challenge back, it's not just challenging the BJP, but it's also beating the BSP and the Samajwadi Party. That's the constant challenge. But is the voter turning around to vote? Is there going to be more than 60% turnout? Last time in phase 1, the voter turnout was about 2.5 to 3% lower than 2017, although it was in 60%. Siddhant Mishra is live from Saharanpur, and we also have Pranshu Mishra, UP Bureau Chief, joining us from Lucknow. Pranshu, I'll come to you in just a bit. Let's try and understand the ground situation in Saharanpur, and then I'll swing back to you. Yes, Siddhant, steady voter turnout?
Well, that's correct. Not a very heavy voter turnout all across Saharanpur and 7 constituencies. But yes, the constituency where I am reporting from right now, one can see lines outside the polling booth. This is a mega center where polling is currently going on. And I would like to give a sense to viewers. You could see long queues outside the polling booth. So this polling booth plays a major factor in Saharanpur Dehat constituency. And this is perhaps the reason that from morning 7 a.m. You could see queue, and there's a heavy police deployment also because this polling booth is sensitive. The mathematics of Saharanpur, if I talk about, is that Imran Masood is a factor. Last time BJP could back 4 seats out of 7 only because Imran Masood was in Congress. This time Imran Masood is throwing all his weight and supporting Samajwadi Party 7 candidates, and he is confident that this time results are going to be in favor of Samajwadi Party. Also, his understanding with Samajwadi Party is that once he will make Samajwadi Party win Saharanpur, he could be offered Rajya Sabha seat from Samajwadi Party. This is what we have been told, and this is why Imran Masood is campaigning, going door to door and making sure that Samajwadi Party wins. As far as BJP is concerned, BJP is more eyeing on Jatav votes, OBC votes, Seni votes and other communities.
So they are banking on counter-polarization.
Siddhant is playing a factor here.
Yeah, so the Prime Minister will come there and he will also diffuse votes. Pranshu, now how much is the Samajwadi Party worried about the Congress's renewed vigor and attention that it's garnering, given the hijab row? And also now there have been comments made on Rahul Gandhi, and then there is a barb that is going on Pulwama. All of this, is this going to diffuse that perception that Muslims will vote en bloc for the Samajwadi Party?
Well, Anand, rightly said. I mean, you were discussing that how the Muslim factor is one of the crucial most factor in this phase, and I think Samajwadi Party is quite confident, seeing the voter behavior in phase 1, that minority is going to intact. And just take note of 2 seats, Devband in Saharanpur and Kant in Moradabad. And if you analyze these 2 seats, you will get a clear picture how minority split has helped the Bharatiya Janata Party. In Devband last time, which has around more than 1 lakh Muslim vote, BJP has won because both Samajwadi Party and BSP have fielded a Muslim candidate. And if you club both the votes of SP and BSP in 2017 together, they were, much more than what Bharatiya Janata Party got. Similarly, Kant seat, where you remember before 2017, there was a lot of, controversy over loudspeaker on the temple. And there again, the Samajwadi Party just lost to BJP by 4,000 votes. BSP got almost 45,000 votes. both Samajwadi Party and BSP had Muslim candidates and the vote saw a split. This time around, Samajwadi Party is confident that vote is not going to split, even if it is a candidate from the Congress Party or else it is the candidate from the Bahujan Samaj Party. And that's the reason why we are saying that this phase 2 is a lot about the voting behavior of the Muslims, especially in six districts. Shahjahanpur and Bareilly can be a different case because there you have lesser number of Muslims and also you have a large presence of non-Yadav and non-Jat OBCs, especially the Kurmis, which have been firmly with the BJP and also seem to be the same way again.
Well, you're talking about this quite literally is like a 60-40 counter-polarization game that's being played, Niti Jain. Before I bring Zaka back in and to make sense of the numbers, the last time around you got near about 40% votes and the remaining 60% got diffused between the SP, BSP and the Congress Party. This time around you're saying, all right, 40% of the Muslim votes concentration is there. There are multiple districts and constituencies. So let's try and play up the counter-polarization game. So suddenly the narrative in the second phase is hijab. And now Pulwama.
No, but who brought up this hijab narrative now? And it wasn't the BJP that started this entire issue. Plus also, if you look at the 2017 elections, it was the SP plus BSP that had fought together. And even then, I think the BJP had gotten a substantial amount of seats in the area. So, and this time they're all fighting separately, and there are other parties that have entered. So it is not the polarization of the vote. It is also about, like I said earlier, the BJP is going in with the infrastructure pitch, with the work that has been done, and that has not been done for any particular community.
But you will agree that this is your weakest phase, because your vote share percentage across the state was about 42% and here it is about 38%. So you got a 3 to 4% minus, and it mirrored even in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, where this phase you had the poorest of the vote shares across the phases. Zaka, back me if that's right or wrong. And
no,
this
but BJP
challenge
still won 38 seats out of 55 in 2017 elections, and this was when the SP and the BSP were fighting together. This time
no, in 2017 they were not fighting together. In 2019 they were fighting together. Just to illustrate that point, I mean, look at the phase 2 seats. Yes, Niti is right. 38 out of the 55 seats, the BJP won. But I think what is critical is, last time around, and I keep saying this, the SP and the BSP were not together. The SP and the Congress were together. The SP got only 15 out of these 55 seats, but there is a 20% vote, 21% vote of the BSP. That's 1 in 5 voters. Yes, some of them are Jatav Dalits, of course, they will continue to stay with Mayawati, but some of them were also Muslims. Where will that Muslim vote go? Will they continue to back Mayawati? Remember, Mayawati has also fielded a large number of Muslim candidates. 35% of her candidates are Muslim candidates out of the 403. Samajwadi Party, on the other hand, only 15%. So they are clearly worried that the counter-polarization doesn't happen. So 15% is roughly about, 2 or 3% lesser than the overall population of Muslims in Uttar Pradesh. It's roughly about 17-18%. Samajwadi Party has given less than the state average population Muslim candidates, whereas Mayawati has given 35%. It's an oversize effect. 35% candidates are Muslim candidates. So this 21% vote that she got, 1 out of 5 voters, how much of those Muslim voters will go to the Samajwadi Party, and how much of the Jatav and non-Jatav Dalits will go to the BJP? Ultimately, if it fragments, if the Muslim vote once again fragments between SP and BSP, then of course the BJP will be home and dry, no question about it. Like I said, 38 out of 55. But this time around, from what we saw in the first phase also, and Pranchu is right, I think certainly in constituencies where there is a strong SP candidate, even a Muslim candidate at that, it seems like the Muslims are consolidating around the SP. So this 21% of the BSP will reduce. For sure it will reduce.
But the more these parties cut into the votes, the better it is for the BJP. Is there a reason why that suddenly we see a huge amount of this counter-polarization, or this very, very clearly binary narrative making the headlines and coming up to the fore? It may be absolutely unrelated, but there are parties which are jumping onto this bandwagon. Is there a reason why? Are they wooing the Muslim vote too? Is there a reason why the Congress is so strongly backing those who are trying to say that we want to be caged and we want the Azadi to be caged? So that's another question. And is the BJP also going to say, all right, let's talk UCC, let's talk about a common code, because will they then rise above the local issues and talk about one more national issue? Before we go back to our panelists and get their thoughts, Radhika Ramseshan and Suchi Vyas. This is what Yogi Adityanath said about 80-20 this morning.
ये क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति, भाई मैंने तो 80-20 की बात की थी, मैंने कहा 80% बीजेपी के साथ होगा, 20% हमेशा विरोध करता है, विरोध करेगा। हमने जाति मौत मजहब की बात नहीं की थी, हमने तो 80 बनाम 20 की बात की थी। 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के सुरक्षा के एजेंडे से खुश हैं, 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के लोक कल्याणकारी और गरीब कल्याणकारी कार्यों से खुश हैं, 80% वे लोग होंगे। 20% वे लोग जिनको हमेशा विरोध करना है, वे पहले भी विरोध करते थे, आज भी विरोध करेंगे, नकारात्मक सोच है, वे पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के समर्थक हैं, वही रहेंगे। तो चुनाव तो 80 बनाम 20 का है।
Abbas Naqvi ji, once there was a time when Rampur's identity was associated with Azam Khan. कहा जाता था politically जब भी रामपुर की बात हो, आजम खान की बात हो। आज आप वोट देने जा रहे हैं, क्या आइडेंटिटी?
रामपुर की आइडेंटिटी राम के बाद, भगवान राम के साथ जुड़ी हुई है। आप राम पहले कह रही हैं, पूर्व बाद में कह रही हैं, तो कहाँ से जो है वो किसी और नाम से जुड़ जाएगी? ये तो जो है वो रामपुर की हिस्ट्री भी यही है। तो इसलिए जो है वो पहली बात। दूसरी चीज़ ये कि आज की तारीख में जो उत्तर प्रदेश में माहौल है, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों के अंदर जो माहौल है वो सुरक्षा का माहौल है, समृद्धि का माहौल है और सुशासन का माहौल है। और आज उत्तर प्रदेश में एक ही फैक्टर काम कर रहा है, वो MY फैक्टर। कभी जो MY फैक्टर जो है वो सांप्रदायिकता और संकीर्णता का प्रतीक होता था,
मुस्लिम यादव फैक्टर जो कहा जाता था,
पहले कहा जाता था। आज की तारीख में मोदी योगी फैक्टर है। और ये मोदी योगी फैक्टर जो है वो लोगों की सुरक्षा का फैक्टर है, लोगों के लिए समृद्धि का फैक्टर है और सुशासन का फैक्टर है।
Radhika Ramseshan, your thoughts? Radhika ji, can you hear me? I'm just going to check if she can actually hear us here on the broadcast. Radhika Ramseshan, all right. Yeah, Radhika ji, your thoughts? 80-20.
Yeah. This Rohilkhand phase and part of Shahjahanpur is indeed very crucial, both for the BJP and the SP-RLD alliance. Now, I traveled a bit in Rohilkhand, and my impression was that Muslims are not going to waste their votes, contrary to what the BJP would like. Yes, there was a division last time because the Congress fought separately. The BSP, the Congress and SP had an alliance. The BSP fought separately. So there was a split, which seems unlikely to me this time. Of course, say in a constituency like Kundarki in Moradabad, all the parties have fielded Muslim candidates, barring, of course, the BJP. Owaisi's AIMIM is also in the fray. He gave a passionate speech, as usual, on the penultimate day of campaigning, and there were lots of Muslims who flocked in Kundarki to hear him. But later, when I spoke to some of them, they said that, look, we first have to vote out the BJP before we can think of empowering ourselves. So they were very clear as to what their priority was. So I do not see much of a split this time, except maybe in stray constituencies where the BSP has put up a strong candidate.
Right.
Nobody is talking about the Congress, incidentally.
True. Now, Suchi Vyas.
And then you are assuming that the Dalits who do not vote for the BSP will automatically go to the BJP. That, again, I do not think is happening in such a big way. Some Dalits are also voting for the Gadbandhan. The
but you know what? There is this
antagonism between the Dalits and the SP's constituency.
There is a huge base who we are not talking about. There was a huge base which we are not talking about, which will rise above perhaps caste and community, to who fed them during the time when they had no there is talk which says that this ration that came through, the food that came through, supply that came through, the fact that we got vaccinated, and that the effect of the third wave hasn't been so strong in rural areas as much as we have seen in the urban pockets. These are all aspects which may come into play, along with some of the other work that's been done. Because we are also seeing people who are saying, I'm not going to look at caste income, I'm going to see how this has affected my life, my family's life, and also the aspect of law and order. But in this phase, there are other critical aspects. One point, Shuchiji, you must be worried, the Congress party must be worried that despite its game plan to try and woo the women voters, look at 40% candidates, your biggest challenge is how are you going to make the traditional SP, BSP voter come and vote for you, choose you above them in the fight against the BJP?
No, we are not worried. Definitely, we are concerned about the people of India because the kind of hatred and toxicity BJP is spreading. I was listening to the statement of Yogi Adityanath, this 80-20. So whether it is Jinnah or whether it is Kabristan or Shamshan or the latest one, that Sharia will not rule UP. This one is the latest one. So the kind of
what is your problem
politics
with that?
BJP
really
is
like
playing.
To understand. You have a problem that Constitution is going to override the personal laws. Is that the problem that you have with that statement?
This Niti Jain asking you, Shuchi. Sorry, your voice is not clear. Niti Jain, you're not very much audible.
No, Niti Jain of the BJP is asking you, Shuchi Vyas, what is your problem if he says it's the constitution and not a personal law that will supersede, that will rule in Uttar Pradesh?
I think she should listen the speeches of Yogi Adityanath.
No, I have.
Basically, he's the poster boy.
I have also heard Mr. Rawat saying.
Niti Jain, let her complete.
Listen carefully.
Yeah.
Why don't you go through the documentary Saffron Radicalization? He is the poster boy of Hindutva ideology, and especially he's famous for his toxic speeches. And I am the resident.
You have alienated an entire community in the name of terrorism, and you do not think the terrorists are actually terrorists.
Why don't you?
Please don't give me the gyan on communalism. And
No, don't go to China when we are talking about India and India elections right now, ma'am. The simple aspect is, Shuchi Vishwas, the ease with which you say Hindu terrorism, with that same ease which you also say Muslim terrorism. No, Bhagwa Atangwad was coined by the Congress party. That's what Niti Jain is saying. But anyway, you realize you're fighting against the BJP is not. Shuchiji, your challenge is not just fighting against the BJP. Your challenge is to say that choose me, the Congress party, over and above the SP and the BSP to the voter who does not want to vote for the BJP. You realize that there you don't have a story. Do you have a compelling story to say that the SP and the BSP are not the right option, but the Congress is in the fight against the BJP? That's the question I'm asking you, because the last 2 decades nearly, you've not crossed 10% vote share except for 1 or 2 times. You've not been able to manage. You've not crossed the 20% threshold, and you're still struggling at 10%. That's the big challenge. Shantanu Gupta, what's going to work in this segment, this part? Because if this portion, these 55 seats, these 9 districts vote for Yogi and vote for BJP, and they do better than the last time, then it's an underline. There is a testimony to your claim that people are voting above their caste and community lines. They are voting for development, or at the grassroots, their lives being impacted. Otherwise, that story doesn't hold. Right. You agree?
Anand, if BJP gets, and you are already saying this is the most challenging phase for BJP, and BJP if it retains the same number, which is 38 out of 55, or maybe reduce 1 or 2 seats, I think even then they'll be good. Well, Awadh, Bundelkhand, Purvanchal, they're anyway strong, right? And see, what is SP fighting for? SP fighting for someone like Mr. Burke, their member of parliament, who supported Taliban with open hands. SP fighting from Rampur seat, Azamgarh, where, Azamgarh, I'm saying Azam Khan. Azam Khan, who has 80 cases of taking lands of scheduled caste farmers. That's what the face of Samajwadi Party. From last 2 years, they're trying tirelessly with battery of lawyers. They're not able to secure a bail for him for a day. And even then he's contesting elections. And I think that's what represents Samajwadi Party. And the people, and I think one of your respondents from Rampur said, even Muslims, if the development is visible, will vote for BJP. I think now this propaganda will not last for long, right? That Congress and other parties, Samajwadi Party has ran for long, that BJP will come and they will somehow trouble Muslims. I think that propaganda will not run long. They're seeing highways, they're seeing toilets, they're seeing gas stoves. I think it's visible. The change is visible.
No, but they are also saying that I've got to pay 1,000 rupees for a gas cylinder, and you can give me a gas cylinder, but I cannot afford the refill. So what am I going to do with that gas cylinder? This is a serious charge which is coming on ground, Niti Jain. Many people have turned around and said कि आपने मुझे एक gas cylinder तो दे दिया, अगला gas cylinder मैं कहाँ से लाऊं?
The point, Anand, is, and which is what Shantanu ji is also saying, was that the entire issue needs to move away from just religion and caste. It needs to be about the work that has been done, the infrastructure push, the homes that have been given, the cylinders that have been given. What you're saying is has been, I think, spoken about the concerned minister as well, and those issues are being looked into. But essentially, as the larger picture, which is the party that has actually looked at giving these people the basic necessities in life that for 70 years were not being looked after. You can make as many promises
have they done enough
as you
in
want.
this pocket? Have they done enough in this pocket to get to 40 seats out of 55? That's the big challenge. 2012 to 2019, is there a pattern?
There is a slight fall between 2012 and 2017, sorry, 2017 and 2019. But I just want to run through these two districts, Moradabad, Rampur, both voting today. And this is why this phase is so critical for Samajwadi Party. Remember, they got 37% vote in these two districts compared to the state average of about 21-22%. And in an election where the Samajwadi Party, of course, was facing anti-incumbency, the BJP had only 33%. So this is one of the few sets of districts across the state where the BJP had lower vote share than the Samajwadi Party. And of course, a large chunk of it is because of the Muslim vote. Just to quickly run you through Saharanpur as well, because there I think there's a fascinating story. Because Imran Masood, who was with the Congress earlier, member of Parliament, he's now backing the Samajwadi Party. Remember, there's a quarter of the vote that the Congress got last time. The Congress will not get a quarter of the vote in Saharanpur this time around. The SP had only 13% vote. How much of Imran Masood's vote, 23% that went to Congress, will go to the Samajwadi Party? I think there will lie a critical one. And as I always keep saying, this quarter of the BSP vote, the 24-25% BSP vote, which way will that cookie crumble, as it were, will also be a critical one.
Yes, because SP Congress vote share put together, if Imran Masood is able to enable a full vote transfer, even that does not back the BJP's number at 36. It comes close by. So what the BSP is doing on ground is critical, and many who have gone on ground, ladies and gentlemen, say that the BSP is doing a lot of work on ground, a lot of campaigning, quietly it is eating in. Will that come as a surprise, and perhaps will it bail out the BJP in this phase? We'll have to wait and watch. But to the voter, jao aur vote karo. We're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us on our coverage here at CNN News 18 through the day as we track phase 2 of the elections in Uttar Pradesh and, of course, single phase polling in Uttarakhand and Goa.
कर रहे थे जो हमारे सभी बड़े-बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने किए थे।
What preparations could that be?
अरे 10 साल से हम जेल में थे, जेल में।
जेल में?
हाँ, 3 मर्डर, 5-6 हाफ मर्डर, 7-8 एक्सटॉर्शन, 10-12 दंगों के केस और एक नो पार्किंग भी है। और क्या क्वालिफिकेशन चाहिए?
When you said no parking, you had me. You absolutely had me. Now we are together, brother. We are together. So these are no qualifications. This is back to the script. Have you worked amongst the people? Have you at all in your life worked in the grassroots with the Aam Aadmi, the normal people?
Grassroots? मतलब grassroots?
मतलब have you worked on the ground in UP? जमीन पे, नीचे, road.
भैया ये यूपी है. On the ground छोड़ दीजिए. हम तो 5 साल के लिए underground भी थे.
It's a very strange conversation. I'm wondering, one of us is heavily medicated, one isn't. What other qualification do you have, sir?
बहुत सारे qualification है. हम MA, LLB है.
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA, Master of Apparent.
Please explain to us then LLB.
LLB, local लफड़ाबाजी.
I was expecting that, or?
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का firm भी है.
Which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA, corruption agency.
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है.
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं यार, IIM, Indian Institute of Murder.
Murder. Okay. I can see that you are highly qualified. Highly overqualified, in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है, इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले हैं।
But what आंदोलन?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है, उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए, रिजर्वेशन।
Reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC category.
OBC, other backward caste?
No, other backward candidates. OBC. ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा, ये निर्दलीय है।
The woman in the film says कि अगर एक बड़ा उनका मशहूर ये कहना था कि अगर सेक्स वर्कर्स ना हों तो आम लड़कियों का सड़कों पर चलना मुश्किल हो जाए. Just do you agree with it? Because you know we live in Mumbai.
Good morning, you're watching the news here at CNN News 18. We're going to take you through elections that are currently going on in 3 states, among other top stories. But for now, today marks the 3rd anniversary of the Pulwama terror attack. The Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has courted controversy by questioning the Balkot surgical strike by the Indian Air Force that was, of course, in response to the Pulwama attack. Now, echoing Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, KCR has asked the Modi government to provide proof of the surgical strike. Take a look.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show. It is the responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
And more breaking news very much related to that same story. Politics has broken out after the Telangana Chief Minister KCR demanded proof. What we just played out for you, the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, while paying tribute to the martyrs, has also made a pointed comment about the Modi government. He's tweeted out, "We will seek answers." My colleague Pallavi Ghosh is with us live this morning to bring us more context. Pallavi, we haven't yet shown our audiences the exact words of the tweet. Could you first share that with us?
You know, Toya, this has been one issue on topic on which the Congress party has often been caught on a back foot. I remember when those strikes took out, at some point of time, the Congress party official and Rahul Gandhi also said that we also want to know the truth behind the strikes, how it happened. Has the enemy been actually silenced, or is it going to happen again? And in fact, if you look at his tweets today, he says this is something, the martyrdom of our soldiers can never be forgotten, and hisab hame chahiye. We will take the price for what was done to our martyrs in that Pulwama attack. You know, it's interesting. It's also happening on a day when that critical phase of elections goes in Uttar Pradesh, in Goa and Uttarakhand. I don't know how much of an issue it will certainly be in Goa, but in Uttarakhand, where a large number of Fauji families, and also in UP, this kind of an attack on the Congress party, other opposition political parties, and comments which you just heard from KCR could actually put them on a back foot. Repeatedly, the BJP has made the point that the Congress has never valued or undermined the importance of our soldiers, and therefore it's the people of the country who are going to be responding to them. And Uttarakhand has specifically mentioned, really, Toya, because as I said, a large number of our Faujis come in from Uttarakhand. Their families are over there. They are the ones who actually martyred and also given up their lives for. In fact, if you remember, the CDS Bipin Rawat also came in from Uttarakhand, and even on that, the Prime Minister had attacked the Congress and Rahul Gandhi by saying that the Congress never ever respected him.
Pallavi, just for audiences, give us a little bit more context, because over the last few days, we've of course also seen insults coming in, or like a rallying back and forth of comments between the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma and of course Rahul Gandhi. We've seen that back and forth too. Could you give our audiences a little bit more context there?
Well, I mean, the controversy arose when the Assam Chief Minister made a comment where he said that look at the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, they always want proof of those airstrikes. Do we ask him for the proof of who his father is? And after that, there's been complete mayhem with the Congress party attacking him. In fact, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra yesterday
do stay with us. We have the BJP leader Amit Malviya. He's with us right now on the phone to give us more context. Mr. Malviya, these comments coming in from Rahul Gandhi, your first response?
It's quite unfortunate that on a day India is observing
the martyrdom of Pulwama, you have statements like the one that Telangana Chief Minister and now even Rahul Gandhi has come up with, demanding proof for surgical strikes. It's very well known that India conducted one of the most successful surgical strikes way back in 2016. It has been documented of the world across security agencies. Indian Army is the one that in fact came out and made that statement. So when they question surgical strikes and they demand proof for it, they are in a sense questioning the martyrdom and the bravery of our men in uniform. And it's quite unfortunate that India's opposition continues to indulge in these kind of petty politics, particularly those that involve national security of the country.
Mr. Malviya, over the years, of course, as you were just pointing out, we've seen a number of opposition leaders come out and repeat this claim again and again and again. Do we expect to see the same response from the government, which is not to address those rumours?
The government has addressed it. In fact, it is the army brass that had come out and made the announcement of the surgical strike. What more do you want?
All right.
Either you don't believe the Indian army, or you don't believe the Indian government, you don't believe international security agencies who have all documented the surgical strike. It's very well known. We know the number of casualties that we inflicted. We knew what really happened. What more do they want? But this is an attempt to always criticize the government and in the process run down your armed forces, your military capability, your national security. And it continues. The opposition wants to weaken India so that they can come back to power. That is their agenda. The country can suffer. It doesn't matter to them.
All right, Mr. Malviya, thank you so much for bringing us that perspective. I'm going to take our audiences back now to Pallavi Ghosh, who, as you remember, is with us live right now. Pallavi, that response coming in from Amit Malviya, the leader in the BJP, saying, of course, that the government has given enough proof and that the government doesn't plan to address such comments anymore. To you, you were just telling us a little bit about how this comment is particularly important, keeping an eye, of course, on elections in Uttarakhand. Could you tell us if this is also important to keep in mind while looking at the phase in Uttar Pradesh?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, in UP also we know there are a couple of issues which matter a lot. And apart from the religious or the faith and Ayodhya Mandir is the whole issue of nationalism and national security. Now, if you look at the comments which have been coming in from the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, the Prime Minister himself, and also all top leaders of the BJP who have been campaigning there, they have made the point that if anyone can secure our country, it's actually the BJP under the leadership of the Prime Minister. These kind of comments are always open to kind of controversy. I'm talking about the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's comments, and therefore that is what they play up. I still remember in the backdrop of the Pulwama attack that was happening during the Lok Sabha elections, it was seen as a huge turnaround moment for the BJP. That's because the opposition had started questioning the strikes in private.
Right, Pallavi, I'm so sorry, we're going to have to go to a quiz that's coming in right now. All right, this is breaking news coming in right now from the south. In a massive setback for the DMK government, the Supreme Court has allowed the CBI to probe the Tamil Nadu minor girl's suicide case. My colleague Anusha is with us to bring us more details. Anusha, over to you.
Well, Toya, as you pointed out, it's a big setback for the Tamil Nadu government. The minor relief that has been coming is that there were certain remarks that were made against the Tamil Nadu police in the single judge bench order. And those remarks have been expunged. That request was made by the Tamil Nadu government that remarks should be expunged. And on that particular plea, a notice has been given to the concerned department, to the registry concerned. What we have to wait and watch is also the fact that how the CBI investigation goes into the matter. This is an interesting observation which is coming in from the Supreme Court, where the top court is also saying that the Tamil Nadu government should not make it a prestige issue and hand over all the papers to the CBI, because this transfer of probe needs to happen. The agency also needs to probe the allegation of forced conversion, if there was any angle at all that was there in this matter, because you remember there was a video clip and a dying declaration that had gone viral. So no relief for the state government right now. The CBI investigation will continue. A notice has been issued for the remarks to be expunged against the conduct of the Tamil Nadu police official.
Anusha, just for our audiences, can you give them a little bit of context on the case here?
Well, this case pertains to a minor girl who was studying at a Catholic institution and facing a lot of issues. There were certain wardens who, according to the police initial investigation, who were troubling the girl. And then the girl, when she committed suicide, then a video had gone viral where she was seen, which is also treated as a dying declaration, where she said that there was a some kind of pressure on her to convert to another religion. The girl's parents had also, come on the record and said that if this is a clear case, we should really look into all the angles concerned. The state minister had also issued a statement. So let's see how the investigation goes. After much controversy, the investigation was handed over to the CBI.
All right, Anusha, thank you so much for joining us. Now, I'm going to take our audiences over to Vivek Menon. He is our managing editor from the South. He's with us right now. Vivek, thank you for joining us. For our audiences, what context do we require to understand this?
Well, this case happened a couple of weeks back when a 12th standard student, Lavanya, committed suicide. In a couple of video clips of hers in the hospital surfaced at that point. These were seen as dying declarations. First statement which came out, she said, she's heard saying that one of the reasons why she's killing herself is because of continuing harassment at school. She said she was made to do menial jobs by the school management, and she named her warden, Sahaya Mary, as one of the individuals who had forced her to do this menial jobs. This included locking the gates of the school, cleaning up the hostel building and other things. Now, this is something that went viral. There were Hindutva groups which said that that this is a Catholic institution and probably the girl was forced to convert. The girl in her statement says that there was no attempt to force convert her, but yes, she does say that 2 years before the incident, she was offered, quote unquote, to, and that essentially mean that if she converted, she would be continuing with the institution. She will be given admission in a college, and she may not have to pay college fee also. But she immediately, in that dying declaration, she did not say that she was forced to convert. But yes, there were elements which suggested that there was a coercion and there was some kind of allurement given to that girl. But subsequently, there are 4 other clips which came out where she does not speak at all of this issue. She speaks about a stepmother in one statement, and it is because of this and the movement that happened in Tanjavur. Tanjore, remember, is a culture capital of Tamil Nadu in more than one way. So the capital of Sangam. Historically, it has been seen as a place where culture and Tamil culture originated from. So when the minute you have a situation where allegations of a conversion is coming out, Hindutva groups also picked it up, and that's when a request went for a CBI probe. Remember, the girl's parents had asked for a CBCID probe under the US State Home Ministry. Now, what has happened is the Tamil Nadu government has initiated a probe. It is still on. So when the Madurai branch of the Madras High Court ordered a CBI probe, the government, the DMK government here, appealed in the Supreme Court saying that we already have a probe on, a CBCID probe on, and a detailed CBI probe is not required at this juncture. And it is then that the Supreme Court has now ordered that that the probe has begun, and there is no need to cancel that probe. So in some ways, yes, it is a blow to the Tamil Nadu government, the DMK government.
Vivek, thank you for that entire context. I now want to take our audiences over to Purnima. She's with us here to bring us more details. Purnima, a two-part question for you. Firstly, do we have any sense of the kind of response that this move from the Supreme Court is going to be getting from the Tamil Nadu government?
Well, the Tamil Nadu government is right now mulling other legal options as well. Remember, the Tamil Nadu government, including the education minister, had ruled out any possibility of conversion angle. In fact, the state government had time and again said that they have spoken to other students who studied in the same school. None of them had confirmed the conversion theory. Therefore, they ruled out the possibility of conversion theory being one of the reasons for the girl trying to kill herself. Therefore, the Tamil Nadu government appealed to the Supreme Court. In the petition, they said that they've done a thorough investigation and there has been no confirmation of conversion angles from students who have studied there. Therefore, the Tamil Nadu government right now is disappointed with the verdict. They are right now mulling options. We'll have to wait and see what the Tamil Nadu government does next. But the Tamil Nadu government has been disappointed even when the parents had moved to Madurai bench of the Madras High Court and the judge had ordered for a CBI probe. DMK government was disappointed, and right now with this verdict they will be looking at other legal options as well. But at the moment there's nothing much that the Tamil Nadu government can do. based on the order that has just come out.
All right, Purnima, stay with us. We actually have the BJP leader Narayan Tirupati. He's with us right now. Mr. Tirupati, we're hearing, of course, that the Supreme Court has allowed the CBI probe in Tamil Nadu to continue. How is the government and how are you responding to this, and how are BJP leaders responding to this?
Well, it is expected that the Supreme Court will reject the Tamil Nadu government's challenge, because we all know that a clear judgment on this case by the Honorable Madras High Court Madurai bench. It has very clearly said that prima facie there is angle of conversion, forced conversion in the suicide of Lavanya. So he has given very, very clearly how the government machinery and also the police department, particularly the Superintendent of Police, Ravali Priya, he has said. So I don't think the government was right. In the near history, I don't think any government has not gone for a challenge against the Madras High Court on these things, because the government is no way concerned. No government machinery was involved. Nothing. But I don't know why this government was hell-bent on supporting the management. Still, they are continuing to do so. Hope the CBI probe will definitely lead to justice for Lavanya's family.
All right, Mr. Tirupati, thank you for bringing us your opinion. I'm actually going to take our audiences now back to Purnima. She is with us right now. Purnima, we're hearing right now from Narayan Tirupati, but what we saw and what our audiences saw, of course, was first the release of one video and then the release of a second video, which seemed to contradict the claims of the first. I wanted to ask you a little bit more now about the CBI probe as it is going on. We're actually going to go back to Narayan Tirupati. He is with us. He is the BJP leader. So, Mr. Tirupati, right now, as you were saying that this move that is coming in, of course, that is coming in from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court has said that the CBI should continue its probe. It is very much, it does look like a not good, a dangerous sign for the government right now.
No, it's not the question of dangerous. The thing is that the government should have definitely, it should not have gone to the Supreme Court challenging the order of the Madras High Court. That's what I said. It is because the government wanted to support the Christian missionary against which the charges are, the accusations are framed. This is the problem. So the government, in order to support the Christian missionary, this DMK government has done that. I think they should not have done. It is communal. That is why we say that the DMK government is a communal government supporting one religion. So that they should not have taken that position. In spite of the videos and also the judgment given by the CBI order given by the Honorable Madras High Court, in spite of that, this government was, hell-bent on challenging that, and the Supreme Court has rightly and expectedly has done this.
All right, Mr. Tirupati, thank you so much for bringing us that opinion. Now I'm going to go over to our colleague Purnima Murli. She is with us still on the phone. Purnima, just for our audiences, can you lay out the timeline of events? Because this has been quite a confusing story to follow. There was first that video, then a second video that seemed to contradict the findings of the first. Could you also tell us a little bit about how the CBI probe is going right now?
Well, there were many twists and turns ever since the incident came to light. Initially, there was a video that went viral where the girl did mention that 2 years ago she was asked by the school to convert to a particular religion. And 2 days later, there was another video that was released where the girl said that, in fact, the warden had made her clean the room and and that it did affect her studies and she did not score well. Remember, she did score well in her 10th grade. Therefore, she said that this is the reason why she wanted to take that drastic measure. Apart from that, there were also many other, the police ruled out the possibility of conversion angle. There were many videos that were doing the rounds. Another video spoke about how her stepmother did not treat her well. All these were also submitted before the court. The judge said that clearly the police did not do a thorough investigation, a fair investigation. Therefore, this requires a CBI probe. So right now, the CBI probe is on. They are now looking at various aspects. It will take some time, but at the moment, the CBI officials remain tight-lipped. They have been investigating the case, talking to other students, talking to the villagers where the girls stayed, talking to the family members, talking to the school management. So it will take some time, but at the moment, the parents of the 17-year-old hope that justice prevails and that they want the school management to be brought to books. Therefore, it will take quite some time, but at the moment, the parents are quite happy with the SC verdict because the father had, in fact, submitted a caveat petition before the Supreme Court saying that whatever case happens in the apex court, their versions should also be considered. Therefore, parents welcome the verdict at the moment, but the Tamil Nadu government is disappointed, and they will be looking at the next course of action.
All right, Purnima, thank you so much for bringing us those details. For audiences, we will continue to bring you, for example, the results of the CBI probe as they do come out in this case. As Purnima was saying, this case has taken many twists and turns. Right now, it's time for a short break, but we've, of course, got more news and updates for you on the other side. Do stay with us.
Elections. We were very excited about it, and the hijab controversy happened. And then IPL auctions, and so we are not so excited as we were before. So bear that in mind. In this tough fight for the first phase are 58 candidates each from the BJP, the BSP, the SP and the RLD. They all sound like car numbers. Congress and other parties, including independents, are also in the fray. And joining us now is candidate from the Junagadh constituency, Bablu Singh Yadav. And he's a beautiful man. Bablu Singh Yadav.
मत बुलाओ हमें बबलू सिंह यादव. तिरस्कार हुआ है हमारे नाम का.
It is not Tiraskar, it is Siriskar. That's what I'm called in Maharashtra. But why? What happened?
अरे हम वो कुत्ते हैं जो ना घर के रहे ना घाट के. हमें किसी भी पार्टी ने टिकट नहीं दिया है. धिक्कार है हमारे नाम पे. धिक्कार है बबलू सिंह यादव. तुम्हारे नाम पे धिक्कार है.
I see. मैं वो कुत्ता हूँ जो घर पे बैठ के काम नहीं करता. I'm very different from you. But what's that got to do with your name, Bablu Singh Yadav?
बबलू सिंह यादव क्या होता है? क्या होता है बबलू सिंह यादव? BSY. ये क्या नाम है? BSY. क्या मतलब होता है इसका? अगर हमारा नाम बबलू सिंह प्रसाद होता तो BSP का टिकट हमें मिलता. बबलू सिंह प्रसाद, BSP.
Can I just request you not to ask me so many questions? Well, I'm supposed to ask you questions. I'm forgetting my train of thought. Anyway, I don't think that's a criteria. I'll be honest.
अगर हमारा नाम बबलू जयप्रकाश होता तो बीजेपी हमें सीट देती. बबलू जयप्रकाश, बीजेपी.
बबलू जयप्रकाश नाम तो सुना है. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
हमने समाजवादी पार्टी से भी टिकट मांगी थी, लेकिन लगता है उन्हें भी बबलू सिंह यादव नाम अच्छा ही नहीं लगा.
This is not making sense. Why would the SP not like this name?
क्योंकि आजकल उनको सिर्फ बैनर्जी, चैटर्जी ये नाम अच्छे लगते हैं. अब मैं अपना नाम बैनर्जी सिंह यादव तो नहीं रख सकता.
Okay, what about O'Brien Singh Yadav? No. And Congress? Did you try the Congress?
कांग्रेस को हमारे नाम से कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस का खुद का कोई नामो निशान है? आप बताओ. है?
Point to note that apathy and apathy, English, Hindi, two different meanings. But as I was saying, I don't think that your name can be a criteria. I think you're just making fun of all this. Do you have any qualifications to be a candidate in the UP election? Seriously?
क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? हमारे जितना क्वालिफिकेशन और किसी के पास नहीं है.
What do you mean? Like what? What great qualifications? Have you stood for elections before?
नहीं, लेकिन हम 10 साल से पूरा प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे.
10 साल से? What kind of preparations?
हम वही प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे जो हमारे सभी बड़े-बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने किए थे.
What preparations could that be?
अरे 10 साल से हम जेल में थे. जेल में.
जेल में?
हाँ, 3 मर्डर, 5-6 हाफ मर्डर, 7-8 एक्सटॉर्शन, 10-12 दंगों.
The central government has banned 50 more Chinese apps in India. The ban took place as many previously banned apps resurfaced as clones. So far, the Indian government has banned 270 apps in total. Social activist Anna Hazare, who had earlier announced his indefinite hunger strike from 14th February against the Maharashtra government's decision to sell wine in supermarkets, has decided to suspend it. Now, he said that he'd received a letter from the secretaries of the concerned departments assuring him that people's decisions will be taken into consideration before implementing the policy. The BJP in Assam has announced that it will file 1,000 sedition cases, quote, against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi on his tweet about the Union of States. They're saying that the comment means that Gandhi has conceded to the Chinese demand of Arunachal Pradesh. The Indian Space Research Organisation, or ISRO, has launched a satellite from the Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota. Now, it was launched at 6:17 hours IST on 14th Feb. This was the 80th launch vehicle mission from Sriharikota. And COVID cases continue to decline across the country. India has reported 38,113 cases in the last 24 hours, which is about 24% lower than yesterday. Now, India's recovery stands at 97.68%, with the positivity rate a little over 3%. And Delhi reopens schools for students from classes nursery to 8 from today. The decision of reopening comes as COVID cases continue to dip. As cases continue to plummet, the central government has relaxed norms for international passengers. According to the latest guidelines, travellers will no longer need to quarantine themselves or get tested at the airports. Now, the norms come into effect from today. BJP's candidate from Punjab's Gill constituency, that is of course SR Laddar, has been attacked during poll campaigning in Ludhiana. He's been taken to the civil hospital. Police are saying that unknown people attacked him and that the investigation is currently going on. All right, and now for some international news. All eyes right now across the world are on tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Now, by US estimates, right now, Russia has about 137 troops stationed around Ukraine, with American officials continuing to warn that Putin has already amassed 70% of the forces he requires for a full-scale invasion onto the country. Now, multiple countries have already called upon their citizens in the last few days to leave, as officials warn of a potential strike that could be imminent. Take a look at a report from CNN.
6 months. President Joe Biden spoke with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky Sunday, promising to respond swiftly and decisively if Russia takes further action against Ukraine.
An invasion could begin, a major military action could begin by Russia in Ukraine any day now. That includes this coming week before the end of the Olympics.
The talk with Zelensky comes one day after Biden warned Russian President Vladimir Putin in a phone call with swift and severe costs if Ukraine is invaded.
We are prepared with a package of potential economic consequences that will hit many of those oligarchs and make clear to Russia that there are real costs to pay for this.
Although preparations are underway, including the U.S. providing Ukraine with 180 tons of ammunition, the White House and some top lawmakers are hoping for a peaceful resolution.
The best thing that could happen is for us to pass a sanctions package, pre-invasion with a waiver, post-invasion sanctions that would destroy the ruble and cripple the Russian economy, so Putin could see it in writing. That might help him decide not to invade.
Some analysts say Putin could punish himself if he goes ahead with military action.
It might strengthen ties between Ukraine and the European Union. It also has created a stronger sense of Ukrainian national identity. And it's hard for me to see how that helps either Mr. Putin or Russia.
Now, Moscow continues to publicly maintain that they have no plans of any attack. We'll continue to bring you more reports from the ground situation over there. Right now, it's time for a short break. More news and updates for you on the other side. Do stay with us.
So, you know, we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. You know, aapki movie Gully Boy mein, that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are, you know, challenging the popular norms. And you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये dialogue भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी
It was liberating.
I mean it, every moment of it. क्योंकि it's, as a woman, even though I come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ. And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक perspective है जो आप कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करोगे कि बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे, आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को है कि कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है. I don't believe in male bashing and all of that. I just believe in equality, जो हर किसी को believe करना चाहिए. Even men believe in equality. So many men that are a part of my life, they all believe in equality. पर कभी कभार क्या होता है, औरतें ही equality में believe नहीं करते.
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और डायलॉग है गंगूबाई का जब वो बोलती है, औरतों को बोल रही है कि शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि, सद्बुद्धि तीनों ही औरतें हैं, उनका स्त्रीलिंग है।
तो आदमी को किस बात का जरूरत?
हाँ, तो वो उनको मतलब उनके अंदर वो एक कॉन्फिडेंस जगा रही है. So I really believe in all those things.
Yeah, some really powerful dialogues.
Yeah.
Tell the
And it's written by a male dialogue writer. Let me tell you.
Who's
Prakash
that?
Bhai.
Nice.
And Sir, of course, together. But Prakash Bhai is a man, and he's written these lines.
That's true.
So that's what I'm saying. The equality is in the brain. It's not in the gender.
It's not in the gender. And you know, your director, Sanjay Leela Bhansali, is also known to be making films where the woman is allowed to have a space. She's allowed to have the stage to herself. How was it working with him? What's the
fantastic?
Yeah, the difference in your...
He's not somebody who उनको personality में ज़्यादा interest है. Like if you see even Vijay Raj is playing a transgender.
Yeah.
Now it's not like there is any less weight given to Vijay Raj just because there is a takkar. He believes in equality even for every character. That's the way Sanjay sir is. He likes to flesh out every character with importance and that much weight and that much understanding. It's been a dream working with him, genuinely.
You know, we've grown up watching movies like Mandi, which was in the realistic cinema.
No, my mom
space.
was in Mandi.
Oh, your mummy? Of course. She was.
All right, the hijab controversy also continues in Karnataka. That's our next story for the day. Amid tight security, schools have reopened again in the state, while Section 144 very much remains in place in Udupi. You remember Udupi was the epicenter of the controversy. Now, the Karnataka High Court will be resuming its hearing on the hijab use and the entire issue in schools today. A group of PUC students in Udupi had submitted a memorandum to resume classes, claiming that the protesting girls were, quote, hand in hand with the CFI. Now, a stormy Karnataka Assembly session is also likely to unfold today, with the opposition attempting to corner the state government on hijab use in schools.
शिल्पा came here and एक representation दिया है college authorities को. क्या है उस representation में?
ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಇವರು 6 ಜನಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು 900 ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಹ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬೇಗ ಬರಲಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಇಂದ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರುವಾದದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಸಹ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ರೂಲ್ಸಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಇವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ, ಎಂತ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಹ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸುಮಾರು ಉಂಟು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಇವರು.
जो लोग सपना देख रहे हैं गजवाई हिंद का, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, ये नया भारत है. ये दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का भारत है.
मैं सोच रहा था, इतने दिनों से आप सब चुनाव अभियान में लगे हैं, लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं आपकी ऊर्जा भी बढ़ रही है, उत्साह भी बढ़ रहा है. दिसंबर महीने में मैं कानपुर शहर में मेट्रो का लोकार्पण करने के लिए आया था और मैंने देखा हजारों लोग, माताएं बहनें मुझे आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए हुए थे. आज कानपुर देहात भी हम सभी पर ऐसा ही स्नेह दिखा रहा है। आपका ये प्यार ही मुझे निरंतर प्रेरित करता है कि आपके लिए दिन रात मेहनत करो, दिन रात आपके लिए मैं खुद को खपाता रहूं। साथियों, कानपुर देहात बिठूर की इस पावन धरती में हमें गुरु परंपरा से लेकर आजादी तलक हर प्रकार का जीवन में एक ललक, एक जोम, एक कमिटमेंट हमें नजर आता है। आज हमारे साथ जालौन के भी लोग वर्चुअली जुड़े हुए हैं। हाथ से बने रंग बिरंगे कागजों के लिए प्रसिद्ध जालौन की धरती को भी मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, मैं कानपुर देहात का एक और वजह से बहुत आभारी हूं। कानपुर देहात ने अपने सपूत को देश के सर्वोच्च पद पर भेजा है। मैं जब भी हमारे आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलने जाता हूं तो वो मुझसे आप लोगों के बारे में, कानपुर देहात जिले के जीवन के बारे में इतनी बातें बताते हैं, उनके दिल में आपके लिए जो प्यार है वो उनकी बातों में आसानी से समझ में आता है। साथियों, आज उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरे चरण और उत्तराखंड में और गोवा में मतदान हो रहा है। मैं सभी मतदाताओं, विशेषकर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स से आग्रह करता हूं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में वोट देने का उनका ये पहली बार मौका, उस मौके को जाने न दें, ताकि अपने जीवन में उनको याद रहेगा कि कितनी छोटी उम्र में पहला वोट डाला था। आज उत्तराखंड में भी चुनाव हो रहा है, आज गोवा में भी चुनाव हो रहा है, और अब जब गोवा में चुनाव हो रहा है तो मैं देश के मतदाताओं के सामने और विशेषकर जहां चुनाव चल रहा है वहां के मतदाताओं को भी एक बात से अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। मैंने कल गोवा के एक अखबार का इंटरव्यू देखा। देखिए, चुनाव गोवा में चल रहा है और टीएमसी, ममता बनर्जी की पार्टी, उनके एक नेता, उसने गोवा में वो चुनाव पहली बार लड़ रहे हैं और उनको पूछा गया कि हाँ, आपकी पार्टी का कोई वजूद तो है नहीं, आप यहां चुनाव लड़ने क्यों आए हो? तो उन्होंने क्या जवाब दिया? वो जवाब देश के इलेक्शन कमीशन के लिए भी गौर करने जैसा है। हिंदुस्तान के मतदाताओं को भी गौर करने जैसा है और मेरे उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं को भी गौर करने जैसा है। क्या जवाब दिया? बंगाल की टीएमसी पार्टी जो गोवा में चुनाव लड़ने गई है, वो कहती है हमने तो उस पार्टी से इसलिए गठबंधन किया है क्योंकि हम गोवा में हिंदू वोटों को बांटना चाहते हैं। आप देखिए ये हिम्मत, क्या ये लोकतंत्र है, सेकुलरिज्म है क्या? आप खुलेआम कहें कि हम हिंदू वोटों को बांटना चाहते हैं, तो आप किसके वोट इकट्ठा करना चाहते हो? ये भेदभाव, क्या ये भाषा लोकतंत्र की है क्या? मैं गोवा के मतदाताओं को कहना चाहता हूं, ये मौका है इस प्रकार की राजनीति को दफना देने का। मेरे प्यारे साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरा चरण का जो ट्रेंड आया है और पहले चरण की वोटिंग जो हुई है, इसने 4 बातें बहुत साफ कर दी है। पहला, भाजपा की सरकार, योगी जी की सरकार फिर से आ रही है, जोर शोर से आ रही है, गाजे बाजे के साथ आ रही है। दूसरा, हर जाति, हर बिरादरी के लोग, हर वर्ग के लोग बिना बटे, गांव और शहर बिना बटे, आज बिना किसी भ्रम में पड़े एकजुट होकर यूपी के तेज विकास के लिए वोटिंग करके पहले फेज में बीजेपी को बहुत आगे बढ़ा दिया है और दूसरा फेज भी बढ़ रहा है। तीसरा, हमारी माताओं बहनों ने, हमारी बेटियां ने बीजेपी की जीत का झंडा खुद उठा लिया है। माताओं बहनों ने सुरक्षा के नाम पर सम्मान पूर्वक जो जिंदगी मिल रही है, उसके लिए माताओं बहनों ने बीजेपी को जिताने का झंडा उठा लिया है। चौथा, ये पहले 2 चरण के आधार पर मैं विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, चौथा, मेरी मुस्लिम बहनें चुपचाप बिना किसी शोर शराबे के मन बनाकर मोदी को आशीर्वाद देने के लिए घर से निकल रही है। हमारी मुस्लिम महिलाएं, हमारी मुस्लिम बहनें, बेटियां जानती हैं कि जो सुख दुख में काम आता है वो ही अपना होता है। इन 4 बातों ने इन गौर परिवारवादी लोगों का चारों खाने पर चित्त कर दिया है भाइयों, उनको पराजित कर दिया है। यूपी के लोगों ने इन्हें 2014 में हराया, 17 में फिर से हराया, 19 में फिर एक बार हराया और अब 22 में भी गौर परिवारवादी फिर से हारेंगे। इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी। 10 मार्च को ही जब चुनाव नतीजे आएंगे, धूमधाम से रंगों वाली होली शुरू हो जाएगी। भाजपा की प्रचंड जीत की खुशी मनेगी। हर बार ये लोग चुनाव में आते हैं तो नया पार्टनर लेकर के आते हैं, नया साथी लेकर के आते हैं। नए साथी के कंधे के भरोसे चलने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप लोग ऐसा लोगों पर विश्वास करेंगे कि जो हर चुनाव में जिस साथी को लाते हैं उसको भी धक्का मार करके निकाल देते हैं, दूसरे चुनाव में दूसरा साथी लाते हैं, तीसरे चुनाव में तीसरा साथी लाते हैं। जो साथी बदलते हैं वो आपका साथ देंगे क्या? वो आपका साथ देंगे क्या? जो चुनाव में साथ जिएंगे साथ मरेंगे के वादे करते हैं, चुनाव समाप्त होते ही लात मार देते हैं, वो आपका भला करेंगे क्या? अरे जो अपने साथियों पे भरोसा नहीं करते वो आप पे भरोसा करेंगे क्या? आपका भला करेंगे क्या? आपको साथ देंगे क्या? तो ऐसे लोगों पर हम भरोसा कर सकते हैं क्या? ऐसे लोगों के साथ हम चल सकते हैं क्या? जो सिर्फ गौर परिवार का भला करना चाहते हैं, वो कभी हमें के युवाओं का भला करेंगे क्या? यहाँ की माताओं बहनों का भला करेंगे क्या? यहाँ की बेटियों का भला करेंगे क्या? और इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, मैं आपसे आग्रह करने आया हूं, सारी समस्याओं का समाधान विकास में ही है, हमें विकास के रास्ते पर चलना है। मतदाताओं को गुमराह करते हैं और पराजय के बाद में हार का ठिकरा जिसको साथ में ले आए हैं ना, उसी पे गले पर मर देते हैं जी। आप देखिए 10 मार्च के बाद कैसे ये लोग अपने नए साथी को कोसना शुरू करेंगे, दोनों एक दूसरे को तू मैं करेंगे। साथियों, पहले की सरकारों ने यूपी के सामर्थ्य के साथ इंसाफ नहीं किया। इन लोगों ने यूपी को लूटा, दिन रात लूटा और यहां के लोगों को अपराधियों, दंगाइयों, माफियाओं के हवाले कर दिया। ऐसा हुआ था कि नहीं हुआ था? आप ऐसी मुसीबतें में जीते थे कि नहीं जीते थे? असुरक्षा थी कि नहीं थी? इन लोगों ने तरीका ऐसा बनाया था कि परिवार के हर सदस्य को इनकी राज करने का तरीका मालूम है ना आपको? ये गौर परिवारवादी जब राज करते थे तो परिवार के सदस्यों को अलग अलग इलाका बांट देते थे। भतीजा इस जिले में से रुपये कमाएगा, भांजा यहां से लूटेगा, बहन उस इलाके की मालिक, चाचा उस इलाके का मालिक। उन्होंने इलाके बांट दिए थे कि नहीं? लूटने के तरीके खोज लिए थे कि नहीं? लोगों का भला करने के लिए नहीं, लूट करने की व्यवस्था बनाई थी कि नहीं बनाई थी? वही आपका एरिया लूट लो। भाइयों बहनों, इन लोगों का बस चलता, इन लोगों का बस चलता तो कानपुर और कानपुर की तरह ही यूपी के और शहरों में एक एक मोहल्ला माफियागंज के नाम से बना देंगे। क्या हर शहर में माफियागंज मोहल्ला चाहिए क्या? हर नगर में माफियागंज मोहल्ला चाहिए क्या? ये माफियाओं से मुक्ति चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए? याद करिए, पहले किस तरह गरीब के, मध्यम वर्ग के, व्यापारी कारोबारी के घरों पर, जमीनों पर अवैध कब्जा हो जाता था। योगी जी की सरकार ने इन भू माफियाओं पर ऐसी शक्ति दिखाई कि उनकी माफियागिरी आखिरी सांसें गिन रही है। उनकी माफियागिरी आखिरी सांसें गिर रही है। अगर उनको सपा जैसा डॉक्टर मिल गया तो फिर से सांसें दौड़ने लग जाएगी। अब ये परिवारवादी इन माफियाओं को नई ताकत देने का बहाना ढूंढ रहे हैं, इसलिए उनको सरकार चाहिए। आपने देखा कि बीते कुछ दिनों में कितने ही वीडियो निकले हैं। आपने देखा होगा वीडियो, इनके गुंडों ने, उनकी जो वीडियो आई है, उन्होंने पत्रकारों को भी छोड़ा नहीं है। भाइयों बहनों, पत्रकारों को भी बुरी तरह से पीटा है, क्योंकि उस पत्रकार ने सच बोलने की हिम्मत दिखाई है। यूपी के लोगों को इनसे सतर्क रहना है। इन लोगों का सरकार भी लौटने नहीं देनी है। भाइयों और बहनों, गरीब का कल्याण, उसका सशक्तिकरण भाजपा की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। आप याद करिए, 2017 से पहले जब इन घोर परिवारवादियों की सरकारें थी, तब आए दिन यूपी में राशन घोटाले की खबरें आती थी कि नहीं आती थी? राशन घोटाला होता था कि नहीं होता था? गरीब का राशन मार लिया जाता था कि नहीं मार लिया जाता? इन लोगों ने लाखों फर्जी राशन कार्ड बनाकर राशन माफियाओं का दांडव ऐसा पैदा कर दिया था जो गरीब को भूखे रहने के लिए मजबूर करता था। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने फर्जी राशन कार्डों के इस खेल को खत्म कर दिया। आज यूपी के करोड़ों नागरिकों को मुफ्त राशन का डबल बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, पूरा बेनिफिट मिल रहा है। यही कारण है कि 100 साल के बाद इतने बड़े संकट में, इतनी बड़ी दुनिया की महामारी, दुनिया की इतनी बड़ी बीमारी में भी गरीब का चूल्हा जलता रहा है भाई। और मेरी माताओं बहनों, संकट अगर आ भी गए हैं, ये मोदी है, मेरी गरीब मां बहन का चूल्हा कभी बुझने नहीं देगा। वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड योजना भी मदद कर रही है। अगर यूपी का कोई परिवार किसी दूसरे राज्य में जाएं, अगर वो उत्तर प्रदेश से मानो गुजरात चला गया, महाराष्ट्र चला गया, कर्नाटक चला गया, पंजाब चला गया, तो उसको अब उसके राशन कार्ड भले यूपी का होगा, उसको पंजाब में भी राशन मिलेगा, महाराष्ट्र में भी राशन मिलेगा, मुंबई में भी राशन। एक राज्य से दूसरे राज्य कोई जाएगा, गरीब आदमी भूखा नहीं मरेगा। भाई और बहनों, डबल इंजन की सरकार का काम कैसा होता है? एक गरीबों को पक्के आवास की योजना में भी दिखता है। पहले की सरकार ने पूरे कार्यकाल में गरीबों के लिए घर बनाने में कितनी उदासीनता रखी। मुझे बताइए, भारत सरकार पैसे भेजे, गरीब को घर चाहिए, मोदी घर बनाना चाहता है, लेकिन 2014 में यहां ऐसी सरकार थी, वो गरीबों के लिए घर बनाने के लिए तैयार नहीं थी। ये योगी जी की सरकार बनने के बाद काम हुआ और मुझे खुशी है, हमने जो पैसा दिल्ली से भेजा, पाई पाई का उपयोग हुआ और उत्तर प्रदेश में 34 लाख, आंकड़ा सुन लीजिए भैया, 34 लाख पक्के घर गरीबों को बना करके दिए गए। 34 लाख। कितने कितने भैया, कितने? 34 लाख। और आज एक घर की कीमत होती है कितनी भाई? लाखों में होती है कि नहीं होती है? इसका मतलब उत्तर प्रदेश में 34 लाख गरीब जो उनको घर मिला, वो लखपति हुए कि नहीं हुए? मोदी ने आकर के 34 लाख गरीबों को लखपति बनाया कि नहीं बनाया? योगी जी ने लखपति बनाया कि नहीं बनाया? और इसमें भी 13 लाख घर हमारे दलित भाई बहनों को मिले हैं। भाइयों, कोई भेदभाव नहीं। भाइयों और बहनों, गौर परिवारवादियों ने उत्तर प्रदेश की महिलाओं की कभी इज्जत नहीं की, कभी उनका दुख दर्द नहीं समझा। किसी भी मजहब की महिलाएं हो, किसी भी पंथ की बेटियां हो, हमारी सरकार बिना भेदभाव उनके हितों की रक्षा में जुटी है। जन धन बैंक खाते खुले, सबसे ज्यादा लाभ बेटियों को हुआ। मुद्रा योजना हो, सबसे अधिक लोन बेटियों को मिले। स्वयं सहायता समूहों के बिना गारंटी ज्यादा पैसा देना हो, सबसे अधिक लाभ हमारी मां बहन बेटियों को मिला। नल से जल हो, बेटियों की सुविधा सबसे अधिक बढ़ी। घर घर शौचालय बने, इज्जत घर बने, तो बहनों बेटियों को अपमान से, पीड़ा से मुक्ति दिलाने का काम भी मोदी और योगी सरकार ने किया। जिस पीएम आवास योजना के बारे में मैंने अभी बताया, उसमें जो घर दिए जा रहे हैं, उसमें ज्यादातर महिलाओं के ही नाम। और सबसे बड़ी बात, योगी जी की सरकार की शक्ति से मंचलों, गुंडों, दबंगों, दंगाइयों में जो डर पैदा हुआ है, वो हमारी बहन बेटियों के हौसले को बुलंद करने में बहुत उपयोगी है। और इसलिए यूपी की हर बहन बेटी कह रही है यूपी के लिए योगी उपयोगी है। और साथियों, महिलाओं के लिए जो काम हमारी सरकार ने किया है उसकी बहुत बड़ी लाभार्थी मुस्लिम बहन बेटियां भी हैं। हमारी मुस्लिम बेटियों को भी पढ़ाई के लिए जाते समय रास्ते के मंचलों की वजह से बहुत दिक्कत होती थी। जब यूपी में अपराधी कंट्रोल में आए तो इसका लाभ मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों को भी मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि पिछले 7 सालों में स्कूल में, कॉलेजों में मुस्लिम बेटियों की संख्या भी बढ़ रही है। मेरा निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि कैसे अपनी मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों का जीवन मैं आसान बना सकूं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, आप जरा कल्पना करिए, हर पुरुष कल्पना करे। मैं जो बात बताता हूं मैं मुसलमान पुरुषों की भी कहता हूं, आप जरा कल्पना कीजिए, मायके से अगर औरत खाली हाथ लौटती है तो फटाक से 3 तलाक दे दिया जाए। ससुराल से पत्नी बाइक लेकर के नहीं भाई तो 3 तलाक दे दी जाए। ससुराल से अपनी पत्नी सोने की चेन लेकर के नहीं आई तो 3 तलाक दे दो। घड़ी मंगवाई, घड़ी नहीं आई, 3 तलाक दे दो। मोबाइल मंगवाया, मोबाइल नहीं आया, 3 तलाक दे दो। कोई भी छोटी सी बात पर तलाक 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 कहकर मुस्लिम महिलाओं का पूरा जीवन बर्बाद हो जाता था। और सिर्फ उस मुस्लिम महिला का ही नहीं, आप उस बेटी के पिता का दर्द समझिए, उस बेटी की मां का दर्द समझिए। जब बेटी वापस चली आए तो उसके मन पर कितनी गुजरती होगी। वो हमेशा इस डर में जीती थी कि कहीं बेटी 3 तलाक ना हो जाए। साथियों, आज देश की हर मुस्लिम बहन बेटी के पास 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून की सुरक्षा हमने दी है। एक रिपोर्ट में सामने आया है, 3 तलाक का कानून बनने के बाद यूपी की हजारों बेटियों का घर टूटने से बचा है, तबाह होने से बचा है। मेरी बहन बेटियां बच गई है और उनके मायके वाले भी बच गए हैं। गौर परिवारवादियों ने किसानों और खासकर छोटे किसानों को भी हमेशा धोखा दिया है। ऐसे छोटे किसानों की चिंता पूरे देश में सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है। हमने छोटे किसानों के लिए पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि शुरू की, उसके बैंक खाते में सीधे पैसे भेजना शुरू किया। हमने फसल बीमा के नियमों में बदलाव किया, उनके लिए विशेष हमने पेंशन योजना शुरू की। हम किसानों के क्रेडिट कार्ड के दायरों को बढ़ा करके पशुपालन करने वालों को, मछली पालन करने वालों को भी हमने किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड का लाभ दिया। हम उत्तर प्रदेश में डेयरी सेक्टर को भी तेजी से विस्तार कर रहे हैं। ये डेयरी प्लांट अपनी बिजली की जरूरत गोबर से बनी बायोगैस से पूरी कर सके, इसकी भी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। इससे किसान को आय का एक और अतिरिक्त विकल्प मिलेगा और दूध न देने वाले पशुओं का उनको गोबर बेच करके भी कमाई का एक नया विकल्प हम पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में देने जा रहे हैं। बूढ़ा पशु भी किसान को, पशुपालक को आय कराएगा। योगी जी की सरकार पहले ही ऐसे बेसहारा पशुओं के लिए गौशालाओं के निर्माण में पूरी ईमानदारी से काम कर रही है। 10 मार्च को दोबारा सरकार बनने के बाद इस अभियान को और गति दी जाएगी ताकि किसानों को कोई दिक्कत न हो। भाइयों और बहनों, गन्ना किसानों के हितों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारी सरकार बायोफ्यूल के इस्तेमाल को भी लगातार बढ़ा रही है। यूपी के किसानों को हजारों सोलर पंप ये भी हम मुहैया करा रहे हैं। जब खेत में ही सोलर पावर से बिजली पैदा होगी तो आप अंदाज कर सकते हैं कि किसान का कितना लाभ होने वाला है, कितना पैसा बचने वाला है। हमारी कोशिश है हमारा अन्नदाता ऊर्जा दाता भी बने, इसके लिए भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। इस बार भाजपा ने संकल्प पत्र जारी किया है, उसमें भी बिजली से लेकर खेती किसानी से जुड़े बड़े संकल्प लिए गए हैं। 10 मार्च को सरकार बनने के बाद इन संकल्पों पर तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। भाजपा सरकार गंगा जी के किनारे बसे लोगों में प्राकृतिक खेती, केमिकल फ्री खेती को भी प्रोत्साहन दे रही है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार यूपी को आधुनिक सुविधाएं देने में भी जान से जुटी हुई है। आप सोचिए, अगर इनकी सरकार होती तो यहां से गुजरने वाले यहां पर जो डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता क्या? अगर इनकी सरकार होती तो क्या पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे, बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे इतनी तेजी से काम कर पाता क्या? कोरोना काल में भी कानपुर मेट्रो पर कितनी तेजी से काम किया गया, ये आपने भी देखा है। इनके रहते क्या यहां डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के निर्माण संभव हो पाते? इन लोगों ने जो फिरौती का, गुंडागर्दी का, कर्फ्यू का माहौल यहां बनाया था, दंगों का माहौल यहां बनाया था, लगभग कौन यहां निवेश करने आता? साथियों, माफियावादियों ने कानपुर में उद्योगों को तालाबंदी की तरफ धकेला। डबल इंजन सरकार कानपुर में मेगा लेदर पार्क बना रही है। जो पहले सरकारों में थे, इन्होंने विदेशी आयात को प्राथमिकता देकर जालौन के कागज उद्योग को भी बर्बाद कर दिया था। लेकिन योगी जी की सरकार ने कागज उद्योग के साथ जालौन के मटर को भी वैश्विक पहचान दिलाने के लिए कदम उठाए हैं। आज जब मोदी देश में वोकल फॉर लोकल, लोकल के लिए वोकल होने की अपील करता है, तो उसके पीछे आप जिन उद्योगों से जुड़े हैं, आपके उद्योगों को ताकत देने का हम काम कर रहे हैं। कुटीर उद्योगों का सामर्थ्य बढ़ाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, यही हमारा मंत्र है, यही हमारा संकल्प है। लेकिन इसके लिए सबका प्रयास भी आवश्यक है। आपके एक एक वोट का योगदान बहुत आवश्यक है। इसलिए याद रखिए भाइयों बहनों, आज इस सभा के बाद आप घर घर जाएंगे, आप इस सभा के बाद घर घर जाएंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, हर परिवार को मतदान के लिए समझाएंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतदान करवाएंगे, भाजपा के कमल पे वोट डलवाएंगे, योगी जी की सरकार बनाएंगे, पक्का करेंगे, कमल निशान, कमल निशान, कमल निशान ये घर घर पहुंचाएंगे। पहले मतदान, फिर जलपान, और कोई काम पहले नहीं करेंगे, पहले मतदान करेंगे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जो इस चुनाव में उम्मीदवार है वो जरा आगे आ जाए, जो उम्मीदवार है, और योगी जी आगे आ जाए, जो उम्मीदवार है आगे आ जाए, योगी जी आगे आ जाए।
All right, those are visuals coming in of the Prime Minister's rally in Kanpur Dehat. The Chief Minister, incumbent Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, along with the candidate of the BJP from Kanpur Dehat there. This as both the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister spoke about the development that they have done or brought in for the state of Uttar Pradesh, the double engine sarkar that they have been talking about, how it is going to be helpful for the people of Uttar Pradesh. This is an election rally for the subsequent phases that is continuing today. The Prime Minister there in Kanpur Dehat also talking about how there has been progress made under the BJP that would have not been possible, according to the Prime Minister, lashing out at their opponents, the Samajwadi Party, saying that this progress was only possible because of the manner in which the Yogi government has been working. He has also urged the first-time voters to make sure that they come out and vote, ending that speech there, calling out to all across the state and to those seats over there, the voters in fact, to come out and vote before they do anything else in the day. Let's move on now and get you a wrap of some of the other stories that we're tracking. BJP's candidate from Punjab's Gill constituency, SR Ladar, has been attacked during poll campaigning in Ludhiana. He has been taken to the civil hospital. Police said that unknown persons attacked him and the investigation is currently underway. After a sweeping victory in Bidhanagar Municipal Corporation election, the Trinamool Congress workers celebrated in North 24 Parganas. Trinamool Congress chairperson Mamata Banerjee took to Twitter to thank the voters for having trust in the Trinamool Congress. Sources say that the centre will ban 50 more Chinese apps in India. The ban took place as many as previously banned apps resurfaced as clones. So far, 270 apps have been banned by the government in all. Social activist Anna Hazare, who earlier announced his indefinite hunger strike from the 14th of February against Maharashtra government's decision to sell wine in supermarkets, has decided to suspend it. He said that he's received a letter from the secretary of the concerned department assuring him that people's decision will be taken into consideration before implementing this policy. BJP in Assam has announced that it will file 1,000 sedition cases against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi on his tweet about the Union of States. BJP said that this comment means that Rahul Gandhi has conceded to Chinese demand too of Arunachal Pradesh. Indian Space Research Organisation has launched a satellite from Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota. It was launched at 6:17 hours IST on the 14th of February. This was the 80th launch vehicle mission from Sriharikota. COVID cases continue to decline as India reported 38,113 cases in the last 24 hours, which is 24% lower than yesterday. India's recovery rate stands at 97.68% with positivity rate a little over 3%. Delhi reopens schools for students from classes nursery to the 8th standard. This happened today, and the decision of reopening comes as COVID cases continue to dip.
Now, as cases continue to come down, the central government has relaxed norms for international passengers as well. According to the latest guidelines, travellers will no longer need to quarantine themselves or get tested at the airport. The norms come into effect from today. In a major setback to the Karnataka government, the state High Court has revoked certain sections of the Karnataka Police Amendment Act 2021. The new development will restrict the government from interfering in the online gaming and betting business, which the state had banned earlier. Now, tensions keep swirling around Ukraine as by the US estimate, Russia has about 130,000 troops stationed around Ukraine, with American officials warning that Putin has already amassed 70% of forces required for a full-scale invasion of the country. Multiple countries are calling for their citizens to leave as officials warn a potential strike could be imminent. Here's a CNN report.
6 months. President Joe Biden spoke with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky Sunday, promising to respond swiftly and decisively if Russia takes further action against Ukraine.
An invasion could begin, a major military action could begin by Russia in Ukraine any day now. That includes this coming week before the end of the Olympics.
The talk with Zelensky comes one day after Biden warned Russian President Vladimir Putin in a phone call with swift and severe costs if Ukraine is invaded.
We are prepared with a package of potential economic consequences that will hit many of those oligarchs and make clear to Russia that there are real costs to pay for this.
Although preparations are underway, including the U.S. providing Ukraine with 180 tons of ammunition, the White House and some top lawmakers are hoping for a peaceful resolution.
The best thing that could happen is for us to pass a sanctions package, pre-invasion with a waiver, post-invasion sanctions, that would destroy the ruble and cripple the Russian economy, so Putin could see it in writing. That might help him decide not to invade.
Some analysts say Putin could punish himself if he goes ahead with military action.
It might strengthen ties between Ukraine and the European Union. It also has created a stronger sense of Ukrainian national identity. And it's hard for me to see how that helps either Mr. Putin or Russia.
With that, we're taking a very quick break. News and updates will continue. Stay with us.
खुद के लिए लड़ना सबका हक होता है. ये एक पर्सनालिटी और ह्यूमन पर्सन टू पर्सन डिपेंड करता है.
So, we live in a society where all the movies, the popular TV shows that even the women like and watch, the protagonist is always a chaste women, pristine women. Aapki movie Gully Boy mein, that there was a very nice scene where you actually smash a bottle on somebody's head. Here also you are, challenging the popular norms. And you look very convincing while doing that. Do you enjoy the process?
Yes, I believe in it. जब मैंने ये dialogue भी बोला कि माँ का नाम काफी
नहीं है. It was liberating.
I mean it, every moment of it. क्योंकि it's, as a woman, even though come from a privileged position, एक comfort हो गया है dealing with sexism all over the country and all over the world, जो मैं बिल्कुल tolerate नहीं करती हूँ. And in fact, after doing a film like Gangubai, because she's such an empowered woman, मैं और भी ज़्यादा believe करती हूँ कि एक perspective है जो आप कभी question नहीं करो कि बाप का नाम क्या देखोगे, आप ऐसे लग रहे हो कि आप बाप को है कि कभी नहीं पूछोगे कि माँ का नाम क्या है. I don't believe in male bashing and all of that. I just believe in equality, जो हर किसी को believe करना चाहिए. Even men believe in equality. So many men that are a part of my life, they all believe in equality. पर कभी कभार क्या होता है, औरतें ही equality में believe नहीं करते.
That's true.
तो इसलिए जब एक और dialogue है गंगूबाई का, जब वो बोलती है, औरतों को बोल रही है कि शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि तीनों ही औरतें हैं, उनका स्त्रीलिंग है.
तो आदमी को किस बात का जरूरत है?
हाँ, तो वो उनको मतलब उनके अंदर वो एक कॉन्फिडेंस जगा रही है. So I really believe in all those things.
Yeah, some really powerful dialogues.
Yeah. And it's written by a male dialogue writer. Let me tell you.
Who's
Prakash
that?
Bhai.
Nice.
And Sir, of course, together. But Prakash Bhai is a man, and he's written these lines.
That's true.
So that's what I'm saying. The equality is in the brain. It's not in the gender.
It's not in the gender. And your director, Sanjay Leela Bhansali, is also known to be making films where the woman is allowed to have a space. She's allowed to have the stage to herself. How was it working with him? What's the
fantastic.
Yeah, the
That's
difference
what
in
I mean,
your...
he's not somebody who उनको personality में ज़्यादा interest है. Like if you see even Vijay Raj is playing a transgender.
Yeah.
Now it's not like there's any less weight given to Vijay Raj just because there is a takkar. He believes in equality even for every character. That's the way Sanjay sir is. He likes to flesh out every character with importance and that much weight and that much understanding.
Welcome back. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of the Pulwama terror attack in which 40 soldiers lost their lives. But there's no stopping the politics that rages over that issue. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has courted controversy now by questioning the Balakot surgical strike by the Indian Air Force in response to the Pulwama terror attack. Echoing Rahul Gandhi, KCR asked the Modi government to provide proof of the surgical strikes. This comes as Rahul himself has put out a fresh tweet raising questions of what really led to the attack.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show. It is the responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री जी की बौखलाहट और घबराहट नजर आती है। हजूराबाद में हुई सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के बाद हजूर के बोल बिगड़े नजर आते हैं। अभी तो एक चुनाव हारे हैं, उसके बाद ये हालत है। इससे साफ दिखाई देता है कि तेलंगाना में केसीआर जी और टीआरएस की जमीन खिसक रही और उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव के समय इन सबको सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक याद आ रही। पाकिस्तान के बोल, कांग्रेस के बोल और अब टीआरएस के बोल एक जैसे सुनाई देते हैं। जब जब चुनाव आता है तब तब नए नए प्रयोग करते हैं। कोई हिजाब का करता है, कोई सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का करता है, क्योंकि विकास के मुद्दे पर ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते। और केसीआर और कांग्रेस को ये समझना पड़ेगा कि जनता का इनसे मोह भंग हो चुका है। जनता विकास चाहती है और गरीब कल्याण के कार्यक्रम जो मोदी जी और योगी जी की सरकारों ने किए उसकी सराहना कर रही है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करना ये केसीआर की मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने सेना की इस बहादुरी पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा किया है। इसी तरह से ही कांग्रेस ने और टीआरएस ने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और गलवान वैली में भारतीय सैनिकों की वीरता पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा किया है।
That is Anurag Thakur responding to what KCR has said. KCR pretty much asking a similar question as Rahul Gandhi did earlier on, not just asking for proof of the surgical strikes, but also saying that the BJP utilizes such incidents to its advantage politically, and he believes that is wrong. Now, what has happened between TRS and the BJP? Because KCR's party was supporting the NDA, at least in Parliament, on issues. So it was called issue-based support. They weren't really fence-sitters, though they appeared to be so. They were pretty much siding with the ruling, the government at the centre. What has happened in between this period, which has now seen this change of tone? Pallavi Ghosh will get us more details to break that down for us now. Pallavi, apart from the controversy that this statement of KCR has created, help us understand the political significance of the statement, because KCR's party used to provide issue-based support to the NDA in Parliament.
See, it's very interesting because KCR of late has been speaking more towards conciliatory terms as far as the rest of the opposition is concerned. And here actually he was talking in the context of a recent comment which came in from Hemant Biswa Sarma, questioning that why does Rahul Gandhi need to question or ask proof of the Pulwama airstrikes retaliation. And that's when KCR said that there's nothing wrong that Rahul Gandhi had asked for this proof, because even I want this proof. Now this narrative actually ends up helping the BJP. Of course, the Congress party, many in the backdrop are also making snide comments at KCR that is he really the B team of the BJP, because he's actually deliberately stoking a controversy, that too just a day ahead of elections in Uttar Pradesh as well as in Uttarakhand. That this narrative works for the BJP because it helps in building up a case against the Congress party, accusing it of questioning nationalism, national security and so on. And that's the reason why we're seeing some very, very strong reactions which are coming in from the BJP and the ministers.
But Pallavi, he's made some very scathing remarks for the central government as well. He is saying this is not a monarchy, nobody is a king here. What does that indicate?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because the BJP is also now wanting a slice of Telangana. We know that BJP is now looking down south, states like Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and it wants to emerge as the main contender to KCR in Telangana. And therefore, I think KCR understands that it's important to begin early. Don't make the mistake which many other political parties have been making, like the Congress or even Mamata Banerjee to a very great extent. And therefore, he's going to position himself as a main opposition to BJP. He's going to play that card against the BJP as far as this race for Telangana goes.
Pallavi, stay on with us. Kavinder Gupta, former Deputy Chief Minister in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, now Union Territory, joining us here on the phone line. Kavinder Gupta, इस बार KCR सवाल उठा रहे हैं जो स्ट्राइक्स हुई थी, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स हुई थी. हालांकि कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रहा है ये उनका सपोर्ट नहीं है, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी ने भी पहले ये सवाल उठाया. वो कह रहे हैं कि इससे बीजेपी को फायदा होगा अभी जो चुनाव चल रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में.
देखिए, इस प्रकार की राजनीति हमेशा कांग्रेस ही करती रही है. 1947 से लेकर के इन्होंने हिंदू मुस्लिम दंगे करवाए. यहाँ पर सिखों को किस प्रकार से पंजाब में उनकी क्या हालत थी, ये हम सब समझ सकते हैं. ये आज भी भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इस प्रकार के लोगों के साथ.
लेकिन कविंदर जी, ये सवाल तो इस बार के चंद्रशेखर राव ने उठाया है, उसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है? वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि भारत एक डेमोक्रेसी है, यहाँ कोई राजा नहीं है, तो अगर प्रूफ मांग रहे हैं उन स्ट्राइक्स का तो प्रूफ देना चाहिए.
देखिए, शहीदों की शहादत पर इस प्रकार के सवाल उठाने तो ये गलत है. इनको तभी याद आता है, क्या इनको ये नीचता की हद है. मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार की नीचता यही लोग कर सकते हैं. और खास करके जब इनसे पूछा जाए तो कि 1971 की लड़ाई में 1 लाख लोगों को हमारे यहाँ पर गिरफ्तार करके रखा गया, जनरल जगदीश सिंह अरोड़ा की, लेकिन इन्होंने पाकिस्तान को वो वापस दे दिया और सभी उनके जो एरिया से लौटा दिए. इस प्रकार की कोशिश करने वाले, भारत के टुकड़े करने वाले ये लोग जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान को अलग किया, ये हम उसका भी सब प्रूफ चाहते हैं कि इन्होंने इस देश में किस प्रकार से चाइना के साथ क्या इनकी सांठगांठ है. इनके लीडर सिद्धू और दूसरे लोग जाकर के.
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, आप तो फिर कांग्रेस की तरफ आ रहे हैं, सवाल उठाया है इस बार केसीआर ने. Nonetheless, Kavinder Gupta, many thanks for joining us with your inputs here. Let's also quickly listen in to some more reactions that have come in.
सर, राहुल गांधी जी ने आज फिर से मुद्दा उठाया है कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कह रहे हैं मिस प्रोपोगेंडा है. कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
राहुल गांधी वो सब इस प्रकार के बयान ऐसे समय देते हैं जिससे कुछ चुनावी स्टंट बने और उनके बयान से पाकिस्तान में खुशी हो. हम कह सकते हैं कि देश की जनता इसको स्वीकार नहीं करती, चाहे पुलवामा की घटना हो चाहे उरी की घटना हो. और जब कभी समय रहता हुआ कांग्रेस के समय में जो पाकिस्तान से आतंकवादी जो आते थे और हमारे सैनिकों के सिर काट के ले जाते थे, उनको उस समय पता नहीं था. अब देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी हैं और मोदी जी के रहते हुए ये काम नहीं हो सकता. और जब उन्होंने एक कायरतापूर्ण इस तरह का कायर काम किया था, तब हमने जाकर के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व में पाकिस्तान के घर में जाकर ठोका था, उनको मारा था. ये पूरा और पाकिस्तान स्वीकार करता है, लेकिन ये स्वीकार न करें तो मेरा कहना कहना है कि राहुल गांधी क्या क्या बोलते हैं, उनको उनके बयानों पर उनके पार्टी के लोगों को ही विश्वास नहीं है, तो देश की जनता क्या विश्वास करेगी?
Mr. KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana, on a day when we are commemorating the anniversary of Pulwama, when we are paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama, goes ahead and questions the surgical strike, demands proof for surgical strike, only and only to defend Rahul Gandhi's atrocious commentary against the Indian army, calling the surgical strike Khoon ki Dalali, or to defend the Congress party which had said army chief was a Sadak ka Gunda. He goes ahead and demands proof of surgical strikes. The same surgical strikes which were called farzical by the Congress. The same surgical strikes of which the DGMO had briefed this country. On a day like Pulwama anniversary, to strike at the manobal of our armed forces is the most disgusting and the most shocking act by a chief minister.
Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni is now joining us on the phone line as well. Sir, should there be an unwritten rule which should be strictly followed that defense issues should not be mixed with politics?
Without fail, I would say without fail, national security is a national issue. It is not a political issue. Until and unless you realize that, you will always find enemies of our country taking full advantage of it. And that is exactly what it's doing. Pakistan is using terrorism as an instrument of state policy, fully well knowing that within India, there are certain people who seem to be favoring them for whatever reason it may be. And that is exactly what goes wrong. Until and unless you all realize that, yes, they are our enemy and they need to be treated like one and we should be unanimous in it, only then will you find we'll be able to fight. But if you have some people within the country talking their language, obviously they're going to be exploiting it. And today, as a situation has come, we should not, whatever my differences with you are personal differences or whatever be it political differences. But when it comes to national security, we must all stand as one. And I fail to understand why people in India, irrespective of such elderly and such knowledgeable, so much in public life they have spent their time, don't seem to understand this basic fact.
Lieutenant General Kulkarni, what the premise on which KCR has raised this matter again is that he's saying that in a democracy, all questions need to be asked and all of them should be answered. That premise also stands on the other side. So how do you marry these two ideas, that national security issues should be bipartisan but answers should be provided in a democracy?
See, what happens is definitely we are a democracy. There's a freedom of speech and each one of us was asked for. But each one of us is asking for and doubting each one's ability. You can well imagine if the Chief of the Army Staff of Pakistan was to find shivering, is what the word used by is Mohammad Qureshi in their own parliament, that had it not been for the release of Wing Commander, it would have been impossible for them. They were shivering. And that is the way they are looking at it. The kind of act, the retaliation at Balakot that took place after Pulwama, isn't that adequate to tell people in our own country that yes, that is where Pakistan has faltered. That is where they were supporting terrorism. That is where that Pulwama chap was for Jaish-e-Mohammed, who they are guarding and protecting within Pakistan. I think it should be clear. Yeah.
All right. Lieutenant General Kulkarni, many thanks for speaking with us. Let's quickly listen in to some more reactions now. DG CRPF.
39 जवानों की याद में जिन्होंने अपनी जान यहाँ पे गवाई थी पुलवामा में, उन वीर जवानों की याद में उनके सेक्रीफाइस जो उनका त्याग था उसको याद करके हम यहाँ एकत्रित होते हैं और उनको अपनी दिल से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करते हैं.
CRPF men are getting ready to commemorate the martyrdom of the CRPF men who lost their lives not far away from this place. It was actually this day 3 years back when CRPF convoy came under attack, which resulted in killing of 40 CRPF members. There you see in that plaque the names of those people which have been put up, and clearly these are the people who were traveling on that ill-fated bus when it came under attack. Actually, car bomb struck it, and in that a lot of casualties took place. Now the CRPF men are really, collecting at this particular place, and they will be placing wreaths. You will see a lot of floral wreaths which are being put up.
Well, the hijab controversy continues in Karnataka. Amidst tight security, schools have finally reopened in the state, while Section 144 remains in Udupi. Section 144 is prohibitory orders. The Karnataka High Court will be resuming its hearing on hijab, the use of hijab in schools today. A group of PUC students in Udupi have submitted a memorandum to resume classes, claiming that protesting girls are hand in glove with the CFI. A stormy Karnataka Assembly session is likely to unfold today, with the opposition attempting to corner the state government on the use of hijab in schools.
जो लोग सपना देख रहे हैं गजवाई हिंद का, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, ये नया भारत है। ये दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का भारत है। इस नए भारत में विकास सबका, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण किसी का नहीं। सबका साथ, सबके विकास की भावना के साथ सरकार कार्य कर रही है। सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास को लेकर के सरकार चल रही है। ये नया भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। और मैं इस बात को भी स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
शिल्पा came here and एक representation दिया है कॉलेज अथॉरिटीज को, क्या है उस representation में?
ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಇವರು 6 ಜನಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು 900 ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಹ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬೇಗ ಬರಲಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಇಂದ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರುವಾದದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಸಹ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ರೂಲ್ಸಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಇವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ, ಎಂತ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸುಮಾರು ಉಂಟು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಇವರು.
Well, high school has resumed and this is the exam season, so students are back to their classroom with exams being held, but under a different circumstance. Here you can see there is heavy police deployment as well. Police officials have been stationed here since morning, and what they've been doing is to conduct peace meetings. They've been meeting leaders from different communities, appealing them for peace and harmony. And at this particular high school, classes 8 to 10 have resumed. They've been here ensuring that no other person apart from the staff members of the school, parents also are not being allowed to enter the school. Only students are being allowed to enter with their ID cards that are being checked. Strict regulation have been put in place in the wake of violence which broke out a couple of days ago, and in the wake of the Karnataka High Court order on the hijab row, which is expected at 2:30 p.m. today.
All right, so schools have reopened, but the question about wearing a hijab to school continues. Whether a hijab will be allowed or not, that is the big question. This even as classes up till the 10th standard have resumed. This is a time also for students to appear for the examination. So clearly that issue is also weighing heavy on the minds of many of the students who have to attend classes, but at the moment are not clear about what the future may have for them. This even as the question of hijab, the controversy continues in Karnataka. This after in Udupi, there were at least 6 students who wanted to attend classes in PU, that is pre-university classes, in their hijab. They were told that they cannot attend classes with their hijab. Let's listen into some reactions coming in.
अपने शरीयत से हिजाबी ओढ़ना चाहते हैं, हम बेपर्दगी नहीं करना चाहते अपनी।
जी यही हमारे
इस्लाम से साबित होता है कि हमें
जब स्कूल जाती हैं, कॉलेज जाती हैं, आपको किसी तरह की कोई दिक्कत होती है इसकी वजह से?
नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, और ना हमारे स्कूल वाले मना करते हैं इस चीज़ को, वो और हमें उल्टा प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। एटलीस्ट वो लोग हमें समझते हैं, इस वजह से उन्हें पता है कि हम क्या है। हमारी चॉइस है, नहीं शो कराना चाहते हैं हम अपनी बॉडी या कुछ भी, हम अपनी मर्जी से पहनते हैं बुर्का।
एजुकेशन जरूरी है, ये अपना वो है कि जिसे ओढ़ना है ओढ़े, जिसे नहीं ओढ़ना है वो नहीं ओढ़े। तो पढ़ाई पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, ये हमारी मर्जी है कि हमें ओढ़ना है कि नहीं ओढ़ना है।
Harish is now joining us with more details on this. Harish, first of all, help us understand how this morning has been in many of the sensitive areas, especially in Karnataka, where schools have reopened.
Well, things have largely been calm, especially in places where we had seen disturbance or violence last Tuesday. Only in a few places we've seen a little bit of confusion on whether students need to be allowed with hijab or not. Was the High Court order a blanket ban on hijab? Some of them then made it very clear that in fact the High Court has mentioned that this order will be restraining students only in places where the CDC has a dress code prescribed for the students, and in some of the other institutions the local Deputy Director of Public Instruction has intervened and told the schools to ensure that hijab is not allowed in the classrooms, just to ensure that there is absolutely no confusion. Apart from that, largely we have seen schools reopening, high schools reopening without much of an issue. Police presence was stepped up in most of these places. The SPs had got a clear diktat from the Chief Minister last Friday itself that nothing needs to be left for chance, and most of them we saw were out on field today assessing the situation and ensuring that this passes off smoothly. Looking at how it's now been implemented, by the end of the day we might expect the government to in some way take a call on when to reopen colleges.
All right, Harish, many thanks for joining us with those details. Let's quickly listen in now to some more reactions.
When the hijab controversy is dominating, हर कोई कोशिश कर रहा है कि इस मैटर को तूल ना दिया जाए, बट पॉलिटिकली आप कैसे देखते हैं इस मैटर को, आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी को अफेक्ट करता है?
ये जो एक हिजाबी हंगामा और हुड़दंग है, ये बहुत सुनियोजित साजिश का हिस्सा है। ये क्या, पिछले चुनाव में मुस्लिम महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट किया मोदी जी के कारण। आज उन्होंने बीचों बीच चुनाव में हिजाबी हंगामा शुरू कर दिया, हुड़दंग शुरू कर दिया।
ऑपोजिशन ने,
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सबसे पहले, कांग्रेस के नेता ने एक बयान दिया, उन्होंने जो है यूनिफॉर्म पर इन्फॉर्म करने की कोशिश की, नंबर 1। उसके बाद जो है वो उनके बयान पे सुर में सुर मिलाते हुए उनकी बहन जी मैं लड़की हूँ, लड़की बिकनी और हिजाब उजाब कह डाला क्या। उसके बाद जो है वो पाकिस्तान का पाखंडी प्रोपेगेंडा शुरू हो जाता है और फिर सड़क पे हारा हंगामा।
इमरान साहब, एक सवाल ये है, सुबह सुबह मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्वीट किया और एक बयान दिया कि देश में गजवाए हिंद की जो विचारधारा है उसको रोकने के लिए आज मतदान करें।
मुख्यमंत्री जी को सबसे पहले तो ये जो बयान देते हैं उससे पहले उनको अध्ययन करना चाहिए और अध्ययन कर करके बोलना चाहिए। वो क्या बोल रहे हैं क्या नहीं बोल रहे हैं, पहले उनको अध्ययन करना चाहिए। और जहाँ तक वो जिस तरह के ट्वीट कर रहे हैं और जिस तरह वो बोल रहे हैं, देश संविधान से ही चलेगा, देश शरिया से नहीं चलेगा। पहले ये स्पष्ट करें कि क्या भारतीय संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना सही है या गलत है। जिस संस्कृति की दुहाई आप देते हो उस संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना सही है या गलत है, पहले ये बताएं।
You are a woman from Rampur. Yes. You've represented Rampur in Lok Sabha. Yeah. Now this controversy about women doing parda, hijab, niqab, that has become the center of politics around Muslim women. What is it that you want?
There's never been an issue on that. जो चाहता था पर्दा करना उसने पर्दा किया। हम जैसे लोग थे, हमें कोई कहा भी नहीं गया हमसे कि पर्दा करो।
Right.
So it's a question of attitude.
I was just speaking to Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi and he said the niqab, the hijab controversy has been created by Congress party.
It's not Congress. Why would it be Congress? It affects each and every person in every strata of society. You know, all कितने गरीब से गरीब, अमीर से अमीर, तो वो कांग्रेस खामा पे आ गई।
All right, let's now go across to Udupi, where it all started, and Swastika Das is now joining us with the latest inputs from there. Swastika, how has it been like today as schools reopened?
Well, today higher classes have reopened and the situation in Udupi is pretty much under the control of authorities as it has been since the last 4 days. But today, since schools have reopened and we are talking about 9 and 10, the government PU college where the protests all started has extra security cover. Police personnel have been on the ground since the morning. They've been checking ID cards of the students and only letting them in. Remember, as per the prohibitory orders that are placed on the ground, nobody is being allowed within 200 meters of the school campus. And but in Udupi, just a short while ago, we had a representation from a group of students studying in the second PUC or class 12, making their way to the principal, appealing him to reopen colleges very soon since their studies are getting impacted. Now, in that memorandum, they also alleged that the entire protest started because a group of 6 petitioners, allegedly misguided by a student union, hinting out at the campus front of India, have started the protest. And they also said that these students were not wearing hijab earlier, but suddenly they started wearing the hijab after coming under the influence of outsiders. But the students largely here want the educational institutions to open and have a hope that today the Karnataka High Court, as it hears the case today, will come up with a resolution very soon.
Swastika, also I'd like to ask you this question because you know, lots of reports suggest that on the ground now there seems to be some amount of you know, friction that can be felt, not in terms of physical friction, but you know, just in terms of people approaching each other to talk, that kind of little bit of friction in among the students as well. How are institutions looking at tackling that now and to create a conducive environment for studies?
Well, Maha, ever since I arrived here, the friction, what you're talking about, is something that the authorities on the ground have been specially focusing on, which is why the police personnel along with the local Udupi MLA have been conducting peace meetings. Now, in these peace meetings, they have called members from all the communities, tried reaching out to them, requesting them to ensure that people within people or followers of theirs adhere to peace and harmony and ensure that whatever may be the verdict of the Karnataka High Court, it is followed to the T, and the peace and the situation has remained under control. That is exactly what these peace meetings have been targeting for and have I dare say have been successful to a larger extent because Udupi has been very peaceful since the last 3-4 days.
All right. Fingers crossed, Swastika. May, thanks for joining us with those details. Certainly, children and especially girls need to get back to their education. Efforts are now being made to open schools, reopen schools rather, and allow their education to go forward. Many thanks, Swastika. Let's listen in now to Karnataka Congress MLA Zameer Ahmed, who seems to be courting further controversy on this matter.
ये हिजाब क्या औरत बच्ची जो होती है, जो बड़ी होने के बाद जो है उनको गोशे पर्दे में रखते हैं, यानी उसकी खूबसूरती होती है, अब उसकी खूबसूरती दिखनी चाहिए, उसकी खूबसूरती छुपाने के लिए वो रखा जाता है। आज आप देखे होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
All right, with that, we're taking a very quick break. We'll be back with a lot more. Stay with us.
BSP का टिकट हमें मिलता, बबलू सिंह प्रसाद, BSP.
Can I just request you not to ask me so many questions? Well, I'm supposed to ask you questions now. I'm forgetting my train of thought. Anyway, I don't think that's a criteria. I'll be honest.
अगर हमारा नाम बबलू जयप्रकाश होता, तो बीजेपी हमें सीट देती। बबलू जयप्रकाश, बीजेपी।
बबलू जयप्रकाश नाम तो सुना है। No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
हमने समाजवादी पार्टी से भी टिकट मांगी थी, लेकिन लगता है उन्हें भी बबलू सिंह यादव नाम अच्छा ही नहीं लगा।
This is not making sense. Why would the SP not like this name?
क्योंकि आजकल उनको सिर्फ बैनर्जी, चैटर्जी ये नाम अच्छे लगते हैं। अब मैं अपना नाम बैनर्जी सिंह यादव तो नहीं रख सकता।
Okay, what about O'Brien Singh Yadav? No. And Congress? Did you try the Congress?
Congress? कांग्रेस को हमारे नाम से कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस का खुद का कोई नामो निशान है? आप बताओ। है
Point to note that apathy and apathy, English, Hindi, two different meanings. But as I was saying, I don't think that your name can be a criteria. I think you're just making fun of all this. Do you have any qualifications to be a candidate in the UP election? Seriously?
क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? हमारे जितना क्वालिफिकेशन और किसी के पास नहीं है।
What do you mean? Like what? What great qualifications? Have you stood for elections before?
नहीं, लेकिन हम 10 साल से पूरा प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे।
10 साल से? What kind of preparations?
हम वही प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे जो हमारे सभी बड़े-बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने किए थे।
What preparations could that be?
अरे 10 साल से हम जेल में थे। जेल में।
जेल में?
हाँ, 3 मर्डर, 5-6 हाफ मर्डर, 7-8 एक्सटॉर्शन, 10-12 दंगों के केस और एक नो पार्किंग भी है। और क्या क्वालिफिकेशन चाहिए?
When you said no parking, you had me. You absolutely had me. Now we are together, brother. We are together. So these are no qualifications. This is back to the script. Have you worked amongst the people? Have you at all in your life worked in the grassroots with the Aam Aadmi, the normal people?
Grassroots? मतलब grassroots?
मतलब have you worked on the ground in UP? जमीन पे, नीचे, road.
भैया ये यूपी है। ऑन द ग्राउंड छोड़ दीजिए, हम तो 5 साल के लिए अंडरग्राउंड भी थे।
This is a very strange conversation. I'm wondering one of us is heavily medicated, one isn't. What other qualification do you have, sir?
बहुत सारे क्वालिफिकेशन है। हम MA LLB है।
I'm just going to say it because I know it doesn't make sense. Master of Arts?
MA Master of Apparent.
Please explain to us then LLB?
LLB लोकल लफड़ाबाजी।
I was expecting that. और?
वैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा CA का फर्म भी है।
Which is obviously not chartered accountancy firm.
अरे नहीं यार, CA, corruption agency.
Well done, sir. Well done. I'll salute you, but not now because we have to finish this little skit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है। हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है।
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं यार, IIM, Indian Institute of Murder.
Murder. Okay.
Welcome back. In a massive setback to the DMK-led government in Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Court has allowed the CBI to continue its probe in the case of the suicide of a minor girl. The apex court has directed that all the evidence should be passed on to the CBI. Earlier, the National Child and Women's Development Council had visited Tamil Nadu's Thanjavur district to probe the matter after a minor, Lavanya, consumed pesticide and died in the hospital after alleging that she was forced by her school to convert. Now, this comes as a setback to the state government because now the court, that is the Supreme Court, has given a go-ahead for a CBI inquiry into the matter, something that the family was asking for, but so far was being prevented by the state government. After that now, as we are clearly seeing, the matter was taken up by the judiciary and the Supreme Court now finally allowing the CBI to take over the investigation into the matter. Remember, the police in Tamil Nadu was also under fire for not having included in their FIR the statement or the dying statement of the girl herself and also talking about the conversion angle in their FIR. Let me go across to Purnima Murli for more details on this. Purnima, first of all, what were the grounds on which the state government was preventing the CBI from taking over the case? What were their reasons for not granting permission?
Well, the state government in its petition said that they have already done a thorough investigation, the police officers, and in fact even the state government had inquired with other students who studied in the same school and ruled out the possibility of a conversion angle, and they said that there's no need for a CBI probe as the state investigating officers had done a thorough probe. However, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court in its order said that the police did not even inquire properly, and within a few hours after the incident was brought to light, they immediately ruled out the possibility of conversion angle. And the video of the girl, one of the videos of the girl talking about how the school in fact asked her parents if she can convert to another religion. When that video went viral, why wasn't investigation done? However, after the judge had asked for a CBI inquiry, the Tamil Nadu government immediately wanted a thorough, wanted a stay on the CBI probe, but that was of course refused by the apex court today. Parents welcome this order, but the DMK will be mulling other legal options as well. At the moment, there's nothing much that the DMK says about the order.
All right. Many thanks, Purnima, for joining us with those details. Let me go across to Anusha Soni now, who will put this into perspective and how this matter is usually taken up by the judiciary. Anusha, this matter with regards to a CBI inquiry is often something that falls in the domain of the state. The state has to give a go-ahead. What were the points argued in this case, and what is it that weighed heavy in favor of the CBI? Is it that the family demanded an investigation by the CBI?
Yes, the family did demand an investigation by the CBI, and the judge at the Madras High Court, Justice G.R. Swaminathan, who heard the matter, he said that since a high-ranking minister had already taken a stand on the matter, there was a statement that had come in from the Tamil Nadu Minister Maha that there was no conversion angle, and the statement was given even during the time when the investigation was underway. By this, the High Court reached the conclusion that in some way politically, this entire investigation is not happening in a free and a fair manner. It is vitiated at some level, and that is why it must be transferred to CBI. Today at the Supreme Court, there was also an observation that came from the bench of Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Bela Trivedi, who said that the state of Tamil Nadu should not make it a prestige issue. They have given no relief as far as the transfer to the Central Bureau of Investigation is concerned. That challenge has not been accepted. They have refused to stay the ongoing probe, but they have agreed to consider the challenge to the adverse observations made by the Madras High Court. Usually, Maha, state government comes in for the observations to be expunged only in the larger public perception that is important and in the larger judicial records. However, practically speaking, it has no implication on the CBI probe. It's a setback to the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right. Let me go back to Purnima, though I had thanked her, but I'm bringing her back into the conversation because, Purnima, what has been the reaction of the state government after the Supreme Court has said that the matter can be handed over to the CBI?
Well, the government is upset because they did not want a CBI probe. In fact, they said that the police officials have inquired and that there is no need for a CBI probe, and that in fact even the council representing the Tamil Nadu government had spoken about how it's because of the family that the girl took this drastic step. Therefore, the judge, as Anusha was pointing out in his order, said that even the minister had a say while the investigation was on. After the incident was brought to light, within a few hours, they ruled out the possibility of conversion angle. Therefore, the judge wanted a free and fair probe, a transparent probe into this. But the state government is disappointed. They are now looking at whether there could be any other legal steps that the Tamil Nadu government could take. But at the moment, they are disappointed and they will be mulling legal options. At the moment, they are now looking at other options as well. But disappointed with the order saying that the probe by the CBI will continue in this case.
All right. Many thanks to both Anusha and Purnima for joining us with those details. Now, as the Russia-Ukraine tensions escalate, the Ukrainian president has appealed to his American counterpart Joe Biden to visit the Ukrainian capital to help control the situation. Meanwhile, according to US officials, it's very unlikely that President Biden will visit Ukraine at such a time.
When Presidents Zelensky and Biden spoke on Sunday, the Ukrainian president made a significant ask of his American counterpart, suggesting that he come to the Ukrainian capital as soon as possible to help calm the situation down. We are told by U.S. officials that that is extremely unlikely, but this is what President Zelensky's office said that he told President Biden. I'm convinced that your arrival in Kyiv in the coming days, which are crucial for stabilizing the situation, will be a powerful signal and contribute to de-escalation. Now, that is a near impossibility because right now the U.S. is trying to get as many of its citizens out as possible. It is removing non-essential personnel from the embassy. It is moving other core diplomats to other parts of the country and asking Americans to leave Ukraine as soon as possible. Now, on this call, we are also told by a senior Ukrainian official who spoke with our colleague Matthew Chance that Ukraine also asked for more financial aid and more military aid. We have been hearing from Ukrainian military officials that despite the tons of military assistance that have come in from the U.S. and other countries over the course of the past few days, that they are still in need of more sophisticated weaponry, in particular anti-aircraft weaponry that could be used against Russian helicopters and fighter jets. And this all highlights the careful line that President Zelensky has been walking in agreeing with the U.S. assessment that there is a significant threat coming from Russia, but at the same time downplaying that threat in order to not cause panic in his population and prevent chaos. And we saw that on full display on Saturday when President Zelensky was visiting Ukrainian military exercises. And in speaking of the new U.S. intelligence that talked about Russia potentially invading Ukraine in the coming days, President Zelensky said that he still needs to analyze that information and that he has other information. So this difference in tone from Ukraine and from the U.S. continues amid this growing threat from Russia.
You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. Our top story is, of course, that of the Pulwama terror attack. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of the Pulwama terror attack in which 40 soldiers lost their lives. But there doesn't seem to be any stopping the controversy that arises around it. Now, the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao courted controversy by questioning the Balkot surgical strike by Indian Army in response to the Pulwama attack. He's echoed another statement by Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi had said a little while earlier in a tweet that they will keep seeking answers. Now, KCR has asked the Modi government to provide proof of the surgical strike. Meanwhile, the BJP's response. They've launched an all-out attack on KCR and Rahul Gandhi. They've said that TRS and the Congress are speaking the, quote, language of Pakistan. First, take a look.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking, come on, let the government of India show. It is the responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री जी की बौखलाहट और घबराहट नज़र आती है। हजूराबाद में हुई सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के बाद हजूर के बोल बिगड़े नज़र आते हैं। अभी तो एक चुनाव हारे, उसके बाद ये हालत है। इससे साफ दिखाई देता है कि तेलंगाना में केसीआर जी और टीआरएस की ज़मीन खिसक रही। और उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव के समय इन सबको सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक याद आ रही। पाकिस्तान के बोल, कांग्रेस के बोल और अब टीआरएस के बोल एक जैसे सुनाई देते हैं। जब जब चुनाव आता है तब तब नए नए प्रयोग करते हैं। कोई हिजाब का करता है, कोई सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का करता है, क्योंकि विकास के मुद्दे पर ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते।
My colleague Pallavi Ghosh is with us live this afternoon to bring us more context on these statements. Pallavi, for our audiences, how should we look at this support coming in for KCR, not just for what Rahul Gandhi said, but also just that repeat of a statement that he's made?
Well, there are two things here. KCR's comment is very interesting because he's always been known or perceived to be someone who would bail the government out, particularly as far as the parliament is going. But, you know, we're going to start heading soon, though a couple of years ahead, elections in Telangana. And I think the BJP is very clear as far as its plans down south are concerned. And just nobody becomes an ally. Everyone becomes someone who they want to take on. KCR is trying to create that space for himself. And we are also going to look at the 2024 elections. UP is a runner-up to all of that. So I think that's a part of his political strategy. But interesting comments there because his wading into this entire controversy actually makes it even more embarrassing for the Congress party, especially on a day when elections are being held in Uttarakhand and UP. The issues of nationalism, national security is something which often puts the Congress on a back foot.
Just for our audiences, that second point you've touched on, could you give us a little bit more context why both the elections in Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh and these remarks and the coinciding of both those things are so important?
Well, Well, Uttarakhand for very obvious reasons. Uttarakhand has a large number of Fauji population and that legacy over there. And that's also a very emotive factor. I mean, CDS, for example, the late Bipin Rawat also came in from Uttarakhand. His name is often mentioned during the campaign. And in fact, the BJP attacked the Congress party for actually not respecting his memory. So one understands the context in the context of Uttarakhand elections. In UP, as I have been saying, I mean, Ram Mandir, law and order, and of course, national security. Those are the issues on which the BJP has planked its campaign on. And this Pulwama issue is something which helps the BJP to take on the Congress precisely on this.
All right, Pallavi, thank you. But do stay with us for more context here. I'm going to take our audience right now through a few more responses that have actually come in to these comments. Take a look.
सर, राहुल गांधी जी ने आज फिर से मुद्दा उठाया है कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कह रहे हैं मिस प्रोपोगेंडा है. कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
राहुल गांधी वो सब इस प्रकार के बयान ऐसे समय देते हैं जिससे कुछ चुनावी स्टंट बने और उनके बयान से पाकिस्तान में खुशी हो. हम कह सकते हैं कि देश की जनता इसको स्वीकार नहीं करती, चाहे पुलवामा की घटना हो चाहे उरी की घटना हो. और जब कभी समय रहता हुआ कांग्रेस के समय में जो पाकिस्तान से आतंकवादी जो आते थे और हमारे सैनिकों के सिर काट के ले जाते थे, उनको उस समय पता नहीं था. अब देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी हैं और मोदी जी के रहते हुए ये काम नहीं हो सकता. और जब उन्होंने एक कायरतापूर्ण इस तरह का कायर काम किया था, तब हमने जाकर के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व में पाकिस्तान के घर में जाकर ठोका था, उनको मारा था. ये पूरा और पाकिस्तान स्वीकार करता है, लेकिन ये स्वीकार न करें. तो मेरा कहना है कि राहुल गांधी क्या बोलते हैं, उनको उनके बयानों पर उनके पार्टी के लोगों को ही विश्वास नहीं है, तो देश की जनता क्या विश्वास करेगी.
वर्ल्ड को यह मैसेज दे दिया कि भारत अब एक स्ट्रांग कंट्री है. हमें जो आंख दिखाने की कोशिश करेगा, हमारी जमीन पर कब्जा करने की कोशिश करेगा, तो हम उसे बॉर्डर के इस पार भी मार सकते हैं और जरूरत पड़ी तो बॉर्डर के उस पार भी जाकर मार सकते हैं. यह हमारी ताकत है. यह मैसेज सारी दुनिया को चला गया. इसलिए मैं आप सभी लोगों से अपील करना चाहता हूं, बहनों भाइयों, मैं देख रहा था कि यहां की गवर्नमेंट ने क्या क्या काम किया है. बहुत सारे काम किए, बहुत सारे काम किए. मुझे अच्छा लगा. आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड आप लोगों को मिला है. आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड कुछ लोगों को मिला है कि नहीं मिला है? आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड हाँ मिला है. कुछ लोगों को मिला है, कुछ लोगों को नहीं मिला है. बैठ जाइए, बैठ जाइए, बैठ जाइए. मैं आप लोगों को बतलाता हूं, आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड मिलेगा आपको. चिंता मत. जिनको नहीं मिला है उनको मिलेगा. 1 साल तक 5 लाख रुपए तक का ट्रीटमेंट फ्री होगा. यही आयुष्मान भारत योजना है. यही आयुष्मान भारत योजना.
My colleague Pallavi remains with us to bring us more context on this story. Pallavi, we just played out for our audiences Rajnath Singh as he is rallying right now. He was touching on Pulwama. But I do want to ask you, taking a look at Rahul Gandhi's most recent tweet, you know, in the context of comments he's made in the past, I know that in Feb in 2020, he'd put out that 3-point tweet, you'll remember, where he'd asked 3 different questions, the first of which was who'd benefited from the attack. That had been a very controversial tweet. In context of that, is this less of a strong tweet or should it not be looked at in that context?
I mean, the damage was done then, and the BJP is certainly going to use this as an issue. Frankly speaking, his tweet today was, in that comparison, if you want to make not very conspicuous as far as attack on the Balakot strikes are concerned. But of course, as I said, the backdrop is such in which the Congress party has often been dragged into controversies, whether it was Shashi Tharoor, whether it was a Congress party officially, all of them were actually asking this question that what proof are there of the strikes? Did the BJP actually conduct those strikes? And have we managed to silence Pakistan? So in the battleground states, certainly this is an issue, and I think in the next few days, UP is also an issue in which the BJP will consistently make the point that do you really want to vote for a party which has scant regard not just for our Faujis, but even also when we make an attempt to take on our diplomatic opponents across the border.
Our senior editor bringing us that context on this story. Let's bring you now, though, a ground report. 3 years after the Pulwama attack, the wounds are very much still open. Now, India remembers its brave heroes who lost their lives with this ground report from my colleague, Mufti Isla. Take a look.
CRPF men are getting ready to commemorate the martyrdom of the CRPF men who lost their lives not far away from this place. It was actually this day 3 years back when CRPF convoy came under attack, which resulted in killing of 40 CRPF members. There you see in that plaque the names of those people which have been put up, and clearly these are the people who were traveling on that ill-fated bus when it came under attack. Actually, car bomb struck it, and in that a lot of casualties took place. Now the CRPF men are really collecting at this particular place, and they will be placing wreaths. You will see a lot of floral wreaths which have been put up.
All right, we're going to move very quickly now from that story to a story update in the south. In a massive setback to the DMK-led government in Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Court has allowed the CBI to continue its probe into the minor girl's suicide case. You remember that this case has been in the news over the last few weeks. The Apex Court had directed that all evidence should be passed on to the CBI. Earlier, the National Child and Women's Development Council had visited Tamil Nadu's Thanjavur district to probe the matter. This is after a minor, Lavanya, consumed pesticide and died in the hospital. In one video, she'd alleged that she was forced by her school to convert to Christianity. There had been another video that had come out after that. Now, my colleague Purnima Murli is with us live to bring us a lot more context on this story. Purnima, thank you so much for joining us this morning. For our audiences first, can you tell us a little bit about the implications of the order coming in from the Supreme Court?
Well, the parents initially wanted a CBCID probe into the death of their 17-year-old daughter. Later, they amended it to a CBI probe. The Madurai bench of the Madras High Court did pass an order saying that there should be a CBI probe, considering that the state government, the police officers did not do a thorough and fair investigation into the death of the 17-year-old. Then, while the order was passed, the Tamil Nadu government immediately wanted to move the Supreme Court to get a stay on the Madras High Court order seeking a CBI probe. But that again was refused today. The DMK government is disappointed. They are now looking at other options. Remember, the Tamil Nadu government, the education minister himself had told the media that there is no possibility of conversion. They did speak to 30 other students from the same school, and none of them spoke about how the school allegedly asked them to convert. So they refused to even look at that angle. Therefore, the DMK government is currently disappointed. Parents, in fact, wanted a CBI probe, saying that no action has been taken against the school and the harassment that the daughter was subject to. That was not highlighted in the FIR. Therefore, the parents are now happy that the Apex Court has refused to stay the CBI probe. Parents welcome it, but the DMK government is disappointed. They are now looking at possibility of other legal options as well at the moment.
Purnima, stay with us. I actually, for our audiences, to bring them more of a legal perspective here, want to go over to my colleague Anusha Soni. Anusha, just for our audiences, could you explain what could have possibly led to the Apex Court taking that decision?
Well, as Purnima was pointing out, Toya, that there were very strong reasons and grounds as to why the probe was transferred to the CBI. Not just the parents who had grave apprehensions about the fact that the investigation was not done in a free and fair manner. The Madras High Court also noted that the fact that a sitting minister in the government had issued a statement about this entire investigation even before it was complete, while the probe was underway, laid very serious aspersions on the nature and conduct of the police. In fact, if you read the judgment of the Madras High Court, it has some very serious aspersions or cast on the conduct of the Tamil Nadu police as to why they were not even ready to look at the conversion angle, an issue that was raised in the dying declaration as well of the girl of the video that had gone viral. Some advice came from the Supreme Court as well, Toya, when the top court told the Tamil Nadu government that, listen, don't make it a prestige issue. The investigation is underway. You will have to make sure that all the paperwork is done and there is a swift transfer of probe that happens from the Tamil Nadu police to the CBI. For that to happen, they need to hand over the papers. Yes, for the remarks against the Tamil Nadu police, that needs to be expunged. The court is ready to hear the matter, but clearly a setback for the Tamil Nadu government.
Anusha, thank you for bringing us that context. I now want to take our audiences back to Purnima. So, Purnima, Anusha was right now explaining to us what could have possibly led to that decision coming in from the Apex Court. I want to ask you two different questions. For our audiences, could you give us a little bit of context? Because this case has been convoluted. It has taken a number of twists and turns. Could you also tell us about what lies ahead?
In fact, it started with a video doing rounds on social media where the girl had said that the school in fact approached her parents asking her to convert to Christianity. Her parents had refused. This happened 2 years ago, but since then she was harassed by the school. This was the first video, which is why the BJP took it up and asked the Tamil Nadu government to take action, and then it turned political. But 2 days later, there was another video that was released where the student had spoken about how the warden had asked her to clean the rooms and therefore it affected her studies. She started scoring low grades and therefore she decided to take that drastic step. This video, after that, there were two more videos which spoke about how her stepmother did not treat her well. So there were a lot of twists and turns ever since this news was reported. The parents, however, said that the girl was in fact staying in the hostel. They did not even know that she consumed pesticide, and this is something that the parents had said. This is something that the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court had said, saying that they've seen all the 4 videos. Clearly, the girl spoke in one of the videos about the conversion. Why wasn't that investigated? Therefore, CBI probe will probably help understand what really happened. That's why the Tamil Nadu government, in fact, in its petition said that police officers had investigated and that this matter should be closed. However, now the parents are happy that their daughter will get justice, as the CBI will thoroughly probe the case and bring out the truth.
All right, Purnima, Anusha, thank you so much for bringing us context on that story. We'll continue to bring our audiences more updates on this story. For now, though, moving to another story in Karnataka. All right, as promised, we're moving now to Karnataka, where the hijab controversy continues to grow. What started as 6 girls demanding that they be allowed to wear their hijab inside schools, of course, snowballed into a much larger controversy. Now, amid tight security, schools have reopened today across the state, while Section 144 remains in certain places, including Udupi, which you'll remember was the epicenter of these protests. Now, the Karnataka High Court will be resuming its hearing today on the hijab issue, particularly on hijab use in schools and colleges. A group of PUC students in Udupi have submitted a memorandum to resume classes. In that, they've claimed that protesting girls are in hand with the CFI. Now, a stormy Karnataka Assembly session is also likely to unfold today. It's already in session, but opposition is attempting to corner the state government on hijab use in the school.
रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया है कॉलेज अथॉरिटीज को, क्या है उस रिप्रेजेंटेशन में?
ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಇವರು 6 ಜನಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು 900 ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಹ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬೇಗ ಬರಲಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಿಸೆಂಬರಿಂದ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರುವಾದದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಸಹ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ರೂಲ್ಸಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಇವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ಎಂತ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸುಮಾರು ಉಂಟು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಇವರು.
Well, high school has resumed and this is the exam season, so students are back to their classroom with exams being held, but under a different circumstance. Here you can see there is heavy police deployment as well. Police officials have been stationed here since morning, and what they've been doing is to conduct peace meetings. They've been meeting leaders from different communities, appealing them for peace and harmony. And at this particular high school, classes 8 to 10 have resumed. They've been here ensuring that no other person apart from the staff members of the school, parents also are not being allowed to enter the school. Only students are being allowed to enter with their ID cards that are being checked. strict regulation have been put in place in the wake of violence which broke out a couple of days ago, and in the wake of the Karnataka High Court order on the hijab row, which is expected at 2:30 p.m. today.
Just to give our audiences a little context here, the 6 girls who had originally protested, you remember these protests have been going on since December. They were PUC students, so pre-university and degree college students. Till now, our audiences will know that pre-university and degree colleges are not back in session. Today, we are looking only at schools. There's been the resumption of classes up to standard 10. That's what's taken place today. So it remains to be seen whether or not this peace that we are seeing right now in some areas will maintain itself, of course, once the PUC colleges go back into order. Now, this order, the government's decision to resume classes, actually came at a meeting chaired by the Chief Minister with his cabinet colleagues, including, of course, the home and the primary and secondary education and higher education portfolios. They were all there at that meeting when this decision was made. Now, what it's also important to take a note of is currently in Karnataka, we are looking at 3 different places. We're first, of course, looking at schools across the state, whether or not they've gone across peacefully, whether or not peace remains in the different parts of Karnataka. We're also keeping an eye, as we said, on the Karnataka Assembly. We're keeping an eye over there, of course, because how the opposition chooses to take up this issue. They are, of course, expected to take it up in a very big way. But how they choose to, what strategy they adopt, this is, of course, going to be particularly important to keep a look at. Then there is, of course, the Karnataka High Court that is looking at it. Now, my colleague Harish is with us. Harish is with us live from Bengaluru. Harish, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. For our audience's context here, you know, Swastika joined us a little earlier in the day. She was telling us a little bit about schooling in ODP. Bring us, though, more of an overall picture in Karnataka. I know schools have gone back into session. PUCs have not obviously gone back into session yet. Has it been relatively calm?
Well, it's been calm throughout the state, except for confusion in a few places where a few Urdu schools allowed hijab for students. Later on, you had the block education officers and the Deputy Director of Public Instruction of those respective districts intervening and ensuring that schools don't allow hijab. There seems to be a bit of ambiguity over how the High Court interim order is interpreted, because the High Court order clearly states that students are restrained from wearing any sort of a religious symbol or attire in schools where the CDC, the College Development Committee, or the School Development Committee has passed an order on the dress code. For other places, the court hasn't spelled out anything clearly. So that's a bit of a grey area, but looks like all the block education officers have decided to stick to the hijab ban, or rather asking students to refrain from using any sort of a religious symbol. Well, going forward now, you will look at the Karnataka High Court in a short while from now, in another 15-20 minutes, taking up this matter for hearing for a 4th day in a row, now 4th day in fact, where a lot of constitutional questions will be discussed today. This is likely to go on for the next few days or a few weeks. In the meanwhile, by the end of the day, we might see the government moving towards planning reopening of colleges, that is PU colleges class 11 and 12 and degree colleges, because as we said, largely they have managed to open schools without any sort of a hiccup or any law and order issue. Now the government would want to reopen colleges in a phased manner, considering that they have already announced the exams for second PUC from April 16th. They have a lot of syllabus that needs to be completed. Apart from that, there are lab exams that need to be completed, then the preparatory exams, and then the final exam. So the window is too small, and the government wants to get the students back to PU and degree colleges as soon as possible.
Harish, thank you so much for bringing us that update. Now, for our audiences, this is, of course, a story that is taking place in UDP in Karnataka, but it's seen reverberations across the country. As elections are going on right now in both Uttar Pradesh and in Uttarakhand, we have seen reactions to this story. Now, in Uttar Pradesh, the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that personal beliefs cannot be imposed on everyone and that India will not be run on Sharia. Take a look at what he had to say.
जो लोग सपना देख रहे हैं गजवाई हिंद का, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, ये नया भारत है। ये दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का भारत है। इस नए भारत में विकास सबका, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण किसी का नहीं। सबका साथ, सबके विकास की भावना के साथ सरकार कार्य कर रही है। सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास को लेकर के सरकार चल रही है। ये नया भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। और मैं इस बात को भी स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
Protests over this issue have spread to UP, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Delhi. We'll continue to bring you more updates on this story. Right now it's time for a short break. More news and updates for you on the other side. Do stay with us.
The hijab controversy happened, and then IPL auctions, and so we are not so excited as we were before. So bear that in mind. In this tough fight for the first phase are 58 candidates each from the BJP, the BSP, the SP and the RLD. They all sound like car numbers. Congress and other parties, including independents, are also in the fray. And joining us now is candidate from the Junagadh constituency, Bablu Singh Yadav. And he's a beautiful man. Bablu Singh Yadav.
मत बुलाओ हमें बबलू सिंह यादव, तिरस्कार हुआ है हमारे नाम का।
It is not Tiraskar, it is Siriskar. That's what I'm called in Maharashtra. But why? What happened?
अरे हम वो कुत्ते हैं जो ना घर के रहे ना घाट के। हमें किसी भी पार्टी ने टिकट नहीं दिया है। धिक्कार है हमारे नाम पे, धिक्कार है बबलू सिंह यादव, तुम्हारे नाम पे धिक्कार है।
I see. मैं वो कुत्ता हूँ जो घर पे बैठ के काम नहीं करता. I'm very different from you. But what's that got to do with your name, Bablu Singh Yadav?
बबलू सिंह यादव क्या होता है? क्या होता है बबलू सिंह यादव? BSY, ये क्या नाम है? BSY क्या मतलब होता है इसका? अगर हमारा नाम बबलू सिंह प्रसाद होता तो BSP का टिकट हमें मिलता। बबलू सिंह प्रसाद, BSP.
Can I just request you not to ask me so many questions? Well, I'm supposed to ask you questions. I'm forgetting my trend of thought. Anyway, I don't think that's a criteria. I'll be honest.
अगर हमारा नाम बबलू जयप्रकाश होता तो बीजेपी हमें सीट देती। बबलू जयप्रकाश, बीजेपी।
बबलू जयप्रकाश नाम तो सुना है। No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
हमने समाजवादी पार्टी से भी टिकट मांगी थी, लेकिन लगता है उन्हें भी बबलू सिंह यादव नाम अच्छा ही नहीं लगा।
This is not making sense. Why would the SP not like this name?
क्योंकि आजकल उनको सिर्फ बैनर्जी, चैटर्जी ये नाम अच्छे लगते हैं। अब मैं अपना नाम बैनर्जी सिंह यादव तो नहीं रख सकता।
Okay, what about O'Brien Singh Yadav? No. And Congress? Did you try the Congress?
कांग्रेस को हमारे नाम से कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस का खुद का कोई नामो निशान है? आप बताओ है?
Point to note that apathy and apathy, English, Hindi, two different meanings. But as I was saying, I don't think that your name can be a criteria. I think you're just making fun of all this. Do you have any qualifications to be a candidate in the UP election? Seriously?
क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? हमारे जितना क्वालिफिकेशन और किसी के पास नहीं है।
What do you mean? Like what? What great qualifications? Have you stood for elections before?
नहीं, लेकिन हम 10 साल से पूरा प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे।
10 साल से? What kind of preparations?
हम वही प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे जो हमारे सभी बड़े-बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने किए थे।
What preparations could that be?
अरे 10 साल से हम जेल में थे, जेल में।
जेल में?
हाँ, 3 मर्डर, 5-6 हाफ मर्डर, 7-8 एक्सटॉर्शन, 10-12 दंगों के केस और एक नो पार्किंग भी है। और क्या क्वालिफिकेशन चाहिए?
When you said
Welcome back. Now, as you know, for the last few hours, 3 states across our country, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Goa, have been seeing elections. Now, what's particularly interesting is that in all 3 states, the BJP is on their defensive. Uttar Pradesh is obviously voting in its second phase right now. In Goa and Uttarakhand, you've got voting in just a single phase. So both states will be deciding their phases, their future today. Now, the anti-incumbency factor remains a challenge in both the states. In Goa, you have the Aam Aadmi Party and the Trinamool Congress. They've turned it into a 4-way battle over there. You remember there is obviously also the Congress. And in Uttarakhand, the Congress will be facing a very tough match in an election marred largely by infighting within the party members.
And right in front of us, they set it forward. And it just is, first one is Rampur, the battle of the Nawabs. This time around, like we said, it is Azam Khan back in jail. Surprising that the Samajwadi Party still continues to back him. And they say this election would have been different had he been out. And it's against Kazim Ali, who's on a Congress ticket. So it's a Congress versus SP fight that we are seeing here. And Zaka was mentioning about Swar, which is the neighboring, where Abdullah Azam is up against, once again, a Nawab who's now going to fight from the Apna Dal. So he's made that shift. The other fight, there you go, right one. We're talking about Swar, and there you go, this is Abdullah Azam, and he's against Haider Ali Khan. So Abdullah Azam and Haider Ali Khan, this is the other fight. So this is where the NDA comes into the picture against Abdullah Azam. And Haider Ali has actually made the switch. He had a ticket from the Congress party. He said, I don't want it. And then he said, I'm going to go and join the Apna Dal. That was what the advisory was. Not joining the BJP, but joining the Apna Dal, a partner with the BJP here in Uttar Pradesh. The other contest that comes in is Shahjahanpur. Now, this has also been in the news. Once again, it is Suresh Khanna who's going to be the state minister, who's currently seeking a ninth term, a ninth win. Ninth win is what Suresh Khanna is taking, and he's up against the Samajwadi Party's district president, Tanveer Khan. So this is going to be another interesting fight. A sitting minister and a ninth term is what that he is going to seek for. Suresh Khanna seem to be very, very strong. The other one, as they come through, this is Amroha. This Amroha battle also perhaps will be one that will be keenly watched between the two aspects. There is Mehboob Ali and up against Ram Singh Saini. He last won, the BJP last won this seat in 1991. So this is something which is seen as a gad, where this is the sitting MLA, Mehboob Ali, since 2002. So is that going to swing away this time around? We'll have to see. One more of the key contests that comes in this out of the 9 districts that are going to the ballot today, and that is Nakur. And in Nakur, you have Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh Chaudhary was in the Congress till 2019. He is now part of the BJP. He's up against SP's Dharam Singh Saini. He is the one who moved out of the BJP after the Model Code of Conduct kicked in, along with Swami Prasad Maurya, and he was a former minister in the Yogi government. So there's whether or not he can do it, we'll have to wait and watch.
Sir, wanted to understand from you the big issue on which जो बड़े issue है जिनको आपको लगता है रामपुर की जनता
peak issues is unemployment, which is because of Azam. The failure of the wood industry in Rampur, which was a very big industry, is because of Azam. The problem regarding power and electricity in Rampur, which every household is facing, is because of Azam. The failure of sewage pipes, the entire system in Rampur, which was done without specifications, is also because of Azam. So every problem related to the daily life of the people is because of Azam. But people initially were very scared, because he had used to threaten them. His son is threatening the people: if you don't vote, I'll put you in jail. If you don't vote, I'll do this, I'll do that. That is the thing. But I think they've come out of it.
सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ हैं, आज उन्होंने कहा है कि गजवाए हिंद ये सपना है, ये तो भारत एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक चलेगा।
अब ये नई चीजें जो लाए हैं ना, ये सांप्रदायिकता से कहीं ना कहीं उन्माद फैले। अब लोग थक गए हैं, उनका सिर पक चुका है। नौजवान को नौकरी चाहिए, रोजगार चाहिए, और कहीं ना कहीं ये उन्मादी बातों से अब दिल भर गया है लोगों का। कहीं बजट का हिसाब चाहिए, और उन्माद फैलाकर सियासत ने समाज का हर तबका गठबंधन के साथ खड़ा है।
कितना आश्वस्त हैं, महीनों से कैंपेन कर रहे हैं, क्या कुछ लग रहा है अब पोल का दिन है आज?
देखिए, पिछले 7 वर्षों से हम लोगों ने ज़मीनी स्तर पर काम किया है। हमारी पार्टी ने, सरकार ने, जो भी समाजवादी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने सड़क पे जाके एक उन मुद्दों को उठाया जो गरीबों के, मजदूरों के और मध्यम वर्ग व्यापारियों के मुद्दे थे। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में इस चीज़ का, आप देख ही रहे, इस तरीके का रुझान आ रहा है कि आप ये मान के चलिए कि लगभग क्लीन स्वीप उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारी पार्टी कर रही है। तो बहुत अच्छा। और रही बात देवबंद विधानसभा सीट की, हम लोग बहुत मतों से जीत रहे हैं।
Slight fall between 2012 and 2017, sorry, 2017 and 2019. But I just want to run through these 2 districts, Moradabad, Rampur, both voting today. And this is why this phase is so critical for Samajwadi Party. Remember, they got 37% vote in these two districts compared to the state average of about 21-22%. And in an election where the Samajwadi Party, of course, was facing anti-incumbency, the BJP had only 33%. So this is one of the few sets of districts across the state where the BJP had lower vote share than the Samajwadi Party. And of course, a large chunk of it is because of the Muslim vote. Just to quickly run you through Saharanpur as well, because there I think there's a fascinating story. Because Imran Masood, who was with the Congress earlier, member of Parliament, he's now backing the Samajwadi Party. Remember, there's a quarter of the vote that the Congress got last time. The Congress will not get a quarter of the vote in Saharanpur this time around. The SP had only 13% vote. How much of Imran Masood's vote, 23% that went to Congress, will go to the Samajwadi Party? I think there will lie a critical one. And as I always keep saying, this quarter of the BSP vote, the 24-25% BSP vote, which way will that cookie crumble, as it were, will also be a critical one. Yes.
You have the distinction of being the only Muslim candidate being fielded by the NDA. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
See, the thing is, now people are voting for development, and everybody wants development. They don't want to be divided on various lines. I feel during the Samajwadi government, they've suffered a lot amongst the people. The people have suffered. They've got fake cases put on them. Their lands have been taken away. There was no law and order.
You mentioned fake cases. That's actually a line that the Azam Khan family have also taken. That
Well, they were the ones who started it. They put fake cases. Even I was shot at twice, to be honest with you. And they had that. That's what they've always done. That they put fake cases. They put fake NDPS cases, fake murder cases. People have been wrongly implicated. When the people suffer, they didn't do anything. They didn't say anything.
So who is the bigger challenger for Azam Khan and his legacy? Your father from the Congress party or you from the Upper?
Well, I don't know what's happening in the city, but as far as my constituency is concerned, we will win the seat. And as far as the city is concerned, as far as I know, that he will not, Azam Khan will not win.
You saying Azam Khan will not win?
No.
इस बार पहली बार आजम खान साहब आपके साथ नहीं हैं, आप अकेले ही अपना भी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और उनकी सीट भी देख रहे हैं. हाउ डिफिकल्ट इज इट?
आजम साहब की कमी तो मैं तो क्या कोई भी नहीं पूरी कर सकता, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो रिश्ता आजम साहब का पिछले 40 सालों से रहा है लोगों से, ये परिवार है उनका और वो अपने परिवार में चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और यहाँ के हर इंसान के दिल में आजम साहब हैं.
लग रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आपके परिवार को, आजम खान साहब को सेंटर बना लिया है यूपी चुनाव का. जहाँ भी रैली होती है, चाहे पीएम हो चाहे एचएम हो, उनका नाम जरूर आता है. ही हैज बीन मेड अ सिंबल ऑफ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम. उनको ऐसा लगता है जो भी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में प्रॉब्लम है आपके परिवार की वजह से. कैसे उसको रिवर्ट करते हैं?
मैं इतना जानता हूँ कि 4 किसानों को कुचल देने वाली जो गाड़ी थी, उसमें जो लोग सवार थे उन्हें 4 महीने में बेल मिल गई. और एक शख्स जिसने यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई है, स्कूल्स बनाए हैं, वो 2 साल से जेल में है. धाराएं लखीमपुर के केस में बहुत कमज़ोर थीं और इतनी कमज़ोर थीं कि वो देश ने और दुनिया ने देखा. और यहाँ तक था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कई बार उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार को फटकार लगाई जांच के लिए. लेकिन बीजेपी का कुछ न्यू इंडिया ऐसा ही है.
So this is the second in 7 phases of elections in Uttar Pradesh, and it's considered a make or break one for the Samajwadi Party and their alliance with the RLD. That's because more than half of the seats that are up for consideration in this phase are minority dominated seats. So is it obviously advantage Akhilesh Yadav? That's the question, and my colleague Zaka Jacob explains it to you here on the Magic Wall. Take a look.
Look at the phase 2 seats. Yes, Niti is right. 38 out of the 55 seats, the BJP won. But I think what is critical is, last time around, and I keep saying this, the SP and the BSP were not together. The SP and the Congress were together. The SP got only 15 out of these 55 seats. But there is a 20% vote, 21% vote of the BSP. That's 1 in 5 voters. Yes, some of them are Jatav Dalits. Of course, they will continue to stay with Mayawati. But some of them were also Muslims. Where will that Muslim vote go? Will they continue to back Mayawati? Remember, Mayawati has also fielded a large number of Muslim candidates. 35% of her candidates are Muslim candidates out of the 403. Samajwadi Party, on the other hand, only 15%. So they are clearly worried that the counter-polarization doesn't happen. So 15% is roughly about, 2 or 3% lesser than the overall population of Muslims in Uttar Pradesh. It's roughly about 17-18%. Samajwadi Party has given less than the state average population Muslim candidates, whereas Mayawati has given 35%. It's an oversize effect. 35% candidates are Muslim candidates. So this 21% vote that she got, 1 out of 5 voters, how much of those Muslim voters will go to the Samajwadi Party and how much of the Jatav and non-Jatav Dalits will go to the BJP. Ultimately, if it fragments, if the Muslim vote once again fragments between SP and BSP, then of course the BJP will be home and dry, no question about it. Like I said, 38 out of 55. But this time around, from what we saw in the first phase also, and Pranshu is right, I think certainly in constituencies where there is a strong SP candidate, even a Muslim candidate at that, it seems like the Muslims are consolidating around the SP. So this 21% of the BSP will reduce, for sure it will reduce.
Now, in terms of election highlights, incumbent Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's 80-20 comment is one that had garnered quite a strong reaction of communalism and allegations of communalization from the opposition. Now, he has gone ahead and defended that comment. He said it was not in the context of religion. Take a look at what he had to say.
क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति, भाई मैंने तो 80-20 की बात की थी, मैंने कहा 80% बीजेपी के साथ होगा, 20% हमेशा विरोध करता है, विरोध करेगा। हमने जाति मौत मजहब की बात नहीं की थी, हमने तो 80 बनाम 20 की बात की थी। 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के सुरक्षा के एजेंडे से खुश हैं, 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के लोक कल्याणकारी और गरीब कल्याणकारी कार्यों से खुश हैं, 80% वे लोग होंगे। 20% वे लोग जिनको हमेशा विरोध करना है, वे पहले भी विरोध करते थे, आज भी विरोध करेंगे, नकारात्मक सोच है, वे पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के समर्थक हैं, वही रहेंगे। तो ये चुनाव तो 80 बनाम 20 का है।
All right, a little while earlier on the show, we'd taken you through the hijab controversy as it is currently standing in Karnataka. Now, in the last few days, it has become the topic of a nationwide debate, and it is one of the biggest talking points as 3 states are currently in elections. Now, in Uttar Pradesh, we wanted to take you to look at some of the reactions the issue has garnered. First, of course, the senior Congress leader, Noor Banu. Take a look at her response.
You are a woman from Rampur. You've represented Rampur in Lok Sabha.
Yeah.
Now this controversy about women doing parda, hijab, niqab, that has become the center of politics around Muslim women. What is it that you are?
There's never been an issue on that. जो चाहता था पर्दा करना, उसने पर्दा किया. हम जैसे लोग थे, हमें कोई कहा भी नहीं गया हमसे कि पर्दा करो.
Right.
So it's a question of attitude.
I was just speaking to Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, and he said the niqab, the hijab controversy has been created by Congress party.
It's not Congress. Why would it be Congress? It affects each and every person in every strata of society. You know, all कितने गरीब से गरीब, अमीर से अमीर. तो वो कांग्रेस खामा पे आ गई.
अपने शरीयत से हिजाबी ओढ़ना चाहते हैं, हम बेपर्दगी नहीं करना चाहते अपनी।
जी यही हमारे इस्लाम से साबित होता है कि हमें
स्कूल जब स्कूल जाती हैं, कॉलेज जाती हैं, आपको किसी तरह की कोई दिक्कत होती है इसकी वजह से?
नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, और ना हमारे स्कूल वाले मना करते हैं इस चीज़ को, वो और हमें उल्टा प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। एटलीस्ट वो लोग हमें समझते हैं, इस वजह से उन्हें पता है कि हम क्या हैं। हमारी चॉइस है, नहीं शो कराना चाहते हैं हम अपनी बॉडी या कुछ भी, हम अपनी मर्जी से पहनते हैं बुर्का।
एजुकेशन जरूरी है, ये अपना वो है कि जिसे ओढ़ना है ओढ़े, जिसे नहीं ओढ़ना है वो नहीं ओढ़े। तो पढ़ाई पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, ये हमारी मर्जी है कि हमें ओढ़ना है कि नहीं ओढ़ना है।
इमरान साहब, एक सवाल ये है, सुबह सुबह मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्वीट किया और एक बयान दिया कि देश में गजवाए हिंद की जो विचारधारा है उसको रोकने के लिए आज मतदान करें।
मुख्यमंत्री जी को सबसे पहले तो ये जो बयान देते हैं उससे पहले उनको अध्ययन करना चाहिए और अध्ययन कर करके बोलना चाहिए। वो क्या बोल रहे हैं क्या नहीं बोल रहे हैं, पहले उनको अध्ययन करना चाहिए। और जहाँ तक वो जिस तरह के ट्वीट कर रहे हैं और जिस तरह वो बोल रहे हैं, देश संविधान से ही चलेगा, देश शरिया से नहीं चलेगा। पहले ये स्पष्ट करें कि क्या भारतीय संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना सही है या गलत है। जिस संस्कृति की दुहाई आप देते हो उस संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना सही है या गलत है, पहले ये बताएं।
All right, let's take you very quickly from issues in Uttar Pradesh now to the state of Uttarakhand that's also, of course, seeing elections in a single phase. The two-decade-old Himalayan state has never voted twice for a single party, which is why, of course, the BJP is worried for its fate. My colleague Anand Narsimhan breaks down every detail from past results to the factors that are currently at play. Take a look.
This is the big fight for Uttarakhand, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a shift. Is the pattern which was a big shift in 2017, and Zaka will talk about it in just a bit in terms of vote share, etc. But the BJP is playing defense on almost 57 of the 70 seats. They just ran through the opposition the last time around, only 11 seats to the Congress party. How much of a gain can the Congress make, and can the BJP repeat a 50-plus kind of performance? That's what is their stated objective. That's the big question. And will this entire twist in the tail with the common civil code or the uniform civil code make a big difference? What Devbhoomi Uttarakhand decides, we'll have to see.
What are those issues on which you are going to public or you're expecting to come back in power? क्या issues हैं जिसको लेकर आप उम्मीद करेंगे वापस आएंगे?
नहीं, हमने यहाँ पर काम किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उत्तराखंड राज्य के लिए बहुत काम किए हैं जो पहले कभी नहीं हुए, उन कामों को किया है। चाहे हम आज सड़कों की बात करें, सड़कों के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व रूप से काम हुआ है, रेलवे के क्षेत्र में काम हो रहा है, ऋषिकेश कर्णप्रयाग रेल लाइन चल रही है, टनकपुर बागेश्वर रेल लाइन महत्वपूर्ण योजना पर जो है ब्रॉडगेज सर्वे के लिए पैसा जारी हो गया है।
बीजेपी हमेशा पोलराइज करने वाली बात करती है, अगर उन्होंने काम किया है तो ये सब यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड या बाकी सब बातें करने की क्या जरूरत है?
देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और उत्तराखंड की जो धरोहर है उसको बचाए रखने के लिए भी, और एक चूंकि पूरे देश को, पूरे दुनिया को हमारा हिमालय एक तरह से हर चीज देने का काम करता है, तो उत्तराखंड से बात जरूर देश के अंदर जानी चाहिए कि हमने सभी के लिए एक समान कानून लाए हैं, हम यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाए हैं।
इम्तिहान बहुत बड़ा होने वाला है। आपको पता है बीते 2-3 इलेक्शन थोड़ा सा हार का आपको सामना करना पड़ा। इस बार आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं, क्योंकि ये माना जा रहा है ये आपका आखिरी इलेक्शन हो सकता है?
नहीं, क्यों आखिरी? अभी इन बाजू में काफी दम है। मैं तो चुनौती देकर के इनसे कहा कि जो तुम्हारे सबसे युवा है मुझसे दौड़ लगा करके देख लें, और ऐसा कहीं कुछ नहीं है। मगर एक बात जरूर है, आज मतदान के लिए लोगों में उत्साह है, उसको देख करके मैं बहुत उत्साहित महसूस कर रहा हूँ। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे उत्तराखंड प्रतीक्षा कर रहा है किस समय ये दिन आए, वोट डालें, और मेरा मानना है कि ये उत्साह लोगों को भाजपा को सत्ता से बाहर करने के लिए है। इस समय का चुनाव जो है भाजपा बनाम उत्तराखंड की जनता हो चुका है। लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराना चाहते हैं।
Huge sweep that the BJP did in 2017, 57 out of the 70 seats. That's a 3/4 majority as far as BJP is concerned. Almost 50% vote share last time around, 46.5%. The Congress had only 30% vote share. Also, watch out for this, the Aam Aadmi Party and the others. Remember, Uttarakhand has always had a third vote, about a third, between 20 to 30% since the formation of the state. But essentially, I suspect it's going to be a battle between these two parties, the Congress and the BJP. What is going to be critical here? Both the Chief Minister and the former Chief Minister, both hailing from what is called the Kumaon region, which is close to Nainital and the districts around Nainital. This is where it is. Remember, the Chief Minister, the young Pushkar Singh Dhami, is fighting from Khatima seat. It's the last constituency out of the 70 constituencies in the state of Uttarakhand. He's fighting from Khatima. Last time, he won by a very narrow margin, 2,700 votes. And the man who's hoping to displace him, that is Harish Rawat, the former two-term Chief Minister, he's also fighting from Lal Kuan. This is a new seat. And remember, there was a lot of drama around this seat. Harish Rawat did not want to fight from this seat. He wanted to fight from one of the Nainital seats, one of the Nainital district seats. But unfortunately for him, there was revolt there by one of his closest associates. He had to give up that seat, and he's now fighting from Lal Kuan, a seat which the BJP won by 27,000 vote margin. Remember, the Chief Minister's constituency, he won only by 2,700 votes. This constituency where Harish Rawat is fighting from, the Congress lost by 27,000 votes in 2017. So can he make a difference there? But I tell you, this Kumaon region, remember Uttarakhand is divided between the Garhwal region, that's the Dehradun, Haridwar side, and then there is the Nainital side, which is the Kumaon region. And the Kumaon is really where almost all of the chief ministers, right from Narendra Tiwari, the first chief minister, down to Mr. Dhami now, the youngest chief minister of the state, almost all of them have hailed from this particular region, and I suspect this region will hold the key as well.
All right, Uttarakhand is deciding its fate today, but another state that's also deciding its fate today, from the north, we're going to take you down to the south, to Goa, where it's a four-way fight. You have the newcomers, the Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. They're both trying to make their presence felt in the state. But will it come down to just a traditional BJP versus Congress fight? My colleague, Zaka Jacob, takes you through the details.
Now on a BJP ticket is taking on Utpal Parikar, who is the son of the late Chief Minister Manohar Parikar, arguably the biggest BJP name and face in the state of Goa, who's now taking on Elvis Gomes, who is the former Aam Aadmi Party Chief Ministerial face. He was the Municipal Commissioner of the Panjim Municipal Corporation. Elvis Gomes is now with the Congress. So it's a three-way fight between Anastasio Montserrat of the BJP, Utpal Parikar fighting as an independent, and of course Elvis Gomes of the Congress party. That's the fight for the capital, that's the fight for Panjim, and that encapsulates the fight for Goa. Once the model code of conduct kicks in and then you resign, is that ditching or not ditching? We leave it for the voters to decide. But the rise of the BJP has also been a closer, heading towards a hung house in the history of Goa. Look at the numbers from the past. अगर आप इतिहास को देखें, so there was a time when the Congress ruled the roost in 1999, 94, 99. If you look at these numbers, the Congress ruled the roost. It was clear majority and the BJP was nowhere in the fray. But with the rise of the BJP, we have seen these numbers starting to diffuse. 2002, that was a 17-16 combination, 21 and 10, and then 2002, 17-16 issue. Then further down, if you look at it, 2007, 16-14. Then further down, it was the 2012 where the BJP had clear numbers. But then further, once again, the BJP, once it slipped down, and it was just 21. So you see, always hanging right out there. Otherwise, they're not being able to measure, muster up the kind of numbers. Even historically, the Congress party also has never had an overwhelming mandate. No party has actually got, single party has got 25, 26 seats in a clear Vidhan Sabha election.
You have just voted, you're saying, what is the sort of message you want to give out to the people of Panjim?
Everyone should come out and vote. I just did. Voting is the day for us to celebrate democracy and practice it in reality.
Yeah.
So आज सब लोगों ने, everyone should come out, vote. Panjim, Goa, and wherever there are elections today.
Yeah, and as far as the voters that we are speaking in, they've been telling us about how definitely this is the first elections where the presence of your father is also being missed. Do you see some sort of that message also reciprocating in the way in your interaction with voters?
So as I said, it's a voting day. It's a chance for voters to talk today.
Okay.
I have done enough talking.
Yeah.
So let people of Panji talk, and people of Goa talk, and people of everywhere else where there is voting, they will talk today. So I should not talk other than appeal that everyone should come out and vote.
Any sort of message you want to give out to the people of Goa at large, and as far as Panjim is concerned?
See, Goa at large, Goa deserves a change. I think it's been too long and total misgovernance of the BJP. So Goa deserves a change, and therefore people have decided to go for a change. As far as the Panjim voter is concerned, my only request to them is come out and vote, and vote in large numbers for this change to become very effective. And I think Panjim deserves the best.
And any sort of issues that you think the reason why people would vote in favor of the Congress as well as you versus say Babush Montserrat?
Obviously, see, there is nothing called governance. That concept of governance, forget good governance, but basic concept of governance is absent. So we want to bring the presence of governance and good governance.
Goa was reporting about a 44% voter turnout at about 1 p.m. today. We'll bring you more details about the elections. Right now, though, time for a short break. See you in a bit.
ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. हमारे पास IIM की भी डिग्री है.
IIM, which is obviously not Indian Institute of Management.
नहीं यार, IIM, Indian Institute of Murder.
Murder. Okay, I can see that you are highly qualified, highly overqualified in fact.
फिर भी हमें सीट नहीं मिल रही है. इसीलिए हम आंदोलन करने वाले हैं।
But what आंदोलन?
हम जैसे कैंडिडेट जिन्हें सीट नहीं मिली है उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन चाहिए, रिजर्वेशन।
Reservation. In which category, sir, exactly would it be?
OBC कैटेगरी।
OBC, other backward caste.
No, other backward candidates, OBC। ये खड़ा था क्या? ये किस पार्टी से? अच्छा, ये निर्दलीय है।
The woman in the film says कि अगर एक बड़ा उनका मशहूर ये कहना था कि अगर सेक्स वर्कर्स ना हों तो आम लड़कियों का सड़कों पर चलना मुश्किल हो जाए। Just do you agree with it? Because you know we live in Mumbai and कोई कुछ भी कह ले, इस शहर की सड़कों पर वाकई चलते हुए एक सेफ्टी का एहसास होता है। What do you have to say about it?
I don't think मैं as आलिया इस पे ऑथेंटिकली कमेंट कर सकती हूँ क्योंकि मैंने ये किरदार फिल्म में निभाया है। मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव गंगूबाई के पर्सपेक्टिव से ही होगा। तो जो गंगूबाई कह रही है उसको मैं मानती हूँ, उसको समझती हूँ और वो आपको फिल्म में भी देखने का मौका मिलेगा। जिस तरह जिस कन्विक्शन से वो आज़ाद मैदान में भाषण देती है और वो बात करती है औरतों के हक के बारे में, इवन बच्चों के हक के बारे में, आप ऐसे कभी नहीं कह सकोगे कि वो जो कह रही है गलत कह रही है।
सही बात है।
There's two sides to a coin। तो आपका पर्सपेक्टिव एक होगा पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव सही नहीं है।
You know, प्रेमचंद very famously said आलिया कि जब आदमी में, पुरुष में औरत की क्वालिटीज आ जाती हैं तो वो देवता बन जाता है। You know, थोड़ा सा नरम दिल, थोड़ा सा अच्छे स्वभाव का, अच्छी जुबान। लेकिन जब एक औरत में आदमी की, पुरुष की क्वालिटीज आ जाती हैं तो वो उल्टा बन जाती हैं। डू यू एग्री विद प्रेमचंद?
हमारे अंदर दो कॉन्ट्रडिक्टिंग क्वालिटीज हमेशा होते हैं। आई कैन बी अ फीमेल फेमिनिन वुमन पर मेरे अंदर अल्फा क्वालिटीज काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो सकते हैं। एंड सिमिलरली फॉर मेन इन अ वर्ल्ड जब गंगूबाई की दुनिया है, आप ये मान सकते हो कि एक
And we have some breaking news coming in regarding, of course, the hijab row and the controversy in Karnataka. We're learning that the Karnataka High Court has resumed its hearing of the petitions challenging the ban on the hijab in government institutions in the state. They were expected to restart around now. Now my colleague Harish is with us right now on the phone to bring us more details. Harish, you know, as our audiences will already know, a 3-judge bench, an incredibly important case. Could you lay out what questions the judges are looking to address via the case?
Well, there are multiple things that this hearing that will stretch on for the next few days will try and understand. There will be arguments. One is obviously the larger constitutional question on whether wearing hijab is an intrinsic practice in the Islam. That's one of the things that will get discussed. But also you will have the High Court discussing on whether there should be a uniform policy by the state government or whether it needs to be left to the discretion of the respective college development committees. So these are some of the aspects that will get discussed through this course of hearing.
For our audiences, tell us a little bit more about the judges that comprise on that bench.
Well, it's a 3-judge bench that has the Chief Justice, also Krishna Dixit. Let's remember that is crucial because you have Krishna Dixit who took up this hearing when it was a single-judge bench. The other aspect that one needs to mention here is that there are additional petitions now that has got added to this original 2-writ petition, including Advocate Ravi Verma Kumar, who's mentioned that he would like to file 2-writ petitions that will be moving to the registry and probably getting added to this particular hearing that's on.
All right, Harish, we'll try to re-establish, but just for our audiences, a little bit more information over here. Students from colleges in Udupi and Kundapur have contended for a while now that the ban on wearing hijabs is a breach of their fundamental rights guaranteed underneath the Constitution. Now, the government had already released one circular on Feb 5th relating to the dress code and how it has been challenged. We'll continue to bring you more updates from that story, but as our audiences will remember, after the original incident as it took place in December, there have actually been protests across the country country. In the last few days itself, we've watched protests take place in different states across the country. Now, my colleague Anusha is with us to bring us more of a legal perspective on this story. Anusha, we're learning, of course, that the Karnataka High Court is back in session. It is taking a look at this. Please bring us your perspective.
Well, Toya, as you highlighted, the larger debate has now come to the point of whether hijab is intrinsic to the faith of Islam and whether it is protected under Article 25 of the Indian Constitution, which is the freedom to practice your religion. The key debate which is going to ensure at the High Court, I'm going to give you a broad perspective. Article 19 and 25, freedom of expression and right to religious expression and to propagate your own faith, are the basic rights enshrined in Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. Like any right, any other fundamental rights, it is subject to reasonable restrictions, which is public order, morality, faith, ties with other countries across the world. Is hijab protected under that? Or it comes along with the riders, which is the restrictions which have been imposed on the fundamental rights. As we go forward in this hearing before the Karnataka High Court, be ready for more quotations to come from Quran, from the Holy Quran, from Hadith, from various other sources to argue whether hijab has a place, intrinsic place in the faith of Islam, or it is a larger cultural interpretation of how one should dress.
Anusha, just for our audiences who might lack that legal perspective, a little bit more information here. I know the Supreme Court had said that they'd take a look at this at the appropriate time. Does that mean then that the High Court could potentially look at this for the next few months before the Supreme Court does?
Well, to simplify it for our viewers, when this petition went to the Supreme Court, when there was a mentioning that was made yesterday, the key argument was that the petitioners should be given some kind of relief, which is that they should be allowed to wear their hijab and go to the school premises. The Supreme Court was of the view that when the High Court is already hearing the matter, there is no need to interfere at this point in time. Toya, to put it simply for our viewers and their understanding, High Courts are constitutional courts. They are, of course, not the final, interpreter of the law, like the Supreme Court of India, but any bench of the High Court, more than one judge, including a division bench of 2 judges or a full bench of 3 judges, which is hearing the matter, is a constitutional bench, which means that they can adjudicate on the aspects of law. If at all there is a judgment which comes from the Karnataka High Court in the next few months, like any other judgment in this country, it will be subject to challenge at the Supreme Court of India. But my understanding is that at the Karnataka High Court, there would be a full debate. There would be a rich, full debate about what are the limits of individual expression, what are the limits of institutional autonomy, how do these two conflicting interests really coexist with each other when an individual wants to express his or her religion and at the same time institution demands a dress code. I must also point out to our viewers that this judgment of the Karnataka High Court, as and when it comes, will have huge ramifications also around that entire debate for a uniform civil code in this country.
Anusha, thank you so much for highlighting that larger context at play over there. Now, just to focus back on the more micro question of the Karnataka High Court as it is in play today, my colleague Harish is with us live right now. He is with us still. Harish, to go over to you, you had pointed out earlier that there is more than one petition. Could you walk our audiences through some of the key points of those petitions?
Well, pretty much all these petitions are seeking a similar or have a similar kind of prayer, that they be allowed to wear hijab. This is intrinsic part of Islam and this is their fundamental right to practice the religion. This has been the argument in pretty much all these petitions. But some of these petitions also talk about how the CDC should not have any power to decide on the dress code. The students should be allowed to enter the classrooms without wearing hijab. That has been their main contention that's come out through the hearings that have happened in the 3 days that we've seen, including before the 3-judge bench that this petition came forward, and we've seen that hearing going on. Right now, even as we speak, the debate is now over Article 25 and whether the government citing public order can restrict it. What does the Constitution say? At the same time, they are saying that the responsibility of maintaining public order is on the government, and the government can't really escape that by just quoting Article 25 and stopping someone from wearing hijab. In fact, this is a fear that the petitioners had expressed on day 2 of this hearing as well, saying that somewhere the government seems to be going on a track suggesting that hijab shouldn't be allowed because the public order is at stake here. but the government shouldn't be allowed to escape with that kind of a reasoning or argument. So that is what is on even as we speak. The judge also very careful about the kind of impact this case will have on the law and order situation in the state. He's also cautioned media to behave and report this responsibly. He said that we know the kind of situation that's out there in the state, so everyone needs to behave in a responsible manner. So clearly this three-judge bench very well aware of the ramifications of the hearing and the order in this particular case.
All right, my colleague Harish and Anusha continue to get us more updates as they are happening in development in the Karnataka High Court. The basic premise that the petitioners have argued today, just in the last few minutes, is that the government order which gave the power to the CDC to decide what the dress code should be is basically illegal. They're saying as far as the right to profess and practice one's religion is concerned, it comes under basic restrictions which are public order, morality and health. Now, health and morality do not apply here, but on public order, that's the responsibility of the state government. So, to pass on this responsibility to the CDC is incorrect. Now, on that technical aspect, let me continue to go back across to my colleagues. Anusha, coming to you first up on the technical aspect, the argument being made then is that let the government decide, not the CDC. But what if tomorrow the government says that no, the headscarf is not allowed? Then where does that argument go?
Well, the question here, as you asked, Shivani, of the technical nature here. There is a wide interpretation power that has been given to these district level committees to decide their school uniform. Whenever there is a delegated power which has been given by the executive, by the legislature, the government of the day, to the rule formation, to the various authorities operating at the nodal levels across the state, it needs to be exercised in accordance. Now, the petitioners argue that though the state government, their rules and notification or even the bare reading of law is innocuous, the manner in which it has been interpreted by various authorities is plainly bad. It's violative of Article 25. To answer your question directly, what if the state government were to bring in a law or a rule tomorrow and say you are not allowed to wear that? Then in that case, that directly has to be challenged. Right now, it's not the law which is directly under challenge, but rather the interpretation and the rules which are a subject matter of challenge before the High Court.
So basically, the CDC's authority has been challenged, but remember, the Karnataka government has been coming out on record repeatedly to say that we have given the power to the CDCs, which are college development committees, to decide on the dress code accordingly. And therefore, this entire row has erupted because while there may be some schools who have different rules, this particular school in Udupi had decided that headgear of this kind is not allowed. And mind you, it wasn't just for the hijab. Even when there were counter protests or counter arguments, they did not allow any of that. We'll continue to go back across to Harish as well, but let me also introduce our guest joining us, Ashwini Dubey, who's a Supreme Court advocate, Brinda Adige, women and child activist. Ashwini, I'm coming to you first up. What do you make of the arguments that the petitioner's lawyer today is making, that the government order is bad, is not innocuous, is bad in faith, in law, or the fact that the power was given to the CDC is wrong? Can the power be given to the CDC be wrong?
This is a basic fight is no. The powers are very well in place, as has been given powers under the provisions of Constitution of India and various other provisions of the state government. The state government is the body which can look into and frame any law. That's not only the Constitution says, but from time to time Supreme Court have also interpreted it. The essential religious practices has also been regulated subject to the orders of the Supreme Court, and powers have been relegated to the various state governments to regulate it. Okay. See, India is a secular country. Secularism forms a part of the basic structure of Constitution. In a very landmark judgment, Supreme Court in S.R. Bomoi versus Union of India said, when the state allows citizens to practice and profess their religion, it does not either explicitly or implicitly allow them to introduce religion into non-religious and secular activities of the state.
Well, that's very key, because this is about the classroom and whether the religion should enter the classroom.
So that's and religion, we all have a right to propagate, profess and preach and follow our religion, but at a religious place, and the school is a place which performs the secular activities.
So let me ask you a fundamental question then. If the premise of the petitioners is that the CDC has not used its power correctly or has misinterpreted or has gone beyond its brief to bar the hijab in the classroom. What is the legal argument here and what is the legal counter here?
Then very rightly you have pointed out, then they will have to amend their prayer, seeking that, look, Section 133(2) of the Karnataka Education Act is contrary, ultra-vires and arbitrary to the basic tenets of the Constitution of India. They have to make this argument, then only they can claim that my right to enter inside the premises on the basis of a non-codified religious scripture, non-codified law, non-codified personal law, which has not passed the essential test of Article 3 of Article 13 of the Constitution of India, means that this is not the state-mandated law. The fight is between state-mandated law and the powers derived from the religious scriptures.
Okay.
The large issue is pending in the Supreme Court, which Supreme Court has asked the opinions of various religious scholars that whether the uncodified law, which is into the practice but has not passed the essentiality test to be a law in force as per Article 13 of the Constitution, should be given due prevalence or not.
Okay, there is of course that larger question, because till now, even as they're challenging the government order on the premise that hijab is essential to the practice, frankly, that essentiality also hasn't been proven yet. Hasn't been mandated by the court yet. But I come to the fundamental question of why religion must enter the classroom to Brinda Adige. Brinda Adige, that's a question that we as a country must ponder upon a little bit more deeply outside of what is happening in Udupi. Because today it's happening in Udupi on the issue of hijab. Tomorrow it will be across the country on several issues. Because religion is important to everybody in this country. But it need not enter the classroom.
You're absolutely right. Religion must not enter into the classrooms or in any of those official institutions that we hold very dear to us. But we are talking about secularism. That also means diversity. And that diversity is respecting and tolerating the diversity that each of us might come.
So we are doing it everywhere else. Why must it be imposed in the classroom? We're doing it everywhere else.
If you say it should not enter the classroom, there are a lot of other ramifications.
Please
That's the word you used, and I want to reiterate.
Please tell me what other
ramifications. I cannot have any
ramifications.
photos and pictures of a particular religion also inside the school. I cannot also celebrate any of these festivals inside my school. And if this can be done, then we will talk about religion not entering into my classroom. But that isn't the case in all of our classrooms across our country. There are Saraswati pujas that are held, and there are also other pujas.
No, assemblies and functions are separate, ma'am, to a classroom.
No, how can it be separate?
I'll tell you how.
It
I'll
is
tell
a
you.
religious puja that
I'll
I
tell
am
you
doing.
how.
So why is it entering my school?
I'll tell you how. Ma'am, if you listen, I'll tell you how. That even in these schools, they are saying that you can come wearing the hijab and even the burqa to the school complex, but don't wear it in the classroom.
My question is beyond. Madam, I'm asking a question. Let the hijab and all of that be near the gate. Why are you doing this puja inside my school? Why do you have these photographs inside my classrooms? Why would I come with a bindi or a sacred
Exactly,
thread
which
inside my
photographs are ever
classroom?
in a classroom?
It does have overtones of religion.
No, whose
Whatever may be the
photographs have
overtone.
ever been in a classroom? Which religious photos have ever been in a classroom?
You have to find out.
But I've never come across them.
I will not tell you this. I'm telling you from my experience.
I've never come across them. I've never come across
They are there.
pictures
They
of
are
them.
there. Of
And
course
if it
they
is
are
a
there.
minority institution, they anyways teach divinity. So you choose your institution. Here you have the choice to choose your
divinity
institution
versus
too.
spiritualism versus religiosity of a religion is not acceptable.
No, but madam, in our country we have
I'm
minority
talking about
institutions
secularism.
that teach divinity of that particular religion.
We are not even talking about the private institutions. We are talking about government institutions.
So in which government institution, please tell me, they put a picture of a religious figure in the classroom?
I think you need to ask your field anchors to go and check on that.
But
I'm not going
I
to
can't
sit
go
here
on a
and tell you
wild
that.
goose chase. It's a
No,
hypothetical
it's not a
question.
wild goose chase. No. I will not sit here making wild goose chase and something, a
So ma'am,
blanket
give me an
statement of that
example.
nature.
No, then I'll take
No,
it on record.
Okay, go to any police station and find out if there are pictures or not.
Of what?
Forget anything else. Forget the government school also. Go into a police station. Go into a government office, and you will find out every puja, every Tuesday, every Friday pujas are done. Photos of particular religious gods, deities are over there. Please ask anybody to go and check over there.
Okay, we'll go and check on that. Let me just look at what is the new arguments that are being made in court too. The petitioner's lawyer has once again reiterated, aside from public order, health and morality, the state can make law restricting any economic, financial, political or any other secular activity which may be associated with religious practice. Anusha, can you just break down what argument is the petitioner's lawyer making here?
I want to make 2 points. First, I'll argue and elucidate what you just asked, what is happening at the court. You remember that earlier judgment that had come of Nada Rahim, Fatima Tasneem, the 2 judgments we have elaboratively spoken about. And of course, one judgment pertains to the medical entrance examinations in which the Supreme Court allowed the wearing of hijab, at the same time held that the CBSE regulations mandating that you cannot wear full sleeve cloth or a hijab were not ultra-virus. They were good in law. Those judgments are being cited at the Karnataka High Court. One of the key arguments is also being made, Shivani, what you were talking earlier, that there is no law per se which is banning hijab. It's only the bylaws which were eventually framed by the CDCs which are a subject matter of challenge here. Right now, Mr. Kamath argues that that interpretation and the manner in which the delegated power has been exercised is not good in law. It's a wonderful debate that you and Brindaji were having just some time ago. I just want to make a brief point. You know, I remember this argument during a uniform civil code debate happening at the Supreme Court of India. And there was an interesting argument that was made by one of the judges on the bench. He said, what is the motto of the Supreme Court of India? It is Yato Dharmastato Jaya. That term comes from the Mahabharat epic. It was also elucidated during many times at the Supreme Court that the nature of secularism in India is a very special nature. And in many aspects, it's a far more evolved argument than what you see in Western countries like UK, where state and religion are completely separate. It's an intricate balance that has been struck. But yes, whenever debates like these happen, each time that balance is tested, sometimes it tilts in favor of religious freedom, sometimes in the favor of institutional autonomy.
Let me go to Swastika also very quickly. My colleague Harish also continues to be with us. So Swastika, you've been interacting with the local college authorities. And that's where the role of the CDC is also coming under scanner. If they had the authority to decide whether they can have a certain dress code. Now, the state government obviously says they can decide the dress code. Whatever the dress code is up to that CDC. But what is being challenged in court is that the CDC did not use its judgment well when it barred certain elements in addition to the uniform. What have they been saying?
College Development Committee is firm and clear. They are on the opinion that we have had a set of rules, especially in connection with the government PU college. Authorities say that we have had these rules since 2004, something that the students have been following all this while. Now what they are hinting at is, it's only in the month of December that a group of students suddenly turn up wearing hijab inside the classroom. Let me also underline here what the college authorities pointed out is that hijab is not banned on their campus. It's just that